Year 1964, Haisan Island. Outside the dilapidated wall, a group of dark-skinned island residents stood, leaning forward to watch the scene. Shixia, stop messing around. I really can't marry you. Chen Jiandong spoke helplessly, turning his head with tears in his eyes, acting deeply emotional, an act he performed perfectly. Shixia, feeling on her forehead, had already accepted the memory. Chen Jiandong was the real young master who had been swapped at birth. After finding wealthy parents, he wanted to kick away his childhood sweetheart, Shixia. Shixia's lips curled in sarcasm. She supported herself against the doorframe, her face full of disbelief and anger. Someone is forcing you not to marry me? Don't they know about free will in marriage? Who is it? Tell me, and I'll go stand in front of his house. I will protect our pure love. After Shixia finished speaking, Chen Jiandong was stunned. What pure love do you have with him? He just doesn't want to marry, and he doesn't want to ruin his reputation. Shixia, you deserve better. I don't want to hold you back. Shixia, did you write those words, scumbag? Chen Jiandong, do you really want to marry me, or not? Chen Jiandong's eyes flashed with annoyance and resentment. Of course, he didn't want to. He returned to his biological parents' home. What's the point of marrying an island girl? Shixia looked at Chen Jiandong with disdain, her eyes filled with anger instead of love. Chen Jiandong, I mistook you for a decent person. Now you act like a scoundrel trying to save face. Disgusting. Chen Jiandong was exposed by Shixia. His face reddened, but he stubbornly tried to defend himself. Shixia, do you understand Shakespeare? Do you understand Dream of the Red Chamber? There's no common language between us, and we won't be happy. Shixia pouted. I don't understand, but you understand too much, and you'll die early. It was 1964 now. Stop flattering yourself. You just want to break off the engagement, Chen Dog. If you want to leave, no one will stop you. But first, pay back the money you owe me. Chen Jiandong's proud eyes flickered with panic. Nonsense. I would never use your money. Shixia didn't bother wasting words and immediately sought help from an outsider. Uncle Wen, after Chen Jiandong got into high school, he coaxed me into buying him a flashy watch, fancy clothes, pretentious books, and shoes to impress girls. All for a total of 278.37 yuan. When the amount of over 200 yuan was mentioned, it shocked the island residents. The island was already poor, and Shixia's family had some money because her father once found a few top-quality pearls and sold them. Uncle Wen stepped forward, his gaze low and serious, staring at Chen Jiandong, who had been raised by him. Return all the money owed to Shixia without missing a penny. If you don't pay it back, I will take Shixia and hang ourselves in front of your new house. Shixia turned her head. Uncle Wen.
Thank you.
Chen Jiandong looked into Wen Laoshir's honest eyes and felt short of breath. He knew Wen Laoshir was really capable of doing such things. Chen Jiandong made a firm decision. Cut ties completely. He didn't want any connection with those poor folks for the rest of his life. I didn't really want her money in the first place. Chen Jiandong took out money from his bag and counted it. This was the bride price for Lin Cece. He had saved Lin Cece and was tested at the hospital. Because of her rare blood type, she was noticed, and eventually they discovered she was switched at birth. He had planned to go back to the island first to comfort Shixia and give her a pearl to give to Lin Cece, but as soon as he returned, Shixia hit a wall. When Laoshir stepped in front of Shixia, took the money from Chen Jiandong, counted it, and handed it to Shixia.
Keep it safe.
Got it, Uncle Wen. When Laoshir nodded without looking at Chen Jiandong and his back as he left. Chen Jiandong hurried to leave after giving the money because Lin Cece was still waiting for him. Shixia snapped her fingers and a small water element ability shot at Chen Jiandong's backside, expected to dissipate in about 2 hours. He was so young and incontinent. It must be very embarrassing, but unfortunately, she couldn't see it. People around gradually dispersed. Shixia turned to look at the seaside house in front of her. Her new life was about to begin. She was full of fighting spirit. Because the seafood here was edible. Not only seafood, but also fresh pork, lively chickens, honking white geese, and tender vegetables. She couldn't hold back her drool just thinking about it. As a small beginner with water element abilities in the apocalypse, she had worked hard to establish the largest seaside base just to survive. But on the day she became the base leader, she was happier than today. Xia calmed her excitement and entered the house. Inside, a pale woman was lying on the bed, crying. Wen Cheng'an was trying to comfort her.
Cry more.
When that beast comes again, you can drown him. The woman stopped crying and asked in shock, is it okay to throw him into the sea and drown him?
Sure.
Hearing their conversation, Xia held back her laughter and called out, Auntie. Zhang Hohat looked up and saw the bloodstains on Xia's head. She hurriedly got up with concern. Did you really hit something? If you hit something, it should have been Chen Jiandong's head. Xia couldn't help but agree. You're right, Auntie. Zhang Hohat pressed her down to sit, cleaned her wound, and applied some herbal ash. Both Zhang Hohat and Wen Cheng'an were good people. The original protagonist's mother passed away early, and he relies on his father for support. Next door, Zhang Hohat is like a half-mother without blood relation. 2 years ago, the protagonist's father went to sea and was lost at sea, leaving only him behind. Auntie, isn't Wen Cheng'an coming back? Zhang Hohat's hand paused slightly as she thought of her fair-skinned son. I don't know. On the day we recognized each other, he only looked at us and then ran away. He will come back. Sigh, who knows? I don't want to keep dreaming. I just hope he's honest and responsible and not like that beast. Zhang Hohat sighed as she spoke.
Why talk about this?
That kid probably doesn't want to come back. Zhang Hohat forced a dry smile and tried not to think about it. Life still has to go on. Eat here tonight.
Eat.
Xia, with her head covered in grass ash, looked up with eyes full of happiness that words couldn't describe. Eat good. Zhang Hohat went to cook, and Xia couldn't help but follow. While cooking, Xia held back her urge to eat a bite raw. Her bright eyes stared at the pot lid, and she seemed to absorb half of the steam escaping from the pot. She took a deep breath, licked her lips, and felt like she could taste the flavor inside. During the meal, Xia eagerly sat down, her posture making her aunt feel sorry and say, if you're hungry, just eat. Okay. Xia started eating without caring that it was hot, biting into the first piece with a big, happy grin. So delicious. Zhang Hohat and Old Wen looked at each other. Today, did the taro put sugar on it herself? They took a bite each, exchanged glances, and found the taste was the usual. While the couple looked at each other, Xia ate 5 large taro pieces in a row, making them both feel heartache and worry. How sad the child must be, trying to force herself to eat herself to death. All this was caused by Chen Jiandong, that ungrateful wolf who couldn't be tamed. Unknowingly, Xia gained a lot of resentment toward Chen Jiandong. Noticing their gazes during the meal, Xia slightly restrained herself and finally finished with 2 bowls of clam soup. If no one was around, she would have licked the shells a few more times. Full and very satisfied, Xia returned to the neighbor's side. She sat on a small bamboo stool, letting her water elemental powers flow through her body. The ocean's help allowed her to swim around and nourish herself. Her water powers could fight and also nourish her body. Although not as powerful as healing abilities, it was still pretty good. Using her powers all night replaced sleep, and Xia woke up feeling very energetic. She planned to go sea foraging, which would let her eat delicious food again. But first, she wanted to ask her auntie next door. As Xia reached the door, she heard an unfamiliar voice inside. Is this food for people? This broken chair is wobbling. Stay away from me. I smell like fish.
Why are you looking at me?
If you hadn't watched over me, would I be in this mess? Xia stands at the door, looking at a tall, handsome man with clear features, very fair skin, thin and tall. He is loudly criticizing and gesturing at Andy. He sits with his legs crossed, acting like he's the boss, showing a bratty attitude. Annie, are you going to gather seafood? Xia speaks, and Wen Cheng'an, who is looking careless, turns his gaze over, showing dislike and curiosity. He looks like a weak girl who cries easily. Xia also looks at Wen Cheng'an with dislike. He's really annoying, but at least he doesn't pretend to be better than others like Chen Jiandong. That's a small advantage. Zhang Hohat responds with a sound, then turns to introduce him. This is Cheng'an. He came back this morning on someone else's boat. Cheng'an, this is Xia, who lives next door. I'm going to get the gathering seafood tools. Zhang Hohat lowers her head and leaves. Xia notices a flash of regret in Wen Cheng'an's eyes, but it's too quick to be clear. Wen Cheng'an looks at Xia with a bratty expression and asks, "Are you the fiancé who bumped into the wall because of Chen Jiandong?" "You're Wen Cheng'an, who was chased out by Chen Go." Xia shakes her head with a sigh, her expression showing clear disdain. 18 years of struggle, and I've gained nothing. Wen Cheng'an is slightly surprised by Xia's retort, but he snorts and raises an eyebrow. Trying to get me to help you fight Chen Jiandong? I suggest you save your effort. Your level of stirring trouble is only at a 3-year-old's level. Are you 3 years old and so bratty? Xia stings Wen Cheng'an with her words, and he responds sharply. No wonder Chen Jiandong doesn't like you. He's found a beautiful and kind-hearted fiancé in the city. Are you jealous? Xia's words make Wen Cheng'an shout out in irritation. I'm not jealous of anything. Xia looks at him indifferently and says, You're quite niche in what you're jealous of. Wen Cheng'an. He presses his tongue against his cheek and mutters, Chen Jiandong is a hypocrite, two-faced and treacherous. I don't bother with him. He's just a nobody to me. Xia nods in agreement and calmly says, So, you got blown away by that nobody. That was my choice to leave. Your choice? Xia stares at Wen Cheng'an, raising her voice suddenly. If you left voluntarily, why are you making things difficult for Auntie? Wen Cheng'an's face turned red with anger, and he stood up abruptly. She's the one who lost me. She owes me. His eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his teeth, trying to contain his rising fury. Does he really think that family is so great? She owes you nothing. Auntie never knew you were switched at birth. You're just taking your anger out on her. That's like picking the softest fruit. What's the difference between you and Chen Go? Xia's words made Wen Cheng'an roar in anger and step forward, looking disgusted. Don't compare me to that beast. He doesn't deserve it. Xia snorted coldly and pointed outside the door. Not deserving? Then do you dare to apologize? Wen Cheng'an opened his mouth, about to speak, but swallowed his words with a sneer. He sat down heavily, giving Xia a challenging look. Don't try to provoke me. I don't fall for that childish trick. Xia ignored Wen Cheng'an's childish challenge and stepped closer, grabbing his shoulder with one hand. If he's disobedient, then he deserves a good beating. What are you doing? Wen Cheng'an was pulled up by Xia. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Zhang Hohat entered the room. You two are like little chicks. What's there to fight about? Xia and Wen Cheng'an. It was the first time they saw someone try to stop a fight so gently. We're family.
Let's not talk about those things.
Cheng'an, I didn't watch over you well. It's my fault. Are you doing well at the Chen family? Just asking if he's doing well made Wen Cheng'an's eyes darken with complex feelings. For some reason, tears suddenly fell from Zhang Hohat's eyes, and she hugged Wen Cheng'an tightly. Child, Mom is sorry for you. Wen Cheng'an wanted to dodge, but his feet felt rooted to the ground. He didn't move, having never been hugged before. He didn't understand why until he was 3 that his real mother wasn't his biological mother. Now he didn't care anymore. The Chen family's biological father and stepmother meant nothing to him. Zhang Hohat was pulled away by Wen Laoshi, who had come in. Wen Cheng'an felt uncomfortable standing to the side. In the small space with 4 people, only the sounds of breathing and sniffles could be heard. Auntie, let's go catch some sea creatures. Xia broke the silence and looked at Wen Cheng'an again. This young master, do you want to come? Uncomfortable, Wen Cheng'an glanced at Xia with disdain. Why should I work for you? He snorted and walked away, acting indifferent, then sat down heavily again, crossing his legs. Xia's eyes flashed with a smile. He loved dealing with this rebellious attitude. It gave him a great sense of achievement. "Auntie, let's go." Zhang Hohat wiped her tears and said to Wen Cheng'an, "I'll be back soon." Wen Cheng'an didn't even bother to look at her. Zhang Hohat didn't mind and, together with Xia, carried their beachcombing tools and left. Inside the house, only Wen Cheng'an and old Wen remained, their eyes not meeting. Two heads, one turned left, the other right, silent and still. On the other side, Xia and her companion quickly reached the seaside. Xia opened her arms in a very old-fashioned way.
The sea.
It's full of delicious things. Zhang Hohat, who was a little sad, was amused by Xia's words. "Hurry up, there might not be much left," Xia said confidently. "I think we will find a lot today." Zhang Hohat smiled, but didn't believe it. As islanders living by the sea, they knew well what seafood was available. They usually went out in the morning to gather seafood for their families, but they came too late today. Xia didn't explain much. Her water elemental ability extended, sending her information in pieces. "Auntie, let's go over there." Xia pulled Zhang Hohat about 20 meters along the beach to two small holes. They squatted down and started digging. The soft, fine sand was scooped up by Xia's shovel, quickly revealing a rectangular sand pit from which a chubby tentacle stretched out.
Clam.
A large clam, nearly as long as a small arm, was pulled out by Xia. "Careful, don't pull too hard. Catching a big clam like this is pretty good." Before Zhang Hohat finished speaking, she saw Xia turn around and dig again, pulling out another clam. Zhang Hohat thought to herself, "Today, clams seem a bit slow." "Auntie, you dig here," Xia directed. Zhang Hohat squatted down and started digging. She quickly uncovered a white clam shell, about half a palm in size. Zhang Hohat also got hooked. Forget Wen Cheng'an for now. Gathering seafood is more important. Both of them worked hard, each more energetic than the other. Xia pointed, and Zhang Hohat dug where she indicated, working in perfect harmony until the tide started to rise. "Xia, let's go back. We've got enough for today," Zhang Hohat said happily. Such seafood was rare. Usually, she only gathered oysters and spicy snails from the rocks. Xia carried a bucket, smiling happily. They made dumplings with the clams, then added boiled white clams, cat's eye snails, and spicy fried squid. This kind of day was priceless. They covered the buckets with seaweed and headed home. From afar, Xia saw Wen Cheng'an standing stiffly at the door, glaring fiercely at anyone who looked at him.
"Hey,
little one is practicing getting angry here?" With just one sentence from Xia, Wen Cheng'an really got angry. "You eat too much salt, minding other people's business." "I don't like salt, but since I live by the sea, I tend to be nosy." When Wen Cheng'an heard this, Xia was joking seriously, which made him laugh angrily. "You're really thick-skinned. Better than young master, Wen's stubborn mouth." The two argued fiercely, almost ready to fight. Zhang Hohat, seeing this, suspected that their personalities didn't match. She quickly stepped between them. "Cheng'an, I have some good stuff today. I'll cook it for you later." When Cheng'an snorted, "Who cares?" He turned around and left. Zhang Hohat wanted to stop him, but Xia pulled her back. "Auntie, has he transferred his ID?" "Yes, he has." "Then there's no need to worry. Without an ID, he can't go anywhere." Zhang Hohat thought, that makes sense. Xia didn't say more. After greeting Zhang Hohat, she went home. At home, Xia first soaked the shellfish in water to remove mud. There were two small squids and a large flying crab in the bucket, covered with a lid, ready to be eaten at night. She remembered some chives in the backyard, planning to make dumplings for herself at noon. Dumplings felt so distant. Just thinking about them made her want to eat more. For breakfast, she had already eaten 6 baked sweet potatoes, showing restraint. Most families cut sweet potatoes into strips and cook them with grains. Eating whole ones isn't common. According to this way of eating, the small amount of grain her family had might not be enough for her. It seems she needs to go to the mainland to buy more grain and earn some money. It's 1984 now, and in the next 10 years, the island won't be as safe as the sea. She plans to enjoy a life here without mutated plants or animals. In 10 years, she hopes to buy a small island. With her water-based powers, life would be wonderful. And Wen Cheng'an, for the sake of Auntie and Uncle Wen, needs to find a job. Before leaving, Xia put a handful of dried sweet potatoes in her pocket to snack on during work. C3 Island is the largest nearby and has freshwater resources. Although it's the biggest island, there is very little arable land, mostly growing taro, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Most residents rely on the sea for food. Xia is a warehouse manager responsible for distributing tools, keeping records, and collecting tools. The original owner only went to middle school but didn't get into high school. After distributing the tools, Xia found a shady spot on the grass, sat cross-legged, looked at the blue sky, and occasionally nibbled on dried sweet potatoes. She was enjoying herself. Watching others work makes time pass quickly. Xia finished her tools, recorded the work, locked the warehouse, and then hid from the midday sun to go home. Once home, Xia happily started her chores. Humming a little tune, she first went to the backyard to cut chives. The chives were average, about palm-high, with some yellow leaves at the top. The soil by the sea isn't suitable for planting vegetables, so growing food at home is hard. The vegetables don't grow well, and some don't grow at all. Xia brushed her fingers over the chives, and her water element ability activated. The usually dull chives suddenly looked lively. They didn't grow taller, but they looked much fresher. It seems to work a little, she thought. Xia cut a few bunches of chives and used her ability on the others, caring for them as if they were little pets. Back inside, she started making dough. The slightly yellow flour was prepared by the original owner to improve meals when Chen was on leave. Foolish girl, pouring your heart out for nothing, she muttered. Xia used cold water to knead the flour into a smooth dough. She covered the dough with a basin and let it rise for a while. Then she went to wash the chives. After washing, she chopped them into small pieces and set them aside. Next, she peeled the razor clams, cleaned them, chopped them up, and mixed them with the chives, ready to make dumplings. Xia skillfully pinched the dough, rolled it out, and shaped each dumpling into a gold ingot shape. So cute. I'll eat you all soon. About 40 dumplings were placed into boiling water one by one. She gently pushed them with the back of a spoon, and soon they floated to the surface. The fragrant smell of the dumplings drifted next door. Wen Cheng'an swallowed his saliva and took a bite of a dark, steamed bun. Madam, try my dumplings, Xia brought over a bowl. Zhang Hohat refused. Take them home and eat them yourself. This white flour is precious, she said. If you can't eat them at lunch, save them for dinner. Put the bowl in cold water. They won't spoil. Not being able to eat? That was impossible. These dumplings weren't enough for her anyway. Xia placed the bowl on the table and said, if you don't eat, I won't be able to eat your food next time. I need to go back now. The dumplings will stick together soon. Xia left immediately. Wen Cheng'an looked up at the aroma-filled dumplings. How many years had it been since he last ate dumplings? He couldn't remember. At the Chen family, he always ate different food from everyone else, often not even having rice. At first, he was upset and caused trouble. But after being scolded and beaten, he stopped causing trouble. By the way, Wen Cheng'an, if you want to eat, just eat. Don't hold back. Suddenly, Xia turned around and called out. Wen Cheng'an quickly turned his head. It's just dumplings. I eat them every day, and I'm tired of them. Xia smiled triumphantly and said, really? I've always liked dumplings. Enough talk. I'm going back to eat dumplings. Xia turned around, smiling with her lips curled. My skills are still lacking, what I eat is my own. There's no need to be so proud. Wen Cheng'an stared at Xia's back, then bit into a dark-faced steamed bun fiercely. This Xia must have been rejected because of her bad temper. After Xia left, no matter how Zhang Hohat urged Wen Cheng'an to eat dumplings, he refused. Finally, Wen Cheng'an simply bit into the dark-faced bun and ran out. Next door, Xia watched Wen Cheng'an run away, drank the last sip of dumpling soup, and chased after him. Wen Cheng'an didn't run far, it was too hot outside. He looked around and found a large reef to hide under and escape the sun. Such a sharp tongue. No wonder no one wants to marry you. Are you talking about me? As soon as Xia spoke, Wen Cheng'an was startled and fell into the sea with a splash. Just as Xia was about to rescue him, she saw Wen Cheng'an flip quickly, with his head popping out.
You're following me.
Yes. I'm curious how you'll curse at me. Not very creative. You need to learn more. Xia admitted openly and sat on the reef, watching Wen Cheng'an with a practiced posture. You're swimming quite well. Of course. I was born better than others. I don't even need to learn how to swim. I just jump into the water, and I can do it. And holding my breath? Most people last 2 or 3 minutes, but I can hold my breath for 9.5 minutes, easily. Wen Cheng'an boasted proudly, making Xia smile happily. Not bad. Isn't he a genuine Marine soldier? As far as she knew, the Marine soldiers now had almost nothing. Everything was in chaos, and they often recruited soldiers good at swimming.
But
Wen Cheng'an's build was a bit lacking. No problem. She could train him. What job is better than being a soldier, more responsible, more dependable, and able to support a family? There is none. Xia's eyes sparkled as she stared at Wen Cheng'an, who only felt a chill down his spine. So, have you seen my unmatched beauty? I tell you, I definitely won't fall for you. I definitely won't fall for you. Xia smiled brightly. Besides your face, you have nothing else worth showing. Wen Cheng'an, in the sea, gritted his teeth and glared fiercely. At least I still have a face. What about you? Xia's smile deepened as she waved at Wen Cheng'an. Come up. I'll tell you what I have. Wen Cheng'an, full of rebellious spirit, said, You tell me to go up, I go up. Who do you think you are? Xia sat on a rock, calm and unhurried. I'm just watching the big fool swimming in the water. As for you, well, that's hard to say. Wen Cheng'an was once again annoyed by Xia's sharp tongue. With a splash, he said, I want to go up myself. It's none of your business. Despite his tough words, Wen Cheng'an swam out of the sea, while Xia looked down from the rock, acting like a caring child, and said, Just believe me, Wen Cheng'an. You can't fake the heart that wants to bite someone to death. Wen Cheng'an reached the shore, ready to leave. He wanted to stay far away from Xia. They were definitely incompatible. Suddenly, with a loud splash, Wen Cheng'an was startled and jumped back, clutching his chest and gasping heavily. Are you crazy? Plop. Before he finished speaking, Xia, who had jumped down from the rock, kicked him into the sea. Wen Cheng'an was confused in the water. Xia. He slapped the water and swam upward, furious. Xia beckoned playfully, like teasing a cat or dog. Come on, little weakling. Me a weakling? Your small frame is better than mine? I tell you, I'm a good man and don't fight with women. Otherwise, someone like you I could take on 8. Wen Cheng'an kept talking, but Xia only remembered one thing. Not hitting women? That habit needs to change. Enemies aren't always men. I can't fight back and making excuses.
Xia.
Wen Cheng'an rushed forward, and Xia was especially happy.
Bang, 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 splat, splat.
Repeatedly, Wen Cheng'an fell into the sea 7 times, and Xia hit him countless times. In seconds, from thinking he couldn't fight back to realizing he really couldn't, it all happened so fast. After the fight, Xia's clothes were slightly dirty, and Wen Cheng'an was covered in wounds. At this moment, Wen Cheng'an lay on the beach, limbs spread out, feeling pain all over, hopeless. Just kill me. No one seemed to care about him anyway. A look of self-mockery appeared in his eyes. Even if he died in the sea now, probably no one would care. Spending not a single cent, and you want me to kill you? That's not how it works. My moves are expensive. Xia spoke very seriously, so seriously that Wen Cheng'an even thought she was talking about a normal deal. Tired, Wen Cheng'an sat up and asked, almost driven crazy, What exactly do you want to do? Caringly, Xia shouldered herself and said, Even this little chick can eat well and has the strength to carry things. Don't hold back, Annie and Uncle Wen. Wen Cheng'an, from today on you do whatever I tell you. Otherwise. Xia's smile made her meaning clear. Wen Cheng'an wanted to argue, but every bone in his body ached. A brave man doesn't suffer losses in the moment. He agrees first. Okay, you're impressive. I agree, isn't that enough? Xia saw through Wen Cheng'an's little thoughts and didn't reveal anything. It seemed she can hit him a few more times. After giving Wen Cheng'an a meaningful look, Xia turned and left. Wen Cheng'an's eyes flickered with a dark light. Now was the time. He silently approached Xia and lifted his foot.
Ban.
Xia calmly kicked back, and Wen Cheng'an was sent flying 3 meters away. He only felt a breath catch in his chest, stuck and unable to go up or down, curling up on the beach. Finally, he coughed it out. Cough, cough. Are you trying to kick me to death? Ambushing means you should be prepared to get beaten. Xia dusted off her pants and said confidently, you should feel honored to be beaten by me. Not everyone gets this treatment. At 10 o'clock tonight, I'll be waiting for you here. After saying this, Xia was about to leave, but suddenly turned around, scaring Wen Cheng'an into scrambling backward with his hands and feet. Just a reminder, be nice to Annie and Uncle Wen. What would happen if he wasn't? Wen Cheng'an understood perfectly. This time, Xia really left. Wen Cheng'an sat alone on the beach for a while, feeling his skin burn from the sun before he got up. Does she have a problem? She's seriously ill. Wen Cheng'an yelled crazily on the beach. That afternoon, someone said that Wen's biological son, who had returned home, was shouting on the beach that he was sick. What kind of sickness?
No idea.
Xia left and continued working in the afternoon, but there wasn't much farm work on the island because the land was too small. After work, some went to fish in the sea, others gathered shells. As for the fishing boats, there was only one motorized boat on the entire island. Most were wooden sailboats. The Shi family had a boat, but hadn't used it for 2 years and needed major repairs. After work, Xia planned to buy some materials and build a motorized fishing boat. Thinking about what to buy, Xia started preparing dinner for herself. After washing all the seafood from the morning, she boiled it in cold water, added basic salt, and finally sprinkled some small rapeseed leaves. A simple seafood and vegetable soup was ready. She ate the soup with pancakes. Xia made 7 golden, crispy pancakes from cornmeal. Aside from a slight sore throat, the taste was natural and good. Facing the sunset, Xia set up a small dining table in the yard, enjoying the sea breeze, drinking seafood soup, and eating corn cakes. This is almost like a dream life. I should improve the yard, Xia muttered to herself, munching on a crab leg with a sizzling sound. So fresh. At the same time, Wen Cheng'an was also having dinner next door. This meal was very quiet for the Wen family. Wen Cheng'an didn't complain even a single word. Zhang Hohot and Old Wen exchanged glances several times. Could the rumors be true?
Is he sick? Mute?
They were both worried but unsure how to ask, afraid of saying the wrong thing and upsetting Wen Cheng'an. In the end, the 3 of them finished their meal in silence. At 10 o'clock at night, the sea breeze and waves continued. Wen Cheng'an lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. I won't go. What can she do? Come and drag me? That's right. Why should I listen to her? I just want to sleep. Wen Cheng'an pulled the blanket over his head. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. He cursed and got up secretly. He tiptoed to the seaside, where Xia was calmly munching on a corn cake, looking at the time and saying it's late. Nonsense, I don't have a watch. Wen Cheng'an shouted and took a few steps back, pretending to be scared and not admitting it. That makes sense. Xia's words, it makes sense, almost made Wen Cheng'an doubt if he heard right. Could she really speak nicely? Let's start. First warm up, then running. Xia stood up, facing Wen Cheng'an, with a cold look different from her usual sharp tongue. I'll do it once, and you do it yourself tomorrow. Start. As soon as she said start, Xia moved and Wen Cheng'an cursed and moved as well. Are you trying to kill me with this move? I'm a person, not a puppet. Are you a devil still running? If you want to hit me, just say so. Why make excuses? Wen Cheng'an warmed up and ran, enduring the punishment until she let him go. They walked to the door one after the other. Shirxia called out to Wen Cheng'an, "Come with me to land tomorrow." Shirxia left immediately after speaking, not giving Wen Cheng'an a chance to refuse. Wen Cheng'an clenched his teeth, waving his fists behind Shirxia's back, growling like a beast, but he made no sound. "Still have strength, extra practice tomorrow." Shirxia's words froze Wen Cheng'an's raised right fist and left leg. How did she see that? Does she have eyes behind her? Wen Cheng'an silently complained, but gently lowered his arm and headed home. A fist is powerful enough to speak for itself. Wen Cheng'an thought he would be in pain and have trouble sleeping, but in fact, he fell asleep almost as soon as he cuddled his pillow. On his first day back, he felt anxious, complicated, and angry, but those feelings were soon forgotten after being scolded by Shirxia. The next morning, Zhang Hohot quietly pushed open the door and saw Wen Cheng'an still there. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she gently closed the door. As long as he's here, everything else can wait. Old Wen went fishing with the village fishermen, and Zhang Hohot went to work. Half an hour later, Shirxia jumped over the courtyard wall and woke Wen Cheng'an. Wen Cheng'an opened his eyes and saw Shirxia, and he screamed in surprise. "You don't even let me rest in my dreams." Half aware, Wen Cheng'an realized it wasn't a dream. "Hurry up, the boat isn't waiting," Shirxia said and left casually, jumping back into his own yard. Wen Cheng'an cursed, but moved quickly without hesitation. They both hurried onto the ferry that comes every 2 days. Since Haisan Island is far away, they had to pay a dime. They found a seat and sat down shortly before the boat set sail. On board, someone who knew Shirxia started a conversation, but after a few responses, Shirxia stopped talking. Fortunately, the original owner wasn't very talkative either. The ants gossiping nearby didn't ask too many questions. The boat stopped at several islands along the way, rocking gently for nearly 3 hours before reaching land. The port town was busy with fishermen, and the post office, supply store, and state-run restaurant were all close to the harbor. Shirxia got off the boat, with Wen Cheng'an following behind, his eyes shining. In the city, he was familiar. First, they went to the supply store, which had tools and basic materials for repairing fishing boats, since they relied on the sea. Shirxia wandered around asking questions and learned there was a shipyard nearby. She remembered it and planned to check it out later. But first, she needed to buy daily essentials like rice, soy sauce, salt, vinegar, and so on. There was no need to browse for other things, as all the vendors were in the supply store, and prices were the same nationwide. Shirxia almost used up all the vouchers left by the original owner, but she still had some money left. After buying most of what she needed, she packed the items into her basket and bought a few burlap sacks before leaving the supply store. As for Wen Cheng'an, he had already run ahead. Shirxia had noticed this earlier, but didn't stop him. Without experiencing despair a few times, one wouldn't learn to be honest. The port wasn't big, and the town was even smaller, so finding Wen Cheng'an wasn't difficult. He hadn't gone far at all. When Shirxia found Wen Cheng'an, he was being teased by a group of 5, led by Chen Jiandong, who surrounded him and mocked him freely. "Isn't this the fake young master? Everyone says that mice's sons will dig holes, but you, a fisherman's son, smell terrible. What does it matter if you steal a life in the city? You haven't even read a book." Jiandong got into high school on his own effort. "Wen Cheng'an, aren't you proud? Come on, show me how proud you are." The person finished speaking and pushed Wen Cheng'an. Wen Cheng'an pushed away the other's hand and cursed fiercely. "Get lost. Even if I'm not the best, I'm still better than someone ungrateful and heartless." Jiandong, sensing the implication, calmly said, "Don't argue with him. The past is the past." Jiandong's words sparked anger. The remaining 4 people used to dislike Wen Cheng'an, but they always cared a little about Wen Cheng'an's family.
Now.
"Wen Cheng'an, do you still think you're the young master of the Jian family?" "Exactly, hit him." The 4 of them attacked together. Wen Cheng'an ducked and bent down, skillfully grabbing one person's waist and stomach, then swung his fists to fight back. Shirxia watched for 2 minutes. Wen Cheng'an fought without any skill, relying only on anger and resistance. She put down her basket, silently took the new towel she bought, and tied it around her face. She said nothing and just did her part. Xia rushed forward, grabbing the man, hitting Wen Cheng'an's head with one hand, then countered with an elbow strike. The man immediately curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach. Xia fought to suppress her instinct to cut his head off. Every punch targeted his stomach. In no time, the 4 arrogant men all fell to the ground. Wen Cheng'an was pulled up by Xia, and they left. Jiandong, trembling, hid deep in the alley, afraid they would beat him up. He didn't think about whether Xia was involved. That was impossible. Xia pulled Wen Cheng'an, carrying a bamboo basket with one hand, walking out of the alley confidently. After walking a distance, Wen Cheng'an broke free from Xia's grip. "Let go of me." "Ugh, don't think I'll thank you." Xia shot him a look. Wen Cheng'an instinctively shut his mouth, but his cheeky side wanted to say something. It seemed like he really liked Jiandong, since he didn't even dare to hit him. Wen Cheng'an, with his tongue on his cheek, sarcastically but sincerely said, "Let me tell you, Jiandong isn't a good person." "Nonsense." Xia pulled Wen Cheng'an into an alley, made a quiet gesture, then took out a sack from the basket. When Wen Cheng'an saw the sack, his eyes lit up. Was it what he was thinking? In just a few minutes, Wen Cheng'an saw Jiandong walking over. He actually felt nervous. Walking along, Jiandong didn't know what he was thinking. Suddenly, everything went black, and in the next moment, he was punched 3 times in the stomach and fell to the ground. "Help! Help!" At the moment Jiandong hit the ground, Xia started kicking the burlap sack without wasting a second or saying a word. Nearby, Wen Cheng'an followed suit, not wanting to fall behind. After a minute of pounding, Xia used a knife to knock Jiandong out, tore off the sack, and ran down another alley. After running, she took Wen Cheng'an back to see the scene and report it to the police. Her main point was, "I am not guilty." Jiandong, with a swollen face, mumbled incoherently, and the police only understood about 1/3 of what he said. Until Jiandong pointed at Xia and Wen Cheng'an in the crowd. Xia appeared just right. Nervous, timid, confused, and with her small frame, the police even suspected Jiandong had hit himself. Wen Cheng'an quickly started protesting loudly. "Officer, look at my weak body. He's the one who started the fight. Clearly he hit me first. My injuries are still here." Someone nearby also testified, saying they saw 4 or 5 people enter the alley with him. What happened after they went in, no one knew. As for Jiandong being beaten because it was such a short time and the other person ran away so quickly and skillfully, no one saw anything. Jiandong stared at Wen Cheng'an tightly and said, "You wait and see." Wen Cheng'an turned to Xia and asked, "What did he say?" "He's calling you dad. He's calling you dad." Wen Cheng'an. Xia nodded seriously at Wen Cheng'an, whose pupils were trembling. "You have a dog son now." "Ha ha ha." Wen Cheng'an laughed so hard, he nearly choked. Xia moved a few steps aside, annoyed, to avoid spitting saliva.
"Ah,
"Wah wah wah. I was forced." Jiandong pointed at Xia and cursed loudly. Xia moved closer to stand behind the police, calmly raising a finger. "Officer, he threatened my life. It must be because I asked him to repay his debt. He doesn't want to, and he secretly wants to kill me." Xia openly accused him, while Wen Cheng'an, laughing loudly beside her, was already stunned. So, was the correct way to open the burlap sack like this? Thinking of this, Wen Cheng'an felt a chill run down his spine. Looking at the innocent Xia, who was carefully listing Jiandong's bad behavior, even the police looked disgusted. Oh no. Did Xia really hold back when she beat him? If she also pulls this move.
Hiss.
Wen Cheng'an takes a cold breath. After Xia's complaint, Jiandong is pointed at and whispered about by the people around him. Someone even shouts, "I've seen this guy before. Yesterday, he met a girl and ended up wetting his pants. He's grown up, but can't even control a little thing. Young girl, it's better to call off the engagement. This guy is no good."
Ha ha ha.
As soon as the crowd speaks, there's a hint of teasing. Chen Jiandong's thick skin can't take it anymore. Without any proof, he pushes through the crowd and runs away. He doesn't dare to push Shixia because she is always standing behind the police officer. After running away, Shixia politely thanks the police officer and also thanks the people who helped. Everyone leaves praising the young girl for being quiet, polite, and well-mannered. They say Chen Jiandong must be blind. Wen Cheng'an, who knows the truth from the beginning, opens his mouth but can't close it. After the crowd leaves, Shixia raises an eyebrow and asks Wen Cheng'an, "Still running?" Wen Cheng'an shakes his head. Why run? He's not stupid. He can't fight, so he pretends not to notice. Shixia nods happily, pointing at the bamboo basket on the ground. Let me do it, let me do it. Wen Cheng'an obediently carries the bamboo basket and quietly follows Shixia. Shixia is pleased with Wen Cheng'an's sense of propriety. She walks in front, and Wen Cheng'an follows behind. They walk all the way to the local shipyard. The shipyard is built here because it's near the sea, and most people here are fishermen. Shixia shows her ID card, but the gatekeeper points to a small hut nearby and says, "Go ask there." Shixia thanks him and walks to the small hut beside the gate. She pushes the door open. The board staff inside immediately smile, but when they see she's a young, thin girl, their smiles fade. Nowadays, every family is poorer than the last. Besides the government, who can afford a boat? He had already said that the external window shouldn't be open anymore, but no one listened. Shixia clearly notices the staff's change in expression, but she doesn't mind. She sits in front of him and gets straight to the point. I have a wooden fishing boat, about 5 meters for long and around 3 tons. I want to modify it by adding a diesel engine. Can you do that here? If yes, what procedures are needed and how much will it cost? Young girl, go home and call your elders. My family is all gone. I'm alone.
Here's my ID.
Shixia's words make the staff stiffen. He instinctively looks at the ID, where the name next to the red line is crossed out, and the word deceased is very eye-catching. The staff sat upright, looking at Xia with a mix of embarrassment and regret.
I'm sorry.
I didn't know. It's okay. Can you tell me now?
Yes.
The staff showed his best and most serious attitude, answering Xia's questions. After listening, Xia summarized that the item could be modified, costing between 400 and 1,000 yuan depending on the extent of the changes. Thank you. I'll come back later, she said and left quickly, decisively, without any hesitation. The shipyard worker felt guilty, but he didn't believe Xia would return. Could a young girl really afford that much money? What a joke. Although they rely on the sea for food, the fish now aren't worth much. No transportation, no refrigeration, so they can't sell them easily.
Xia wasn't thinking about that now.
Since she knew the price, her next step was to make money. She had seen at the supply and marketing cooperative that fresh fish wasn't valuable, but shrimp, dried seaweed, dried sea cucumbers, and dried abalone were worth money. These items could be transported over long distances without spoiling and were good for people inland to improve their health. With a rough idea in mind, Xia left the shipyard, nodded to Wen Cheng'an who was chatting nearby, and he immediately came over. Let's go. Okay. The two headed towards the pier, passing by a small free market. It wasn't big, mostly farmers and fishermen carrying shoulder poles selling their goods. Xia looked around and bought some vegetable seeds. Before boarding the boat, she saw someone selling hens. She approached to ask the price, and Wen Cheng'an reminded her, people near the sea usually raise ducks, geese, and chickens. They're easy to drown. Can't we keep them in a pen? Wen Cheng'an hesitated. Maybe. Yes. In the end, Xia bought a hen for 2 yuan and also bought a goose. As for ducks, her aunt's family had ducklings nearby, and buying one here might upset her aunt. After buying most of what she needed, they boarded the ferry at 1 p.m. During the trip, Xia kept her eyes closed. Her face was already paler than others, making many think she was seasick. In fact, she was using her water element powers. Hey, here you go, she said, opening her eyes and looking at Wen Cheng'an. He had a piece of orange-flavored candy in his palm and looked awkward. "I'm afraid you'll spit it on me later," he said. Xia's eyes lit up. She hadn't had candy in a long time. She wanted to buy some at the supply cooperative, but unfortunately, she didn't have a ticket. She simply took the candy, tore open the wrapper, and sincerely put the candy into her mouth. She slightly tilted her head back, closed her eyes with satisfaction, and let the sweet and sour flavors spread from her tongue, slide down her throat, and happily fill her stomach. Wen Cheng'an watched Xia. Does she really like to eat candy? A girl who likes candy can't be that scary. He must have been overthinking before.
I don't get seasick.
But I really want to eat candy. As soon as Xia spoke, she shattered Wen Cheng'an's previous good impression. That was the candy he had been reluctant to eat.
And now?
It was gone? Xia tilted her head to look at Wen Cheng'an and asked with a munching sound, "Is there more?" Wen Cheng'an, annoyed, said no. Okay. Xia felt a bit disappointed. She thought the candy must have melted too quickly, not that she ate it too fast. She glanced at Wen Cheng'an, who looked pouting. "I ate a piece of candy for you. To thank you, I'll give you extra practice tonight." Wen Cheng'an froze, staring at Xia as if she were a devil. "Are you serious? I gave you candy, and you're happy to scold me?" Xia looked at Wen Cheng'an with a bright smile, who was grinding his teeth in frustration. Wen Cheng'an was stomping his foot on a small black spot on the ground, sometimes pressing down hard. He had never seen such a bad-tempered girl. No, she didn't seem like a girl at all. Xia ignored Wen Cheng'an's childish behavior, closed her eyes, and continued to use her water element powers. The ferry finally docked at the port of Hossan Island, and people started to disembark one after another. Xia carried a bamboo basket, with a chicken in her left hand and a goose in her right, and followed off the boat. Wen Cheng'an crossed his arms and walked behind Xia, keeping more than 5 meters apart. They walked into the village one after the other, and from time to time, people greeted Xia. Xia politely responded, completely different from her fierce attitude when beating up Qin Jiandong. Wen Cheng'an watched in shock. He felt like he was learning something. Xia. Wen Laoshi, who had just finished work, rolled up his pant cuffs and ran toward Xia. When he passed Wen Cheng'an, he cast a deep look. "Uncle Wen." Xia responded, and Wen Laoshi took the chicken and goose from her hands, saying, "I'll take them." After saying that, Wen Laoshi looked at Wen Cheng'an again. Wen Cheng'an immediately exploded, shouting, "Why are you looking at me? It's not my stuff." Wen Laoshi, using the most honest tone, said straightforwardly, "A man letting a girl carry things is embarrassing." Without giving Wen Cheng'an a chance to reply, Wen Laoshi started walking quickly, disappearing in a flash. Xia chuckled quietly, thinking, who said Uncle Wen was the most honest. She watched Wen Cheng'an jump and point at Uncle Wen, shouting, "Stand there. If you have the guts, don't leave. Who isn't a man now? Besides, she's not small, how is she?" Xia spoke lightly, which seemed to jog Wen Cheng'an's memory. Wen Cheng'an forced a smile and said, "I just agree," loudly. Xia raised her voice a bit and responded with an "oh," her eyes scanning the basket behind her, implying she understood. "I'll do it." Wen Cheng'an, quick to understand, took Xia's basket and walked away swiftly. Xia thought to herself, he's quite skilled at backing down. She stepped forward, took out her keys, and opened the door. "Uncle Wen, just leave it in the yard."
Got it.
Wen Cheng'an and Uncle Wen, one after the other, placed her things down silently, then left without saying a word, unfamiliar but familiar. "Thank you, Uncle Wen." Xia thanked him. Uncle Wen nodded, and Wen Cheng'an, knowing it was best not to wait for thanks, turned back without a word and went to the neighboring house. Xia closed the big wooden door, then crouched in front of the tied white goose and small hen, touching them gently. Her water elemental ability flowed from her palms into their bodies. The previously listless white goose moved comfortably, seeking more. The small hen nearby also closed her eyes happily. Rest well and lay more eggs in the future. As the saying goes, the more eggs laid, the longer the life. Bored, Xia chatted casually with the chickens and goose. After a few rounds of her ability, she loosened the ropes binding them and placed the goose and hen into an abandoned duck pen. The original owner's house had a front yard about 60 square meters, with 2.5 straw-thatched houses and a backyard of about 80 square meters. There was a shed in the front yard for firewood and an abandoned duck pen along the wall in the backyard. There were a few plots of land with some vegetables, and the toilet was also in the backyard. Xia planned to tidy up the yard a bit since she would be living there for a long time. But for now, she needed to fill her stomach. Tonight, she planned to explore the sea. She carried the purchase supplies back to her room and organized them. She bought 3 jean of flour, 3 jean of rice, some mixed grains, a box of matches, a bottle of soy sauce, and a bottle of vinegar. She also bought some 13-spice seasoning and daily necessities. She wanted to buy some meat but had no meat voucher, so she could only stare longingly. She put everything into the kitchen cabinets. The kitchen was in the middle with rooms on both sides, larger on the left, smaller on the right. The original owner lived on the left. After her father passed away, the right side was used as a storage room. Xia looked around and saw that she had finished all the seafood she bought yesterday. After thinking for a moment, she decided to make oyster pancakes. Not for any special reason, just because she was craving them. Feeling hungry, she put on a straw hat, took a small knife and a little basket, and headed to a rocky area. The seaside at night was busy, with many children digging for oysters, spicy snails, and small shellfish with their parents. Xia avoided the crowded spots and walked further away. Following her supernatural sense, she found a cluster of rocks. The rocks were uneven, with many crevices filled with oysters. Some oysters had been opened before, their shiny shells gleaming in the sunlight. Her eyes lit up. With quick hands and the help of her powers, she carefully pried open each oyster. She inserted her small knife into the cracks of unopened shells, gently lifted the shells, revealing the small, peanut-sized oyster meat inside. A little water dripped from Xia's fingertips. She rinsed the oyster meat and ate it directly. So fresh. The fresh oyster meat had a slight sweetness and umami flavor. It was naturally a bit fishy, but not unpleasant. After eating one oyster, Xia couldn't help but think of the tender oyster pancake she wanted to make. Her hands moved faster, picking oyster meat and placing it into a basket. About 40 minutes later, Xia stood up, stretched her sore back, and left the rocks. She enjoyed the sea breeze, the sunset, and the peaceful walk home. Once home, she quickly washed the oysters and set them aside. She took some flour, mixed it into a batter, and poured it over the oysters, stirring well. She added a little 13-spice seasoning, some vegetable leaves, and a pinch of salt. After mixing, she heated oil in a pan. Sizzle, the hot oil splattered visibly. Xia used a spatula to stir the oil, coating the pan evenly. When ready, she poured the oyster batter into the pan. She scraped the remaining batter from the bowl clean. She spread the batter flat with a spatula, and a fragrant aroma filled the air, drifting out of the window. Next door, Wen Cheng'an, lying on his bed, suddenly sat up. This smell was irresistible. Every family makes oyster pancakes, but not many use so much oil. Wen Cheng'an touched his empty stomach and, with a thud, lay back down. "I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry," he was trying to convince himself. Meanwhile, Xia had already taken the pancake out of the pan. She couldn't wait to try a small piece. Her tongue was burning from the heat, but as soon as she swallowed the pancake, she felt it was worth it. Delicious. Soft, fresh, and tasty. The large oyster pancake was eaten completely by Xia. After eating and drinking enough, she sat happily in the yard to rest for a while. After resting for a bit, she started giving full-body massages to the big white goose and the small hen, while also fixing their nests. It quickly got dark. Next door, Wen Cheng'an got up again around 9 o'clock, cursing softly as he quietly went out the door. No. He must find a way to escape from Xia. Getting beaten every day is not okay. At the seaside, Xia saw Wen Cheng'an come over, a deep smile on her face as she waved to him. "Wen Cheng'an, I'll give you a chance not to get beaten every day. Do you want it? Wen Cheng'an. She wants to hurt me. Xia's words didn't seem like a big opportunity to Wen Cheng'an. Instead, he shivered and looked at Xia under the moonlight with suspicion.
Stop trying that.
I won't fall for it. She's definitely planning to find new ways to beat him. Wen Cheng'an raised an eyebrow, stubborn and proud, tilting his head as if to say he wouldn't be tricked. Xia looked at Wen Cheng'an, who always stood with his hands in his pockets and couldn't stand straight, feeling a little disappointed.
All right.
I was going to let you choose what to do, but since you don't... Wait a minute. Wen Cheng'an took his hands out of his pockets and stared at Xia. Are you saying I get to choose? You're not willing? Xia asked back. Wen Cheng'an looked like he was about to explode, but, to escape the beating, he cleared his throat.
I'm a grown man.
Mainly, I don't want you to look bad. Since you said that, I won't back down either. Let's compete. Holding our breath. How about it? Xia stepped forward, and Wen Cheng'an cautiously stepped back. What are you doing? Xia, hiding in the shadows, had a smile in her eyes but looked displeased and a little regretful on her face. Holding our breath? Wen Cheng'an believed he had the key to winning and proudly said, exactly.
Dare you?
Xia was silent for a minute. Okay, but what if I win? And what if I lose? If I win, you can't beat me anymore. If I lose...
Haha.
Wen Cheng'an couldn't help but laugh. That's impossible. If I lose, I'll do whatever you want. Wen Cheng'an said confidently, then looked at Xia. The next moment, he heard her loud reply, okay. Wen Cheng'an thought, did she agree too quickly? Could it be another trap? No, he was really talented at holding his breath and had never lost before. Wen Cheng'an comforted himself, knowing that Xia was not the type to delay. Today was the third time she had prepared him, and it was in his strongest area. After she finished, he would have to behave himself. The two entered the water at night. Once Xia gave the signal, they both dove down separately. Time slowly passed. At first, Xia did not use her special powers. She relied solely on her body to adapt and strengthen her physique. When she reached her limit, she activated her powers. Once she relaxed her body, she used her abilities to sense Wen Cheng'an, who was a few meters away. Wen Cheng'an was trying hard to look in Xia's direction. They were connected by a rope between them. If either of them surfaced or the rope was untied, the other could feel it. The sea was quiet and a bit frightening at night. Wen Cheng'an could vaguely see a shadow that was still. He was surprised and a little worried. Is Xia okay? He tugged the rope 3 times, which was their agreed signal to check if the other was safe. After feeling the tug, Xia responded with 3 quick pulls. Wen Cheng'an was a bit cheeky, but had a good heart. That was his conclusion after observing her for 2 days. On the other side, Wen Cheng'an was surprised when he felt the tug. It had been at least 5 minutes since they last checked. Not many people could hold their breath that long. After 7 minutes, Wen Cheng'an confirmed Xia was safe again. She was checking the seabed for seafood while tugging the rope to reply. Every few seconds, she felt the tug at her waist. After 9 minutes, Xia suddenly felt the rope tighten and Wen Cheng'an surfaced. She had no choice but to retract her powers and float up along the rope. With a splash, Wen Cheng'an burst out of the water and immediately pulled on the rope. Xia, he called out. Xia, he shouted, though he could have held on for another minute, but he was worried she might hurt herself trying to win. Under the sea, Xia surfaced with a splash, looking toward Wen Cheng'an in the moonlight.
Stop shouting, she said.
If she kept yelling, everyone in the village would hear. Wen Cheng'an heard her voice and hesitated, worried but unable to say anything. Hey, what's 7 plus 8? Xia asked with a smile. Did he think she had lost her mind? Don't quiz me on questions you don't know, she said. As soon as she spoke, Wen Cheng'an knew she was fine.
You're so silly, he said, teasing.
After that, he pulled the rope and swam to shore. Xia untied the rope around her waist and shouted, "Get warm and run a bit. I'm going down to catch some seafood." Wen Cheng'an turned around halfway through swimming back. Are you crazy? Who goes into the sea late at night to catch seafood? Xia turned over quickly and left a comment. Someone who needs money. With a splash, Xia disappeared into the sea. Wen Cheng'an gritted his teeth and stared angrily at the rolling waves, cursing under his breath again. Really?
It.
Wen Cheng'an finally climbed ashore and casually started warming up. He changed his rhythm from counting 8 beats to counting numbers. When he reached 560, he strode into the water. At this moment, Xia came ashore. Wen Cheng'an paused, pretending nothing happened, and continued warming up. After placing the abalone from her net into her bucket, Xia looked at Wen Cheng'an, who was seriously focused. Young Master Wen, you really keep your promise. Keep going, I'll go down again. Forgot to tell you, I have a special talent too. I can hold my breath for over 10 minutes easily. After saying that, Xia smiled and walked back into the water. Wen Cheng'an kicked the sand angrily on the shore.
Who's worried about you?
10 minutes? Xia, you're setting me up again. Wen Cheng'an was so annoyed, he gritted his teeth. He could have left while Xia was away, but for face or to keep his promise, he stubbornly ran seriously along the shore alone. While running, he kept muttering, I don't believe it. I can't beat you now, but will I still not be able to beat you in the future? With this determination, Wen Cheng'an silently counted again. When he reached around 700, he looked toward the sea, until he saw Xia come up. Just one more minute. Are you a fish in your next life? I won't believe anything you say from now on. Liars. Wen Cheng'an went from cursing to speechlessness, exhausted from running. Meanwhile, Xia was timing underwater. She couldn't stay too long. Her special talent was impressive, but too much would be frightening. She found a reef with dense large abalones and sea urchins. She used a fork to pull down the sea urchins, and for the abalones, she waited for the right moment to twist and loosen them because their suction was too strong. Along the way, she also found a flying crab hiding in the sand. Xia went up and down several times, always returning with something. After an hour and a half, she finally surfaced, changed into dry clothes behind the reef, and waved to Wen Cheng'an, who was gasping for breath. Come on, I'll teach you how to fight. Wen Cheng'an struggled to breathe, took a few deep breaths, and said, Forget it, I just want to beat me. Xia honestly said, the first rule of fighting is learning how to take a hit. After speaking, Xia's ears twitched, and in the next moment, she pulled at Wen Cheng'an and covered his mouth, hiding behind a rock. Someone's here. Xia heard someone and no longer struggled. Instead, she let go of Xia's hand and spat disdainfully twice. Wen Cheng'an. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps mixed with the voices of a man and a woman came closer, and the two quickly quieted down. Third brother Chen, Jingxi's sister. The woman's voice was playful and flirtatious, while the man's was a bit eager. Next, there were breathless sounds of hugging and nibbling. Xia curled her lips. It looked like she had encountered a pair of wild lovebirds. She glanced at Wen Cheng'an and saw that his face was slightly red. Xia thought to herself, they seem quite innocent. Wen Cheng'an sensed Xia looking at him, and he glanced at her. In the blurry moment, he saw Xia leaning her head forward, listening intently, as if she wasn't close enough. That competitive streak made Wen Cheng'an instantly stop blushing. He, a grown man, was actually competing with a young girl? The two crouched quietly. Outside, the wild lovebirds, aside from nibbling, didn't seem to do anything further. Jingxi's sister, just give me to you. Isn't that something you'll do sooner or later? When will you tell your family you're going to marry me? Jingxi's words made the rustling of clothes pause. Jingxi's sister, I will definitely marry you. I truly like you. The man called third brother Chen was coaxing her, but Jingxi's sister refused to agree. Third brother Chen looked a bit anxious and asked if Jingxi didn't like him. Jingxi, seeming more experienced, started to coax him. I'm a widow, coming out with you late at night. Isn't that enough to show I like you? I just want to marry you properly. How could you think I don't like you? After saying this, Jingxi started to cry softly, and third brother Chen began to comfort her again. They fussed for a while. Finally, Third brother Chen calmed Jingzi down, and after nibbling again, the two left. Xia and Wen Cheng'an also came out from behind the rock. Out late at night, and not doing anything practical, wasting feelings. Xia said regretfully, and Wen Cheng'an responded silently, with a snort. One doesn't want to marry, and the other wants to find a man to support her. Both are just deceiving each other. They really make a good match. Xia looked at Wen Cheng'an with some surprise.
Oh.
Young Master Wen, you're quite observant. Wen Cheng'an tilted his head back, trying to put his hands in his pockets. However, his pants were a bit wet, so he couldn't. He could only pretend nothing was wrong and pressed his hands against his sides.
Who do you think I am?
You can't see through such small tricks. After saying that, Wen Cheng'an turned around, his eyes suddenly turning cold. The stepmother of the Chen family is the best at acting. Xia's gaze swept over Wen Cheng'an's stubborn hands, a smile flickered, and she decided to give him a sweet treat. Young Master Wen is really impressive. Wen Cheng'an's lips involuntarily curled up, but he stubbornly said, "It's just SSO." Xia didn't expose Wen Cheng'an's hidden satisfaction and praised again. "Such a talented young master, you're also good at swimming, right?" "Of course." Wen Cheng'an was about to speak when he suddenly became alert and turned around, staring at Xia, asking, "Are you trying to make me go swimming in the sea? Please, just leave me alone. He's really too tired to swim anymore." "Why would I be so cruel?" Xia denied with a shake of her head, pointing in a direction in the dark night. "I want you to swim tomorrow. There's a small island there, and the training will be held there." Wen Cheng'an felt his chest tighten. There's no such thing as a free sweet treat in this world. Turns out, she was waiting for him. His rebellious side flared up again.
Who do you think I am?
This little distance is nothing to me. You should worry about yourself. Xia didn't care about Wen Cheng'an's stubbornness. "All right, that's all for today. We'll start work at dawn." Wen Cheng'an was happy for a moment, thinking they were done for today, but the next second he hesitated and said, "Work? What work?" Xia took a step forward, under the pale moonlight, her damp hair looking just like a story's water ghost. Wen Cheng'an was startled and clenched his teeth, not moving. "Young Master Wen, if you lose the bet, you have to accept it. And, as long as you don't eat a single grain from the Wen family, you won't need 2 elders to support you, a grown man. Do whatever you want, work or not." Every word Xia said blocked Wen Cheng'an's prideful escape route. "I'm not someone who eats and drinks for nothing. If I say I'll work, then I will." Wen Cheng'an waved his arms and walked out, strutting with a righteous attitude. Xia smiled slightly, humming a tune, and picked up the water bucket and net on the ground, heading home. At dawn, Wen Cheng'an, feeling sore all over, got up. As soon as he stood, he caught the tempting aroma. Without asking or looking, he knew Xia was messing around in the kitchen again. He realized that Xia had a deep love for food. Wen Cheng'an got up early and was about to cook when Zhang Ho-hot, who was preparing breakfast, was surprised. "So early? Did you wake up because you needed to?" Those 2 sentences left Wen Cheng'an at a loss for how to respond. Should he say he got up early to go to work today? He couldn't say anything. Wen Cheng'an awkwardly hummed and then left the house, heading toward the bathroom. Aunt Zhang nodded, saying nothing more. After a while, Wen Cheng'an returned and sat heavily on the kitchen bench, not going back to rest. Aunt Zhang and Old Wen exchanged several glances. He must be hungry. Wen Cheng'an felt uncomfortable under their gaze and stubbornly said, "I went out for a walk today." "Oh, a walk is good. When you walk, Mom will find you a small shovel, and you can dig sand at the beach." Wen Cheng'an helplessly looked up. Is he a little kid? Still digging sand? Dig what sand? He's already so old. Old Wen pulled Aunt Zhang aside, thinking to himself that at least there was someone sensible at home. If he's going to play, it's better to play with water. Wen Cheng'an silently looked dull. "No wonder you two are a couple." Aunt Zhang nodded repeatedly. Her husband was right. She hurriedly brought out the food, sweet potato and grain rice, with cold seaweed strips. Wen Cheng'an said nothing and lowered his head to eat. After the family of 3 finished eating quietly, Wen Cheng'an followed Old Wen and Aunt Zhang out. As they walked, they arrived at the work site. Suddenly, Aunt Zhang turned around. Cheng'an, this is the work site. You came to the wrong place. When Cheng'an stiffened. I just want to come here. Is that okay? Okay, of course. Aunt Zhang dared not say no. She felt guilty toward Wen Cheng'an and had already made plans to raise him for a lifetime. Aunt Zhang and old Wen went to get tools. While handing out tools, Xia looked at Wen Cheng'an. Young Master Wen is here. How about a pickaxe for you? It saves effort after all. Wen Cheng'an already felt uncomfortable and was provoked by Xia. He quickly grabbed the pickaxe, looking proud. Only fools need tools. He wasn't foolish. Xia's eyes flashed with a smile as he pointed to the channel to the north. Using a pickaxe, you dig ditches. 12 work points a day. 12 centimeters meant this was the hardest job. Wen Cheng'an was once again tricked by Xia, and a rebellious thought escaped his teeth. Love as many as you want. He hugged the pickaxe and left. Old Wen kept staring at him, saying, So, you just want to play with dirt. Wen Cheng'an, walking ahead, suddenly staggered. His gaze flickered wildly, but he calmly carried the pickaxe on his shoulder. As soon as he hoisted it, he felt shoulder pain but endured it, pretending to be calm and walking on. Wen Cheng'an's work attracted many people's attention, but everyone worked while chatting a little, and it soon passed. An hour later, Xia, sitting in the shade of a tree, was called over by an aunt from the village. Xia, how about I introduce you to a marriage prospect? Xia, how about I introduce you to someone? Aunt Wang from the west side of the village looked at Xia with a big smile. Her dark skin made her white teeth stand out, with some leftover food from breakfast on her lips. Xia sat on a stone, looked up, and showed a bright smile on her fair face. Calmly, she said 3 words. I'm unlucky in love. You don't have to feel embarrassed. Wait, what did you say? Aunt Wang looked surprised at Xia. The matchmaker said no one usually says that about themselves. Chen Jiandong doesn't count. You two are engaged, but you're not officially married. Don't think too much. I told you, the family I'm introducing you to is very good. Look, you're only child, so you should find a family with many brothers. Pointing in a direction, Aunt Wang said, What about Chen San's family? He has 7 brothers. If you marry into that family, no one will dare to bully you. Xia looked in the direction she was pointing. Coincidentally, isn't that the male duck from yesterday's wild duck pair? At this moment, Chen San was also looking at Xia. He showed his big white teeth, straightened his back, and worked diligently, looking strong, reliable, and honest. Next to Chen San was Wen Cheng'an, slim and fair. He struggled to lift a pickaxe, and after a hard effort, he finally managed to pull it out. The stark contrast was used by Aunt Wang as a lesson. Look at Chen San. His build shows he's good at working. Only a man like that can support a family. Don't be like the Wen family guy, who can't even move a pickaxe. What will happen in the future? Don't you think so? Hearing Aunt Wang's words, Xia's eyes were on Wen Cheng'an. He probably just needs to learn to use more strength. She should remind him during training tonight. Xia? Aunt Wang called her, and Xia turned to look. Who asked you to be a matchmaker? Aunt Wang looked puzzled and chuckled. Chen San came to me himself. But don't worry, his family has no objections. After hearing this, Xia sneered silently. Aunt Wang, I don't agree with this marriage. Please help me decline it.
Why?
This marriage is so good. Xia waved at Aunt Wang, who leaned in closer. Xia then said, He has someone he likes. Aunt Wang's eyebrows furrowed into a curve, and she looked at Xia with suspicion. Xia nodded without hiding anything and said, Really, I saw with my own eyes. The 2 of them hugged and ate together. If I agree, your good matchmaker reputation will be ruined. Aunt Wang heard this and began to believe Xia a little, because Xia, a young unmarried girl, blushed as she spoke. This grandson wants to harm me. Aunt Wang cursed as she walked away angrily. Since she was concerned about Gu Xia, she didn't rush to find Chen San and decided to wait until after work. Xia saw this and smiled slightly. She knew from her memory that Aunt Wang was a sincere matchmaker, so she didn't want to make things difficult for her. As for Chun-san, there's nothing that a few punches can't solve. At the same time, Chun-san kept an eye on Shirxia's side. When he saw Aunt Wang leave angrily, he felt a bad premonition. He kept staring at Shirxia with a serious, malicious look. Wen Cheng'an might not be good at working, but he was very sharp in other ways. He was the first to notice Chun-san's unusual behavior. Why was Chun-san staring at Shirxia? Just then, Chun-san was talking to someone nearby, and Wen Cheng'an recognized the familiar voice immediately. Isn't that the scoundrel from yesterday who tried to take advantage, but didn't want to take responsibility? Wen Cheng'an kept working slowly, ignoring others' disapproving looks, and listened carefully to Chun-san's conversation with a person beside him. The men digging the ditch were all men, and when men talked, they didn't hold back. Wen Cheng'an listened all morning, and finally it was time for lunch. He dragged his pickaxe to change tools, his arms too tired to lift anymore. Wen Cheng'an was the last to return his tools. Hey, that Chun-san seems to have some interest in you. Shirxia finished her registration and looked at Wen Cheng'an, who was reminding her, and asked, How do you know that? That's easy, Wen Cheng'an said proudly, making a muddy, big-faced expression. Right now, you're quite popular. Chun-san's family has 7 brothers, and they're so poor they can't afford to marry each brother, let alone buy a house. If Chun-san marries you, he'll gain a lot. Shirxia responded casually, giving Wen Cheng'an a mental note that he was good at gathering information. He really was a promising person. She looked at Wen Cheng'an and said, Got it. Wen Cheng'an knew Shirxia listened, so he quietly asked, If I beat someone up tonight, can I count on you? Shirxia looked up at Wen Cheng'an, first surprised by his sharpness, then with a hint of disdain. She asked, What's your role in this? Wen Cheng'an got a bit defensive. Who was he looking down on? Although annoyed, he still tried to find a reason and said, I can be a witness. Shirxia thought for a few seconds and agreed. Wen Cheng'an felt a bit excited after hearing this. Shirxia finally locked up her tools and prepared to leave. But as she turned around, she saw Chun-san approaching. Chun-san had been waiting for a while, but Wen Cheng'an hadn't left, so he didn't dare to come closer. Now that Shirxia was about to leave, he thought he might not get another chance. Shirxia. Chun-san walked over, looking at her with confusion, and asked, Why did you refuse me? I will treat you well. In the future, my family will be yours, and you'll never be alone again. Shirxia looked at him with disdain and said, Talking about being a good wife like that, you're pretty thick-skinned. Of course. Being shameless is a natural talent. Wen Cheng'an stepped in without looking at Chun-san. Shirxia, let me translate. He married you, took your house, your person, and will serve his family. If you fight in the future, his family will support him. You have nothing, so he can control you, and you can't resist. I guess that's about it, Shirxia replied. As soon as Wen Cheng'an finished speaking, Chun-san clenched his fist and swung at him. Are you crazy? Shirxia had been watching and quickly pulled Wen Cheng'an aside.
Get out of the way.
Shirxia's eyes showed frustration. He was useless but had a sharp tongue. Unlike her, who might be sharp-tongued but could fight. Shirxia kicked out without hesitation. With a loud bang, Chun-san was knocked back and hit a pit in the soft ground. Shirxia and Wen Cheng'an exchanged a glance. Wen Cheng'an nodded silently and looked around, saying, No one. Shirxia nodded in satisfaction. The next moment, she shot forward like an arrow, grabbing Chun-san's collar and heading toward the ditch they had dug. Wen Cheng'an followed, pointing at the west and shouting, There's sewage water over there. Good place. Shirxia turned decisively, deciding Chun-san's fate. 10 minutes later, Shirxia stood by the pit, looking at Chun-san and asking, Do you still want to marry me? Chun-san, submerged in half a meter of sewage water, shook his head repeatedly and dared not speak. He didn't want to marry Shirxia anymore. Now he just wanted to stay far away from her. While watching the surroundings, Wen Cheng'an suddenly shouted loudly, Shirxia, hurry and save him. Hearing this, Xia quickly kicked aside the prepared rope and shouted loudly, "Chen-san, don't be afraid. We're here to save you." 5 minutes later, Xia and Wen Cheng'an were praised by the village chief for acting bravely to save Chen-san. "Chen-san, you two are really something." At the scene of the incident involving the three people, two insisted they were acting bravely. Chen-san felt very wronged but couldn't explain himself. The problem was no one believed him, and he saw Xia tugging at his pant leg. It seemed like she was warning him, "Stop talking nonsense or I'll give you a few kicks." Chen-san could only endure the stench and thank the two. Xia pinched her nose and backed away, saying, "We should be thanked. If it weren't for us, you might have drunk a lot of sewage." Wen Cheng'an nodded repeatedly, saying, "That's right. We were just trying to help. Please don't give us any money. We can't accept it." "Exactly." Xia continued thoughtfully, "Just a few duck eggs as a token. We're not after your stuff. Yes, we all live in the same village. A few duck eggs are not too much," Wen Cheng'an confirmed again. The two spoke in harmony, and Chen-san was almost furious. Not only was he beaten, but they also got praised, and now he had to give them duck eggs? Why should he? I guess I should give something. These kids are really kind. Just a few duck eggs. Yes, they saved a life, after all. Some villagers who had followed nearby commented, and even village chief Chow agreed that Xia and Wen Cheng'an were right. Originally, Wen Cheng'an had been working poorly today and wanted to say a few words, but now it seemed that being able to come was better than that guy Qin Jiandong, who was always pretending to be tough. Wen Cheng'an was from the city and needed some time to adapt. "All right, it's settled then. Chen-san, go home and bring 10 duck eggs to Xia and the others." Chen-san. The village chief made the decision, and Chen-san was anxious and frustrated, feeling like he was choking on his own blood, unable to speak. Xia gave Wen Cheng'an a look, and Wen Cheng'an immediately said, "I'll go back with Chen-san to get them so you don't have to make multiple trips." So he wouldn't lose the eggs. Seeing this, Xia gave Wen Cheng'an an approving look. Not bad, this guy has potential in trickery. Finally, Wen Cheng'an followed behind Chen-san by a few meters. On the way, everyone they met asked questions. Normally, Wen Cheng'an, who didn't like talking to villagers, started chatting from the village entrance to the end. In no time, everyone in the village knew that Xia and Wen Cheng'an had saved Chen-san from falling into a dung pit. Chen-san couldn't argue back and could only accept the 10 duck eggs from his mother's angry glare and give them to Wen Cheng'an. Wen Cheng'an took the eggs and left, heading first to Xia's house. When he reached the yard gate, Xia skillfully used scissors to cut open the sea urchin spines, took out the sea urchin inside, and placed it in a small basin nearby. "Your duck eggs are back." Wen Cheng'an raised an eyebrow, asking silently, "Where should I put them?" Xia pointed to a small basket beside him. Wen Cheng'an frowned. The basket was already prepared. It seemed the duck eggs were no longer for him. All 10 duck eggs were placed in the basket by Wen Cheng'an. Xia glanced and said, "Take 5. Just as Wen Cheng'an was about to leave, he smoothly turned around and without hesitation took 5 duck eggs, saying playfully, "I guess I've had enough. Eat 2, Auntie. Eat 2, Uncle 1. You can keep 1. Xia finished, without looking up. Seeing that Wen Cheng'an didn't move, she looked up. "So, little Lord Wen wants to eat them all? Who wants to? I'm tired of eggs, chicken, and duck, so I don't care." Xia watched Wen Cheng'an stubbornly deny it. With his small frame, he's probably tired of eating them all year. She continued teasing, "Tired of eating. So you're too shy to give them away? What's there to be shy about?" Wen Cheng'an turned his head, snorted, and walked out, heading straight to the next door. Xia happily put down the sea urchin and openly eavesdropped by the wall. Next door, Wen Cheng'an just entered the yard and saw Zhang Hohat happily smiling and Old Wen pretending to smile. Before he could figure out what was happening, Zhang Hohat and Old Wen clapped enthusiastically. "Cheng'an, you're amazing. You managed to save someone. Not only that, you did a good job today. I've never seen anyone throw a pickaxe so well. And the pits you dug are rounder than others." Zhang Hohat kept praising, while Old Wen forced a fake smile. Wen Cheng'an only felt his face flush with embarrassment. Honestly, there was no need to praise him so much. But beneath this deep awkwardness, a small spark of pride was ignited in Wen Cheng'an's heart. Is this what it feels like to be praised? No one had ever praised him before. Zhang Hohot kept talking, not noticing Wen Cheng'an's expression. Shixia said that city parents often praise their children for small things, making them better over time. Auntie Zhang forgot another thing Shixia said. They're just little babies. From across the wall, Shixia listened with a smile, imagining how good when little Lord looked with his stubborn, bragging face. Let's eat.
I'm hungry.
Wen Cheng'an hurriedly interrupted Zhang Hohot's praise, and old Wen nodded repeatedly behind him. If they kept praising, his ears might just shut down from overload. Wen Cheng'an entered the house hurriedly and somewhat nervously, putting down the 5 duck eggs he was carrying. Without looking at Zhang Hohot, he said, "The duck eggs are ready to eat." Zhang Hohot heard this as soon as she entered and excitedly grabbed Wen Laoshi's hand, giving him a sharp look. Our son is really something. Wen Laoshi was momentarily confused and asked worriedly, "What's wrong with your eyes? Did you just get a cramp?" Zhang Hohot clapped her hands and glared at Wen Laoshi, saying, "You're the one who had a cramp." Wen Laoshi thought about pretending to have a cramp to run away. Zhang Hohot turned around, picked up the duck eggs, and was so happy she decided to cook all 5 for lunch. Wen Cheng'an only took 2 bites and refused to eat any more of the remaining duck eggs. Little Lord Wen was proud and firm. If he ate one, he ate one. During the family meal, Shixia was also having lunch next door. She enjoyed steamed sea urchin with chicken eggs, stir-fried abalone slices, and white rice. Definitely a high-quality meal. Shixia wasn't planning to compromise on her food. After lunch, Shixia took vegetable seeds to the backyard. First, she loosened the soil in the empty space, then dug furrows, sowed the seeds, and finally watered them. Her water elemental ability helped her finish the job quickly. After tidying up the vegetable patch, she gave the rotten vegetable leaves to the chicks and fed some small fish to the geese. In a few days, once the geese recognize their home, they can go out to catch small fish and shrimp. In the afternoon, she continued working, and Wen Cheng'an went again. This time, everyone's look at him changed from dislike to even more dislike. The Chen family, where Chen-san was from, stared at him and Shixia with wide eyes. Clearly, Chen-san had told the truth at home. Wen Cheng'an and Shixia both saw it, but neither cared. Shixia was powerful and confident. Whoever came at her would be defeated. As for Wen Cheng'an, many people hated him. Who did he think he was? After finishing work, everyone left to go fishing, mend nets, and do other chores. They had endless tasks. Shixia went to buy ducklings from Aunt Zhang, but Aunt Zhang refused to take any money. She wasn't too polite about it, since the original owner didn't like raising ducks. Aunt Zhang often brought her salted duck eggs. Shixia brought home 4 ducklings and put them in a pen. Soon, night fell, and it was time for Wen Cheng'an's evening training. As Shixia expected, Wen Cheng'an, who had been disciplined several times, became much more obedient. Shixia warmed up with Wen Cheng'an, who was rarely scolding or complaining. After a while, they headed into the sea, swimming toward the small island. Wen Cheng'an, trying to catch up with Shixia, failed again and, panting, walked back to the shore. He asked Shixia, "Are you even human? How can it be so fast?" Shixia raised an eyebrow. "Compliment me without beating around the bush." Wen Cheng'an. Shixia, dressed in black, came ashore, wringing out the water from her clothes. Wen Cheng'an, annoyed, spat out seawater and also reached the shore, several meters away from Shixia, turning his back. Both of them had wrapped their clothes in oil paper and hid behind rocks to change. After changing, Shixia didn't waste time and started warming up with Wen Cheng'an. Once warmed up, Shixia stopped Wen Cheng'an, who was about to go for a run. "From today, you need to find time every day for your running task. At night, just to improve your skills." Wen Cheng'an, understanding, licked his lips nervously. "Isn't this just prolonging the time of getting beaten? Come on, little Lord Wen." Shixia beckoned with her hand, but Wen Cheng'an didn't move. How, want me to praise you again? I can't find the right words. I didn't expect you to admire me so much. It seems you have no complaints about me at all? Xia's words made Wen Cheng'an laugh. I'm satisfied with you. What a joke. Wen Cheng'an raised his fist and charged forward. This punch carried a lot of meaning. Xia smiled slightly, remaining still. She reached out with one hand, grabbed Wen Cheng'an's wrist, used her strength to pull, and knocked him to the ground behind her. With a thud, sand splattered into Wen Cheng'an's mouth. Xia calmly glanced and said, Again, you little waste. Calling him a little waste made Wen Cheng'an jump up, headbutting Xia, with both hands ready to grab her waist. This was his usual defensive stance from past beatings, protecting himself while also being able to hurt the other person. Xia stepped back with her left leg, turned sideways, and drew a half circle with her foot. Wen Cheng'an, who was already unsteady, was pushed off balance by Xia's kick and fell headfirst into the sand. Does it taste good? Xia asked with a bright smile, adding a mental. If she didn't provoke him, he'd just rush forward like a big fool, which would be too embarrassing for her. Papa, Wen Cheng'an spat out sand and got up again. Next, Xia explained each move after she made it. Sarcasm is essential too. You're even worse than a baby who just drinks milk. That leg is rented. I'm too stingy to use it.
Such a waste that you're a man.
Xia played steadily, and Wen Cheng'an, less swearing, tried to remember each of Xia's instructions. He wasn't stupid. He could remember every point Xia made and use it flexibly. His only weakness was that his physique wasn't very strong. After 2 hours, Xia stopped Wen Cheng'an's punishment training and made him start doing push-ups. Your biggest problem is lack of strength. A grown man acting like a little chick. Wen Cheng'an's arms trembled as he supported himself, teeth clenched, unable to speak for a moment. Does he want to be a little chick? But with his stomach empty and the recent famine, if he wasn't good at diving, he probably would have starved to death long ago. Xia didn't ask specifically, but just by looking at Wen Cheng'an's build, she knew he was not doing well in the Chen family. Another hour later, Xia told Wen Cheng'an to stop. Get up and walk slowly. We still need to swim back later. Wen Cheng'an, exhausted, struggled to stand up. When he heard the words swim back, he gave up immediately. Just let me drown faster. Xia didn't explain, only told Wen Cheng'an to walk ahead and breathe evenly. After about 10 minutes, the two were ready again. Wen Cheng'an, with a doubtful attitude, entered the water.
Hey.
If I sink, just untie the rope. Before he could finish, Xia interrupted his pessimism. If you want to sink, sink yourself. If you sink under my watch, who do you think you are? I'm not some weak chicken like you. Xia retorted. Wen Cheng'an was speechless, turning good intentions into sharp insults. Only you could do that. After speaking, Xia used her special power, causing it to swirl around her and Wen Cheng'an. They swam back together. Swimming at night is dangerous and hard to control direction. But for Xia, it was no problem. She tugged on the rope at her waist, pulling Wen Cheng'an along as they returned. Unknowingly, Wen Cheng'an felt no effort at all and reached the shore. When he got ashore, his proud nature couldn't be suppressed. Little master is impressive. Xia immediately counterattacked. Indeed impressive. But after 2 hours of being beaten and just being led back by someone, what's so great about it? Wen Cheng'an couldn't help but feel proud. Xia casually untied the rope at her waist and said, starting tomorrow, you need to run 5,000 meters every day, do 200 push-ups, and 200 sit-ups. Wen Cheng'an opened his mouth, wanting to say many things, but in the end, he couldn't say a word.
What?
Can't finish it? Xia challenged with a teasing tone. Rebellious Wen Cheng'an, after being suppressed by Xia all night, just wanted to win once. He wanted to prove he's a real man. Are you joking? I was thinking, who do you look down on with just 200? I'll do 300 instead. I'll surpass you sooner or later. Hearing this, Xia immediately praised him.
Good.
You have spirit. I believe in you, keep going. After saying this, Xia left first, while Wen Cheng'an stood behind, quietly recalling what just happened. You idiot, you dare say anything. 300? He really lost his mind. Being a man doesn't matter at all. Wen Cheng'an regretted deeply, thinking about whether to slack off. But for some reason, he always felt that if he slacked off, Xia would definitely find out. What's the big deal? I'll just work until I'm exhausted. With a stomach full of regret and resentment, Wen Cheng'an went home. When he got back, he suddenly realized that his whole body's soreness seemed to have eased a lot. He thought about it carefully but couldn't figure out why, so he could only attribute it to his extraordinary talent. Next door, Xia spent the whole night using her special powers instead of sleeping. The next morning, she started cooking. A new day begins with delicious food. She steamed sweet potatoes, kneaded the dough, and made 3-in-1 noodles. The filling was clam meat, small bok choy, a little vermicelli, and it was perfect. Xia didn't like to bother with complicated eating. She carefully removed each clam, seasoned the filling, wrapped the dumplings, all by herself. She was in a good mood, full of anticipation. After steaming the buns, she blew on them to cool, then picked one up eagerly and took a big bite. Phew! So hot. So tasty. She slowly blew on it, and in just a few bites, she finished a bun. She stood by the pot and ate 3 buns just like that. After breakfast, there was still time before work. Since most islanders went fishing around 4 or 5 o'clock, they didn't start work too early. Xia didn't go fishing. She planned to marinate the she caught the day before. She didn't use many seasonings, just crushed sour wild berries from the mountain, some soy sauce, chili, and a little white wine. She covered the container and placed it in a cool place to let this soak up the flavor. By tomorrow at this time, they would be ready to eat, maybe with some rice.
Perfect.
While Xia was marinating Wen Cheng'an got up early next door. Under Old Wen's puzzled gaze, he started jogging. Old Wen, you haven't even eaten breakfast and you're already tired? He really couldn't understand why he was running when he still had so much work to do. But Aunt Zhang didn't allow him to say that. Not only did she forbid him from mentioning it, she also strongly supported him, pulling him along and shouting, Cheng'an, keep going. Cheng'an, you're running so well. Cheng'an, you're the best. Wen Cheng'an lowered his head, blushing and feeling shy. He quickened his pace and hurriedly moved away from the house. At this moment, he even started to miss Aunt Zhang's quiet, less enthusiastic encouragement. To avoid Aunt Zhang's enthusiastic cheers, Wen Cheng'an changed his running route and took a slightly different path. In a hidden corner of the island, he was blocked. The Chen family had 5 brothers arrive. Chen Sen glared fiercely at Wen Cheng'an and said, You're just one person. Let's see what you do. Wen Cheng'an snorted dismissively, full of disdain. You're so foolish. Your little master. Of course I ran away. Wen Cheng'an quickly ran off. Chen San roared behind him, Wen Cheng'an, are you still a man? Wen Cheng'an shook off his shoulders and ran, completely ignoring Chen San's taunts. With his skill level, he couldn't compare to Xia's sharp tongue. Stop him. Second brother, go over there. Chen San shouted loudly, and the 5 brothers surrounded Wen Cheng'an. Wen Cheng'an dodged nimbly, but the space was tight. The others were many, all strong and experienced from working at sea. His strength was no match.
Huh?
Where do you think you're running to now? Didn't we enjoy watching the show yesterday? I'll make you laugh. I'll make you laugh. Chen San's fists pounded on Wen Cheng'an's arms. Wen Cheng'an protected his head with his arms, as Xia had taught him. He crouched down to observe the terrain. Xia said, The first rule of fighting, if you can't win, run. After being beaten a dozen times, Wen Cheng'an suddenly gathered his strength, pushed past Chen Lao Air on the far left. He sped up and, with a splash, jumped into the sea.
Wow.
Hope no one gets hurt. The Chen brothers gathered around, waiting until they saw Wen Cheng'an emerge from under the water. Wen Cheng'an floated face up, gave a thumbs down to the people above, then waved his arms and swam away. The Chen brothers cursed under their breath. Chen San pulled a few brothers away. While pulling them, he thought, Wen Cheng'an is a man, but he can't expect Xia to always be here to support him, right? Thinking of this, Chun San clenched his fists and snorted coldly. What could they do? There were 5 of them, and they weren't afraid of one Shirxia. Chun San instantly felt refreshed and confident, then went back to work. Meanwhile, Wen Cheng'an, with excellent swimming skills, reached the shore, lay down to catch his breath, then got up and completed the 5 kilometers with gritted teeth. If I can't finish running, I'll be laughed at to death. I must finish running. Wen Cheng'an had a fierce spirit deep inside. He stubbornly ran the 5 kilometers before heading home. At the Wen family's door, Old Wen had just finished pulling in the fishing net. Seeing Wen Cheng'an soaked and wet, he frowned. How did you run like that? Has diverted its course. When the door opened, Shirxia just happened to hear it. She leaned casually on the door with a mischievous smile. Wen Cheng'an hadn't had time to respond, and Aunt Zhang also came out. Cheng'an is back. You're so sweaty. It's just sweat. I told you, sweating helps detoxify. Look, your face is so pale. Fair and clear, so pretty. Shirxia watched Aunt Zhang eagerly praise, smiling even more openly. She happily joined in and said, just like my big white goose, so white. Aunt Zhang nodded happily, secretly poking Wen Laoshi and asking, is it really white? Wen Laoshi immediately forced a professional-looking smile and said, yes, very white. Aunt Zhang chuckled affectionately and said, of course. Cheng'an looks the best. Cheng'an, you're so handsome. When you get home, Mom will cook something delicious for you. After saying that, the old couple went to work. Wen Cheng'an's temples throbbed wildly, and he thought to himself, he's not a kid anymore. What does he care about family? At the door, Shirxia looked at Wen Cheng'an, who was swaying and clearly annoyed. Did you get beaten? By the Chen family? The 5 words made Wen Cheng'an lift his head quickly, hesitating for half a second between pretending to be a man and complaining. Yes. The 5 of them attacked me. I finally jumped into the sea to save myself. I tell you, they're not just hitting me. They're showing contempt for you. It's like slapping your face. Shirxia listened, raised an eyebrow, and asked, are you done complaining? Wen Cheng'an nodded. Then let's go. I'll help you get back at them. Shirxia put her hands in her pockets, turned casually and said, let's go. Wen Cheng'an hurried to catch up, a smile appearing for a second before he suppressed it. Shirxia took Wen Cheng'an to the place where they worked. Wen Cheng'an was sent to call the Chen brothers. After hearing this, Chen San agreed immediately. They had plenty of people, so what were they afraid of? This time, all 7 Chen brothers found excuses to go. At a corner, Shirxia watched the 7 Chen brothers approaching and said to Wen Cheng'an, there's a way to fight as a group. As she finished, Shirxia rushed out. While fighting, she was also teaching. When you're weak, your moves need to be quick, fierce, and accurate. Target their weak spots. Throat, ribs, knee pits, and lower parts. Wen Cheng'an gasped in shock, slightly turning his body, feeling cold beneath. Woo-woo. Just as he was about to shout, Shirxia slapped the 4th Chen brother shut. The 7 Chen brothers looked at the fierce Shirxia, ready to overpower her with brute force. Just as they prepared to each grab a leg or hold her, Shirxia's attack was already underway. One punch sends someone flying, and one kick knocks another down. Clang, 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 Shirxia is teaching, and after a few fall, she pulls them back up. The Chen brothers keep begging for mercy. They don't want to fight anymore, but Shirxia won't let them. Say you'll fight, then fight. Say you won't, then don't. Where do I put my face?
Get up.
Keep going. The Chen brothers sadly become training tools. Next to them, Wen Cheng'an blinks. It seems Shirxia enjoys hitting a lot. Half an hour later, Shirxia stands among them. Do you want to keep fighting? After she speaks, she kicks a nearby stone. Crash, the stone breaks apart. Ugh, we said we wouldn't fight anymore. Why kick the stone? We're already scared. Exactly. From now on, we'll definitely avoid Wen Cheng'an. Yes, we'll go around him when we see him. The grown Chen brothers are crying and whining after being beaten. Wen Cheng'an watches, feeling excited. This is the first time someone stood up for him. Is this what protection feels like? A appears in Wen Cheng'an's closed-off heart. Who told you not to fight Wen Cheng'an? Xia's words make everyone stunned. What does she mean? After saying this, Xia gives the Chen brothers a small smile, scaring them so much their hearts tremble. Listen up, starting today, you must find ways to fight Wen Cheng'an, traps, group fights, one-on-one, whatever. Just make sure it happens every day. The Chen brothers all turn to look at Wen Cheng'an. Wen Cheng'an clenches his teeth, closes his eyes, feeling like a hand is cementing his heart. What the heck is this?
Seal it tight.
Don't look at him. I'm in charge. Xia had already planned to train Wen Cheng'an, and nothing beats real combat for training. As for the Chen brothers, they're just offering themselves. No need to waste the opportunity. The Chen brothers nod repeatedly, understanding. Xia is very satisfied, slightly lifts Wen Cheng'an's chin. Let's go. Wen Cheng'an smirks at the Chen brothers, acting tough, and follows Xia. Just as they reach the training ground, Aunt Wang, the matchmaker, calls out to Xia again. Xia's mind shifts and she whispers, Wen Cheng'an, how about being my shield and shield buddy? Wen Cheng'an immediately understands. He's never thought about marriage, so being a shield isn't impossible, but he wants to take this chance to make a deal. I want to rest. Xia straightforwardly says 1 day off every 10 days. 5 days off every 6, 7 days. Xia firmly states no, that's not acceptable.
Deal.
After the deal was made, Aunt Wang the matchmaker came over. Xia. Aunt Wang immediately took Xia's hand, looking guilty. I was wrong last time. I didn't ask carefully. I couldn't sleep thinking about it. I asked around and finally found someone I trust and who's really good. Xia pulled her hand back politely and declined. Aunt Wang, I don't really want to get married. Foolish girl. You're almost 19. No girl this age should stay single. Are you still thinking about Chen Jiandong? I heard from a matchmaker in town that he's found someone else. That guy isn't worth it. Laowen is honest and good. He supports him in school and doesn't make him do any hard work. That boy just leaves when he wants. He's no good. Aunt Wang scolded Chen Jiandong from all sides and finally pounded her chest, promising, don't worry, I won't take your matchmaker's fee. I just feel last time was bad, almost causing trouble for you. This time, I'll find someone good for you. I promise you'll marry into a good family. Xia understood. Aunt Wang's determination to find a match was as strong as her desire to eat delicious food. And given the times, not marrying was truly unusual. Since she couldn't refuse, it was her turn to find an excuse. Xia glanced at Wen Cheng'an, who silently gestured with his finger, showing the number 7, reminding her. She nodded and looked a bit shy. Aunt Wang, actually. I think Wen Cheng'an is pretty good. We want to get to know each other more. Aunt Wang blinked in surprise, looked at Xia, then at Wen Cheng'an in the distance. This thin, pale face with little muscle. What's so good about him? But Wen Cheng'an, watching Xia, was thinking, she's acting really well. Wen Cheng'an's eyes on Xia were misunderstood by Aunt Wang. She thought he was worried she'd set him up with a matchmaker, but he was actually interested in her. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? This whole thing. Wen Cheng'an too. Aunt Wang wanted to say something nice, but she couldn't bring herself to finish her sentence. It felt so unkind. Actually, the Wen family is pretty good too. You know them well, and you've been neighbors for so many years. Marrying into their family would be a good choice. Xia almost laughed. There was nothing to praise Wen Cheng'an for. Yeah, I think so too, Xia said shyly, lowering her head. Seeing this, Aunt Wang finally gave up on matchmaking. After a few kind words, she left. Xia also went back to work. If something spreads quickly, it must be gossip. In less than an hour, the news about Xia and Wen Jia's biological son dating spread everywhere. At noon, after work, Aunt Zhang, who usually praised Wen Cheng'an, didn't say anything this time and instead gave a few stern looks. Old Wen looked serious and showed a strict fatherly expression and tone for the first time. Go home and talk. Those 3 words were full of suppressed anger. To Old Wen and Aunt Zhang, it was clear that Wen Cheng'an had lied to Xia. The 4 of them returned home, and Xia was called to the neighbor's yard. In the yard, 3 people sat, and Wen Cheng'an wanted to sit down but was startled by Old Wen's loud voice. "Stand up." After Old Wen spoke, Aunt Zhang spoke up. "Xia, Cheng'an looks so thin and weak. He can't fish, can't gather seaweed, can't do chores, and can't even lift a pickaxe. How will he support you in the future? Don't be fooled by his good looks. He can't manage daily life." Aunt Zhang was straightforward, and Wen Cheng'an, standing nearby, muttered in dissatisfaction. "You didn't say that yesterday." Aunt Zhang looked up at Wen Cheng'an and whispered, "Xia, listen, he doesn't even know I was comforting him yesterday. His mind isn't very sharp." Wen Cheng'an was speechless. Who didn't know? "I'm not deaf. Can you hear me or not?" "I know," Aunt Zhang replied honestly, confidently glancing at Wen Cheng'an. "Just stand back a little." "Wen Cheng'an, marriage is a big thing for a woman for her whole life. Mom and Dad will support you no matter what. You're our son, but we can't lie to Xia." Aunt Zhang's words made Wen Cheng'an shut up. Old Wen also spoke. "Xia, marriage isn't a game. You two just met a few days ago." After Xia and the others finished speaking, she finally said, "I know Wen Cheng'an isn't good at anything." Wen Cheng'an wondered, is the purpose of this meeting to poke fun at him? But he has Aunt Zhang as his real mother and Uncle Wen as his real father. That's enough for me to give it a try. Xia's words made Aunt Zhang and Old Wen blush simultaneously. "Oh, I'm not that good." "You're just being honest." Aunt Zhang wanted to laugh but couldn't, looking at Xia with a helpless smile, speechless for a moment. Old Wen also felt a bit touched and wanted to say something but was stopped by Xia. "Uncle Wen, Aunt Zhang, you don't need to persuade me. We're just dating. If it doesn't work out, I won't continue." Aunt Zhang and Old Wen exchanged glances. Yes, they could just not continue. They suddenly understood and stopped trying to persuade her. Anyway, they would watch over him. "All right, let's eat." "Come here and eat, Xia." Xia didn't refuse, but insisted on taking 4 large flying. 3 people went to light the fire, 1 to gather firewood, and 1 to handle the. In the blink of an eye, only Wen Cheng'an was left in the yard. "You're just going to scold me all around, huh?" Wen Cheng'an complained with a smile, feeling no discomfort inside, but instead feeling more connected. At noon, the 4 sat in a circle, each holding a crab about the size of a palm, eating them first. The flying are most tender around the Mid-Autumn festival. Although it's a bit early now, the Xia caught from the sea are already very fat. Xia carefully split open the crab shell with reverence for the food, dividing the crab into 2. Inside the shell is crab roe and a little juice. Xia uses the shell as a bowl and drinks the juice steamed out of the crab. Delicious. The fishy smell is minimal, with a sweet seafood flavor. After drinking, Xia uses chopsticks to scoop the crab roe stuck to the shell, gathering a small heap before popping it into her mouth. Once the top shell is cleaned, she moves on to the bottom. She tears off the crab's gills, then hard through the slit in the middle, filling her mouth with the rich, delicious crab roe. The texture is smooth, and the flavor is intense. Xia enjoys this, revealing a faint dimpled smile. Across from her, Wen Cheng'an looked up and glanced at her. Does she like it that much? Lost in her eating, Xia was tearing the crab in her hands, splitting the meat into 2, and starting to eat the snowy white crab meat. The crab meat is delicate, tender, sweet, and slightly bland, maybe with a bit of soy sauce or horseradish if they had it. But they didn't, so they just ate it plain. After finishing 1 crab completely, Xia still felt a bit unsatisfied and was about to wash her hands before eating. "Hey, here for you." "I don't like it." Xia looked down, and Wen Cheng'an pushed over the already cracked crab meat with a look of disgust, while he happily ate pickled vegetables and bean paste. "You don't like it?" "Yeah." Wen Cheng'an nodded, and Xia shrugged, took the crab, and started eating. She wasn't full yet. Wen Cheng'an, looking down, had a faint smile in his eyes. In the next second, he felt Old Wen under the table kicking his foot. Wen Cheng'an looked over. "Ho hot, here, have some crab meat." Old Wen put the cleaned crab meat into Aunt Zhang's bowl and gave Wen Cheng'an a look, as if saying, "This is the right way to do it." "Wen Cheng'an, are you sure you two aren't just showing off your love?" Wen Cheng'an was forced to watch. Shirxia looked up and saw Aunt Zhang leaving some crab meat behind, then sharing the rest with Old Wen and reminding him, "You work a lot. Eat more. I'm counting on you to support us two women." Shirxia secretly admired her words. They sounded nice, probably very appealing to men. Sure enough, Old Wen smiled with his eyes, showing happiness. Shirxia understood this well and smiled softly, knowing from past experience that Old Wen and Aunt Zhang had a good relationship. However, Wen Cheng'an, standing nearby, didn't seem to notice, or maybe had never seen such a couple before. "Uncle Wen, are you going out to sea tomorrow?"
Yes.
Shirxia put down her crab and asked, "Can I go with you?" Old Wen looked up, and Aunt Zhang also looked at Shirxia. "Shirxia, going out to sea is tiring, and us women aren't strong enough to pull the nets." Aunt Zhang advised, and Old Wen nodded. Shirxia smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm pretty strong, and I'm good in water. I plan to fix our fishing boat, so I can go fishing too. We can't just sit around and do nothing." Old Wen glared at Wen Cheng'an first when he heard this. Wen Cheng'an choked on his food, wanting to complain but couldn't. "Hey, why are you glaring at me?" Old Wen withdrew his gaze and straightforwardly said, "All right, you and Cheng'an come with me. I'll teach you both. But if you get tired, don't overdo it. The sea isn't a place to show off. Even if you're good at swimming, it's not enough in the sea, understand?" Old Wen kept reminding patiently, and Shirxia happily agreed. "I understand, Uncle Wen." Wen Cheng'an finally swallowed his food and asked, "What should I do?" "That's obvious. You're already dating Shirxia, so you'll have to support the family in the future." After saying this, Old Wen saw Aunt Zhang nodding in agreement. "Cheng'an, you're smart. You'll learn quickly. In a few days, you'll be better than your dad." When Cheng'an rolled his eyes, silently. "Just now you scolded me a lot. Do you think I believe that? And besides, I'm not really dating Shirxia." Shirxia carried her bowl and gently kicked Wen Cheng'an under the table. Wen Cheng'an immediately said, all right, I get it." The plan to go out to sea was settled. After dinner, Shirxia wanted to wash the dishes but was stopped by Aunt Zhang. She didn't insist and just told her she was going next door. Passing by Wen Cheng'an, Shirxia whispered, 300, "Young Master Wen, don't forget." "I didn't forget." Shirxia nodded at Wen Cheng'an, who was stubborn, and said, "Keep it up." She turned back to the next door, carrying a bamboo basket, and went out again to pick some pebbles by the sea. The island is surrounded by the sea. During summer, Shirxia goes to places with many rocks to gather them. After filling a big basket, she easily carries it back home. Once home, Shirxia uses a stick to draw some lines on the ground, planning where to make a small path and where to build a pavilion. After finishing the drawings, Shirxia cleans the ground and begins to lay the paving. While she works, she hears someone counting next door. She climbs up a ladder and leans on the wall, just in time to see Wen Cheng'an doing push-ups. 98. Wen Cheng'an's arms are trembling from the effort. Old Wen and Aunt Zhang are watching from the door. Although they don't understand, they support him very much. "Keep going, Cheng'an. You're so impressive. You can count to 100. Wen Cheng'an, exhausted, rolls his eyes and grits his teeth, forcing himself to reach 100. With a loud splash, he collapses on the ground. Already 100. "Young Master Wen, you're so great, just 200 less than 300. Shirxia reminds him, and Wen Cheng'an, biting his lip, stubbornly gets up again. He turns his head to look at Shirxia and manages to squeeze out a voice, 101. Shirxia gives a thumbs up, smiling as brightly as the sunshine. "Keep going, young Master Wen." After watching the fun, Shirxia jumps down from the wall and continues, laying the path. A small cobblestone path winds from the gate to the house, adding a touch of elegance to the yard. Shirxia claps her hands, feeling very satisfied. After washing her hands, she takes the half-processed abalone. She has already removed the shells and now only needs to clean the mucus with coarse salt. Later, she will steam it in a pot and then dry it in the sun. She gets started right away. While working, she releases the chickens, ducks, and geese that she has been nurturing with her powers for a few days from the duck pen. 1 goose, 1 chicken, and 4 ducklings quietly gather around Shirxia. Good boys. It looks like you can find food on your own now. Isn't that right, Big White? Xia pets the white goose with the red crown. Using her powers, she makes it honk. You're so clever. Xia praises, and the white goose its wings in response. A colorful hen comes over and nuzzles Xia's hand. Do you want to go out too? Okay, be good and lay eggs. I have plenty. Xia pats the little hen's head, and it happily settles down. In the yard, everything is peaceful and happy. Next door, Wen Cheng'an's eyes are spinning, and he only has one thought. 300? He must have been out of his mind at that moment. The lunch break quickly ends. Xia marks the big goose with a triangular symbol painted with boat paint and releases it into the yard. Little flower chickens stayed in the yard. As for the 4 little ducks, they followed the big white goose out. After arranging the animals, Xia put on a straw hat, applied sunscreen, and prepared to go to work. She walked to the neighbors, planning to greet Wen Cheng'an, but saw him lying motionless on the ground. Aunt Zhang and Old Wen probably left earlier. She went straight in, scooped a ladle of water from the water tank with a splash. Xia. Wen Cheng'an was suddenly splashed. Xia put down the ladle and said confidently, "You don't look like you can't get up. Little Lord Wen, are you trying to slack off?" "How could I?" Wen Cheng'an stopped. He moved his arms and legs, wondering what was happening. He felt stronger than before, not just a little. Xia turned around casually and waved her hand, saying, "Let's get to work, little Lord Wen." She used her special powers on him. Wen Cheng'an was puzzled but could only think that he got energized whenever he saw Xia. After all, it's rare to find someone so sharp-tongued and annoying. The two went to work together, confirming their relationship. Xia relaxed while working, and Wen Cheng'an steadily performed, earning 4 centimeters as a man. After work, Xia innocently reminded him that he hadn't eaten, yet he finished 300 tasks. At 9 o'clock at night, Xia took Wen Cheng'an to continue training. After training, she used her powers to help Wen Cheng'an straighten his body by guiding him back home. Unaware, Wen Cheng'an went home and fell asleep immediately, feeling completely fine the next day. Am I born to suffer? Wen Cheng'an was confused. Anyway, he got up early to run and unexpectedly met the Chen brothers, who were known for fighting. When Chen-san said sorry when the day of being beaten up began, Xia watched from afar, taking notes for her evening lessons. After seeing Wen Cheng'an get beaten, she went to find Old Wen. Today was the day the village's only large fishing boat set sail, and the villagers' fishing team was preparing to leave. When Xia arrived at the seaside, there were many people. She was the only woman walking toward the sea, making her very noticeable. "Xia, what are you doing? Women don't go to sea," someone shouted to stop her. She turned around to see the man glaring at her with furrowed brows. It was Li Daniu, the deputy captain of the island's fishing team. True to his name, he was tall, strong, dark, and had a stubborn, bull-like temper. Since there is only one motorized fishing boat on the island, and, because it operates collectively, skilled fishermen form a fishing team that goes out based on the weather. The catch is sold to the supply and marketing cooperative as a group. This is also a source of income on the island. Li Daniu, we're just in shallow waters. What's the problem? Old Wen steps forward, blocking Xia. Li Daniu, with deep, rough breaths through his large nostrils, says unhappily, "No, women can't go on the boat." Li Daniu is very stubborn, so Xia steps out from behind Old Wen. Sea Goddess is also a woman. You go explain that to her first, then talk to me. Xia's words leave Li Daniu speechless. Well, since ancient times, it's never been said that women can't go on boats, says Captain Chao Ping of the fishing team. Xia, it's not that women aren't allowed to go out to sea. It's just that the work is too tiring and needs strength. Chao Ping looks at Xia with a gaze that seems to say, "You're too weak." Xia raises an eyebrow and smiles confidently, saying without hesitation, "I can hold my breath for 13 minutes.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
I can only hold my breath for 6 minutes. That's the best I can do." Li Dania shouts loudly, and Chao Ping also looks at Shirxia with disbelief, saying, Shirxia, there's no need to lie about this. She's not lying. Wen Cheng'an arrives, limping along, followed by the two brothers from the Chen family. Wen Cheng'an stands beside Shirxia, and the proud young master when is back in action. 6 minutes of pride. I can dive for 9.5 minutes, and I still can't beat me. What are you so proud of? Say that again, kid. Li Dania points at Wen Cheng'an, about to approach, but the Chen brothers rush ahead and stop Li Dania. Dinyo, don't be impulsive. We're all from the island. No need to ruin the harmony. Most importantly, if you upset that troublemaker, even you, Dinyo, will turn into minced beef. Li Dania is held back and shouts at Shirxia and Wen Cheng'an, who can't brag. If you two can hold your breath longer than me, I'll grow oysters all over my head. Try it now if you're so capable. Do you dare? Wen Cheng'an tries to step forward but is scared back by Shirxia's glare. Wen Cheng'an. Who is he doing this for? Shirxia glances briefly at Wen Cheng'an, then directly at Li Dania. The teacher said women can hold up half the sky, and the sea goddess didn't say otherwise. Why are you nagging? And this is our own boat. Our sea. Why should I need your approval? I waste my time proving things to you. When you have a big face, you really have face. Let's go. With a quick turn, Shirxia grabbed the fishing boat with one hand and said to Wen Cheng'an, you go first. Although Shirxia and Wen Cheng'an didn't get along, they worked well together when facing enemies. He nodded, easily jumped over, and landed in the boat, followed by Wen Laoshi. Once both were on board, Shirxia ignored the shouting behind her and pushed the boat with one hand. When the buoyancy was enough, she supported herself on the boat's edge and easily leapt out of the water, splashing and shining brightly in the sea. She was now sitting comfortably, and the small boat headed out to sea. On the shore, a group of women watched Shirxia's back, feeling a mix of emotions they couldn't quite explain. Some complained, some looked down on her, and others envied her. So women can be so carefree. Chao Ping, from the fishing team, watched Shirxia's series of actions and was very surprised. Is pushing the boat so easy? Could it be that they usually push fake boats? What does she mean? She's going to make me mad. I'll wait for her to come back. Li Dania was still shouting, but Chen's brothers pulled him back. Cousin, don't shout anymore. She'll beat you like it's nothing. Exactly. Calm down. Li Dania looked at Chen's brothers and shook off their hands, saying, nonsense. The two brothers exchanged glances. No one would believe the truth. After the little scene on the shore, the fishing fleet set out again. Thanks to the motorized equipment, they also saw Wen Laoshi near the shallow sea. There was only Wen Laoshi on the boat. Shirxia and Wen Cheng'an weren't there. The fishing team didn't stop, but Chao Ping kept glancing back curiously, not seeing Shirxia and Wen Cheng'an come out of the water. Could they really hold their breath that long? The small fishing boat gradually moved away, and Wen Laoshi on the little boat started to feel anxious. He didn't know if what Shirxia and Wen Cheng'an said was true or not. He could only keep his eyes on the sea surface, anxiously waiting for them. Meanwhile, underwater, Shirxia and Wen Cheng'an reached the bottom. Shirxia pointed to a dark brown, palm-sized, chubby sea cucumber with soft spines. Wen Cheng'an nodded to show he understood. Shirxia handed Wen Cheng'an a clip, and they opened the net to start collecting sea cucumbers. Wen Cheng'an thought to himself, luck is really on our side. We just came down and found sea creatures. No, wait, Shirxia chose the spot. Honestly, this girl is really lucky. People by the sea still believe in luck and similar ideas. Shirxia and Wen Cheng'an got more and more addicted to collecting sea cucumbers. Drying them out could make money. Right now, their activity was almost like making money, and anyone doing it would get hooked. While picking sea cucumbers, Shirxia was also keeping track of time. At 9 minutes, she used her special power to make Wen Cheng'an feel a little easier and to improve his breath-holding ability. Around 10 minutes, Shirxia swam toward the excited Wen Cheng'an, pulling him along and pointing upward. Only then did Wen Cheng'an realize that a long time had passed. They quickly kicked water and moved upward. At the same time, Lao Wen was kneeling inside the boat, kowtowing in all directions. Sea Goddess, please protect these two children and keep them safe. If it costs my life, take it. I shouldn't have let them go down there. Please protect them, keep them safe.
Splash.
Shixia and Wen Cheng'an both surfaced from the sea at the same time, startling Lao Wen. After seeing who they were, Lao Wen burst into tears of joy. You two really can hold your breath. Lao Wen immediately thought that from now on, the children wouldn't go hungry. Shixia knew Lao Wen was worried, and Wen Cheng'an also realized it, but he didn't know how to get along with Lao Wen. Uncle Wen, this is a matter of life and death. We're not joking. Hurry and help me pull up the net. We found a lot of sea cucumbers. Shixia held onto the boat's edge with one hand and lifted the net with the other. Sea cucumbers? Lao Wen thought it was just a few, but when he saw the full basket, he understood what a piece meant. Next, Shixia and Wen Cheng'an rested briefly before diving again. After most of the sea cucumbers were collected, the three moved to another spot, dove in again, and fished. After 2 rounds, Lao Wen was numb. It must be because he was so sincere in praying to the sea goddess that they had such a big haul. Shixia looked at the pile of sea cucumbers filling half a boat and waved her small hand. Let's go home. Shixia and the others rowed the boat back home. On the small fishing boat, Shixia sat at the front, Lao Wen in the middle rowing and steering, and Wen Cheng'an sat at the back. The sky was clear and bright. A few seagulls circled in the air, and the sea looked like a giant blue gemstone shining with sparkling waves under the sunlight. The sea breeze carried a salty, moist smell, making Shixia's already wet hair stick even more to her scalp. She brushed her wet hair and squeezed it hard while sitting at the edge of the boat, then turned to look at Lao Wen, who was rowing and steering. Uncle Wen, I'll help you. No need. You've already gone into the sea. You must be tired. Lao Wen finished speaking and looked at Wen Cheng'an sitting at the back of the boat. Cheng'an, just help me. Old Wen ignored Wen Cheng'an's surprised expression and asked, You're a grown man and you still don't have much strength? Wen Cheng'an replied, That's true. But he didn't dare say more because no one would believe him. Finally, Wen Cheng'an honestly got up and helped Old Wen with the work. I tell you, going to sea has many tricks. It's not just about having a boat. Check the weather before every trip. With the wind, headwind, or side wind, the angle of the mainsail is different. Old Wen spoke loudly, sharing his experience, worried that Wen Cheng'an might not hear clearly. Meanwhile, Wen Cheng'an felt a bit awkward and stubbornly listened. Shixia chuckled secretly. The father and son are a little shy but cute. Their fishing boat hadn't gone far, so they quickly returned to the shore. Shixia easily jumped ashore, anchored the boat, then pulled the rope to the beach and tied it securely. After tying the boat, Shixia went to carry the bag of sea cucumbers. Too heavy, let Wen Cheng'an, Old Wen started to say, but watched as Shixia easily lifted a 100-pound bag, flipped it over, and the wet bag landed on her shoulder. Next to them, Wen Cheng'an, who was expected to do well, was struggling to carry another bag of sea cucumbers, leaning back, twisting, with his eyebrows furrowed from effort. But the bag barely moved 3 millimeters. Old Wen thought, this world has finally gone crazy. In the end, Old Wen couldn't stand it anymore and pushed Wen Cheng'an aside.
Just
play with dirt. After saying that, Old Wen moved the sea cucumber bag forcefully, preparing to drag it off the boat. Uncle Wen, let me do it. Shixia came again, pulling with one hand, and the bag suddenly slid off the boat with a swoosh. In the next second, Shixia carried the bag with one hand and walked away. Seeing this, Wen Cheng'an grinned and said to Old Wen, Next time you play with dirt, want me to take you? Old Wen glanced at Wen Cheng'an and showed his usual honest smile. Anyway, she's your future wife. It's not me getting scolded. Wen Cheng'an. All three got off the boat. Old Wen didn't ask why Shixia was so strong but said, Shixia, there's no ferry today. When the fishing team returns, you can borrow the boat to go ashore and sell the sea cucumbers. They can't be left out in the sun. They'll melt. Shixia turned back and said, We won't sell them. We'll dry them ourselves. Old One reacted for a few seconds, then patted his thigh. Drying is good. Fresh ones aren't worth much. Keeping them is cheap, and they don't fetch a good price. Xia nodded. Sea cucumbers are valuable today, but they don't store well. They turn to water when heated and must be processed and preserved properly. Today, most people sell dried sea cucumbers that are soaked and ready to eat. Now, her goal is to dry them in the sun for easier storage and sale. The only inconvenience is the collective processing. Usually, when they go fishing or catch small fish, islanders don't mind. But when there's a large catch, especially valuable fish, anyone would feel envious. Considering the situation over the next 10 years, it's important to manage the backup resources well to live a good life. Xia doesn't have big ambitions. She just wants to enjoy life peacefully. Thinking about this, Xia carries a bag, while Wen Laoshi and Wen Cheng'an carry another, and the three return to Xia's small yard. Gaga, gaga. The big white goose hears the door opening and comes over, stretching its neck to watch Wen Laoshi and Wen Cheng'an go inside. Nearby, a mother hen also watches closely. Oh, little master, are you surrounded? Wen Cheng'an looks curiously at the hen and goose, smiling and saying, I've heard of geese guarding the home, but this is the first time I see a hen doing it too. Xia pushes Wen Cheng'an aside. Be careful. My little flower is smart. She might take revenge someday.
Hee hee.
Wen Cheng'an fake laughs, not really believing it. Xia pushes Wen Cheng'an aside and places the bag down sideways. Her clothes outside are smelly and wet, and she's wearing another set inside to avoid standing out when she goes to the sea. That's another reason women don't go out to sea often. Dressing is inconvenient. Uncle Wen, you handle things first. I'll go find the village chief. Find the village chief? When Laoshi leans over and whispers, are we supposed to hand over the goods?
Exactly.
Xia nods calmly and smiles. There are too many things. We can't eat everything ourselves. Someone will complain sooner or later. It's better to just take it out in the beginning. Of course, Xia wouldn't work for nothing. When Laoshi listens and nods. Yeah, if you want good stuff in the future, hide it secretly and bring it back at night. It's not good to carry it openly like this. All right, I'll go first. Xia turns around, pats the big white goose's head, and the goose gently rubs against her hand, making soft, gentle sounds. They're working in the yard. You can stay here and keep watch. Gaga, the big white goose nods. Wen Cheng'an watches in amazement. After Xia leaves through the gate, he awkwardly approaches. So smart, come here, let me. Hey, hey, hey. Why do you have two faces? Gaga, gaga. The goose loudly honks and chases after Wen Cheng'an. When Laoshi opens the sea cucumber bag, moves to a shady spot, and mutters, serves you right. White, let him work. Your master is counting on these to make money. The white goose stopped, and Wen Cheng'an was surprised. Can it really understand human speech? How is it trained? Could it be the same as training him? In the next moment, Wen Cheng'an looked at the white goose with a connected gaze. The white goose stared at Wen Cheng'an, silently took a few steps back, as if wanting to stay away from him. Wen Cheng'an wondered, is it being disliked by the goose? The white goose held its neck straight and stood nearby, watching the Wen family two-handle scissors and work. Wen Cheng'an just forced a smile. Where can I argue? Is the white goose supervising? While the two continued working, Xia went to find the village chief, Uncle Chow. Uncle Chow, Xia called out to Uncle Chow. Seeing Xia soaked in seawater, Uncle Chow frowned and said, change your clothes and come back. It's uncomfortable. It's okay. I caught some sea cucumbers and want to talk to you about it. A few sea cucumbers. Just eat them yourself.
Unso cao waiver dismissin.
Xia moved closer and said, Uncle Chow, there are about 400 or 500 jin. How is that possible? Uncle Chow tilted his head, and Xia nodded. After confirming, Uncle Chow also thought about drying them. Are you going to hand them in? Xia smiled and said, of course. I am part of our island, and Uncle Chow definitely can't treat me unfairly. Uncle Chow, that's what you say. I only half believe it. Xia finished speaking with a smile. Uncle Chow signaled to her with his eyes, and they walked to the side. Normally, submitting things can earn double full work points, and when dividing the items, you can choose first or get a little more. Uncle Chow finished and looked at Shirxia. Shirxia politely smiled. She didn't like beating around the bush and directly stated her request. Uncle Chow, I'm good at swimming and lucky. You might not believe it now, but as long as I go to sea next, you'll see. So, my request is to join the fishing team first. I'll do the work for Zhang Auntie, keeping track of my work points. I can hand in the sea products each time, but I want 20% of the profit. This doesn't include the full work points, and I also want to pick more first, as you said.
Unso cao Frau Wen.
It's not because Shirxia's words are unreasonable or hard to manage, but because he doesn't know how much profit Shirxia can bring. Shirxia, Uncle Chow, I'm not asking you to decide now. These sea cucumbers are my first proof. Let's find a few quick-handed Annies to process the sea cucumbers first. When Uncle Chow heard this, he nodded immediately.
You're right.
Uncle Chow immediately called over a few quick-footed women and told them to follow Shirxia. Go handle the sea cucumbers. You will still get your usual work points today. Shirxia looked at the women and said, Everyone, let's hurry up. If the sea cucumbers dry properly, they will sell well, and everyone can get a bigger share at the end of the year. If they dry out and spoil, it will be a waste. Yes, yes. Hurry up.
Quick.
Those things can't be exposed to too much sun. A few people hurried back with Shirxia, some even brought tools from home on the way. When the 7 people arrived at Shirxia's small yard, they saw the large pile of sea cucumbers, and their eyes lit up. Hurry up. Work quickly. Everyone immediately joined in processing the sea cucumbers. They cut them open with scissors, washed them thoroughly, scrubbed with seawater, and finally rubbed them with coarse salt to remove the sticky mucus. Once the mucus was cleaned off, they steamed the sea cucumbers until cooked. After steaming, they hung them out to dry. The sun by the sea was strong, so it took about 1 or 2 days to dry completely. Including Shirxia, there were 10 people working intensely. During this time, Uncle Chow, the village head, also came over. Seeing the large pile of sea cucumbers, he had some thoughts. Luck is really mysterious. If Shirxia could truly always bring back a full load, she might agree to the conditions she mentioned. Currently, the sea resources are still fairly abundant, but due to backward technology and difficult transportation, many fish can't be sold at good prices. The fishing team on the island, after a year, only manages to give each household a couple of extra yuan at the end of the year. But these few yuan have made Haishan Island one of the wealthiest nearby islands. After a few hours, all 400 or 500 jin of sea cucumbers were processed. Shirxia thanked the women and let everyone have some water. We're done drinking. The village head has already counted our work points. That's right. We're going home. Our husbands are waiting for dinner.
Exactly.
If we don't go back, we'll all be starving with our necks stretched out. The women left, and Shirxia saw them off. Uncle Wen and Wen Cheng'an also went back. Today, besides the sea cucumbers, they caught a dozen large scallops to steam and eat to satisfy their hunger. Shirxia wouldn't let herself go hungry. She kept 4 sea cucumbers, cleaned and steamed them, along with 6 scallops about her face and size. Gaga, a white goose waddled into the house, kicking one foot onto a piece of firewood, which then slipped into the stove. Oh, my white goose can even help me burn the fire? Not bad, keep it up. Shirxia casually threw vegetable roots to the goose to eat. The goose stretched its neck and caught them steadily. After catching the roots, it tilted its head as if seeking praise. Shirxia shook her head and chuckled. She touched the big white goose's head with her somewhat dirty hand, and her supernatural ability flowed along her palm. The white goose showed a satisfied, happy expression, rubbed its neck against Shirxia's leg, then left. Shirxia continued cooking. She boiled a pot of sweet potato porridge on a small stove, then made spinach scrambled eggs. The eggs were laid today by little flour. She cracked the eggs, heard a sizzling sound as they dropped into the pot, then chopped them with a spatula. Cluck, cluck, clack. Little Flour Chicken also came into the kitchen, laid an egg right in front of Shirxia, proving its usefulness. Shirxia squatted down and picked up the warm egg. Wow, you can lay 2 eggs a day. Not bad. Shirxia patted Little Flower's head again. The chicken closed its eyes comfortably. After Little Flower Chicken left, Shirxia also ate. She had a pot of porridge, a bowl of seafood, and some vegetables. She changed out of her wet clothes, casually tied her loose hair with a cloth band, and set up a small table in the yard to eat. Steaming seafood is the best way to keep its natural sweet aroma. Some ate it directly, some dipped it in soy sauce or chili oil. Big scallops, after a few blows to cool, she ate one after another. They were plump but not greasy, very satisfying. The steamed sea cucumber was chewy but not tough. Sea cucumbers have little flavor on their own. They take on the taste of what they are cooked with. Shirxia felt very satisfied after the meal, though it would be better with a bit more oil. While thinking about how to add some oil, Shirxia's sharpers picked up some noise outside. She stood up, with the white goose and Little Flower Chicken following on either side, and they all went to the door. Just then, Aunt Zhang from next door also came out. "Auntie, what's wrong?" Aunt Zhang looked worried, gazing toward the sea. "The fishing team hasn't come back yet." Shirxia also looked toward the sea. The fishing team never went far. They would definitely return before dark. Even the fishermen's equipment was not good enough to go far. Last time, Shirxia's father didn't come back all night. When she found out, there was nothing left but the fishing boat. Half a month later, someone found her father's body at sea. Shirxia withdrew her gaze. "Auntie, go call Wen Cheng'an. Tell him I want him to come with me to check. I'll go change my clothes." Shirxia turned and entered the yard. The white goose flapped its wings and quickly closed the door. Aunt Zhang looked surprised but went to call Wen Cheng'an first. When Wen Cheng'an heard Shirxia calling, he didn't want to get up but had to, fearing she would scold him tonight. When Shirxia came out, Wen Cheng'an was already outside. "Let's go." Shirxia didn't say a word and followed him. He casually said, "Are you that eager to help? Did you just realize? I even taught you." Wen Cheng'an was speechless. "Do you really have to mock me?" Shirxia pouted and said, "Mostly because you have something to be mocked about." Wen Cheng'an rolled his eyes. Was it still his fault? After teasing Wen Cheng'an, Shirxia continued, "The nest is broken, and no egg is safe. Living your own life well is important, but it doesn't mean ignoring others completely." Her goal was to turn the entire island into a perfect hidden fortress. It was no fun arguing and fighting every day in the village. So, the main base had to be secure. As she spoke, Shirxia walked steadily toward the seaside. Uncle Chow was choosing people to go out to sea, always looking for volunteers. Shirxia stepped forward. "Uncle Chow, count me in. Wen Cheng'an is coming too. Please keep reading and voting." Shirxia volunteered herself. Wen Cheng'an was indifferent and currently his opinion didn't matter. But people around them had opinions. "Shirxia, saving people isn't a game. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and look for them. Or it will be dark soon." The islanders didn't say anything harsh, just urged the chosen people to set out anxiously. "I'm good at swimming and can tell directions in the sea. I won't show off at this moment. My dad is the one who was found by everyone. I'm not joking around." Shirxia spoke sincerely, looking at the decision-maker, Uncle Chow. Uncle Chow took a deep breath and asked Shirxia seriously, "Shirxia, I asked you one last time. Are you really sure?" "Yes, I am." "Good. Then let's go." Uncle Chow made a decision. After calming the arguing people, he quickly selected a few to set out. "Come on, everyone, push the boat." At this time, the tide hadn't fully risen, and the boat was slightly grounded. Shirxia led the way and shouted loudly, "I'll do it." She pushed the boat with both hands, activating her powers. The seawater helped, and the boat moved. "I'll go too." "The boat is moving." "Wow, so impressive." Shirxia's move shocked everyone. She casually turned back and called for those who wanted to join to get on the boat. As people boarded, Shirxia pulled the rope with one hand and used force to pull herself up. As long as she manages to bring him back this time, she will have a say in the village. So if you have strength, you should show it. The sailboat set sail, and the skilled islanders steered the boat. Xia stood at the bow, holding the old telescope given by Uncle Chow. The sunset by the sea was beautiful, but unfortunately, no one felt like enjoying it. The fishing crew were the strong workers of their families. If something happened, they might really struggle to handle it. Xia, did you see anything? The old helmsman asked. Xia shook her head. When the others saw this, worry crept into their hearts. The weather is so good today, why haven't they come back? Could they have encountered a small tornado? Underwater currents? Stop talking, think positively. The old helmsman's words made everyone stop talking and look around, searching. Xia stood on one leg at the bow, using the telescope to look far ahead, her powers extending. As time passed, everyone grew more anxious. It was already dark. The old helmsman checked the time and, caught in a struggle between hope and fear, said, "Let's search for 10 more minutes." 10 minutes. What can we do in 10 minutes? Oh, may the sea goddess protect us. We must stay safe. Please help us find them. Everyone prayed and begged for safety. Wen Cheng'an sat among them, feeling little about their worries, but he didn't oppose them either.
Head that way.
Suddenly, Xia spoke. Under the light of the torch, the old helmsman turned the boat toward the direction Xia pointed.
Can you see anyone?
Are there people? Are they okay? The people on the boat stood up anxiously. Xia tried her best to see clearly. There are shadows, and the boat isn't moving. Seeing shadows is good. Maybe the boat is broken. As long as they're safe, that's what matters. Thank you, sea goddess. Everyone's hearts eased a little. Under the firelight, Wen Cheng'an also showed a faint smile. After about 10 minutes, the people on the sailboat could see the fishing boat with their eyes. Both sides shouted and tried to communicate. When the fishermen saw the firelight, they were overjoyed. Captain Chao Ping finally relaxed and said casually, "I knew someone would come to find us on the island." The two boats quickly met and started calling out, "Our boat is broken. We wanted to sail back, but the motor oar was tangled in seaweed and couldn't move, and we couldn't see well. Someone go down and fix it. It's too dark in the water, and there are too many tangles. It's slow." Chao Ping explained, and everyone understood why the fishing boat hadn't returned. After Xia understood, she quickly took charge. Power is something you have to fight for yourself. Wen Cheng'an, come down with me, please. After Xia finished speaking, Wen Cheng'an stood up. The two worked together smoothly. Before Chao Ping understood why Xia came, they both fell into the water with a splash. It's not, Xia. It's okay. Thanks to Xia. If it weren't for her sense of direction, we wouldn't be able to find our way. The old boatman, an experienced old man, sat calmly on the boat, watching the dark sea surface and said, "Our island is about to produce a remarkable person." Old Mu is the most experienced fisherman on the island. He used to work on big ships. He is very respected. With just one word from him, everyone on both ships had their own thoughts, but no one spoke. They just held torches and looked at the sea, waiting quietly. Why haven't they come up yet? It's been 6 minutes. It seemed Xia really wasn't joking. She and Wen Cheng'an can really hold their breath. Everyone started talking. Chen Lao Air nudged Li Daniu and whispered, "I told you Xia is amazing."
You didn't believe me.
They've been underwater for 8 minutes now. Li Daniu, tall and strong, frowned and stared with wide eyes, making Chen Lao Air feel nervous. "No way, Brother Daniu. She's just better than you. You don't have to be like that. Why does she have oysters growing on her head?" Chen Lao Air suddenly stopped talking, scratched his ear, and asked, "What?" Li Daniu looked disgusted and asked seriously, "I mean, how come there are oysters on her head?" Chen Lao Air understood clearly now and remembered what Li Daniu said by the sea. So, was he going to prove it? For a moment, Chen Lao Air felt even more complicated inside. How could he forget Li Daniu's obsession? Clatter. "She's coming up. It's been 10 minutes. That's really impressive." Xia and Wen Cheng'an emerged from the sea one after the other. Xia wiped seawater from her face and said, "The seaweed is cleaned up."
Great.
"Awesome. Hurry up and come up." Xia and Wen Cheng'an climbed up the soft ladder, each wrapping themselves in a burlap sack, kind of like an unusual swimsuit. Chao Ping, on the fishing boat, quickly started the fishing boat, and within minutes, it was moving.
Done.
Let's head home quickly. Yes, yes, the family is worried. The two boats set off one after the other. Xia sat at the bow of the fishing boat, guiding the direction. Old fishermen usually read the stars, of course. Now they also use compasses, but Xia's skill in finding directions still made everyone admire her. Li Daniu loudly moved closer to Xia, and Chao Ping quickly stood up to stop him. Li Daniu, stop, Xia. You're amazing. When I go home, I'll plant oysters on my head. Xia was stunned and looked up at Li Daniu, who was determined to plant oysters on his head. Although stubborn, if she could win him over, he would be a good helper. She thought for a moment and spoke generously. It's a small matter, no need to worry. That won't do. Li Daniu refused, staring at Xia and insisting firmly, if I lose, I lose. A man should keep his word. Xia looked troubled. Well, I won't really let you grow oysters on your head. Maybe just slap a couple of packs on you. As she said this, she covered her mouth and quickly added, I didn't mean to hit you. Li Daniu's eyes lit up, and he loudly said, I think that's fine. Go ahead and hit me. Onlookers, including Wen Cheng'an, thought, silly cow. On the boat, tall and broad Li Daniu's face was illuminated by flickering red and yellow flames, making him look like a fierce ghost from. At this moment, this fierce figure with his hands on his hips spoke in a very stern tone, Go ahead and hit me. Opposite him, Xia, who looked somewhat delicate compared to Li Daniu, shook her head repeatedly, speaking with a reluctant tone.
No.
I already said I don't care. I'm not a petty person. Behind Li Daniu, the Chen brothers sighed with a wry smile. Yes, you're not petty, but you like to fight. Li Daniu was unhappy with Xia's answer. He was very stubborn and believed only if Xia hit him, the matter would be settled.
No. You must hit me.
If you don't, you'll look down on me. Xia felt very awkward. This isn't good. Good. Very good. Li Daniu bent over, leaning his face close, shouting repeatedly, Hit me. Hit me. Xia looked around and everyone thought she was at a loss, but suddenly, she slapped him crisply. Li Daniu was stunned at first, then overjoyed. That's right, bang. Li Daniu's words were interrupted by the slap. If you want me to hit you, I won't do it unless I feel it's right. Comrade Li Daniu, this is the first time I see such a brave man like you. Men who keep their promises are really rare. I admire you. Every time Xia hit him, she praised Li Daniu. Li Daniu thought she would just slap him once, but after hearing her words, he was so moved he endured it without getting up. He thought Xia was right. It was he who begged Xia to hit him. He didn't clearly say how many times to hit, so it was normal for Xia to hit him more times. The crisp sound of the hits echoed on the boat, rising and falling. The people on the boat couldn't stand it anymore. Denyo is taking things too seriously.
His temper needs to change.
Xia is tired from hitting. Let him rest a bit. Denyo's head is so hard, his hand must be sore, right? People on the fishing boat kept trying to persuade him. Wen Cheng'an hid in a corner, lonely, watching the bright moon over the sea, trying not to laugh. You guys are still too naive. Xia won't be forced to do something he doesn't want to do. The boat hummed as it returned home, and people waited on the shore. Flickering torches lit up small spots, and Uncle Chow and the islanders looked anxiously. I think I heard sounds. Does that mean there's light?
Yes.
They're back. The islanders cheered. Some had already rushed into the water just to see clearly. Some pushed bamboo rafts into the sea, waiting for the people to come down from the boat. With torches lighting the way and bamboo rafts being pushed, things got lively for a moment. The fishing boat gradually stopped. To prevent the boat from running aground, the people on board had to get onto the bamboo raft and paddle to the beach. As soon as they got off, they stood on the raft and paddled toward the shore. People on the shore shouted, They're here. Looks like quite a few people, so everyone must be back. Everyone being back was a hope for many. People on the shore held torches and moved closer, wanting to help. The first person to step off the bamboo raft was Li Daniu. In the dark, with a flickering torchlight, he was hit on the head by Xia, but it didn't hurt much. Li Daniu was the first to step onto the raft. The person holding the torch saw only a big, round, uneven object rushing toward him. Whoa! He threw the torch away with a shout, then suddenly fell into the sea with a splash. Please, Buddha, have mercy on me. His cry for mercy made everyone on the shore and on the raft quiet down. Xia and Wen Cheng'an, standing behind, laughed while holding onto the boat mast. Xia, what are you doing? Wen Cheng'an gave Xia a thumbs up. Xia said bluntly, just okay. Next time you like it, I'll make a perfect copy for you. I guarantee you'll look better than Li Daniu. Wen Cheng'an, when it comes to loyalty, no one can beat Xia. Xia looked at Wen Cheng'an, who was silent, and said softly, Are you cursing me in your mind?
No.
Am I that kind of person? Xia stared at Wen Cheng'an seriously.
Yes.
Wen Cheng'an chuckled. Haha, I really didn't. Xia chuckled, as if she believed in ghosts. The two people here were chatting casually. Below, Li Daniu had already pulled up the kneeling person from the sea, impatiently saying, Nonsense, I don't look as good as Buddha. Li Daniu got off the bamboo raft, and everyone finally saw him clearly. Village Chief Chao Shu stared at Li Daniu, looking him up and down. Have you lost your mind and stuck your head in a jellyfish's nest? Not a jellyfish, maybe a water lily. Really? I thought you ran into a group of sea turtles. Everyone took turns talking, gathering around Li Daniu and examining his head wrapped in bandages. The people who went out to sea behind them all bowed their heads, shoulders shaking with laughter, but no one dared to speak. After all, this head wrap was something Li Daniu had asked for. Everyone who went out to sea was accounted for, and the islanders finally felt relieved. Captain Chao Ping of the fishing team and the old man who later went out to find the boat approached Chao Shu to talk. Thanks to Xia. Xia is amazing. She's very accurate with directions and good at holding her breath. After they finished speaking, the islanders heard and looked at Xia with surprise and gratitude. Xia, thank you. Thank you so much. You've saved so many families. Xia listened with a gentle smile, thinking she deserved recognition and praise. No need to thank me. We all live on the same island. If I can help, I definitely will. Xia responded to everyone's thanks. Chao Shu looked at her for a while before stepping in to stop the conversation. All right, everyone go back. There's still a lot of work to do tomorrow. A few minutes after Chao Shu finished speaking, the islanders dispersed in small groups. Xia and Wen Cheng'an didn't leave. She even approached Chao Shu happily and said, Chao Shu, we've also helped a lot. How about giving us a little recognition? I can write a commendation myself. Xia volunteered, knowing history well. In the next 10 years, honor would be her shield. Chao Shu was surprised and stunned, but after thinking, he said, All right, that works. Great, I'll write the report tomorrow. I'll include everyone involved in the rescue today. It's also to encourage everyone to stay united, friendly, and help each other. Hearing this, Chao Shu nodded in agreement. This is just like the ideological education often mentioned above. Xia continued to smile and looked at Chao Shu. Chao Shu, do you think I'm qualified to join the fishing team now? Chao Shu was still catching his breath when the next issue came up. Xia, I'll hold a meeting about this tomorrow. We need to ask everyone. The fishing team has so many people, and we'll see what they say. That's certain. Are we going to have the awards ceremony together tomorrow? Uncle Chao thought for a moment and said directly, Okay. Xia finished everything she wanted to say, said goodbye to Uncle Chao, and called Wen Cheng'an. The two of them left. On the way back, Xia suddenly spoke. Wen Cheng'an, write a praise report tonight. As soon as she finished speaking, she sensed something was wrong with Wen Cheng'an. He didn't respond with his usual attitude. Xia realized something was off and looked at Wen Cheng'an. Wen Cheng'an, you can't write it? Xia slowed her steps and squinted at Wen Cheng'an. Wen Cheng'an clenched his fists, his body tense, breathing heavier. He wanted to argue like usual, but his tongue felt like hot coal rolling around, making it hard to speak. Shixia quickly changed the subject, sensing something was wrong.
Let's go home and rest.
Don't forget, it's 9 o'clock tonight. After saying that, Shixia left, as if nothing had happened just now. When Cheng'an watched her back, his stubborn shoulders suddenly drooped, and silently in his heart, he said, "Thank you." Shixia arrived home first. When the big white goose and the little flower chicken heard the door open, they came to greet her. Shixia whispered to them, "Be quiet." The big white goose stopped honking, and the little flower chicken stopped clucking. They stood on either side, close to Shixia's legs. Shixia leaned against the door, listening to the sounds outside. Soon, she heard Wen Cheng'an's heavy footsteps, the door opening, and then Aunt Zhang's voice.
Cheng'an.
"You're amazing. You held your breath so long, and you even fished for sea cucumbers to save people. You really are capable." Aunt Zhang's daily praise arrived as usual. After Wen Cheng'an responded a few times, he said he was going to rest. The next moment, everything in the next room was quiet. Shixia leaned against the door. What's really going on with the Chen family? Wen Cheng'an isn't eating well. He probably hasn't even gone to school for a day. Is there anyone who treats their child like this? The fake young master was only recently discovered. So, what had happened in the past 18 years that made Wen Cheng'an suffer? There must be something going on here. Shixia touched her chin and walked into the house. She decided to go to land again and investigate carefully. Wen Cheng'an was almost like her apprentice, so it didn't make sense for him to be bullied. And besides, why should Chen Jiandong be living a good life? After making her decision, Shixia stopped thinking too much. She was hungry. She took out the steamed rice for the evening and also took out the she had marinated for 2 days. She set the small dining table, lit the kerosene lamp, and started eating. As for the money, the island is too poor, so there is none for now. Shixia doesn't mind. The end of the world is much harder than this. She holds half a crab in each hand, unconsciously smiling, her eyes brightening instantly. The marinated flying crab meat is transparent. Just a little squeeze makes the white, semi-transparent crab meat squeeze out from the gaps. With a squelch sound, most of the crab meat is eaten by Shixia. Unlike the sweet taste of steamed crab meat, this one has a slight fishy flavor, but also a unique freshness and spicy seasoning, making it quite special. Swallowing, Shixia licks her lips, still wanting more. She quickly squeezes out the meat from the other and presses it onto her rice, trying a different way to eat. Next, she takes a big bite of crab meat mixed with rice. Shixia eats with focus and enjoyment, feeling very happy. After eating and drinking enough, Shixia suddenly looks up. Oh no! She forgot to put away the sea cucumber. She quickly puts down her bowl and runs outside to the backyard. The sea cucumber
is gone.
Shixia, a voice calls her, making the Shixia who just ran out look toward the Wen family's backyard. Aunt Zhang, holding a kerosene lamp, comes over and leans over the half-height wall, saying, "I heard you open the door, so I remembered. I put the sea cucumber away in your shed." Shixia smiles happily. "Auntie, you're so kind." Aunt Zhang feels a bit shy from the sudden praise but then remembers something and says, "No wonder you asked me to praise Cheng'an. Being praised makes people happy." Shixia laughs out loud at this, nodding exaggeratedly. "That's because Annie is really kind. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to praise you." Aunt Zhang looks shyly at Shixia, clapping her hands in the air. "You're such a kid. Say more if you want." The two exchange glances and laugh together. Aunt Zhang reminds her with a smile, "Go back and sleep now. You've been busy for so long. Tomorrow, do whatever you need to. I'll prepare the sea cucumber for you." "Thank you, Auntie." Shixia returns to her room and walks toward the front yard. Sure enough, she sees the sea cucumbers spread out on a large basket in the shed. She immediately smiles brightly. Aunt Zhang and Old One are truly kind. This is also the main reason she helps Wen Cheng'an. Although she once lived through the end of the world, she is not alone. She has many partners fighting alongside her. So, For truly good people, Shixia is willing to return the kindness. Thinking of this, Shixia turns back into the house, finds the original owner's pen and notebook, since all her elementary school books have been sold as waste. Since she can't read, she'll learn. Without textbooks, she'll make her own. Under the kerosene lamp, Shixia writes with a pen, the dim light flickering. At 9 p.m., Shixia sets out with a notebook. Wen Cheng'an has already arrived. Young Master Wen, you're here so early today? Wen Cheng'an, who arrived early, feels a bit awkward. I'm in good shape, recovering quickly, isn't that right? Shixia gives a meaningful nod. Good recovery and strength. Not bad, not bad. Hearing Shixia's tone, Wen Cheng'an asks cautiously, are you going to give me extra today? Shixia blinks. No wonder Andy says you're clever. You answer so quickly. Wen Cheng'an clenches his teeth, silently repeating, revenge takes 10 years. Revenge takes 10 years. Shixia stops talking and leads Wen Cheng'an back into the sea. They swim to a small island. The island isn't big. It takes about 20 minutes to walk around. Sometimes, during a big tide, only the tip of the island can be seen from afar. Today's training officially begins. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fists hitting flesh echo non-stop. Not bad, young Master Wen, you've improved today. Almost hit me. With such long legs, why don't you use them? Shixia's voice rings out on the island. After 2 hours, the training ends. They start swimming back. Wen Cheng'an notices that Shixia is very quiet each time she swims back. Shixia doesn't know what Wen Cheng'an is thinking. She is using her powers to soothe him, trying to ease his sudden increase in training intensity. She wants to give Andy Zhang an old Wen a responsible, capable son, not to drain Wen Cheng'an's strength. Soon, they reach the shore. Shixia walks to a rock and picks up something, calling out to Wen Cheng'an, who is puzzled. Here, this is for you. Today, learn 5 characters. Watch carefully. I'll teach you once. Tomorrow I'll test you. If you don't get it.
Haha.
Under the bright moonlight, Shixia points to 5 large characters written on paper and begins to recite. I am called Wen Cheng'an. Wen Cheng'an's fingers tremble slightly, his eyes turn a bit red, and he presses his lips together. Shixia's voice echoes clearly and brightly in his ears. Remember it? I'm not stupid. Wen Cheng'an's nasal voice is heavy. He swallows the trembling at his lips and takes the notebook from Shixia. Shixia doesn't expose his stubbornness and quickly releases her grip.
Thank you.
His light thank you, as gentle as a feather, makes Shixia smile. It's nothing. Shixia turns away casually, raising a hand, and her voice rings out. Don't forget tomorrow's run and 300 push-ups. Wen Cheng'an's chest was filled with strong emotions, but he still kept his playful attitude and shouted, I won't do that. That's good. Shixia hummed a little tune as she headed home to sleep, ready to face tomorrow with a bright face and accept her praise. The next morning, Shixia woke up early and went to the seaside. When she opened the door, Wen Cheng'an was just coming out. She immediately knew he was going for a run. You're quite disciplined. Wen Cheng'an looked at Shixia proudly and said, Of course. Let's go. Shixia watched Wen Cheng'an run away, humming a little tune as she turned around. Big White, let's go too. Big White Goose wobbled its bottom and waddled out, followed by 4 small ducks, with a pretty hen at the end, looking a bit pitiful as she lifted her head. Little flower, you can't swim. The little hen didn't make a sound. Instead, she turned around, with her tail facing Shixia, and slowly sat down. Next, Shixia watched as a hen laid an egg with great difficulty, shrinking and expanding repeatedly. She couldn't help but laugh and cry at the sight. Was she being bribed? The animals at home are too smart, and she couldn't bear to eat them. It seems she needs to buy some poultry that doesn't have special abilities, and before limiting their numbers, she should enjoy some meat. Thinking this over briefly, Shixia looked at the little hen and said, All right, you can follow me, but you can't go into the sea. The little hen probably understood, and waddled out with a determined step, happily following Shixia. An interesting scene appeared on the island. The young, tall, Beautiful Xia led the way, with Big White Goose behind her, followed by 4 neatly lined-up ducks and finally a confident-looking hen. Look at that hen, so funny. Is this Xia's pet? Its feathers are shiny, and that goose looks to weigh over 10 pounds. It's good for eating. Yeah, it's pretty fat. Gag, 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 gag. The islanders, watching the scene, were interrupted by a rhythmic honking from the goose, and they looked at each other in surprise. Does it sound like it's insulting me? It sounds pretty dirty. Really? Could this goose have become a spirit? Despite their chatter, they didn't slow down. Everyone in the village knew that geese were quite fierce. Big White, let's go. Xia called back, and Big White Goose retracted its wings, obediently returning to the group, head held high, and caught up with everyone. Each person had 6 animals, and once they reached the seaside, they started fishing. Xia used a small rake, poking and digging here and there. Mostly, she dug up clams, razor shells, and sea slugs. Occasionally, I could see some seaweed and dragon beard grass floating up, and Xia picked them up. The white goose happily swam with its 4 ducklings, occasionally pecking at the water surface. The white goose likes to eat seaweed, but after being transformed with special powers, it also enjoys eating fish and shrimp. The ducklings are even more impressive. They can dive and swim underwater. They dip their heads down, stay underwater for 2 or 3 minutes, then surface a few meters away. As for the little flower chickens, they patiently wait on the shore, boredly catching tiny about the size of a thumb. An hour later, Xia carried a bucket and returned home with 6 of them. Today's luck was good. I found a large jellyfish and 2 octopuses. Let's make jellyfish salad at home, and we can grill the octopuses. Xia happily chattered as she headed back. She was already a bit eccentric, and on her way home, she saw the 3 brothers from the Chen family and Wen Cheng'an fighting. Wen Cheng'an was in a pit, and Xia went over to join the fun. The 3 Chen brothers saw Xia and quickly stood upright, hands on their pockets. Miss Xia. Good morning, Miss Xia. Hello, Miss Xia. They greeted her, and Xia raised an eyebrow. She liked this way of addressing her and responded confidently. Good morning. After saying that, Xia looked at Wen Cheng'an in the pit and praised, You guys did well. Is this the spirit of daring to think and act? The 3 Chen brothers, daring to think and act. Was that really meant for here? Maybe not. But they didn't dare to say so. Little Lord Wen, you can come out by yourself, right? Wen Cheng'an gritted his teeth and replied, Of course. Good, keep it up. Satisfied with causing some trouble, Xia left in a good mood. The Chen brothers didn't dare do anything too humiliating to Wen Cheng'an, just a simple fight among men. After Xia left, they waved goodbye to Wen Cheng'an and also left. In the blink of an eye, only Wen Cheng'an was left in the pit. Wen Cheng'an thought, last night, Xia must have been fake. But Xia didn't care about Wen Cheng'an's inner thoughts. She quickly arrived home and started cooking. She steamed taro, made clam and seaweed soup, prepared jellyfish salad, and a bowl of egg cake. As for the mud in the clams, she cleaned it with her water-based powers. While she was eating, Wen Cheng'an, covered in mud, appeared at the door. Hey, here's for you. I don't like it. After saying that, Wen Cheng'an bent down, placed 2 wild duck eggs, and limped away. Xia looked up with a gentle smile, stood up, picked up the small wild duck eggs on the ground, and looked at the neighbor. Not bad, I didn't hit you for nothing. As Xia turned into the courtyard, Wen Cheng'an, leaning against the door nearby, was amused and laughed when he heard Xia muttering to herself. Really? You can say that out loud. Wen Cheng'an gently touched his slightly sore face with one hand, a faint smile in his eyes, and then walked into the house. A few minutes later, a barefoot child from the island ran over, knocking on doors one by one. The village chief wants us to go to the drying field for a meeting. Village chief wants us to go now. The messenger made sure everyone heard before running off. Xia, holding the well-written praise letter, dressed neatly and looking energetic, headed toward the drying field. Her journey to glory begins now. Along the way, many people were heading in the same direction. Why is their meeting so early? I don't know. Hurry up, it will be over soon. The islanders quickened their pace, and they soon arrived at the drying field. The drying field was just a flat piece of land, with a small stone platform about 3 meters by 3 meters and less than a meter high. Village Chief Chao Shu was already there, accompanied by the island's accountant, the women's director, and Chao Ping, the captain of the fishing team.
Gao Ping was Gao Shusha Ni Fu.
Seeing most people had arrived, Chao Shu stood on the platform and loudly called out, "Everyone, quiet, quiet. Let's speak quickly and finish soon." The surrounding chatter gradually quieted down, and Chao Shu nodded. 2 things. First, everyone who participated in the rescue yesterday should be praised. Now, Comrade Xia will read the praise letter she wrote. After speaking, Chao Shu gave a small applause. Surprisingly, the 7 brothers from the Chen family, along with those who helped in the rescue yesterday, and the fishing team members persuaded by Li Daniu, all clapped. The applause erupted suddenly. Xia took the stage confidently, making her entrance. She stepped out from behind the crowd, walking through the middle, nodding as she went. "Thank you, everyone. It's all your effort." Chao Shu on the stage thought to himself, "This girl, how does she have such a grand presence?" Under Chao Shu's watchful gaze, Xia stepped onto the platform. She raised her hands skillfully, palms down, and the scene suddenly became very quiet. "Dear fellow villagers, I am honored to stand here. First, I want to thank Chao Shu. Without his leadership, our rescue yesterday wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Chao Shu's lips curled slightly. "This girl, she's quite impressive." At the drying field, Xia stood on the platform without giving a long speech. It was boring, and no one wanted to listen. She briefly praised Uncle Chao directly, then pointed out the fishing team that went out to sea yesterday. Captain Chao Ping of the fishing team remained calm and composed when faced with difficulties.
Li Daniu, Zhang Shenyuan, Mu Zhenshen.
All worked hard and cooperated actively. Wooden boat crew members, relying on their many years of experience. Li Erniu, Chen San. Wen Cheng'an risked their safety and participated in the rescue without hesitation. Such spirit deserves praise and should be shared. Everyone whose name was called instinctively straightened up. Later, I will post your names on our village's honor display wall to inspire everyone with your good character. Thank you all. Xia finished speaking. Applause erupted instantly. Everyone was eager to be on the honor wall. Village Chief Uncle Chao leaned back slightly and quietly asked the accountant beside him, "Accountant Su, does our island have an honor display wall?" Su shook his head. "We don't have a wall for honor, but we do have a wall." Uncle Chao immediately understood. "Yes, this thing, they say, is real." The 2 old foxes exchanged a glance, showing no opposition to Xia's idea. In fact, they thought it was a pretty good idea. After finishing, Xia took a few steps back, giving the lead to Uncle Chao. Uncle Chao stepped forward again and spoke about the second matter. Second, Xia joined the fishing team. Captain Chao Ping has no objection, but since the fishing team belongs to our village, we still need everyone to vote. More than half the votes will count as approval. Uncle Chao was about to start a show of hands, but Xia cheerfully stepped forward. "Uncle Chao, can I recommend myself?"
Sure.
Xia gratefully smiled and thanked him. Uncle Chao moved 1 step to the side, thinking, "This kid is really polite." In the next second, Xia confidently took a big step forward, speaking loudly and with a bold attitude. "No need to talk about useless feelings. I speak with strength. I can hold my breath for 15 minutes, can navigate the sea without a compass, and am very sensitive to fish schools and weather. I have great strength. Yesterday, I collected 400 or 500 gene of sea cucumbers. I can bring wealth to help everyone live well, let you eat hearty, and ensure your men and sons return safely.
So,
vote for me. You won't regret it." After finishing, Xia confidently took a step back to the side and behind. The people on stage were all stunned. If they weren't familiar with the surroundings, they might even think they had come to a different place. At this moment, they seemed to be forming a blood alliance. Uncle Chao regained his composure and stepped forward again. Raise your hand if you agree, with Shixia joining the fishing team. I agree. Aunt Zhang was the first to raise her hand. Before she finished speaking, Old Wen also raised his hand and kicked Wen Cheng'an, who was a second slower. Wen Cheng'an rolled his eyes and said, I'm raising my hand now. Old Wen looked dissatisfied and said, too slow. Shixia is your partner, and you didn't get the first to raise your hand. Wen Cheng'an hesitated for a long time and finally chose to stay silent. After the 3 members of the Wen family raised their hands, the 7 brothers of the Chen family also raised theirs, worried about being a second late. Then more and more people raised their hands, over 80% of the crowd. The remaining 20% doubted Shixia's abilities and hesitated a little. Uncle Chow on stage looked at the number of people and, seeing it had surpassed half, announced the result directly. No need to raise your hand anymore. Shixia has joined the fishing team. The island fair ended here. The villagers dispersed in small groups to go back to work. Shixia called out to Aunt Zhang, who hurried over and asked, what's wrong? Annie, after I join the fishing team, I want to do the tool-making work. Hearing this, Aunt Zhang was frightened and waved her hands. No, I haven't gone to school. You don't need to go to school. It's quite simple. Auntie. Shixia pulled on Aunt Zhang's arm and whispered, if you don't watch over me, the fishing team might not take me seriously, and I might have to come back. Aunt Zhang suddenly understood. Right, I'll watch over you. If you come back, you can keep working. Aunt Zhang immediately felt she had an important responsibility and said, seriously, don't worry, I will watch over you closely. Just knew Annie treats me best. After agreeing with Aunt Zhang, Shixia went to find Uncle Chow. Uncle Chow didn't care much about this matter and agreed directly. What he cared about most was whether Shixia's abilities were real, just as she said. If they were, life on Haishan Island could get much better. Thank you, Uncle Chow. After thanking him, Shixia added, Uncle Chow, I think the weather looks good. If our fishing boat is ready, we can go out to sea today. Since everyone was waiting to see her abilities, Shixia wanted to create an opportunity. She believed that to have influence on the island, she needed to show her strength and trade fairly. What if others tried to use her? She had the strength, so she wasn't afraid. All right, let's go today. Uncle Chow agreed immediately, and Shixia smiled and said, I'll go back to get ready. Good, no rush. After that, Uncle Chow turned around and called Chow Ping to prepare. Chow Ping, pay attention to Shixia.
Cao Ping understood so Cao Sở meaning.
He nodded and said, all right, I think Shixia is telling the truth. Last night, she stayed underwater for about 10 minutes.
So Cao not dead.
Diving and holding your breath is definitely real. As for other things, luck and catches depend on chance. Chow Ping understood that luck is very important for fishermen. Shixia and Aunt Zhang went back together, while Wen Cheng'an was pulled away by Old Wen. The 2 of them went to work. When they got home, Shixia changed into a waterproof outfit that wouldn't get wet and pulled Aunt Zhang aside to show her how to use the tools. Auntie, you don't need to write, just draw. This is a rake and this is a. Just look at the drawings. As long as you don't lose the tools, it's fine. Don't you know what tools we have on the island? Aunt Zhang thought for a moment and nodded, saying, now I understand. We don't have many tools anyway. Exactly, that's the point. So, don't be afraid. This work can earn 6 cents a day, and it's not tiring. After you finish with the tools, don't go helping others. Just find a quiet place to sit. If someone asks, tell them you're checking the tools. Aunt Zhang nodded repeatedly, trying to remember what Shixia said. Okay, I got it. You should go early and come back early, and don't come back after dark. That's too dangerous. And I'll dry the sea cucumbers for you, feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. You don't need to worry. Aunt Zhang took care of all of Shixia's worries, and Shixia smiled happily. Thank you, Auntie. No need to thank us. Let's go quickly. Shixia was chased out. She walked briskly toward the fishing boat. Today, I'll give you a little surprise. Dressed in black, Shixia had her hair in high braids, looking neat and fresh. She quickly reached the fishing boat. Chow Ping, Li Daniu, Chen Si, Chen Wu, and others were already there. After greeting everyone, she got on the boat, and the fishing vessel slowly set sail. Shirxia took a walk around the boat to get familiar with the equipment. Honestly, it was quite outdated. There was a semi-automatic winch, which sometimes needed manual pushing. The fishing nets were old and not new. There was one large fish hold and one small fish hold. Those were basically all the equipment. Shirxia walked to the deck and stood at the bow. The bow cut through the calm sea, creating gentle waves. Shirxia's special abilities spread along the seawater, slowly exploring. Ocean currents and fish schools are like compasses in the sea. As the head of the seaside base, Shirxia is very familiar with everything in the sea. Chao Ping and others stand behind Shirxia, but don't speak. Her silhouette gives them the impression that she is very smart, and they feel that if they talk nonsense, she might scold them. The Chen brothers, it's not just an illusion, but lessons learned through blood and tears. Everyone looks at Shirxia, who is on the boat for the first time. She stands at the bow, and just her silhouette makes them feel like she has a grand plan to expand territory. Turn the rudder 35 degrees southeast. Shirxia raises her hand and points in a direction. Chao Ping, who is steering the boat, turns the wheel. The fishing boat tilts slightly and the direction changes. Why are we changing direction? A few fishermen behind the boat walk forward and exchange looks with Li Daniu and others. Shirxia thinks that direction is good. Anyway, they don't know the way, and they're just relying on luck to go. After Chenxi explains, Li Daniu nods confidently. Listen to Shirxia, she's impressive. Li Daniu, who is straightforward, crosses his arms and nods firmly, showing he truly believes in Shirxia. The people on the boat don't want to argue with Li Daniu, who is simple-minded. As for Shirxia, they are grateful, but they wonder if anyone can really have such good luck. They are hesitant. But even if they doubt, they don't want to argue on the boat, as it might bring bad luck. Drop the net. When Shirxia says drop the net, Li Daniu reacts the fastest. The others nearby react a little slower, but also start helping. Shirxia looks back, satisfied. The huge fishing net is slowly lowered into the sea. The winch makes a creaking sound, and the silver mesh glitters in the sunlight, disappearing into the blue horizon. As the net sinks with the anchor, the boat moves forward, pulling the net to spread in an arc under the water. The spread net looks like a tight, airtight hand, trapping passing sea creatures inside. Shirxia still stands at the bow. Everyone is waiting at this moment, waiting for the leader's command. Deciding when to pull in the net depends on timing, luck, and judgment. After some time of dragging, Shirxia gives the command, pull in the net, and everyone starts moving again. This time, no one falls behind. Li Daniu stays at the winch, while the Chen brothers and a few fishermen at the back with hooks are ready to pull the net onto the boat. Chao Ping steers the boat, but keeps his eyes on the net. Every fishing trip is like a gamble. The harvest is exciting and addictive. The net slowly rises, very slowly. It feels heavy. There must be a good catch. Everyone speaks positively, just to hope for a good sign. We've got it. Hurry up. Pull the net. No time for words, the fishermen shout as they pull the net. The hook in their hands is caught on the fishing net, and they pull desperately upward. The winch seems to have reached its limit and stops turning. Li Daniu firmly braces his shoulder against the winch pole, gritting his teeth and squeezing out a shout. I'll do it. You pull the net. Shirxia steps forward quickly, gripping the pushing stick with both hands and pushing upward with force. Li Daniu feels his shoulder lighten, and the grinding sound of the winch starts again as it turns, pulling the net upward. Li Daniu nods and runs to the back to help pull the net. Finally, the net surfaces, shining with a silver glow. The fish jump inside the net, like a flowing river of stars. We made a good catch. Pull harder. Everyone on the boat gets excited when they see the catch in the net. Cheers erupt as the net is finally pulled up. The deck quickly fills with fish, and the air is thick with the salty smell of seawater and fish. Dark faces shine with smiles. Captain Chao Ping tilts his head and grins widely, shouting, "Quick, sort the fish." Yeah, get to work. It's been years since I saw so many fish. Shirxia, you're amazing. The fishermen cheer for Shirxia. Shirxia leans on the winch with one hand, the other hand behind his back, smiling confidently, showing that his hands are not to be wasted. Child's play. The fishermen laugh loudly, impressed by Xia's strength. They start sorting the fish, grouping similar types together and separating by size. Because the net's mesh is large, there aren't many small fish today. That's why the fishermen know how powerful this catch is, and their admiration for Xia grows deeper as they sort the fish. Xia secures the winch, his supernatural energy swirling around his wrist, then calmly walks toward the bow. Passing by Captain Chao Ping praises generously, "Amazing." Xia humbly replies, "I couldn't do it without everyone's help." Chao Ping laughs heartily and says proudly, "If only every time was like this, we'd all work together." "Yeah, teamwork." Xia responds with a bright smile and confident raised eyebrows. "All right then." After giving a nod to Chao Ping and pointing in a direction, the boat turns back. The fishing boat isn't big, and today's catch is almost done. Xia still stands at the bow, looking through a worn-out telescope. The sound of waves, wind, and the fishermen's cheers blend together. The boat moves steadily, and they are heading back quickly today. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Xia suddenly leaned forward. Chao Ping immediately noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" "Someone ahead." "Someone?" Chao Ping became anxious. People at sea share a silent understanding. If they see someone in the water, they must help. Right now, they are rescuing others, but maybe one day, they will need rescuing themselves. The boat headed in the direction Xia pointed. What was once a blurry became clearer as the boat approached, and sounds could be heard. "Help! Over here!" At the bow, Xia waved a red flag from the mast, signaling to the person in the water. "See you. Don't struggle. Save your strength." Xia called out several times before the boat stopped about 10 meters from the person. Xia looked carefully and saw that it was a soldier. "Captain Chao, let Li Dania go down. He's strong." Xia called out, and Chao Ping agreed. Although Xia was also very strong, it was not good for a woman to rescue a man. Chao Ping called for Li Daniu, and Xia threw a homemade raft into the water. Splash! Li Daniu grabbed the raft and swam toward the person. Soon, the fishermen pulled both of them up. The rescued soldier saluted hurriedly and said, "Thank you. I am a soldier from Haiming Island. Please help us. There are more people in the water." "Are there more people in the water?" Chao Ping instinctively looked at Xia because he knew that Xia was the one who first spotted the person. Relying on a small, uncleared, in the vast sea to determine someone is impressive, but he couldn't do that. The soldier who fell into the water was very alert, and he followed everyone's gaze to Xia. He observed their boats and clothing and knew they were local fishermen. "Comrade, I am Commander Chung Donghai of the 3rd Battalion of Haiming Island. We went out to patrol and encountered a killer whale. Our boat was overturned, and 6 of us, including me, fell into the water." Xia looked at Chung Donghai and said, "Hello, Comrade Chung. We are residents of Haisan Island, out fishing. You said 6 of your comrades fell into the water. Why did you get separated?" Usually, everyone would stay close together, especially since today's waves weren't strong enough to scatter them. Hearing this, Chung Donghai showed a helpless smile. "That killer whale. I don't know what happened. It chased after someone. It didn't hurt us. It just swam after us, and then we dispersed." The fishermen on the boat listened and spoke up one after another. "Killer whales are very playful. Yes, they probably just wanted to play with someone again. Generally, orcas do not eat humans." "That's true. If they did, they wouldn't be able to tell you about it afterward." Chung Donghai chuckled bitterly and asked them to stop comforting him. Xia didn't waste time and directly asked Chung Donghai which direction he was swimming from. Chung Donghai was momentarily confused. He scratched his head and said shyly, "I'm not sure. It's different from my home river. Our Haiming Island is a newly established Navy base. Many soldiers are even not good swimmers, so just being able to swim is considered lucky." Xia listened and didn't give up. She asked, "When you swim, do you find it easier or harder? Which side does the wind from? And where is the sunlight coming from?" These three questions made Cheng Donghai's eyes light up suddenly. Less effort. The wind blows on my left cheek, and the sunlight comes from the left to the top of my head. Xia nodded and pointed in one direction. Captain Chow, let's go that way. Okay. Captain Chow turned the boat and moved forward at a steady speed. Fishermen on the boat formed a circle, all eyes fixed on the sea surface, trying to spot any signs of a person. Staring at the sea surface for a long time can cause eye strain and dizziness from the waves. The main thing is, although the sea looks calm, it is constantly moving. For the entire ocean, the waves are small, but for a person, even a slight movement can hide something. A few minutes later, Xia, who was using her full abilities, pointed in a direction.
Go that way.
Everyone turned their heads and squinted, trying hard to see. Is there anyone?
I didn't see anyone.
Could it be gone again?
I think I saw something.
Cheng Donghai excitedly leaned against the boat and shouted in a certain direction. Here. Over here. Floating in the water was Zhang Gotzi, with cracked lips, lying on the water, drifting with the waves, pondering whether drinking seawater would make him die faster. Here, am I hearing things? Zhang Gotzi muttered, and the sounds in his ears grew louder. He finally flipped over and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Cheng Donghai on the boat saw the person in the water clearly and shouted, Zhang Gotzi. A few minutes later, Zhang Gotzi was rescued onto the boat, staring greedily at a bowl of water. Don't rush to drink it. Moisten your throat first, drink slowly. Otherwise, it can be dangerous. An experienced fisherman said something practical. As soon as he finished, he was pulled aside by someone. Don't talk nonsense. I'm worried he won't listen. He's so thirsty, he might do something reckless. The fishermen's voices were loud, but Cheng Donghai didn't mind and thanked them, especially Xia. Xia waved her hand and said, You're welcome. The military and civilians are one family. If we were in the sea, you would fight to save us. After speaking, she turned around and stood at the bow of the boat, continuing to look for others. At some point, the wind started blowing, and Xia's clothing was fluttering and making a rustling sound. She thought of the end of the world. When soldiers in other countries abandoned civilians, the soldiers of Huaxia always fought on the front lines, providing the earliest and most precious protection for the people who later rose up. Xia pulled back her thoughts and searched tirelessly for people. The search went smoothly. She found 4 people one after another. Only one person was left.
How did she do that?
Captain, this girl is amazing. Cheng Donghai looked at Xia with admiration and said, I know. It would be even better if she could join the army. Xia didn't know Cheng Donghai's thoughts. She was still looking for the last person. Before she found her, a killer whale swam over very quickly. A high-pitched, continuous whistle sounded, and Xia frowned. Killer whale. It's all this guy's fault. It's trying to hit the boat. Fishermen grabbed sticks, ready to scare the whale. Li Daniu brought a large drum to make loud noises to frighten it. Xia made a quick decision, put down her binoculars, and shouted, I'm going down. No one else is allowed to come down. Also, don't move. Put away the drums and gongs.
Splash.
Xia jumped into the water. She dove down swiftly, turned smoothly in the sea, and moved upstream, sensing with her water powers as the killer whale approached. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters.
Now.
Xia leapt out of the water, the sparkling sea water shining like diamonds in the sunlight. The whale leapt up, and Xia clenched her fist below. Go to. Her small body and tiny fist aimed at the approaching whale, delivering an uppercut.
Bang. Splash.
A huge wave surged. The fishing boats rocked a few times. Everyone on the boat stared in shock, eyes wide, trying to verify what they saw. While everyone was still amazed at Xia's punch, she had already fallen into the sea and was swimming underwater. At this moment, she was moving at full speed, using her powers to catch up with the whale, which had been flipped over by her punch, grabbing its tail with both hands. Ugh! A painful cry of long pulse waves rose from the seabed. In the next second, the whale, feeling the pain, leapt out of the water with a perfect arc. Wow. Shirxia, where are you? Grabbed the orca's tail. My sea goddess, oh my. With a splash, the orca and Shirxia fell back into the water. The fishermen on the boat were very excited. No wonder they didn't let us go down. Going down wouldn't help anyway. From now on, Shirxia is my boss. Li Daniu shouted excitedly, his eyes shining. Commander Ching Donghai's eyes were just as bright as Li Daniu's. This Shirxia is talented. It's coming out again. With a shout, everyone looked again. The orca leapt out of the sea, and Shirxia climbed from its tail to its body. Sitting confidently on the orca, she smiled boldly, shining in the sunlight. Next moment, Shirxia slapped the orca on its head. Be good, go down. With another splash, the orca sank back to the surface, looking a bit sad. It just wanted to play with someone. On the deep blue sea, Shirxia looked very small against the huge shadow. Her tiny face was serious, and she scolded with her eyes. She raised her hand high and slapped the orca on its forehead, water splashing everywhere. Is it fun? Is chasing people fun? Is getting hit fun? With each question, she slapped again. The orca responded by hitting the water with its tail. Yes, it's fun. Phew. The orca made a sound. Though she couldn't understand it, she could tell it felt wronged. Shirxia snorted and said firmly, ignoring its feelings, You're feeling wronged? Don't you know how big you've grown? You even knocked over the boat, and you still have the nerve to complain. Smack. Another crisp slap. Far away, the fishermen stared in shock at the scene, slowly regaining their senses. That's like my wife scolding her son. Forget it. Your wife is way fiercer. My son said he hasn't been spanked for days and sleeps on his stomach. You two are crazy. This is a whale, a whale. Everyone's attention was pulled back, and they looked at Shirxia again, making a silent decision. Never provoke Shirxia. From afar, Shirxia's teaching the orca was about the same, and she decided to give it some treats. Gentle energy entered the orca's body, making it happy. It let out a cheerful cry and instinctively tried to show off a spin for Shirxia. Don't move. Shirxia frowned and slapped again. The orca sank sadly, floating on the water. It just wanted to make her happy. Shirxia is very sensitive to the emotions of orcas. She pouts and says, Stop with the act. Take me to the person you chased away. Found him, and I'll give you this. Shirxia speaks again, and her supernatural power flows into the orca's body. The orca's intelligence is about that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, afraid of fighting but loves sweets. It gets a bit proud when it shows off a little. Yee-hee. The usually sluggish orca suddenly changes its expression, happily squealing with mischievous glints in its eyes. It speeds up and quickly swims in one direction. Shirxia, sitting on the orca's back, already guessed what the orca would do. She leans back, uses her waist to push off, muscles tense, legs tightly gripping the orca. With a sharp slap, she hits the orca's head. Be good. The mischievous plan of the orca is foiled, and it starts swimming obediently. Shirxia smiles quietly, slightly upright, waving toward the fishing boat and shouting, Follow me.
Got it.
Captain Chao Ping of the fishing team responds immediately. From now on, Shirxia is like a grandmother to him, though they have different last names. When she says west, he never goes east. The boat keeps up, and the chief on board, Cheng'an Dong, watches Shirxia riding on the orca, muttering, This is unbelievable. Why isn't it slipping?
Wow.
Riding an orca. Boss is so cool. Shirxia, you're amazing. Led by the Chen brothers and Li Daniu, everyone cheers at Shirxia's back, more excited than the orca ride itself. Other fishermen even clasp their hands together and start praying to the sea goddess. In their eyes, Shirxia is definitely sent by the sea goddess to their 3 seas islands. They believe their islands are very lucky now. The orca swims very fast, and the fishing boat pushes its engines to catch up. After about 10 minutes, the orca slows down, and the last person floating on the sea surface is finally found. The last person, feeling hopeless, drifts on the water, and when he sees the orca approaching, he gets angry. What are you trying to do? I'm too tired to swim. Just eat me, he says, but his hand underneath the water tightly grips a dagger, ready to fight the orca to the death. Shirxia senses the dagger and speaks first. Put down your knife. Your friends are fine. I'm here to save you, and the boat is coming. The man in the sea looks up at the blinding light, but doesn't see Shirxia.
Wow.
You can talk? The man, already resigned to death, is stunned when he hears the orca speak. Of course, I can speak. Mid-sentence, Shirxia suddenly turned to the side in surprise. The man in the water had blurry vision and was exhausted. He blinked and silently counted in his mind. Three heads? The idea of 3 heads made the man's tense string snap with a buzzing sound. His head tilted and he fainted. Hey, don't faint. I can even avoid direct attacks now? Impressive. Praising himself, Shirxia jumped into the sea, patting the back of the orca. Carry him. The orca obediently dove underwater, swimming precisely to the man's position. When it surfaced, the man was already on its back. Shirxia then swam toward the fishing boat and waved at Li Daniu on board. Li Daniu, come down and help pull him up.
Coming.
Li Daniu jumped into the sea, grinning widely as he swam toward the orca. Everyone on the boat watched nervously. That was an orca. While they were gentle with Shirxia, it didn't mean they were friendly to everyone else. Be careful, Daniu. It's fine, Shirxia is below. Hearing that Shirxia was underneath surprisingly eased everyone's worries. Their acceptance of Shirxia grew even more. Brother Daniu isn't afraid at all.
Look.
Brother Daniu touched the orca. I want to try too. Li Daniu, with nerves as tough as steel, believed Shirxia was the boss and the strongest. The orca was secondary. He immediately asked Shirxia if he could touch the orca. Shirxia was very generous with his people. Wait a moment, I'll ask. Shirxia asked without hesitation. Let my brother touch it, and I'll give you something good. The orca, sensing the calming energy, nodded comfortably. Li Daniu eagerly moved forward and gently touched it. His eyes shining, he exclaimed, That's a lot of blubber. The orca tilted its head. This toy is big. Shirxia, you two don't even know who's whose favorite. Time's running out, Shirxia reminded.
Li Daniu smiled foolishly.
With the orca's cooperation, the person who had fainted in the water was pulled to the boat's edge. The crew scrambled to pull him up. They were supposed to splash water on him to wake him, but everyone on the boat cherished their fresh water and hesitated. Finally, Commander Cheng Donghai slapped the person awake. Ah, monster. He's turned into a spirit. 3 heads can talk. The person woke up shouting. Commander Cheng, a bit embarrassed, smiled at everyone and quickly pulled the soldier who was flailing on the ground. Shut up. Captain, you're also eaten by the monster. It's just the 2 of us, boo-hoo. The man's mouth was covered. Commander Cheng gave a glance to the nearby soldiers, and someone immediately came over to explain. They only heard the fainted soldier ask, Really? Really? After the explanation was clear, the fainted man finally saw the culprit, an orca whale. At this moment, the orca whale was lying quietly by the boat, obediently, while the crew members smiled and teased it, occasionally patting it. The orca whale was very calm and friendly, letting others touch it. Moreover, after being touched, it would dive underwater and then come back up. It would swim in circles or make some happy sounds with its head raised, as if performing. The fishermen on the boat laughed loudly, sometimes tossing a fish or 2, creating a scene of harmony between humans and nature. The fainted man, still dizzy, looked at Commander Cheng and asked, Captain, is this the orca whale that's chasing us? Commander Cheng, is it? He wasn't sure either. But what he was sure of was that he also wanted to touch it. How should he ask politely? The last person rescued was Zhao Tian, who was explaining excitedly that he wasn't scared or timid. He really thought the orca whale was talking. Next to him, Zhang Gotzi, also rescued, chuckled and said, Stop explaining. What's the use? We still have to tell everyone about you when we go back. Zhao Tian looked miserable and said, Brother, you're my real brother. Can we discuss this? For comrades across from him chuckled. Even your real dad wouldn't be enough. Zhao Tian, it's over. But he still wanted to struggle a bit and turned around to shout, Captain, where are you, Captain? All five looked toward where Commander Cheng had just been standing, but he was gone. They looked up and saw Qingdong, smiling in a not-so-valuable way, petting the orca whale's head. While petting, he said, smart.
We can say we met by chance.
The orca whale nudged its head upward, knocking Qingdonghai's hand away, and he laughed loudly.
This is just a little secret, sorry about that.
Qingdonghai's smile stretched wide, and he thought to himself that he had also touched the orca whale. He could brag about it back home and make those guys jealous. Just as Qingdonghai was lost in his fantasy, his smile froze. He stared at the orca whale, which was spraying salty seawater right in his face, and smiling at him. Everyone on the boat couldn't help but laugh. Qingdonghai took a few steps back, wiped his face with seawater, and looked at the whale, which was about to spray him again. Stop spraying. I'm not laughing at you. The orca stopped spraying water, tilted its head, and looked cute and obedient. Very clever. People say orcas are as smart as a 7 or 8-year-old child. Qingdonghai nodded in agreement, his hand twitching as if about to reach out. Let's shake hands. Pop. The moment Qingdonghai got close to the orca, it sprayed water instantly. The water jet was strong and large, and this time, Qingdonghai's freshly dried clothes were soaked again. The people on the boat blinked. A few soldiers looked at their leader being sprayed, wanting to laugh but afraid to, so they just focused on their professional knowledge to change the subject. This is definitely to lower the opponent's guard and lure them in. This was a successful drill, worth learning from. We should learn from all aspects. Qingdonghai turned around and glared at the 4 subordinates who were making sarcastic comments. He couldn't even handle the orca, let alone deal with them. The 4 instantly shut up, looking at the sky, the sea, and the seagulls. Shirxia, who had been watching the scene nearby, finally spoke. Stop spraying, come over. Qingdonghai turned his head. Why didn't you say that earlier? The mischievous orca clearly looked at Qingdonghai provocatively. It swam out with a proud, elegant style, flicked its tail, and headed toward Shirxia. After reaching her, the orca wagged its body in a flattering way. Shirxia slapped it.
Stop it.
We're going back. Follow behind us. The orca, after being slapped, showed no anger or grudges. It shook its body as if saying, You hit me a little. Its cheeky look made Qingdonghai almost cry. Do you have to treat him so differently? Is it because he looks too old? While Qingdonghai was lost in thought, Shirxia used her supernatural power to soothe the orca. Satisfied, the orca swam to the side of the fishing boat. The boat started moving, and the orca stayed nearby to them. Shirxia sat at the bow, legs crossed and stretched out, resting on the boat railing, enjoying the sea breeze peacefully. The orca swam on her side, occasionally diving underwater to play. Qingdonghai collected his thoughts and walked over to Shirxia. Hello, we haven't officially met. My name is Qingdonghai. Shirxia pointed to a chair beside her. Sit and chat. That relaxed feeling was enviable. Qingdonghai sat down and asked curiously, Have you always been this strong?
Born that way.
Shirxia wasn't just speaking carelessly. Her grandfather was also naturally strong, the best fisherman on the island. But when she was very young, she went out to sea and encountered a storm, and her body was never found. That's great. Qingdonghai believed her. He joined the army in his teens. Now, at 40, he has met many talented people. Shirxia, have you ever thought about joining the army? Qingdonghai's smile was ready. In this era, no one didn't want to serve. I haven't thought about it. I knew it, why not? Qingdonghai half smiled, persistently encouraging her. You might consider it now. You're strong, good at swimming, and have a special connection with animals. You're definitely a good candidate for the army. Shirxia lowered her legs, sat up straight, and looked at Qingdonghai, who was trying to persuade her. The sea is so vast, there are some things only soldiers can do. I think I'm quite suitable for those things. Like fighting, hitting people, enjoying good food, taking care of pets, and sleeping in. She had finally escaped the violence and didn't want to do things that didn't suit her. Chung Donghai, on the other side, didn't know Shirxia's inner thoughts. He thought about bigger matters. Sometimes, being a fisherman was easier for certain tasks. Seeing Chung Donghai look serious and respectful, Shirxia stood up confidently and looked at him with determination. Comrade Shirxia, I admire your sense of duty. Shirxia, what are you imagining? As a citizen of Huaxia, this is what I should do. Shirxia stood up, her expression more serious. Whatever you're imagining, just admit it. Even a noble act is noble. And so, a lovely misunderstanding was born. Chung Donghai no longer invited Shirxia to join the army, but he still appreciated her. Comrade Shirxia, if you have any difficulties, you can come to us. Don't hesitate. Chung Donghai was worried that such a dedicated person like Shirxia wouldn't want to trouble them. Shirxia's eyelashes fluttered slightly. The opportunity was right there, presented on a silver platter. I don't have any difficulties. Actually, there are 2 good naval recruits on our island I want to introduce to you. Really? Chung Donghai was overjoyed. Of course. Shirxia said with a sense of justice, good recruits should be handed over to the country to defend our homeland. Chung Donghai was truly touched. As he thought, Comrade Shirxia was a righteous, kind, and patriotic person. Shirxia, quickly hand over Wen Cheng'an, and she can enjoy life better. Both of them smiled happily. Shirxia softly said, Captain Cheng, can I tell everyone later that you gave me 2 army spots because of me? You saw it too. I'm the only woman on the fishing boat, and I want to stand firm. Captain Cheng understood immediately and smiled brightly, saying no problem. As long as the candidate is good, 2 spots are not many. After thanking Shirxia, he loudly called over Li Daniu. Captain Chung Li Daniu can hold his breath for 6 minutes, good at swimming, strong, and physically fit. He's a bit stubborn, but in the army, he's definitely the most obedient soldier. Shirxia introduced him, and Li Daniu looked confused, while Chung Donghai nodded repeatedly. Nearby, fishermen gathered to watch. Captain Chaoping stepped forward and asked, Shirxia, what's going on here? Shirxia spoke casually, as if it was a small, unimportant matter. Captain Cheng wanted to thank me for saving them, so he gave 2 military spots. I thought Li Daniu was a good fit, so I introduced him. Everyone thought, is she showing off? Whether Shirxia was showing off or not, everyone was very jealous. When Chaoping heard the word soldier, tears of envy welled up in his eyes. Unfortunately, he was 32 years old. Bad timing for him. Joining the army, it's wonderful. Isn't Daniu just lucky? Yesterday, that bump on his head wasn't for nothing. The fisherman envied, but also felt a little jealous. However, Li Daniu's strength and age were clear, so their envy was pointless. Moreover, Shirxia was here. Today, Shirxia proved one thing with her strong skills. She's good at fishing, and she's even better at fighting. The fishing boat continued heading back. Li Daniu was pulled aside by Chung Donghai and was shown a few moves. Not bad, the boat's stability is solid. And this strength, powerful. Chung Donghai looked at Li Daniu with admiration, thinking he was a real talent. Li Daniu, a beat slow to react, frowned and looked unwilling. I don't want to join the army. Chung Donghai, who was happily surprised, froze.
Why?
Today, 2 people had refused, which was strange. It didn't seem right. Li Daniu looked at Shirxia, stubborn and dark, and made a strange, shivery sound, like a mountain road with many twists. Old, Shirxia shivered and shot him a sideways glare. Speak clearly. Li Daniu immediately straightened his neck and spoke normally, though with a hint of grievance. Boss, I said, I want to stick with you. Li Daniu pointed at the orca and asked Captain Cheng, can I ride an orca if I join the army? Captain Cheng shook his head slowly. No, you really can't. Li Daniu looked confidently at Shirxia. Boss, following you has a future. Shirxia was amused by Li Daniu's reaction. She had tried to show kindness, but was met with disapproval. It seemed that good people can't do anything right. Daniu, shut up. Captain Cheng, Daniu didn't mean it that way. Daniu, are you stupid? Joining the army gets you allowances, but fishing doesn't lead anywhere. Everyone around tried to persuade him, and Xiaoping even pulled Li Daniu aside, telling him not to speak recklessly. If they lost the spot, they'd regret it forever. Now, joining the army was a proud honor for the whole family. If there were 2 soldiers from their village, just mentioning it would make others look up to them. People kept talking, but Li Daniu, being stubborn, refused to listen, standing stiffly with his neck stretched out and not saying a word. Xia knew people like Li Daniu well. No need for long explanations. Li Daniu, I am your boss. Do you listen to what I say?
Of course.
Li Daniu didn't realize the hidden meaning behind Xia's words. Xiaoping and Captain Cheng, standing nearby, smiled knowingly, understanding Xia's next move. Sure enough, Xia then said, if I tell you to join the army now, why are you arguing? Li Daniu opened his mouth, his head stubbornly turning several right angles instead of making a proper reply.
Yeah.
Boss, I'll listen to you. I'll join the army. After saying this, Li Daniu grinned at Captain Cheng. I'm going to join the army. Captain Cheng looked a bit speechless, but also understood how to handle Li Daniu. A straightforward soldier, like him, was actually very popular in the army because he would be a reliable comrade. Comrade Li Daniu, I just told you that you have a chance to apply. You need to pass the medical exam, political review, and background check before you can join. No worries, I am innocent, Li Daniu said confidently, making everyone laugh and then happily returning to their tasks. The fishing boat first reached Haiming Island, and after patrol officers checked and cleared it, it approached the port built by the military. Captain Cheng was the first to stand up and thanked Xia again. Xia, after I report back, I will go to Haiming Island. Okay, Captain Cheng, but we insist on not accepting any material gifts. Just give us a certificate. Our village is working hard to become an advanced collective. That would be a great moral boost for us. Captain Cheng was surprised but finally nodded and agreed. Xia smiled and added, it's best if it's stamped, so it's more convincing. Captain Cheng looked a bit puzzled but agreed to it. He had a strange feeling that Xia and he might be thinking of something that didn't quite match up. Xia didn't give Commander Cheng much time to think and said, Commander Cheng, I have another good candidate I haven't introduced to you. He can hold his breath underwater for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Commander Cheng Donghai was shocked. For a moment, he wanted to go back with the fishing boat. Missing such a talented person would make him regret forever. Really, everyone on our island knows about him, Xia said. After she finished, Commander Cheng felt curious but helpless, knowing he had to report back. After getting off the boat and walking a bit, Commander Cheng suddenly smiled. Xia is trying to trick me. He shook his head and chuckled. Though it was a trick, he felt a little excited. Meanwhile, Xia sat relaxed at the front of the boat, posing casually. She was a bit sunburned. It would be nice to have a sun umbrella. While thinking about making a sun umbrella, Xia was interrupted by the sound of orcas calling from the sea. She stood up and looked over. They were almost close to shore. Xia walked to the back of the boat. An orca swam over. She reached out her hand, touched its head, and said, I'm going home now. You can't come ashore, but I will go out to sea often. When you're nearby, come visit, okay? The orca looked reluctant, rubbing its head against her hand. Xia understood and shared a little of her special power with it. The orca became even more reluctant to leave. This toy felt so comfortable. Be good and go play by yourself, but don't hit the fishermen's boats. If you have nothing to do, go catch some big lobsters. I like to eat them. Xia and the orca talked for a while. Finally, the orca swam away reluctantly. If it stayed longer, it might get stranded. The orca stopped behind the fishing boat, circled several times. Xia waved her hand, and the orca dove underwater, disappearing from the surface. The fishing boat returned safely, docked, and everyone disembarked. Uncle Chow and the islanders who unloaded the cargo came over, got on a bamboo raft, and looked at the big fish in the fish hold, smiling happily. That many? How many nets did you set? Chao Ping came over and said, just one net. How is that possible? If it was just one net, you wouldn't be gone so long. Chao Ping honestly replied, really just one net. The rest of the time, we rescued some soldiers. We also played with the orca for a while. With each sentence Chao Ping said, the fisherman nodded in agreement. Uncle Chao was surprised and asked, you rescued a soldier? The soldiers called an orca? That's a pretty special name. Uncle Chao, it's a real orca, swimming in the sea, full of chubby flesh. Looks good, and it insisted on playing with me. Uncle Chao looked suspiciously fish. Can you tell if someone is good-looking? Xia walked over, smiling warmly, and continued, Uncle Chao, when are we going to sell the fish? She was craving some flavorful pork belly. The market stall was set up, ready for business. The competition to advance to the next level was about to start. Please support with your followings and votes. Carrot seafood is tasty, but it's not greasy. Eating too much can make you oily. Xia missed the rich, tender pork belly, the fragrant ribs, and the collagen-rich pig's trotters. She couldn't think about it anymore. Her mouth was watering. Uncle Chao was listening to Chao Ping explain, with his mouth wide open and not closing it. Is Xia so capable? Oh my, it must be the blessing of the sea goddess. Uncle Chao looked at Xia excitedly, almost wanting to burn 3 incense sticks for her on the spot. After Xia asked a question, he looked at the sun, which was about 2 in the afternoon. Then let's go now. 2 hours if we arrive around 4. We can still sell. Xia volunteered eagerly, raising her hand. Uncle Chao, I want to go. Uncle Chao looked at Xia, the hero of the team, and waved his hand. Then go. The fishing team had their own procedures. They acted quickly and had clear roles. The fish in the small fish tank was released, meant for distribution to the fishermen on the island. Although everyone lived by the sea, catching large fish was not easy. These big fish dried into fish jerky, enough for the fishermen to eat for a long time. That's considered a type of meat. Everyone worked together. Xia wanted to help but was stopped by Chao Ping. No need, this small task will be done soon. Xia nodded confidently. All right, I'll wait. She stood aside, and the fishermen finishing their work also came over to help. Among the group, Xia immediately spotted Wen Cheng'an. She casually crossed her arms and strolled over to him. With your outfit today, it looks like the battle was intense. Wen Cheng'an wanted to roll his eyes, but his face was covered in dirt, making it hard to see. He raised a finger at Xia, signaling to wait a moment. Xia tilted slightly and watched Wen Cheng'an walk to the seaside, wash his hands in the seawater, then his face. Wen Cheng'an, now clean, walked back towards Xia, one hand in his pocket, then took it out. Here. Xia looked down. In Wen Cheng'an's damp palm, there were 3 small red wild fruits. Take it. I don't like to eat it. Wen Cheng'an's awkward excuse made Xia laugh out loud. She teased, young Master Wen, you really don't like a lot of things. Is it wrong that I'm picky? No, I'm not picky. I like everything. Xia took 3 small fruits, wiped 2 of them with her hand, and bit into one.
Wow.
I was fooled. It's so sour. Xia glanced at Wen Cheng'an. Is this guy doing it on purpose? Wen Cheng'an secretly looked at Xia, who had a neutral expression. Are the fruits really good to eat? He didn't dare to taste them himself. When he went to the bathroom, he saw a few fruits on a tree, with signs of birds having eaten some. They weren't poisonous. Only 3 on the tree were red, the others were still green, so he picked these for Xia. Xia's teeth felt sour and numb, like she had teeth in her mouth but couldn't find them. Sweet. As she said sweet, Xia bit another piece and looked at Wen Cheng'an with a happy face. Give me one. Seeing Xia liked it, Wen Cheng'an didn't want one, but when she looked at him with bright eyes, he took one. It's really sweet, right? Xia smiled at Wen Cheng'an, who had already taken a bite. The next moment, they looked at each other. Wen Cheng'an, you really can endure. Xia, whether you did it on purpose or not, I can't suffer alone. What are you 2 eating? Li Daniu came over, curious, staring at Xia and Wen Cheng'an. Just as they were exchanging glances, they both turned their heads. Daniu is here. We're eating fruit. This fruit is too sour.
Don't eat it.
Xia said one thing. Wen Cheng'an said another. After they finished speaking, both of them bit into the fruit at the same time. They looked eager to finish and unwilling to share. Li Dania saw this and immediately smiled wisely. Give me one. I don't mind the sourness. Xia and Wen Cheng'an exchanged a look, showing expressions that said they didn't want to give but couldn't refuse. Xia reluctantly handed over her fruit. Li Dania happily took it and bit into a big piece. Ow, spit, spit, spit. It's really sour. My teeth. Li Daniu quickly spat out the sour, toothless fruit, looking guilty at Xia and Wen Cheng'an. Boss, I didn't believe you before. I should have trusted you. Xia and Wen Cheng'an quietly watched Li Daniu leave, feeling guilty. Wen Cheng'an glanced at Xia and asked, May I ask, Comrade Xia, what are your thoughts on fooling such an honest Li Daniu? Somewhat regretful. Xia finished and sighed, continuing, but I managed to endure it. After finishing, Xia looked at Wen Cheng'an, who was covered in dirt. You're all covered in dirt. Did you become an earthworm? Wen Cheng'an slowly turned his head, frowned, and remained silent. I'm probably better off as an earthworm. My real father kept trying to teach me how to use a pickaxe. He was so into it that he splashed dirt all over me. Xia imagined the scene. Old Wen enthusiastically demonstrating how to work, while Wen Cheng'an silently caught the dirt with his face from behind. Uncle Wen is just sharing survival tips. Be honest and learn from him, Xia said. Wen Cheng'an reluctantly replied, I didn't run away. Xia knew Wen Cheng'an had a sensitive pride, but he wasn't completely stubborn or proud without reason. Perhaps Wen Cheng'an didn't realize that he was no longer the new person on the island, always arguing with everyone. Xia changed the subject and said to Wen Cheng'an, Go sell fish on land.
Come with me. Oh.
Wen Cheng'an didn't ask why, and simply turned around to go home and change clothes. After he returned dressed, they waited a few more minutes until Xiaoping called that Xia was leaving. Xia took Wen Cheng'an onto the boat. The people on the boat, who were going to sell fish, looked at them with a deep smile in their eyes. It was clear they liked seeing young couples together. Xia, sit over here. Yes, over here is spacious. Talk among yourselves. We're far enough away. We can't hear you. Ha ha ha. Everyone started teasing them, and Xia confidently moved over. Wen Cheng'an was indifferent to everything, as it was all just pretend. They weren't shy about being teased. Instead, the teasing people gradually quieted down. Unanswered teasing was almost meaningless. After everyone sat down, the fishing boat set sail. It rocked gently as the islanders eagerly anticipated the prices of the fish, hoping to sell more. The fish caught by the islanders were sold to the supply cooperative, which had a dedicated place for fish. 3 hours later, the fishing boat arrived at the port and docked. Xiaoping went to find someone to weigh the fish, and Xia wanted to see the prices, so he followed. The fish weighing station was nearby. Xiaoping was familiar with the process and went to talk to the staff. Xia stood outside, looking at the price signs. Compared to later times, expensive fish like yellow croaker and sea bass had no price advantage here. Fish was just fish. There was no concept of expensive or cheap, only tiny differences. The signs listed only a few major categories: fish, sea cucumbers, shrimp, hairtail, and kelp. From the cheapest, seaweed at 1 cent per jean, to hairtail at 20 cents per jean. Of course, these are the purchase prices. When selling, the prices will be slightly higher, but not by much. Xia thought for a moment, so the hairtail fish is actually a bit more expensive. Xia, let's go weigh the fish.
Coming.
Xia followed Xiaoping as they left together, accompanied by a man wearing glasses and an older man with a fisherman's tan. The four of them arrived at the fishing boat dock. The older man skillfully squatted down to check the catch in the fish hold. He judged based on freshness and size. Although they all belonged to the same category, prices varied. Not bad, big size and fresh. You know the prices: 8 cents per catty for inkfish, 17 cents for mixed sea fish, 20 cents for hairtail, and the rest are all 3 cents per pound. Here are 3 mao for the shrimp, 1 cent per pound for kelp. The older man was talking about prices, and Xiao Ping responded politely. If the prices they offered weren't satisfactory, he would consider selling elsewhere. So, they had to accept whatever price was offered. Once the price was agreed upon, they started weighing the fish. The accompanying fishermen immediately got to work. The inkfish, weighing over 600 jin, the mixed sea fish over 800 jin, the hairtail over 300 jin, about 100 jin of shrimp and other miscellaneous fish and seafood totaling over 200 jin. After weighing everything, the young man with glasses recorded the weights on paper. When all the weighing was done, he began calculating the total money. Total is 312 yuan. Come with me to get the receipt and proof, then take the money. Xiao Ping quickly responded with an okay, then called out to Shixia. Shixia, come along. Shixia nodded and followed, hearing Xiao Ping whisper, your presence makes it safer. Shixia blinked and smiled knowingly, saying, don't worry, with me here, not a single yuan will be missing. Brother Qiao, how much do you think we can earn this trip? Shixia asked, and Xiao Ping didn't hide the truth. Our boat needs repairs. The money from this trip probably won't be enough for repairs, and we also need to buy diesel. It burns too fast and costs a lot. But we caught a good amount this time, so maybe we can sell for around 100 yuan each time. After subtracting diesel, fishing nets, wear and tear, and dead fish, we might make about 30 or 40 yuan. At this point, Xiao Ping looked at Shixia with a gentle expression. He was the village's lucky charm. Hearing this, Shixia silently calculated in his mind. Soon, Xiao Ping went to collect the money, signed the papers, and pressed his fingerprint. In the end, Xiao Ping counted the money twice, and still, he asked Shixia to count it again to be sure. After everything was confirmed, the two of them returned to the boat. By then, it was already dark. Shixia wanted to buy pork but couldn't find any, as the shops had closed. However, there were some small stalls near the port. Since everyone had come all this way, they decided to go ashore for a walk. Xiao Ping didn't stop them, only reminding everyone to return quickly because it was dangerous to stay out after dark. The others got off the boat, and Xiao Ping called Shixia over, handing her the money. Keep it safe. I trust you. Okay. Shixia pocketed the money and followed everyone off the boat. Wen Cheng'an was right behind her. They walked a little farther away from the others. When no one was around, Shixia suddenly stopped and looked at Wen Cheng'an. Wen Cheng'an was startled by her gaze and almost raised his hands to swear. I didn't mean to run away. I know. I just want to ask you something else. Wen Cheng'an let out a sigh of relief, waiting for Shixia to ask. Why does the Chen family treat you badly? Do you know? Wen Cheng'an was surprised for a moment and shook his head. No, I don't know. Then how badly do they treat you? To what extent? To what extent? Probably to the point of not being treated like a human. Wen Cheng'an hesitated, feeling embarrassed to say it. Shixia sensed his discomfort. Tell me, don't you want to get revenge? Besides, they treat you badly. It's not your fault. Why do you feel ashamed? Wen Cheng'an slowly looked up, his eyes filled with emotion. Since he was a child, everyone told him that he was not good enough, which was why he was treated like that. Wen Cheng'an looked steadily at Shixia. Her bright, confident nod shattered his beliefs and gave him the courage to speak. I never had a full meal when I was young. At first, they gave me some bran or similar food, but later, they completely ignored me. I had to find my own food. I never went to school. I spent every day just trying to eat enough. They hit me or scolded me, but they still pretended to be good parents in front of others. If I said anything to outsiders, I would get beaten when I got home. That's pretty much how I grew up. Wen Cheng'an spoke calmly, revealing 19 years of bitterness without sweetness. Shixia listened without showing sympathy. Wen Cheng'an didn't need it. She asked thoughtfully, do you think the Chen family knew from the start that you weren't their biological son? Wen Cheng'an hesitated for a few seconds. When I found out I was adopted, I also doubted it. But what good would it do to switch the children with the Wen family? Shixia listened and agreed. The Chen family is wealthy, while the Wen family are fishermen. The Wen family only went to the land hospital because their aunt came to land and suddenly needed to give birth. It was unexpected, and there was no way to plan for it. For a moment, Xia couldn't understand why, but she wanted to find out. Actually, investigating the Chen family isn't very difficult. There are two ways. One is to take your time and slowly infiltrate. When Wen Cheng'an heard this, he nodded. Let's investigate slowly. I also want to know why. Nonsense. You haven't learned anything from me. Xia slapped Wen Cheng'an on the shoulder in annoyance and said, I told you, there are two ways. Wen Cheng'an asked, what is the second way? Of course, it's sneaking into their house. Xia said this naturally, while Wen Cheng'an kept thinking about the word sneaking in. Is this okay to do? Wen Cheng'an stepped forward to catch up with Xia and quietly asked, when do we go? I know the terrain well, so I'll draw you a map first so we won't get lost inside. The Chen family members tend to leave at regular times. We can go in the morning. Just as Wen Cheng'an was pondering whether it was okay, he suddenly had a plan in mind. Xia listened to his rambling and raised her hand to stop him. It's not us, it's me alone. But the terrain map you mentioned is useful. I'll draw one tonight and make a schedule. When Wen Cheng'an heard this, he immediately disagreed. I can keep watch for you. Xia stopped, and Wen Cheng'an behind her also braked suddenly, standing firm. He was tall, looking down, waiting for your scolding. First, if you want to be my partner, you need to practice more. Second, I plan to let you join the army. Your record must be spotless. Xia raised an eyebrow and looked at the stunned Wen Cheng'an, asking, got it? So don't talk nonsense. I'm going to join the army?
Why?
Wen Cheng'an thought he would become a fisherman, like Wen Laoshi. Joining the army has allowances and benefits, which can support Annie and Uncle Wen. If there's a chance, I should go. Xia didn't give Wen Cheng'an a chance to ask more and directly told him to lead the way to the Chen family. The two stood opposite the Chen house, and Wen Cheng'an was explaining who everyone was. Xia listened and watched. It's a small courtyard. Easy to approach, not bad.
Hey?
Chen Jiandong. Xia looked at Chen Jiandong, who had just come out of his house. He was wiping his head with bright, shiny oil, dressed like a fancy dog, and seemed to be heading somewhere unknown. Her eyes lit up, and she raised an eyebrow at Wen Cheng'an, asking, should we give him a good lesson? Make him happy? Xia glanced at Wen Cheng'an, eager to try. Wen Cheng'an frowned, with a slight smile, and said to Xia, no sack. Xia smiled brightly, knowing deep down that Wen Cheng'an shared some of her traits. Her eyes sparkled, and she leaned in to whisper, just knock him out before he sees. Wen Cheng'an's eyes shone even brighter, with no shame about not doing it himself. Knocking him out depends on you. Don't worry, I got it covered. They immediately took action, following behind Chen Jiandong. Chen Jiandong ahead of them was unaware, humming a tune, walking lightly. Lin Sisi was waiting for him. Xia and Wen Cheng'an followed behind. Where do you think this beast is going? Xia asked. Wen Cheng'an glanced and said, with such flashy steps and outfit, he's probably going to see Lin Sisi.
Lin Sisi?
Chen Jiandong's new girlfriend? Wen Cheng'an nodded and secretly glanced at Xia, noticing she had no other expression, just a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Xia obviously no longer had feelings for Chen Jiandong. She was just curious. Hey, how did Chen Jiandong start dating Lin Sisi? Wen Cheng'an turned his head and said, Chen Jiandong saved Lin Sisi when she was being bullied by a few bullies. Lin Sisi decided to marry him. Xia frowned at that. Chen Jiandong saved her? With his timid look, can he handle a few bullies? Wen Cheng'an shrugged. Who knows? Anyway, Lin Sisi said Chen Jiandong saved her, and he didn't deny it. They got together. By the way, Lin Sisi's family is quite well off, even better than the Chen family. Xia nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Chen Jiandong was in such a rush to cancel the engagement. While they were chatting, Chen Jiandong had already entered an alley. Once he passed through, he would reach the place where he was supposed to meet Lin Sisi. Xia made a hand gesture to Wen Cheng'an. Before he could speak, she had already run ahead. Wen Cheng'an couldn't shout out loud, so he muttered quietly to himself, You should tell me what that gesture means. Shirxia, already far away, jumped over the wall to take a shortcut. Suddenly, she kicked precisely at Chen Jiandong's back from above. Chen Jiandong staggered. Just as he was about to turn around, he was struck his neck. Help! Before he could finish shouting for help, Shirxia kicked Chen Jiandong in the knee. Chen Jiandong's knee buckled, and his head was forcefully pressed down, hitting the ground loudly, making his face come into close contact with the earth. With 3 quick strikes, Shirxia knocked Chen Jiandong unconscious. Wen Cheng'an just happened to arrive at the alley entrance. After checking that no one was around, he hurried over without saying a word and kicked him. Shirxia silently timed it. The person fainted very quickly, so there was no need to linger. 45 seconds later, Shirxia grabbed Wen Cheng'an's wrist and ran. Wen Cheng'an followed the pull, lowering his head to see their arms forming a line, with Shirxia's braid flying in front. She faced the light, pulling him out of the narrow, dark alley. At this moment, a complex, hard-to-explain feeling surged inside her. Shirxia ran far with Wen Cheng'an, then loosened his wrist and looked at his dazed face, asking, "Not tired of hitting?" "No worries, there will be another chance next time." Wen Cheng'an showed a gentle smile he didn't even realize he had. Shirxia frowned as she watched him. "Did I hurt your head?" Wen Cheng'an's gentle expression vanished instantly, and he said somewhat awkwardly, "Next time, I'll do it myself, no need for you." Seeing Wen Cheng'an return to his usual calm, Shirxia immediately relaxed and said, "Then you'd better practice more." They didn't say much more and squatted in a corner. Soon, they saw Chen Jiandong limping out of the alley. Chen Jiandong looked around suspiciously, glaring at everyone passing by, only to be scolded several times. He clenched his fists angrily. "Don't let me find out who did this." Chen Jiandong never expected it to be Wen Cheng'an and Shirxia. He thought it was another pursuer of Lin Cixi. After all, yesterday Lin Cixi's childhood friend came to threaten him. A flash of sharpness appeared in his eyes. He grabbed some dirt from the ground and rubbed it on himself, making himself look worse. After finishing, he limped away. Shirxia and Wen Cheng'an watched the whole process, exchanging glances and followed. This gossip had to have an ending. They followed Chen Jiandong to a small park and hid behind a fake mountain. "Jiandong, what happened to you?" A worried, gentle female voice sounded. Lin Cixi, dressed in a white dress, hurried over, supporting Chen Jiandong with tears in her eyes. Chen Jiandong forced a smile and first pushed away Lin Cixi's hand. "Cixi, there are too many people. It's not good for you." "I'm fine. I just accidentally bumped into him. Don't worry. I didn't want to come here and make you worry, but I was afraid you would be sad if I didn't come, so I..." After a few words, Lin Cixi's flickering tears fell directly. "Jiandong, you're lying. No one gets hurt like this on their own. Is it Liaigua?" Liaigua is Lin Cixi's childhood friend who has liked her since they were young. Jiandong quickly shook his head and comforted her. "No, I really hurt myself. Please don't argue with Liaigua. You're good friends, I know that." At this point, Jiandong slightly lowered his head, showing a serious but not defeated look. "Cixi, your friendship over the years means a lot. Don't let me ruin it. I just regret not knowing you sooner." Jiandong. Lin Cixi was so touched she threw herself into his arms. This time, Jiandong didn't refuse. Behind the fake mountain, Shirxia and Wen Cheng'an watched, making faces and wincing. Shirxia said, "He's really good at pretending to be sweet. Jiandong's acting is quite convincing." Wen Cheng'an replied, "He has the blood of the Jian family, so his acting skills are pretty good." Shirxia nodded, puzzled, and asked, "Even if Lin Cixi is simple, can't her parents see through that?" "Who knows?" Shirxia was just asking out of curiosity and didn't want to interfere. After watching for a while, they decided not to watch their affectionate display anymore, and since time was almost up, they headed back. On the way home, Shirxia told Wen Cheng'an she would come again tomorrow and planned to stay on land for a few days to investigate the Jian family's affairs. Wen Cheng'an was silent for a moment. "Thank you, Shirxia." Xia didn't mind his thanks and cheerfully said, "As long as you treat Auntie and Uncle Wen well, everything else is small." Wen Cheng'an felt a strange sense of disappointment but couldn't quite understand why. For the first time, he seriously promised, "I will." Xia nodded with satisfaction. The two boarded the boat on time, and the fishing vessel returned with a good catch, smiling happily on everyone's face. On the way back, the wind was favorable, and they arrived in 2 hours. Xia said goodbye to everyone, got off the boat, and went home for dinner, saying they'd talk more tomorrow if needed. She and Wen Cheng'an headed in the same direction. Just at the gate of Wen's house, Aunt Zhang came out. "You're finally back. You must be starving, right?" "Xia, don't cook for yourself. I've already prepared everything." Xia cheerfully responded with a yes. Aunt Zhang immediately smiled happily, glad she didn't hold back. 3 people entered the house. Aunt Zhang took a basin of warm water and helped Xia wash her face. "Xia, use this to wash. Girls should use hot water." Next to them, Wen Cheng'an was rinsing with cold water, lowering his head and smiling softly as he continued to wash. "Remember?" Old Wen, walking over, tilted his chin toward Xia and shot a sharp glance at Wen Cheng'an. "Remember, girls should use hot water. She's practically your girlfriend now. You don't understand anything." After this teasing advice, Old Wen carried a piece of wood into the house. Wen Cheng'an's lips moved silently, and the words got it floated away in the breeze. After this small washing episode, all 4 of them went inside to eat. Xia stood next to Wen Cheng'an, kicked him lightly with her left foot, and whispered, "Go help out." Wen Cheng'an whispered back, "My position here isn't even better than the mice at home." Despite his teasing, Wen Cheng'an honestly went to help serve dishes, set the table, and fetch bowls and chopsticks. Aunt Zhang's eyes welled up when she saw Wen Cheng'an helping. But remembering what Xia told her, she immediately smiled and said, "My Cheng'an is really capable. He sets the table much tidier than your dad." Wen Cheng'an moved quickly to fetch bowls and chopsticks. He was used to such simple praise. Old Wen watched Wen Cheng'an, who had taken over his chores. This kid was learning fast, and there was still hope. Soon, the 4 sat down. There was a steamed fish, a bowl of mixed stew, and a large bowl of seaweed with potatoes. The main staple was still taro. "Eat more," Aunt Zhang first served Xia some fish. The fish was sliced flat, white, with thin strips and few bones, tender and tasty. "Auntie, I'll eat by myself." Okay. Aunt Zhang didn't serve any more dishes. Everyone started eating their own food. Xia was really hungry. After biting into a piece of taro, she took a bit of seaweed to go with it. The stew was cooked perfectly. The fish bones had softened completely. Xia ate, without spitting out any bones. The fish meat melted in her mouth. With its unique savory sauce flavor, it was quite delicious. Everyone was very hungry, and they finished their meal quietly and quickly. After eating, Xia didn't rush to leave. They continued talking. She shared her story of rescuing someone at sea today, and also talked about how much the fishing boat sold for. Aunt Zhang and Old Wen listened intently, fully engaged, and turned to Wen Cheng'an, who was doing 300 push-ups nearby, and said, "Breathe a little slower." Wen Cheng'an thought, this unnecessary feeling is becoming more and more familiar. Although being disliked, the feeling of being disliked at the Chen family is quite different. Xia glanced at Wen Cheng'an, then simply stood up and said, "I'm going back first. I have something to do tomorrow." Aunt Zhang also knew it was getting late, so she didn't stay long and saw Xia to the door. Xia opened the door. Big White and Little Flower, one on each side, only came close after noticing Xia. "Did you miss me?" "Gaga gaga, cluck cluck." Big White and Little Flower hurriedly called out one after the other. Big White even turned around with its plump bottom, bumped Little Flower, and after pushing her slightly away, stretched its neck toward Xia. It seemed to be saying, "Look at me. Look at me." Before Xia could react, a gust of wind blew in with the angry crowing of hens at dusk. In the next second, Little Flower flapped its wings and landed on Big White, suddenly increasing in height. Cluck cluck cluck, A series of rapid chicken calls made Xia feel both helpless and happy. She liked interacting with these small animals. It made her feel relaxed. All right, you two are not allowed to fight. While speaking, Xia petted this one and that one. After being comforted by her supernatural ability, Big White and Little Flower ended their quarrel. Xia entered the house and lit the kerosene lamp. She smelled the unpleasant odor of the kerosene and thought, it would be best if we had electricity. To get electricity, we need money. To get money, we need ideas. Relying only on fishing and selling fish isn't sustainable. It's not a long-term solution. So, developing a side business is necessary, something the whole village can do together. To have a united group with shared interests is the best way. Xia wanted to live a good life, but being the only one in the village doing well would attract too much attention. Plus, in the next 10 years, who knows what might happen, so it's very important that the whole village supports her. Xia was thinking as she stepped out of the house, looked at the dried sea cucumbers that were almost ready, and made a plan. She decided to visit Uncle Chow, the village chief, tomorrow morning. After settling on her plan, Xia turned back into the house, boiled some hot water, and washed up. After washing away her fatigue, she comfortably went to bed, and her supernatural abilities slowly operated. The next morning, Little Flower, the hen, stole the rooster's job and insisted on crowing. As a result, Aunt Zhang rushed over with a kitchen knife. Where is the yellow weasel? Stealing chickens again. Little Flower, who was about to crow, fell silent, and Xia couldn't help but laugh. After Aunt Zhang found out the truth, she looked at Little Flower with a strange expression, especially at its lower body. Xia comforted Little Flower, released Big White Goose and 4 ducklings to forage, then took the dried sea cucumbers to Uncle Chow's house. On the road from her home to Uncle Chow's house, Xia felt the islanders' warm enthusiasm. Last night, Xia single-handedly challenged a whale shark and brought back 3 times the usual fish catch, which everyone in the village knew about. She walked happily all the way and finally arrived at Uncle Chow's house. When Uncle Chow's little grandson saw Xia, he ran back with his bottom bare. Here comes the whale shark hunter. Xia is here, everyone, come inside quickly. Uncle Chow's eldest daughter-in-law greeted Xia, and she responded with a nod before entering the house. Xia was straightforward and looked directly at Uncle Chow inside the house, saying, Uncle Chow, I have something to talk to you about. Oh, come in, let's talk inside. They went into the inner room. Xia put down the dried sea cucumbers she brought and laid them out. Uncle Chow, what do you think about selling not only fresh fish, but also dried fish in the future? Uncle Chow was momentarily confused and said, dried fish isn't as tasty as fresh. Uncle Chow, it's not about taste but about long-term storage. Think about it, going out to fish depends on the weather. Even 6 or 7 trips a month are a lot. Plus, it's not just luck, diesel costs are high too. But drying things is different. Oysters, clams, razor shells, and seaweed from the tide pools can all be dried. After drying, they last longer, making it easier for the supply and marketing cooperative to sell outside. This is a project that can make money all year round. Uncle Chow understood and was tempted, but starting anything is never easy. Xia, what you're saying is good, but we don't have enough coarse salt. Uncle Chow, we don't have it on Haishan Island, but as far as I know, Haishan Island has a long coastline and used to dry salt. Uncle Chow looked a bit discouraged and said, but they don't dry salt anymore. Xia smiled slightly. They don't dry salt because they can't sell it. If we buy it, they won't just watch their money slip away. Uncle Chow, I don't know if it will succeed, but if we don't try, we'll never know. Uncle Chow looked at Xia, who was like a 3-stick incense, clenched his teeth, and patted his leg. You're right. Let's give it a try. After Uncle Chow agreed to try, Xia volunteered, saying, Uncle Chow, give me a letter of introduction. I'll go to the mainland for a couple of days to learn about the salt and dried goods purchase, and how the supply and marketing cooperative prices them. When I come back, we'll hold a meeting to discuss what to do next. After Uncle Chow heard this, his first reaction was, You're just a girl. Aren't you worried? Halfway through, He suddenly remembered the time Xia challenged the orca alone, and he thought it might be okay for her to go alone.
All right.
I'll write you a letter of introduction, and the village will cover the cost of the guest house.
And
Xia, try not to fight if you can avoid it. The person outside and the orca are not comparable. They could die instantly. Xia smiled and said, Don't worry, I never fight unless necessary. I always try to be reasonable. Uncle Chow felt much more at ease after hearing this. By the way, Uncle Chow, about what we discussed before. Xia's voice became much softer, and Uncle Chow nodded understandingly, replying quietly, 20% I know. Uncle Chow, the 20% stays the same, but after subtracting 100 yuan, the remaining amount will be calculated for me. Uncle Chow immediately understood what Xia meant. Every time their fishing boat went out to sea, the profit from selling the catch was about 100 yuan. After deducting miscellaneous expenses, they only earned 30 or 40 yuan. Now, Xia was removing the 100 yuan, and from the remaining 200, she wanted to take a 20% profit. Xia, thank you. No need, I can't make that much alone. Xia doesn't lose out, but she also doesn't want to take advantage. Long ago, everyone was smart enough not to be fools. Uncle Chow nodded, smiling as he took Xia to the village office. He gave her 3 prepared introduction letters and a few blank sheets stamped with official seals. You can write if you need to. If you're not finished, just write it yourself. Here's 5 yuan advance payment. Xia took it, said goodbye to Uncle Chow, and left the village office. She felt good and was planning to find a place to go fishing later, catch some solid goods, and bring them back. The ferry leaves at 8 a.m., so she had enough time. She could also set up a small stall. With some fresh seafood, she thought it would sell well. While she was thinking, Xia's ears twitched. She heard heavy footsteps behind her. She smiled and quickened her pace. Wen Cheng'an, who usually ran in the mornings, saw Xia's back from afar and thought about catching up to ask something. But he ended up falling further behind. Xia. If Xia wasn't doing it on purpose, Wen Cheng'an's name was written backwards. Wen Cheng'an tried to control his breathing. This was a breathing method Xia taught him. His steps became steady and quickened. A few minutes later, Xia was waiting ahead, arms crossed, whistling at Wen Cheng'an. Young Master Wen, you're finally not looking like a dead dog like on the first day. Xia, be careful with your eating, don't poison yourself. Xia smiled, raised her hand, and made Wen Cheng'an step back 2 paces in surprise. When the results came out, Xia Shun tidied her hair and looked at Wen Cheng'an with a bright smile. She said nothing, but it felt like she had said everything. Wen Cheng'an's heart fluttered when he saw Xia Shun smiling. He quickly changed the subject and asked, Are you going to land? Yes. I want to eat pork, so I plan to find some meat tickets. As she spoke, Xia Shun clicked her tongue. Wen Cheng'an felt a bit dazed. Actually, Xia Shun is quite adorable. I'll go with you. No need. I won't come back. I have an invitation letter. Wen Cheng'an was annoyed but stubborn, saying, Just because I said I wouldn't go, doesn't mean I won't. I want to go too. Xia Shun responded with an O. All right, I approve. After saying that, she left. Wen Cheng'an called after her in frustration, who said I approved. I'm just passing by, that's all. Xia Shun didn't look back and headed straight home. She carried a water bucket, a fishing net, and a fork, changed her clothes, and went out. She went directly to the seaside. Using her supernatural power, she dove in quickly to find some catch. As she entered the sea, bubbles rose up in strings. She used her legs to propel herself and adjusted her body skillfully, following her powers to a nearby reef. Occasionally, colorful small fish swam past, each with different shapes. Brightly colored corals swayed with the waves, seemingly inviting small fish to come and browse. Xia Shun silently approached the reef. A glimpse of a winding fish tail appeared between the rocks, with fins rotating in an S shape with the waves. It was a fat, fresh-looking large eel. Using her powers, Xia Shun locked onto the eel, and her fork quickly stabbed out. A large eel about 70 to 80 centimeters long struggled on the spear, bending and twisting. In the next moment, Xia Shun threw it into her net. The hunting continued. With her supernatural help, Xia Shun caught 7 large eels in a row. She also saw a large lobster, but it wasn't valuable at the moment, so she didn't have time to eat it now. She decided to wait until she returned home. About an hour under the sea, Xia Shun caught 7 eels, several sea urchins, sea cucumbers, and mussels. She also found some abalones on a reef. Carrying a full load of seafood, Xia Shun surfaced. After adjusting to the light, she dragged her net ashore, put the catch into buckets and sacks, and headed home. On the way back, she met some island residents, nodded a greeting, and continued on. Everyone now had a new understanding of Xia Shun's abilities, so they wouldn't cause trouble just because she caught a bit more seafood. Back at home, Xia Shun changed out of her wet clothes, packed a bag, and finally stored the dried abalones she had dried a few days ago. With her fresh catch from today, she carried her pole again and set out on the ferry. At the ferry dock. The place is called a ferry dock, but actually, villagers built a small raft bridge about 20 meters long using wood. Wen Cheng'an stood on the shore, looking in the direction where Xia was coming from, then turned to watch the ferry boat approaching the shore. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Wen Cheng'an stepped forward, ready to go find out. Just as he took a few steps, he saw Xia coming over, carrying a shoulder pole. Wen Cheng'an immediately turned around, not wanting Xia to see that he was nervously waiting. But when he thought about what Xia was holding, he turned back again. Before he could come up with a reason, his legs ran quickly over, and he pointed at his bag, saying, "I'll take this." Xia, carrying the shoulder pole, was also holding a bag filled with dried abalone. Xia deliberately teased him, saying, "Young Master Wen, a strong man like you, not carrying a shoulder pole?" Wen Cheng'an took the bag from Xia and said, "I'm not stupid. At least, I'm not as foolish as I was a couple of days ago, when I was impulsive because of your teasing." Xia loosened his grip, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Good, you finally realize your own weakness." After teasing him, Xia, still carrying the shoulder pole, walked ahead. Behind him, Wen Cheng'an wondered, why did he come here? To get scolded? Wen Cheng'an caught up with Xia and quickly bought ferry tickets with his money. Xia looked on in surprise. "Do you still have money?" Wen Cheng'an's hand paused a moment before he turned around to complain. Most girls would be touched at this moment, not questioning where I got the money. Xia put down the shoulder pole, pouted, and sat down. "Since you bought it for me, it means I have the right to get this. That's called deserving. In other words, sis, I deserve it. Besides, I'm not the one who can't afford it. It's you." Coming to the island with only 200 yuan, wearing clothes from Uncle Wen. Wen Cheng'an, feeling Xia's curiosity, sat proudly, lifting his chin, not answering, just waiting for you to ask. Xia gave a cool smile. "Giving you face. I won't ask, I'll just see you choke." Xia sat down comfortably, chatting on the east side and looking at the sea ahead. Next to him, Wen Cheng'an kept shifting trying to get attention, either clearing his throat or making some noise. But Xia ignored him completely. Wen Cheng'an knew very well that Xia was doing it on purpose. "Since you're not cooperating, then I'll just cooperate myself, fine? Actually, you've improved quite a bit. You need to control your running distance better and speed up your rhythm a little." Xia turned his head to reply, but what he said was not what Wen Cheng'an wanted to hear. Wei Cheng'an's words were once again held back by Xia. He gathered his courage and, with a rebellious spirit, urged himself, "If you won't let me speak, I will say it anyway. Not about running, but about the boat tickets. The boat ticket fee is very reasonable. It's the care and concern of the party and the country for us island residents." Xia's eyes sparkled with a smile as she chattered away. Wei Cheng'an was annoyed and clenched his teeth, but when he saw the bright look in Xia's eyes, he suddenly felt that making her happy for a while might not be so bad. After 2 minutes, Xia, "Actually, I have a meat ticket." Xia kept talking without replying. Wei Cheng'an raised his eyebrows in pride, pulled out a meat ticket from his pocket, and waved it in front of Xia. Xia's eyes followed the ticket as it moved. Wei Cheng'an smiled inside, Knowing this was the winning move. He realized Xia had a deep, almost instinctive obsession with food. Comrade Xia, can I still speak? Wei Cheng'an asked on purpose, and Xia glanced at him. Are you trying to tempt me? Wei Cheng'an nodded and asked back, did I succeed? Xia frowned, her serious little face only for half a second. Then she snatched the meat ticket from Wei Cheng'an's hand. Congratulations, you succeeded. Wei Cheng'an looked at his empty hand. The success came so quickly, he didn't even feel happy. He looked at Xia, who was gently smoothing the ticket, a smile flashing across his face. Forget it, I was just going to give it to her anyway. Xia put the meat ticket into her pocket and turned to look at Wei Cheng'an. Comrade, please start your story. I got it from fishing and trading. Is it over? Yes, it's over. Xia really wanted to touch Wei Cheng'an's forehead with her hand, to ask if exchanging a 2-gene meat ticket was worth it. Wei Cheng'an, you should stay home more. It's easy for someone to sell you. Wei Cheng'an wasn't stupid and immediately understood Xia's meaning. You're not just anyone. What I mean is, besides you, who else would beat me up? Wei Cheng'an nervously patted his chest, feeling uneasy, and looked at Xia. Seeing she had no other expression, he felt a little relieved. After feeling a bit calmer, Wei Cheng'an didn't speak anymore and fell into silence. He always felt that something about his own attitude was a little off. Xia, standing nearby, had no idea about Wei Cheng'an's inner thoughts. She was happily thinking about what to buy with the 2-gene meat ticket, what dishes to make once she brought it home. The ferry stopped at one port after another until it finally reached the mainland harbor. Everyone gradually disembarked. Xia carried a pole, and Wei Cheng'an carried his bag, walking off the boat one after the other. Wei Cheng'an, where's a good place to buy seafood? Wen Cheng'an pointed in a direction and said, go that way. Xia carried a shoulder pole and walked ahead, with Wen Cheng'an leading the way. This place mainly sells good goods. If someone wants to buy, the prices can be a bit higher. I used to sell good items, I found to them. Business is fair. Xia nodded, understanding that this was a place that mainly collected things for wealthy people. Wen Cheng'an led Xia to a black door and knocked rhythmically. After a minute, a bald man opened the door. Cheng'an, where have you been? The bald man punched Wen Cheng'an on the shoulder. Wen Cheng'an instinctively steadied himself, slightly wobbling, and said, I went to the island. It's not easy to come out. The bald man responded, oh, I've heard about the mix-up with the Chen family's child. Going to the island is good. There should be many good things there, right? Wen Cheng'an shifted aside and pointed at Xia, saying, she has good stuff. The bald man looked at Xia, saw she was a thin girl, and didn't pay much attention. He simply let the two in. Inside, they passed through a small courtyard, then a moon gate, and another yard. Are these all the goods? The bald man asked. Xia put down her shoulder pole and replied, here are eels, sea cucumbers, sea urchins, and abalones. This basket has dried abalones. If you like, you can take some first. As Xia spoke, the bald man called someone to come and look at the goods. Good stuff, all still alive.
Nice.
After inspecting the items, the bald man mentioned the prices. Eels are 4 cents a pound, sea cucumbers 1 cent 3, sea urchins 8 cents, abalones 18 cents, and dried abalones 7 cents. Xia, knowing the market prices, was satisfied with the offer and agreed. The price is okay, but I don't want all the money. I want some tickets too. No problem. Just wait. The bald man turned around to get the money, and there were others inside. Soon, he came out with the money and tickets, handing them to Xia. 57 yuan and 80 cents in cash, 30 yuan in tickets, and 27 yuan and 80 cents in receipts. Take a look. Xia took them and quickly checked. No problem. After saying that, Xia put the tickets in her pocket, grabbed her shoulder pole, and left. Her movements were quick and neat, very satisfying. The bald man directly said, if you find good stuff in the future, come straight to me.
I won't cheat you on the price.
Okay. Xia responded, and Wen Cheng'an said goodbye to the bald man. The two of them left one after the other. Outside, Shixia looked at Wen Cheng'an, noticing that he was no longer as careless as before. Warm Cheng'an.
What?
Have you realized how clever I am? The steady warm Cheng'an disappears for a second, replaced by that annoying version of him. No, I just want to ask how many times you've been robbed. Warm Cheng'an's confident expression cracks in an instant. How do you know I've been robbed? Shixia raises an eyebrow. A kid carrying a gold bar through the busy street. It's strange if he's not robbed. If you really could make a good living by diving for things, you wouldn't be so thin and going to the island. Warm Cheng'an shrugs his shoulders and gives up, saying, I was robbed at first, but then they got stupid and couldn't catch me anymore. The bald guy just now knew I was good at diving, asked me to find a pocket watch in the sea. I found it, and then I sold it to him. After hearing this, Shixia stares deeply at Warm Cheng'an. What are you looking at me for? It's not good to hit me in a crowded place, is it? Warm Cheng'an says it's not good, but he doesn't step back at all. Warm Cheng'an, you are a very impressive person. Most people who go through what you do wouldn't just be a sharp-tongued troublemaker, stubborn and aimless, wandering around without purpose. Warm Cheng'an was very touched a second ago, and his fake armor was broken by Shixia. But then he suspiciously asks, Shixia, are you praising me? Please vote and follow the author. Following is very important. It can decide the author's future. Please, thank you. Shixia. Are you praising me? Of course. Warm Cheng'an frowns and asks, it doesn't really feel like it, though. Shixia doesn't turn his head and says, they all praise the same way. How can I seem impressive? What kind of nonsense is that? Remember, my nonsense is the right truth because my fists are strong. In the bright afternoon sun, two figures, one tall, one short, walk together. One smiles softly, the other stands confidently. From afar, it looks like a couple having a small argument, trying to cheer each other up. They keep arguing, occasionally mentioning Warm Cheng'an. This old lady in this family makes clothes, quilts, very skilled.
Hey.
This man here is a freight driver. He can carry things for people. This is the county committee compound. If you see someone annoying inside, be gentle. Chen Jiandong's biological father is the principal of this school, and his stepmother is an obstetrician. Throughout the journey, Wen Cheng'an told Shixia everything he knew, and Shixia listened happily. Wen Cheng'an is good at gathering information. Soon, they arrived near the Chen family. Wen Cheng'an, feeling uneasy, asked, Did you remember everything I told you? Yes, I remembered. Please don't be too harsh. The Chen family isn't worth it. Don't worry, I always act reasonably. When Cheng'an rolled his eyes, so much he almost saw stars. If he hadn't beaten up Chen Jiandong with you and tricked the Chen brothers, he might have believed you. Seeing Wen Cheng'an still didn't leave, Shixia raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you planning to swim back? The ferry doesn't wait.
No.
I plan to fly back. Wen Cheng'an responded, then chuckled helplessly twice. I'm really leaving now. Shixia waved casually and said, Have a good flight. Okay, I'll fly slowly. Wen Cheng'an read the message and responded. He turned around with a slightly duller look in his eyes, feeling a new desire for strength in his heart. Even if he can't catch up with Shixia, at least he can't fall behind. Maybe he can become a partner? Wen Cheng'an took a deep breath and ran toward the ferry. Many people saw him come out with Shixia. If he didn't go back, there would be bad rumors. After Wen Cheng'an left, Shixia started to wait and observe. This time, she needed to find out about the factory on the island and also investigate the Chen family. Shixia crouched across from the Chen house, holding a large plain steamed bun bought from the state-run restaurant, taking bites one after another. The chewy texture became sweeter the more she chewed. Shixia ate with great enjoyment. While Shixia was watching, Wen Cheng'an smoothly boarded the ferry and returned to Haishan Island. Back on Haishan Island, Wen Cheng'an deliberately took a different route home, heading to places with more people and even greeted a few gossiping old ladies. When Wen Cheng'an left, the old ladies looked at each other suspiciously. Did he take the wrong medicine? Medicine is expensive. I think he drank too much seawater. That's strange. How did he come back alone? I remember he went out with Shixia. I heard Shirxia went on an errand, and Uncle Chow even gave her a letter of introduction. Wen Cheng'an, walking away, deliberately wandered around the village several more times until he met Old One. What are you doing? Walking around in circles here? Wen Cheng'an didn't hide anything. I went out with Shirxia. She had something to do and didn't come back. I'm worried someone might gossip. Old One looked at him with a disdainful yet admiring expression and patted Wen Cheng'an's shoulder firmly. Good, you're making progress. No wonder he's my son. Old One was happy and left after praising him once. Wen Cheng'an stepped forward. Why are you leaving? Just walk a few more laps. I've already done 3 or 4 laps. Old One remained unmoved. 3 or 4 laps. That's nothing. Even donkeys keep turning every day. Wen Cheng'an suddenly shouted, annoyed. I'm not a donkey. What are you running for? When you can't argue, you run. What exactly are you, a real father? Seeing Old One run away, Wen Cheng'an couldn't help but laugh. Yesterday, he was covered in dirt, and right after, he ran off like a kid. Who was the son? Who was the father? Wen Cheng'an was angry, but also realized he had walked a few more laps. This walk earned him a reputation for doing nothing but wandering around the village. Meanwhile, Shirxia stayed outside the Chen family until after 7 p.m., then left to go to a guest house and booked a room. Late at night, Shirxia jumped out of the guest house window and went back to the Chen family. In the dark and windy night, doing nothing would be boring. Avoiding patrols, Shirxia climbed over the wall into the Chen house. She remembered the layout Wen Cheng'an mentioned. Dressed in black, with her face covered, she silently pushed open the door and entered the master bedroom. The bedroom was large and luxurious. On a big double bed, her parents, Chen Qiuxing and Miao Guilan, were sleeping. Shirxia held a needle between her fingers, dipped in a tiny amount of pufferfish toxin. Mixed with her supernatural ability, it could make people faint without being deadly. She quietly approached and quickly stabbed both of them in the neck. Seeing their breathing slow, Shirxia then used the same method on Qin Jiandong, as well as their son Qin Shiyuan in another bedroom. Once the whole family was unconscious, Shirxia began her search. The hiding spots were simple: wall cracks, the ground, under the bed, cabinet gaps, and hidden compartments. She first found various medicines for strengthening and nourishing.
Could Chen Qiuxing
be unable to stand? Shirxia frowned and kept searching. She poured water on the floor, and her supernatural ability spread along the water flow, covering every inch. Soon, she discovered an iron box in the southwest corner underground. She dug it out, and the rusty box was opened, revealing a diary inside. Shirxia read it with a furrowed brow. The diary was written by Chen Jiandong's biological mother, the original wife of Chen Qiuxing, who had passed away. It turned out that Chen Qiuxing's original wife had long suspected him of having an affair with another woman, but she didn't know who that woman was. The entire diary is filled with a pregnant woman's pain over her husband's indifference, her resentment towards the mistress, and her worries about her unborn child. Shirxia takes the diary, puts the box back, and restores everything to its original state. She calculates the time, then leaves the bedroom and goes to the kitchen. Using the same method, she discovers a secret room. The entrance to the secret room is under the cabinet. Shirxia pushes open the cabinet and goes down. The narrow passage smells of a pleasant fragrance. When she reaches the bottom, she sees a dark wooden doll, worshipped with incense. Shirxia approaches and reads the words on the doll. Pray for a child. That doesn't look like a proper Buddha. After looking around, Shirxia returns to the surface, pushes the cabinet back, and leaves quickly. She successfully returns to the guest house, lies on the bed, and begins to think. The original wife knows Chen Qiuxing is cheating, but she doesn't know who it is. Miao Guilin is an obstetrician. Could it be that she suddenly found out during childbirth that Miao Guilin is the mistress? The offering is for a child. Chen Shiyuan is only 11 years old, and Wen Cheng'an was only 7 when she got pregnant. A complete picture is forming in Shirxia's mind. To find out if it's true, she plans to visit again tomorrow night. After a night, Xia wakes up early and goes to the state-run restaurant. She eats 2 bowls of wontons and 3 pies. As she leaves the restaurant, she hears voices inside. A girl who can eat like that is hard to find. Who would marry her if she can't even fill her stomach? She looks quite nice. Xia ignores the voices behind her, bites into her bun, and walks to the high school where Chen Qiusheng works. She leans against a big tree, watching Chen Qiusheng riding his bike over. The principal acts proud, nodding arrogantly at those greeting him, as if giving a small favor. Soon, Chen Jiandong also arrives at school. Xia finishes her bun, then sneaks around the back of the school and climbs over the wall. No surveillance in this era, it's perfect. Using her keen senses, Xia avoids people and finds the principal's office. Chen Qiusheng has gone to the meeting room. She skillfully slips in, unlocking the door and entering sideways. A man might hide something in his office, especially a private one like this. Xia acts quickly. After a few minutes, she finds a hidden compartment on the bookshelf. She pries it open and finds a thick stack of papers inside, some handwritten, some printed. Diagnosis report. Low motility. Xia smiles knowingly and slips the documents into her pocket. After leaving, Xia went to several places until 7 p.m. When she returned to the guest house, she chatted happily with a front desk lady, gave her 2 pieces of candy, and asked for a pot of hot water. The front desk lady responded warmly, leaving a deep impression of Xia as a quiet, polite, and well-behaved girl. Xia carried the hot water upstairs, and around midnight, she quickly slipped out of the 3rd-floor window. She smoothly arrived again at the Chen family's house, using nearby materials to find some rope and torn cloth to tie up Chen Qiusheng and Miao Guilan. As for Chen Jiandong and Chen Xiuyuan, she made them faint. Who knows the truth better than the people involved? Her method was simple and rough. You. In chains, Chen Qiusheng struggled to move his chair, making muffled sounds. Miao Guilan shivered in fear and also whimpered. Xia, with only her eyes visible, had a rough voice and a taller stature. Shut up. If you move again, I'll kill you. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she held a sharp kitchen knife with gloved hands. Chen Qiusheng looked at the strong man in fear, eyes pleading, shaking his head. Don't kill us. We can talk. But Xia, lost in her role, looked sad in her eyes. You 2 scoundrels, it's you who killed my cuckoo. If I hadn't just come out, do you think you could live this long? When she mentioned cuckoo, both Miao Guilan and Chen Qiusheng's eyes widened. Because Chen Jiandong's biological mother, Chen Qiusheng's deceased wife, was named by cuckoo. Chen Qiusheng whimpered, trying to tell them it was a misunderstanding. Miao Guilan's eyes flickered with guilt, but she remembered her actions left no trace and forced herself to stay calm. Playing the role of her old lover, Xia didn't give them a chance to speak. The shiny big kitchen knife swung toward Chen Qiusheng. You, thud. Chen Qiusheng's knees hit the ground hard, and he desperately pulled at the chair, kneeling before her. Xia sneered coldly. Now you're afraid. You and your mistress killed her when Cuckoo was giving birth. Didn't expect today, huh? Chen Qiusheng, stop pretending. I already know what you did, and Cuckoo told me everything. The kneeling Chen Qiusheng looked up sharply, but in the next second, Xia stomped on his head, pressing his face to the ground. Cuckoo knew you had a woman outside. Every move you made was written in her diary. Don't worry, you won't be alone on the road to the afterlife. Your mistress will be with you soon. The woman and children are gone. You can't expect to live either. The bright kitchen knife was ready to strike. Meanwhile, Miao Guilan forcefully pushed forward, shaking her head vigorously. Ugh, not dead. Not dead. Miao Guilan's head was turned sharply in one direction as she exerted her strength. The man she called her former lover looked at her with some suspicion. You better not say anything foolish, or you'll be the first to die. Miao Guilan nodded desperately. Soon, the torn cloth in her mouth was pulled out. I'm not dead. Your son isn't dead. As soon as she finished speaking, the kitchen knife was pressed against her neck. Xia's eyes, bright red, were full of killing intent. You better make things clear or else. The cold aura from the knife made Miao Guilan too afraid to move. At this moment, hiding things wasn't an option. Du-won had heavy bleeding during childbirth. She knew she wouldn't live long. I saw her switch her baby with the neighbors. Really, I'm telling the truth. That child hasn't suffered, though when family treats him well, even pays for his schooling. He's right here. Xia suddenly understood the whole story. When Du-won was giving birth, she discovered that Miao Guilan was her lover. Maybe Miao Guilan tampered with things during the birth, but it couldn't be proven now. Fearing that the ruthless Miao Guilan would mistreat her own son, Du-won exchanged her baby with Wen Cheng'an's. She wanted Wen Cheng'an to bear the cruelty of a wicked stepmother and hide her inability to have children. She even suspected Du-won of infidelity, but also wanted to prove she could give birth by using Chen Xiaoxing. Everyone was a villain. Not a single good person. Having figured it out, Xia looked at Chen Xiaoxing. Did you always know that Du-won's child wasn't yours? Chen Xiaoxing's face twisted with hatred for Du-won's infidelity and fear of the knife in front of him. Yes. After receiving the confirmation, Xia kept her eyes on both of them, but didn't move. If she wasn't mistaken, Chen Jiandong was indeed Chen Xiaoxing's biological son, selfish and greedy, just like his father. But why should she tell them? The recent mistaken child swap was confirmed only by blood type, and Chen Jiandong and Du-won looked very similar, with matching blood types. Only 2 people had given birth on that day, so they concluded the child was swapped. The Chen family didn't just want to reclaim the child, they also liked Lin Cece from the Chen family. This family should fight among themselves, it's only fair. Thinking of this, Xia staggered and swayed. My son is still alive, ha ha ha. I still have a son. Xia laughed loudly, each laugh turning into a slap on Chen Xiaoxing's face. Help smack. Miao Guilan wanted to shout for help, but no sound came out. She was slapped so hard by Xia that she felt dizzy and blurred. Miao Guilan, don't think I don't know if you don't say anything. It was you who caused Du-won's heavy bleeding, wasn't it? No, it's because she's weak, it has nothing to do with me. Miao Guilan was too scared to admit it. Xia sneered. It doesn't matter. I don't need you to admit it. I won't kill you. From now on, you have to be a good mother to my son.
And you, Chen Xiaoxing,
take good care of my son, or I'll tell everyone about your broken, useless stuff. After saying this, Xia gave a villainous, wicked smile.
Now,
hand over all your money. She was robbing the scoundrel rebel. Xia wanted money. Chen Xiaoxing and Miao Guilan didn't dare refuse because the person in front of them was a crazy person. They thought more. The man in front of them was Bai Du-won's lover, probably just escaped from jail, likely unable to take care of himself, and couldn't provide Chen Jiandong with a stable life. In contrast, they were a principal and a doctor, from good families. This man probably wanted Chen Jiandong to live well here, with a clean identity and a good future. Chen Xiaoxing used to doubt, but now he was 100% sure. Even the prestigious Lin family's background couldn't hide the humiliation he felt as a betrayed man. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that he was also unfaithful. Xia didn't care how these two imagined things. She found 1,200 yuan in total and pocketed all of it. Wen Cheng'an had been mistreated by these two since he was young. If he weren't inherently kind, he might have gone dark and become someone who retaliates against society. Chen Xiaoxing and Miao Guilan watched with pain as Xia took all their savings. How did she find it? How could she find it so accurately? She even found the hidden money Chen Xiaoxing kept. After getting the money, Xia threw a kitchen knife at them. Remember, be good to my son. As long as I escape this time, I will come back someday. After leaving these harsh words, Xia walked out of the bedroom. She stood at the door of Chen Jiandong's room, trembling, holding her hand in front of the door, hesitant to go in. In her mind, she was thinking, I must act resolute, reluctant, and conflicted. Writing her own little script, Xia couldn't bear to turn away and left with a decisive look. She perfectly played the role of a biological father with hopeful love for his son. If the characters had been different, Chen Xiusheng and Miao Guilan would have been moved to tears. Quick, untie me. Chen Xiusheng was turned away from Miao Guilan, who was pressed against his back, her fingers clumsy as she started to untie the rope. Xiusheng, what should we do? Should we call the police? Call the police? Say I can't have children, or that Duan was cheating, or that you caused her death. Miao Guilan paused, feeling wronged, and said, You don't trust me? Chen Xiusheng's face was turned away, showing a hint of sarcasm. At this moment, he didn't trust anyone. Guilan, I do trust you, but we still can't call the police. Who knows what that person might do? Most importantly, he didn't want others to know his wife had betrayed him. As a man, he couldn't lose face. Miao Guilan nodded tearfully and continued to untie the ropes. Are we just going to keep Chen Jiandong?
Why?
We have our own plans. Thinking of Chen Shuyuan, Chen Xiusheng also showed a smile. It's okay, just for appearances. As long as Chen Jiandong is in our hands, that person won't dare do anything. We're just using him as a bridge to connect with the Lin family. Whatever happened before, it will happen again. Just focus on paving the way for Shuyuan. And a fugitive like that won't live long anyway. Miao Guilan finally untied the ropes, looking pained as she said, So much money. Chen Xiusheng also felt distressed. Handle some things at the hospital, and the school is building a new building. I'll keep an eye on things too. Miao Guilan could only nod and say, That's all we can do. After they finished discussing, they quickly tidied up the bedroom. Xia was on the roof, eavesdropping on their conversation, hearing everything clearly. It seemed she didn't need to do much. These two would soon ruin themselves. As for Chen Jiandong, as long as Chen Xiusheng and Miao Guilan were unhappy, Chen Jiandong wouldn't get a good outcome. Xia quietly left and returned to the guest house. Back at the guest house, Xia took off her black headscarf, mask, and large black coat, and also removed the straw stuffed inside, her secret strength. The straw was a bit damp, manipulated with her powers to make it look more solid. Oh, and she also took out the insoles to increase her height. After everything was prepared, she put away her adoptive father's clothes and shoes. The next morning, Xia went downstairs, greeted the front desk, and then went to eat. She was still amazed at the large appetite of the diners, and before leaving, she bought 2 large buns. The Chen family's matters are temporarily settled, and Xia has begun handling affairs on Haisan Island. With a steady income, Wen Cheng'an is about to join the army, and her retirement life feels closer. Thinking about it makes her feel happy. Xia first went to the place where she sold fish once before and found the old man who inspected the goods last time. Grandpa Zhang, I am Xia from Haisan Island. Here is my introduction letter. Old man Zhang looked at it briefly. Anything? Yes. I want to ask, how do we sell dried goods here? How much can we sell? Dried goods. Depends on quality and price. How much do you have? How much can you sell? Old man Zhang spoke clearly and directly, then asked Xia, So, do you have a lot of dried goods on your island? Xia chuckled and said, Not yet. After gathering information, Xia went to the supply and marketing cooperative to look at dried goods for sale, estimating what the finished dried products might look like in the future. Once she had a good idea, Xia started buying in large quantities. After buying most of the necessary daily supplies, she went to look at the meat market, only to find it sold out. Young lady, if you want to buy meat, you need to line up early in the morning. Xia responded with an O, and asked, Comrade, what time should I come? I want to be the first to buy. First. Then you need to come at 3 o'clock. Xia thanked him, carried her purchased items, and prepared to return to the guest house. There was no ferry today, so she would only be able to go back to the village tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, she would line up early to buy meat, then take the ferry back, just in time. On the way back, Xia bought herself 2 ice pops, 1 in each hand, eating one with each bite. Several children nearby looked on enviously, drooling. Before reaching the guest house, she had already finished both ice pops. Really sweet. After finishing her ice pops, Xia passed by a bookstore, went inside, and bought a few newspapers to pass the time. Soon, she carried her things into the guest house and went up to the third floor. Feeling in a good mood, she put down her belongings and took out orange soda, sunflower seeds, peach crisps, and mung bean cakes. Sitting in a chair with her legs crossed, she sipped her drink, cracked sunflower seeds, and nibbled on snacks. Is this what life is about? Xia was fully enjoying herself here, while Wen Cheng'an on High Sand Island was diligently completing his daily training tasks with a positive attitude. It was tough, but he didn't slack off at all. The only difference was that the next morning, his legs and arms no longer looked like his own. It was strange. Wen Cheng'an, after finishing his training, was thinking about Xia. When the ferry came again, he walked onto it with a strange gait. Here is the improved and translated version. This morning, at 2 o'clock, Xia arrived at the pork shop and successfully lined up in first place. After buying the pork belly, bones, and pig's feet she wanted, Xia went back to the guest house to rest until someone knocked on the door. Comrade Shi, there's someone named Comrade when looking for you. Xia turned over quickly. Why did Wen Cheng'an come? She hurried downstairs. Wen Cheng'an was trembling and leaning on the wall. When he saw Xia, he took a step forward, but his knees suddenly went weak. With a loud thud, he knelt down. His legs. Xia wasn't scared by the sudden kneeling. She could tell at a glance that Wen Cheng'an's legs were tired. Of course, without her special abilities these days, how could they not be tired? She smiled and crossed her arms, standing on the steps, teasing him. Why so nervous? I'm not a good person anyway. Wen Cheng'an, kneeling on both knees, looked embarrassed, but Xia's words made him laugh. Coincidentally, I'm known as the troublemaker in our village, a street kid, not a good person either. Just yesterday, a few aunties had bestowed this title on him. Wen Cheng'an leaned on a nearby table, pulling himself up slowly. Their strange conversation made the front desk staff at the guest house watch them cautiously. Could they be spies? Are they communicating in secret code? Besides secret signals, what else could explain such ridiculous talk? Xia had already walked over to Wen Cheng'an, glancing at his lower body. Wen Cheng'an shivered, feeling uncomfortable all over. Young Master Wen, did you come all the way kneeling? Making some money? Wen Cheng'an rolled his eyes lazily and said coolly, I flew here. Really saving money. You'll fly back later, and I haven't seen that yet. Xia raised an eyebrow in challenge. Wen Cheng'an glared at her, and they locked eyes again. The front desk staff watched them carefully, then finally sighed in relief. Are you two a couple? Young people are fun. Even arguing is interesting. The staff member spoke, looking at them with a gossiping, curious expression. Xia and Wen Cheng'an both turned their heads. Xia still remembered their fake relationship and openly admitted, yes, we're just joking around. Wen Cheng'an slightly curled his lips, lowered his head, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. They stopped arguing and went outside to sit under the shade of a tree. Why are you here? I'm just buying some things. Wen Cheng'an casually made up a reason, but Xia didn't really investigate. Instead, he started talking about the Chen family. Bai Duan probably saw how close Uncle Wen and Auntie are and didn't want her child to suffer, so she secretly replaced you. Miao Guilan and Chen Qiusheng both knew you weren't their biological child. Chen Qiusheng couldn't have children. They used you as a surrogate. So after you turned 7, they had Chen Shuyuan, and your life became even harder. Wen Cheng'an listened carefully, his pupils dark and silent, suppressing the anger threatening to explode. An endless rage slowly consumed his reason. He suddenly smiled out of anger. Wen Cheng'an sneered. Such great motherly love. Xia kept a close watch on Wen Cheng'an. He bit his lip, and the veins on his neck pulsed with his boundless anger. Whatever you want to do, I'll help you. Xia didn't try to persuade him to calm down. After all this, why should the bad guys succeed and good people suffer? Wen Cheng'an, go ahead and do it without fear. I'll cover for you. Xia's voice was as fierce as the sun breaking through clouds, strong and commanding, dispelling the dark thoughts growing in Wen Cheng'an's heart. He turned his head, only Xia in his pupils. He wanted to ask, why does she treat me so well? But he already had an answer. Uncle Wen and Auntie. Now, Wen Cheng'an desperately wanted to escape this answer. I need money from you. Xia's lively and proud expression appeared. He moved closer and held up 1,200 yuan. Since you're acting as my shield, I won't charge you a fee. The word shield made Wen Cheng'an suppress the answer that had just risen in his heart. He looked deeply at Xia, his mind clear and new. She doesn't like me. His dark pupils were hidden behind lowered eyelashes. The anger in him was replaced by grievance. He looked up sadly, like a wounded little beast, feeling wronged.
I'm fine.
Xia froze for a moment. Facing Wen Cheng'an, who had shed all his defenses, she didn't know where to start. How can you say you're fine? I told you I'd cover for you. Just go ahead and do it confidently. Wait for me. I'll go get the money for you. Feeling a bit lost, Xia turned and ran back to the guest house to get the money. Wen Cheng'an, feeling wronged, watched her back, his eyes flickering with insecurity, confusion, and hesitation. He didn't want to be a fake partner anymore, but did he have the right? The Chen family, he hated them deeply, but Xia said she wanted him to go cleanly and join the army. He wanted to listen. He understood better that if the Chen family destroyed everything he is now, he would regret it even more. I'm here. Xia ran out of the guest house carrying a canvas bag, rushing to Wen Cheng'an. She opened the bag to reveal several large bundles of salt. How is it? Are you happy? In this world, there's nothing money can't solve. If something can't be solved with money, it just means you don't have enough. Wen Cheng'an, I know the Chen family is disgusting, but trust me, they won't have many good days left. Xia couldn't say outright that a change was coming soon, so she subtly hinted, the Wen family is good, Uncle Wen is good, Auntie is good. Your future is much brighter than the Chen family's, so. Wen Cheng'an nodded and forced a smile at Xia. I know. I won't do anything impulsive. That's right. I'm serious about backing you up, not joking. Xia rarely explained herself because it involved her reputation with her boss, so she wanted to make it clear. Wen Cheng'an's eyes sparkled. She's really cute. Seeing Wen Cheng'an calm, Xia handed him the bag and said, You should have this. Wen Cheng'an reached out to take the bag but refused, pushing it back toward Xia. Xia looked puzzled. Keep your safety in mind. My legs are so weak I can barely walk. If a thief comes, I can't exactly kneel on the ground and beg him. Wen Cheng'an's self-deprecating humor was quite harsh. Xia thought what he said made sense and took back the bag. I'll give it to you when we return. Wen Cheng'an didn't respond, and Xia didn't mind. There were 3 hours before the ferry left, so Xia decided to visit Yidao Island. She asked Wen Cheng'an to stay at the guest house and watch things. Xia moved quickly and efficiently. Yidao Island is an inland island connected to the mainland. When Xia arrived at Yidao Island, she bought some candy from 2 children and took them to find the village chief. The village chief was working when the children called him away, and he looked at Xia, who was standing confidently nearby. Who is she? No matter what, he decided to come over. Comrade, do you need something? Hello, I am Xia from Hasen Island. Here is my letter of introduction. Our village head, Uncle Chow, asked me to inquire about your salt fields. The village chief of Yidao Island was surnamed Zhou. Our salt fields are no longer in use. What do you want to ask? Xia smiled brightly. I want to ask if I can buy some coarse salt every month. Would you be able to dry salt again? Village Chief Zhou frowned, not fully trusting Xia, but he was also curious. Everyone wants to make money. Asking a few more questions wouldn't hurt. What is the amount? Can you decide? Xia politely smiled and shook her head. I can't make the decision right now. I don't know how much to buy. I just want to ask first. How much do we need to buy? Will you resalt the salt fields? It's better to know the amount before we go back to hold a meeting and make a decision. Xia's point was reasonable, but Chief Zhou dismissed her without much thought. Old Chow asked her to inquire, And since the young girl looked clean and clear in speech, it was obvious she had studied. People who have studied are generally respected.
So,
As long as we buy more than 1,000 jin of coarse salt, we will salt the fields. They have salt fields, but they stopped salting because their refining process was not good and they couldn't afford the equipment. Plus, inland salt was more convenient, so they gradually stopped salting. But coarse salt is different. After simple refining, the process isn't complicated. How much does coarse salt sell for? 1 penny per jin. Okay, whether we buy or not, once we decide, I will come back and tell you. Chief Zhou nodded in agreement, feeling hopeful but not very optimistic, then went back to work. Shixia also turned to leave and went to find Wen Cheng'an, heading back to Haishan Island. When she returned to the guest house, Wen Cheng'an was doing push-ups. Shixia stood at the door, surprised yet not surprised to see Wen Cheng'an.
so eager?
Wen Cheng'an didn't stop but simply hummed in response. Shixia didn't disturb him. After packing up the things she bought, Wen Cheng'an finished his exercise. Sweat was streaming down his face, and Shixia couldn't bear to see it. She handed him a freshly bought towel. Use this. Wen Cheng'an took the towel and, with a thoughtful look, said, My money isn't with you, so just deduct it from there.
Huh?
Shixia looked at him in confusion, but then thought it was fine. She looked at Wen Cheng'an wiping his sweat.
Can you go?
Absolutely. Wen Cheng'an straightened his back, and the rebellious, prickly young master was back. Shixia didn't say more and prepared to carry the pole. I'll do it. Wen Cheng'an took the pole first and tried to grab the package on the ground. Shixia looked at Wen Cheng'an with suspicion, then outside the window. The sun rises from the east. You're so eager. Wen Cheng'an, do you need something from me? Wen Cheng'an was speechless. He just wanted to help her sincerely, but what he thought in his heart was different from what he said aloud.
There really is.
Please keep this money safe for me. I've never seen so much money before. If I carry it around at night, I won't be able to sleep. Shixia looked at him with disdain and walked ahead. Such a coward. I'm just being careful. You didn't study much, but your reasons sound quite learned. I just can't write. I'm not mute. Wen Cheng'an carried the pole and followed Shixia. On the way, he heard them teasing each other back and forth, making the journey lively. They arrived at the ferry dock happily. Shixia bought the tickets. I'll buy the tickets, you pay. Okay. Shixia didn't hold back when paying Wen Cheng'an. She had taught him many skills for free. Wen Cheng'an didn't mind and smiled as he followed Shixia. The ferry started to hum as it moved. Shixia suddenly turned her head. Aren't you going to buy something? Wen Cheng'an stiffened. He had forgotten his silly excuse. I forgot. Let's buy it next time. I'm not in a hurry. Hearing this, Shixia thought it made sense. Anyone hearing such big news would feel uneasy. She nodded and turned her head. Wen Cheng'an beside her wondered, did she suspect me? Their thoughts were completely different, but they quietly arrived at Haishan Island. It was already 4:30 p.m. When they reached. Shixia got off the boat and went straight to Uncle Chao's house to handle things quickly. Wen Cheng'an took Shixia's belongings to his house first, waiting for her to return and pick them up. At Uncle Chao's house, Uncle Chao saw Shixia and called her inside. Was it smooth? No one bullied you? No, don't worry. No one bullied me. Shixia sat down with a smile. How could I not worry? What if you hurt someone too badly on land? That would be hard to handle. Shixia blinked, then heard Uncle Chao whisper some advice. If you're going to fight, better do it at sea. Afterward, no one will know. Shixia's smile suddenly stopped. This twist caught her off guard. Uncle Chao, I already found out everything. She skipped the vague topic of good hiding spots at sea and told Uncle Chao about the prices she researched, salt, and other things. Uncle Chao took out a small notebook and jotted everything down. Shixia, we probably can't use 1,000 jin of coarse salt, right? We can't gather that much from the sea. Shixia knew her goal was never just to gather things from the sea. Uncle Chao, waiting for the sea's gift isn't enough, but we can raise our own seafood. Raising seafood? Uncle Chao was momentarily confused. He knew about raising chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and sheep, but seafood? It didn't seem impossible. Uncle Chow, let's start with something simple, growing seaweed. Find some seaweed seedlings, tie them to ropes, attach floats on top, secure everything well, and toss them into the sea. They will grow naturally, without needing feeding. Once they are ready, we can dry them into dried seaweed. Xia's idea opened a new door for Uncle Chow, and his eyes brightened as he listened. Good idea. Great idea. I can go to the sea to find seaweed seedlings. Let's try planting a patch first.
Unso cao nốt đét gì phít đèn. Great.
After giving Uncle Chow the remaining money and receipts, Xia left to go home. Xia, please control your chicken. Don't come any closer. I'm telling you, I don't want to hurt you. I just can't beat you. Wen Cheng'an, pulling up his pants, ran while tying his belt. Behind him, the little chicken flapped its wings, kept its head straight, and stared at Wen Cheng'an's backside, chasing fiercely. Wen Cheng'an sprinted and hid behind Xia, pointing at the little chicken. Your chicken attacked me. Xia turned to glance back.
Why are you looking at me?
Don't you have anything to say? Wen Cheng'an awkwardly clasped his hands behind his back and cleared his throat.
Yes.
I want to say that people are most vulnerable when they are using the bathroom. Xia used a polite word, and Wen Cheng'an felt embarrassed, but wanted to laugh. Cluck, 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 the little chicken came over. Wen Cheng'an, unable to argue, said, Please control it. Xia smiled openly and honestly. I told you already, my little chicken is smart. Be careful, it might get revenge on you. See, I was right. Xia raised her hand and called out to the little chicken. The little chicken, determined not to give up without biting, flapped its wings fiercely for a second, then lowered them. Its small eyes softened, and it gently tilted its head toward Xia. Xia patted the little chicken's head. Are you feeling wronged? I understand. Let's not be angry. Wen Cheng'an, behind, was amused and laughed. I got bitten on and I'm being comforted by a little chicken?
He
must be jealous. Xia comforted the little chicken and also learned the full story from Wen Cheng'an. Auntie sometimes had the key to the Xia family's house, and Wen Cheng'an was asked to put Xia's belongings in her yard. He did as told. As soon as he entered, he was surrounded by Deepening and the little chicken. Fortunately, Deepening and the little chicken knew him and didn't attack. Wen Cheng'an put down the things and was about to leave, but while using the bathroom, the little chicken pecked at his backside. After hearing this, Xia confidently said, You must have a sharp tongue. I wonder, does it really understand me? Wen Cheng'an lowered his head, just facing the little chicken. The little chicken flapped one wing at his waist, pointed the other wing at him, tilted its tiny head proudly, and strutted away confidently. Am I being looked down on? You stand there. I tell you, I can't beat Xia, and I definitely can't beat you either. Wen Cheng'an and the little chicken got excited. The island residents watched from afar, seeing Wen Cheng'an talking to a chicken, animated and lively. That one family kid. He's a bit strange. Those 2 days after he just returned, he was at the beach shouting about being sick. Probably has a mental issue. Xia was sharp-eyed and heard the villagers whispering. She looked at Wen Cheng'an. It wasn't entirely unfair. He did seem a bit off. The three of them and the chicken returned home. Wen Cheng'an called out to Xia. My mom is cooking. He said mom unclearly, but at least he managed to say it. Xia didn't expose Wen Cheng'an's awkwardness. She pointed to her house and said, I'll go back and tidy up a bit. I'll be right there. Okay. Wen Cheng'an suppressed his happiness and turned to go inside. Xia stepped into the yard. Big White clucked loudly and came over, mischievously rubbing against her pants. After rubbing her pants, it even bit at the hem and tugged. Xia had no choice but to follow its pull. In the front yard shed, on the hay, lay a large goose egg. Big White, are you a female goose? Xia honestly didn't know if Big White was male or female because it had a red comb on its head, not too big or small, making it hard to tell. Cluck! Big White proudly stood there, glancing at the little chicken as if to say, My egg is big. The little chicken wasn't willing to fall behind and jumped over, walking beside Xia. Shirxia understood and followed, only to see 6 eggs. She had been gone for 3 days. The little chicken proudly looked at Big White. I have more. Big White, mine is bigger. The little chicken, I have more. Shirxia quickly stepped between the two, one hand on each, using her powers to soothe them. Good, take care of the home, lay eggs well. After calming them, Shirxia opened the door and put the groceries inside. Once everything was settled, she took a pound of pork to the neighbor. The ticket Wen Cheng'an had her money, split equally, no problem. Zhang Auntie saw Shirxia carrying the meat and refused to take it. Auntie, don't call me Auntie. I didn't cook well, it's a waste. You take it back and cook with it. Later, give me a small bowl. Shirxia thought about it and agreed, taking it back. After coming and going, the 4 of them finally sat down to eat. After dinner, Shirxia still didn't leave, and Wen Cheng'an didn't exercise either. Instead, they all sat quietly to the side, watching Auntie Zhang and Uncle Wen. Auntie Zhang saw this and thought of the village rumors, which made her feel a shiver. Cheng'an, you really have no brains? Wen Cheng'an, what are you talking about? Shirxia, the village's gossip spreads really fast.
Mom, I'm fine.
That's good. You scared me. What are you calling me? Auntie Zhang's heart, which had just calmed down, trembled at her calling him Mom. When Lao Shi coughed several times, looking suspiciously at Wen Cheng'an.
Dad. Yeah.
When Lao Shi responded loudly, tears almost coming to his eyes, trying to maintain his fatherly dignity. Your mom is crying. Auntie Zhang shot him a sharp look, glaring at Wen Lao Shi. You're crying too. I'm not. Your tears just splashed on my face. When Lao Shi, being mischievous, blurted out some nonsense, making Auntie Zhang laugh in anger. She kicked him, and Wen Lao Shi quickly ran away. Wen Cheng'an's awkwardness was eased by their conversation. Running so skillfully, no wonder you always run away. Wen Cheng'an finally understood why Wen Lao Shi always ran when things got tough. Shirxia had been silent, watching this family interaction. They needed this. Once the family's emotions settled, Shirxia spoke, honestly recounting the Chen family's story. Auntie Zhang and Wen Lao Shi listened with red eyes, feeling angry and uncomfortable. She cares about her son and uses mine as a shield. What kind of person is she? Where did that white cuckoo bird bury? I'll dig her up and scold her. Those 2 old grandchildren of the Chen family, I'd drown those brats in a bucket of if I could. Auntie Zhang was furious, and Wen Lao Shi was even more direct, grabbing a kitchen knife and starting to sharpen it. Shirxia and Wen Cheng'an didn't stop them, letting them vent. As Wen Lao Shi's knife shined brighter and brighter, Shirxia spoke again. Uncle Wen, go ahead and chop. Wen Cheng'an will definitely visit you in prison. As for the military spot, I asked for him whether he goes or not, it doesn't matter. He can stay on the island and be a fisherman. He won't go hungry. After Shirxia finished, Wen Cheng'an also spoke. Mom, don't worry. Go ahead and deal with the 2 from the Chen family. At worst, we'll just live without parents for a while. Anyway, I'm used to it. Maybe I was just born not to be loved by my parents. As soon as they spoke, the sound of sharpening knives on the other side slowed and stopped. Aunt Zhang's curses also ceased.
Why?
Why does Cheng'an have to suffer so much?
Why?
Aunt Zhang burst into tears, and Shirxia embraced her. Aunt Zhang looked up at Shirxia, blinking, and whispered a few words into her ear. She wiped her tears with her sleeve, her eyes full of determination.
All right.
Let's do it this way. After saying that, Aunt Zhang looked at Wen Lao Shi, who hadn't spoken. Stop sharpening the knife. Go find our family members. I'll cause trouble at the Chen family's door. When Lao Shi looked up, his eyes were red-rimmed, and he stood up. Okay. When Lao Shi put down his knife. When passing by Wen Cheng'an, he patted his shoulder twice without saying a word. Just these 2 pats made Wen Cheng'an's tears fall to the ground as he turned away. Dad, I want to go with you. The father and son left the yard, standing straight and then slightly hunched. Inside, Shirxia wiped away Aunt Zhang's tears and comforted her. Don't cry anymore. If anyone's going to cry, it should be the Chen family. Aunt Zhang's big tears still couldn't be held back. I'm not crying for myself. I feel sorry for Cheng'an. He's so young, doesn't understand anything, and thinks his real parents don't like him. How hard must that be for him? He must be feeling so hurt. Aunt Zhang completely let go of her sadness, tears flowing uncontrollably, as if her heart was being torn apart by a sharp knife. Xia held her again silently, offering support and companionship. Aunt Zhang gradually calmed down, her eyes red and swollen. Xia gently pressed a cold cloth to her eyes. Aunt Zhang, your son Wen Cheng'an is naturally like you and Uncle Wen. His future will be good. Your family of 3 will be fine. Aunt Zhang sniffled and shook her head. A family of 4, including you. Xia was surprised but then smiled. Yes, she was still just a pretend partner. Yes, including me. They slowly calmed down until Uncle Wen and Wen Cheng'an returned. Everyone agreed to borrow the village's fishing boat tomorrow. Hearing this, Aunt Zhang suddenly stood up like a warrior, eyes shining, and said to Wen Cheng'an, "Son, tomorrow I will avenge you." "All right." Wen Cheng'an smiled and responded, no longer the carefree and rebellious person he used to be. Xia looked at him and thought that Wen Cheng'an's prickly exterior was more like his way of protecting himself. A child without loving parents might just have sharp thorns all over to defend himself. Xia didn't stay any longer. The next day, after they went together, she returned to the neighbor's house. Wen Cheng'an was gently reprimanded by Wen Laoshi and then followed Xia. "Why are you going out?"
To see you off.
Wen Cheng'an pointed at the ant inside and Wen Laoshi and said, "We are a couple, so it wouldn't feel right if I didn't see you off." Xia thought that made sense. After the two left the door, she looked at Wen Cheng'an and said, "If one day you don't want to be my shield, I've never thought about getting married in my life." Wen Cheng'an quickly interrupted Xia. "I'll be your shield, and you can be mine. That's pretty good." "Really? That's not bad at all." Xia even thought that maybe they could just get a certificate and leave it at that. But she didn't want to scare Wen Cheng'an now. She'd think about it later. "Let's go." When Wen Cheng'an saw Xia didn't bring it up again, he felt relieved. "Training tonight?" "Yes. Normal as usual." Xia waved her hand and pushed open the door to the neighbor's house and went inside. Wen Cheng'an's lips curled into a slight smile, finally showing his happiness openly. Xia knew he didn't like her, but he also knew she didn't like anyone. So maybe he still had a chance? Before knowing Xia, Wen Cheng'an never thought about tomorrow because he believed life was just like that. But now, he always thinks about tomorrow, even further ahead. Wen Cheng'an clenched his fists, pulling himself back to practice. At 9 o'clock at night, Wen Cheng'an quietly sneaked out after finishing his extra training. Xia also came out on time. They didn't speak, walking silently toward the sea. They swam out, trained, then swam back. Xia still used her powers to help Wen Cheng'an ease his fatigue, but not as intensely as before. The next morning, Wen Cheng'an woke up with sore limbs, but felt much better than yesterday. He automatically understood that he was adapting to this level of training. Before dawn, Wen Cheng'an ran on his own, coincidentally meeting the diligent and obedient Chen brothers, and they played a game of wit and courage. As for Xia, she got up early and went to the sea. She rowed a small wooden boat out, with White following her. No choice. When she left that morning, White insisted on coming along. As for Little Flower, she was practicing crowing hard. Xia could only say, "This is a mother hen who never gives up." The wooden boat stopped. Xia tied her net bag around her waist and looked at the big white goose. "Be good, and wait for me. Don't go into the sea alone, or a shark might eat you." I don't know if the big white goose understood, but it sat quietly in the boat. Xia smiled, turned, and dove into the sea to find seaweed seedlings and pick some food. Since only Xia went into the water, she stayed underwater much longer. After filling a bag with seaweed seedlings, she surfaced, changed to another net bag, and continued diving. She repeated this several times, collecting 10 bags of seaweed seedlings, 2 large lobsters, and some big sea snails. Xia climbed back onto the boat, looked at the well-behaved white goose that hadn't gone into the sea, and patted its head. Good girl. Quack, quack. The white goose responded. They rowed back to the island together. As soon as Xia reached the shore, she heard someone calling her. Xia, soldier is here.
Soldier?
Captain Cheng? Xia hurriedly fixed the boat, didn't bother with the raft, and swam to the shore holding the white goose, standing soaked in seawater. Captain Cheng, passing by, saw Xia with her unique look. Can you catch a white goose in the sea? Captain Cheng. Comrade Xia, hello. Sorry for the delay. The troops needed me. Xia put down the white goose, patted its head, and said, Go home first.
Quack.
The white goose nodded. Captain Cheng looked stunned. Is this your goose? Yes, my big white goose. Say hello, big white. The goose waddled over confidently and nodded with a proud look. Captain Cheng raised his hand awkwardly. Hello, hello. He watched the goose walk away with a sway, then looked at Xia. You and animals. Animals like pretty things just like people do, Xia casually said, making Captain Cheng think. Should I go back and pick some nice ones for the farm? Captain Cheng, are you here to give us a commendation letter? Xia asked directly, but Captain Cheng didn't mind and actually admired her straightforwardness. Yes, and to check on that good seedling you told me about.
He was quite interested in that.
All right, I'll take you to see him. Xia decided to go immediately, and Captain Cheng followed her. First, they went to Xia's house. After waiting outside for a moment, Xia quickly washed up and changed into new clothes. Just then, Wen Cheng'an, covered in mud, returned. Wen Cheng'an. Xia called out, and Wen Cheng'an hurried over. Captain Cheng, this is Wen Cheng'an, the person I told you can hold his breath for 10 minutes. He is also very good at swimming. Wen Cheng'an, this is Captain Cheng. The two silently looked at each other. Wen Cheng'an changed his usual attitude, becoming more serious and not avoiding eye contact. Captain Cheng nodded internally. Although Wen Cheng'an looks a bit weak physically, he can train to improve once in the army. Comrade Wen, I need to test your breath-holding ability. If everything is okay, you'll first undergo a medical check and political review. Wen Cheng'an isn't very interested in joining the army, but since Xia wants him to go, he agrees. Okay. The three of them didn't waste time and went straight to the seaside. Auntie and Uncle Wen, who had been listening behind the door, also followed. They were more nervous than Wen Cheng'an, who was holding his breath. They were praying silently. Everything must go smoothly. Fortunately, Wen Cheng'an didn't fail and successfully held his breath for 11 minutes and 37 seconds. Captain Cheng's gaze was intensely hot, making Wen Cheng'an, who had just come out of the water, feel even more embarrassed. The water feels good. Xia felt Captain Cheng's intense gaze. To prevent Wen Cheng'an from floating with the buoyancy bag, she spoke to divert Captain Cheng's attention. Captain Cheng, a commendation letter? Captain Cheng finally shifted his focus and looked at Xia with even more intense eyes. Comrade Xia, do you have any recommendations?
No.
Xia's words were like a cold splash that cooled Captain Cheng's heated mind. Well, that's true. Such a big cabbage is hard to find. Wen Cheng'an, who had just stood up, turned to look at Captain Cheng. Captain Cheng awkwardly smiled. I didn't mean to say you're not a cabbage, you're pig's head meat. The kind that gets snatched up as soon as it's served. Wen Cheng'an's mouth twitched slightly, finding the compliment quite abstract. Thanks. He looked at Captain Cheng, then turned his gaze to Xia, who was smiling. Forget it. Making her laugh is worth it. The group left the seaside. Wen Cheng'an went back to change clothes and take a shower. Later, they went to the drying yard because Uncle Chow was inspired by Xia. Something should be done on a large scale.
Like now.
When the army sends a commendation letter, it must be promoted. Their village's wall of honor was still empty. He had carefully chosen and painted it white, so it shouldn't be wasted. When the islanders heard about the army sending a commendation letter, everyone involved in the rescue, whether they participated or not, came. When everyone gathered at the drying yard, Captain Cheng initially thought he had come to the wrong place. Do I really need such a big ceremony to read a commendation letter? He instinctively straightened his clothes, regretting for the first time that he didn't bring a witty political officer. If that guy had come, he wouldn't have to strain his brain to praise Wen Cheng'an's foolishness. Uncle Chow saw Captain Xia return after going to find him, and first exchanged a few simple greetings. Once the greetings were done, it was time to read the commendation letter. Captain Chung is at least an officer, steady in his steps, naturally commanding respect. Hello, everyone. The commendation letter was concise and clear, briefly summarizing the event, expressing thanks, and ending with a signature. After reading the last word, Captain Chung saluted to show his deepest gratitude. Xia led the applause enthusiastically. Most island villagers are honest and simple, and given the era, they hold high respect for the military. Standing on stage, Captain Chung faced over 100 eager, respectful eyes, feeling his chest swell with pride. Such honest folks. With deep emotion, Captain Chung stepped down after finishing the letter, ready to leave. Before leaving, he reminded Wen Cheng'an, "Don't go far. You'll have a health check in about half a month." Wen Cheng'an replied casually, eyes always looking back, suddenly brightening. "Captain Chung, I have something to do. I'll go ahead." Wen Cheng'an ran off quickly, making Captain Chung curious as he looked over. Xia was also there, standing in the center, seemingly dividing something. Village Chief Chow, what are they going to do? Uncle Chow looked at Xia and his group boarding the boat, feeling guilty inside, but appearing serious outside. They're going ashore. To help with chores for free.
Exactly.
Helping fight without pay is just helping with chores, no problem. Captain Chung slightly frowned, watching Xia surrounded by people, feeling a bit like a mountain king. Then he thought again, and felt he was overthinking. These are just honest villagers. Everyone is so enthusiastic. Uncle Chow, whether their hearts are warm or not, their hands are itching. Captain Chung led his people away, also informing Li Daniu before leaving. Li Daniu looked simple-minded and said, "I'm definitely going. I promise my boss." Captain Chung opened and closed his mouth, unsure what to say. Forget it, let the army handle this stubborn bull later. Captain Cheng's boat left a few minutes after Xia's, heading in two directions. Meanwhile, Xia was on a fishing boat, standing on a stool with a bold, daring look. We'll split into 3 groups. The first group, led by Grandpa Wen, the elderly group, will be responsible for pretending to be injured. Stand in front, and if the Chen family members make a move, you fall down and shout in pain. A white-haired but energetic old man stood up solemnly, calling out to a few old friends, "Let's go practice falling down." The elderly group prepared to go. Group 2, led by Uncle Wen, you strong men, just hold your sticks and stand firmly behind, looking fierce. Group 3, led by Auntie, you are responsible for verbal attacks. You can hit, but make it reasonable so others can't find fault. As he spoke, Xia stepped forward and said to a few aunties, "Come on, everyone, rehearse your lines. The order matters. Don't be nervous when you speak. I will help fill in any gaps." Xia took some aunties to practice their lines while the elderly group practiced falling and studied acting. The middle-aged group ran to the deck to soak up the sun, trying to look more fierce. In the blink of an eye, only Wen Cheng'an was left alone. "Isn't. What should I do? You're in charge of watching." Xia walked back and forth, saying, "Get revenge for yourself. Just focus on enjoying it." After saying that, Xia left to improve the battle plans further. Wen Cheng'an's heart, which had been empty for 19 years, was now filled again. He remembered last night when he and old Wen went out, and the 2 fathers and sons walked a long way in silence, until they reached the house of second grandpa. Old Wen's uncle, old Wen finally said 5 words, "Dad, we'll avenge you." Old Wen took Wen Cheng'an to second grandpa's house and honestly recounted the Chen family's affairs. Second grandpa Wen asked only one question. "When will we go?" "Tomorrow."
Okay.
After leaving second grandpa's house, old Wen and Wen Cheng'an visited a few other close friends. Everyone agreed without hesitation, just go. When the 2 fathers and son returned home, Wen Cheng'an asked confused. Why? Under the moonlight, old Wen slowly spoke. Cheng'an, you spent the past 19 years alone, but in the coming decades, you'll have family, friends, and even someone you love. Old Wen was not stupid. He could see that Wen Cheng'an found it hard to trust people. His carefree attitude was just a way to keep others at bay. Wen Cheng'an lowered his head and said nothing. Let's go home. Old Wen walked ahead, not giving any grand speeches, just silently leading the way, like a bright lamp illuminating Wen Cheng'an's path home. Hey, what are you thinking so deeply about? Xia interrupted Wen Cheng'an's thoughts. Thinking about what pose I should strike to enjoy it later.
Pose.
Enjoy? Xia blinked at the sea, realizing there was some ambiguity in what he said. It wasn't that his mind was too dull. The fishing boat arrived at the port, and a group of people carried poles and sticks, marching loudly to the Chen family's house. Today is Sunday, and it's a day off. Aunt Zhang led the group, with Xia and Wen Cheng'an standing nearby, and behind them were the old women from the third group. It looked like they were about to cause trouble. For the kind-hearted people of Huaxia, such unexpected excitement is hard to ignore, and they can't sleep at night. The crowd grew larger. They reached the Chen family's door. Aunt Zhang gave Xia a meaningful look. Xia nodded, stepped forward, and kicked. Crash! The big door of the Chen family shattered. Xia's kick was perfect.
Wow.
Worried about her future partner. Quiet, someone is coming out. The onlookers quieted down as Miao Guilan and Chen Xiuxing stepped out, followed by Chen Jiandong and Chen Shuyuan, making a family of 4. What are you doing? Chen Xiuxing asked loudly. What are we doing? I feed you. A bucket with its lid open appeared in Aunt Zhang's hand, and she threw it precisely at Chen Xiuxing and Miao Guilan. The brownish, foul-smelling dirt splashed everywhere, making Chen Xiuxing and Miao Guilan. Suddenly, the yard was filled with the stench of feces. Everyone come see. This is the ungrateful Chen family. Chen Xiuxing's original wife didn't die, but he found Miao Guilan as a mistress. His first wife, Bai Duan, was afraid they would mistreat the children, so she took the kids away. Chen Xiuxing's man can't even stand up. Seeing Bai Duan change the children without stopping them, and then mistreating our Wen family's children from a young age. Poor Arwen children, they never had a full meal, always beaten and scolded. Their son from the Chen family, who is heartless, is being raised carefully by our Wen family, and they even feed him, so he can go to school. Chen Jiandong, you truly carry your family's blood. You beat your foster parents and break ties, even forcing your fiancé to death. While the Chen family was vomiting in disgust, the Aunt Zhang group Xia arranged took turns exposing the Chen family's misdeeds, making everything clear. Chen Xiuxing's most hidden secrets were revealed, and he no longer cared about the foul smell in his mouth. You're talking nonsense. Wen Cheng'an has always known how to cause trouble. We never mistreated him. You and family just want to take advantage of our Chen family's good conditions. I tell you, that's impossible. I won't bow to evil forces. After shouting loudly, Chen Xiuxing turned around. Ugh, Xia took 2 steps back, making a commanding gesture. Grandpa Wen, along with the elderly group, made a bright entrance. 4 old men and 3 elderly women stood at the Chen family door. We, the Wen family, act honestly and stand tall. Without evidence, we wouldn't come. After speaking, Grandpa Wen reached out and took out proof that Chen Xiudong was infertile. Meanwhile, the elderly woman took out Bai Dujian's diary. This is Bai Dujian's diary. Second grandma, let me read it. Xia stepped forward, opened the diary, and read aloud. Today, Chen Xiudong smells like perfume, but it's not the perfume I usually wear. That woman probably works at the hospital. Chen Xiudong smells like disinfectant. Chen Xiudong is getting more shameless. There's a red mark on his chest. A man who can't stand up still has women willing to be with him. Ah, shut up. Chen Xiudong and Miao Guilan both rushed forward to grab the diary. Before they could reach the elderly group, the 7 elders suddenly fell to the ground with loud thuds. People around blinked in surprise. Is this like a magic show? Good job, Chen Xiaodong. To hide that you can't stand, you even hurt our Wen family members. Beat him up. Hit him. The middle-aged Wen family members waved sticks and looked fierce. Chen Xiaoxing was frightened back by the strong men, and Miao Guilan stopped in her tracks, thinking quickly to find a way out. You woman, abusing my son. I'll beat you to death. Aunt Zhang, holding a big broom, swung it at her. Shi Xia said not to give Chen family a chance to speak. Shi Xia controlled the scene, glancing past the crowd and looking at Wen Cheng'an nearby. Wen Cheng'an felt the whole world brighten. This light was brought by her. How could he stay indifferent? Their eyes met across the crowd. Shi Xia smiled brightly and kept controlling the situation. After the police arrived, the fight finally stopped. Chen Xiaoxing and Miao Guilan wanted to complain, but the 7 elderly people, clutching their chests, scratching their heads, holding their waists, each with a pain point, refused to speak. The scene was chaotic, and the police could only take the people back to the station. Of course, the middle-aged group was not included, because Shi Xia said they were just there to watch the fun. The police asked in disbelief, bringing sticks just to watch? Yeah, even the beggars' gang has sticks. The police. And these aunties also saw injustice and couldn't stand it, so they spoke up for us. Shi Xia then took several aunts away, leaving only a group of elderly men and women. The police officers on the other side finally understood that Shi Xia was the leader. Anyway, not many people went to the police station. Once there, both sides argued, but Shi Xia's evidence was stronger. The disdainful looks towards Chen Xiaoxing and Miao Guilan increased. Shi Xia added fuel to the fire, saying, Bai Duan's death was just as unlucky. I heard she died from heavy bleeding after childbirth. Miao Guilan was the doctor at the time. Miao Guilan's hair stood on end as she tried to stay calm and looked at Shi Xia. Don't spread lies. Shi Xia glared and pointed at her mouth, saying, Are your eyes blind? I have pretty lips and a small mouth, very nice. Someone nearby asked, Is that really important? Miao Guilan and Chen Xiaoxing weren't physically hurt, and with the 7 injured people on Shi Xia's side, the matter mostly ended with a peaceful resolution. However, Aunt Zhang insisted that Chen Jiandong return the money used for his studies, since Wen Cheng'an hadn't studied at all. Chen Xiaodong disagreed, and Aunt Zhang started crying, making a scene, threatening to cause trouble at his school every day if she didn't get the money back. In the end, Chen Xiaodong signed the agreement Shi Xia had prepared in advance and gave Aunt Zhang 200 yuan. The matter was considered settled. As for Bai Duan's death, it was too long ago to investigate thoroughly. But everyone shared a common thought. After this incident, Chen Xiaoxing and Miao Guilan's reputations were ruined, and they not only smelled bad, but also had a bad name. When they left the police station and looked at Chen Jiandong waiting at the door, their eyes were full of hatred. It's all his fault. It must be his biological father who sent out those pieces of evidence. He cheated them out of money and then wanted to ruin them. So cruel. Dad, Mom, is what they said true? Their youngest son, Chen Shuyuan, was deeply shocked and looked at Chen Xiaoxing and Miao Guilan with hope. Shuyuan, that's not true. What they said is all lies. Miao Guilan was gentle with Shuyuan, and Chen Xiaoxing, who treated Shuyuan as his only son, also softly comforted him. The family of 3 had a somewhat awkward but warm moment. Shi Xia and her group also came out, looking at the family of 3 and at Chen Jiandong, whose faith seemed to have collapsed, almost like an outsider. Chen's eldest son is here. Shi Xia's words, Chen's eldest son, were like a sharp insult slapped directly on Chen Jiandong's face. Chen Jiandong looked at Shi Xia with a fierce expression. It was her. She ruined everything now. Shi Xia didn't care about Chen Jiandong's angry look and openly tried to sow discord. Young Master Chen, remember to open one eye when you sleep tonight, so you won't die quietly like your mother. By the way, your mother's diary says she has some savings left for you. Remember to ask your father for it. There's over 3,000 yuan. A dark glint flashed in Chen Jiandong's eyes. Hu Bianwan, Shi Xia, chuckled secretly. Greedy fool. After Shi Xia mentioned the amount of 3,000 yuan, Chen Jiandong felt very tempted.
Jiandong.
Don't listen to her nonsense. Chen Xiuxing turned around and shouted loudly, his eyes full of darkness. Although Chen Jiandong was not his biological son, since he could join the Lin family, he must be a son. Comrade Shi, you're stirring trouble between us because Jiandong didn't marry you, right? In this new era, marriage is free. Jiandong, and you broke off because of old-fashioned ideas. When he said this, Chen Xiuxing cast a deep look at Wen Laoshi and Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang was so angry she laughed, pointing at herself and asking, "Did he say we are old-fashioned?" "Yes, you're old-fashioned, and I am poisoned." Wen Laoshi confidently stepped toward Chen Jiandong, and suddenly, a heavy slap landed on his face.
Slap.
Old-fashioned, here's yours.
Slap.
And poisoned, here's yours too. After slapping Chen Jiandong twice, Wen Laoshi still looked honest and kept silent, walking back to Aunt Zhang and comforting her. It's returned to him. Aunt Zhang frowned and said unhappily, "I want to keep it myself. His left cheek is old-fashioned, and his right cheek is poisoned. Your hands hurt after hitting him." Wen Laoshi spoke seriously, and everyone around turned their heads, trying not to laugh. Even the police officers inside the house lowered their heads to read documents, but if you looked carefully, everyone's shoulders were trembling slightly. But someone was different. Uncle Wen is mighty. Uncle Wen is powerful. I support Uncle Wen. Shi Xia raised both hands and cheered loudly, showing off and being a bit proud and annoying. From afar, Wen Cheng'an watched. So cute. He didn't do well this time. Next time, he will make her a paper flag. Chen Xiaodong's moral high ground speech was suddenly interrupted. You foolish man, ignorant village woman. Shi Xia, cheering loudly, lowered her arms and didn't bother to listen to Chen Xiaodong's insults. She sincerely looked at Chen Jiandong, whose face looked like a pig. Chen Jiandong immediately misunderstood. Shi Xia clearly still remembered him. "Comrade Chen Jiandong, you know my family is down to just me now. I want to continue the family name and bloodline. Luckily, you and I broke off the engagement. Otherwise, I fear you might inherit your mother's coldness and your father's infertility. Fortunately, one day, I'll buy a good whip to thank you. You and your father can share it." Shi Xia sarcastically thanks him, while Chen Jiandong and his son Chen Xiuxing look angry and swollen. As they seem about to fight again, the police, who had been secretly watching, step in. "Quick, leave now. If you fight again, everyone stays behind." Despite their anger and frustration, Chen Xiuxing's family knows they have status and jobs, so they don't want to clash with the local villagers. They decide to look for another way. Chen Xiuxing snorts coldly. "Let's see what happens." Shi Xia loudly shouts, "All right, I'll find a good whip for you soon." Chen Jiandong's family turns around and glares fiercely at Shi Xia. Shi Xia grins brightly and waves provocatively. "What can you do?" It turns out they really can't do anything. Chen's family leaves, and Shi Xia and his group laugh happily. Aunt Zhang holds Shi Xia's hand, her face full of smiling wrinkles. Finally, we can breathe a sigh of relief. People around agree and start criticizing Chen's family from inside out. The situation is mostly resolved. Since everyone rarely gets to visit land, they plan to walk around before leaving. They arrived on a fishing boat, free of charge, with no rush. Of course, the diesel costs are paid by the Wen family. People go in small groups to explore. Aunt Zhang gives Wen Cheng'an 200 yuan. Wen Cheng'an takes 100 and leaves the rest, telling her, "Mom, use this to buy things. Don't hold back. I'll earn allowances to support you all in the future." This is the first time Wen Cheng'an realizes Shi Xia's plan for him to join the army. Aunt Zhang is moved again. "What are you supporting?" "Your dad, and I can still work for many more years." She still takes the money, saving it for Shi Xia's future bride price. Wen Cheng'an doesn't say much. As long as he does his part, that's enough. He walks toward Shi Xia with shining eyes. "What do you want to buy?" "Where can I buy bamboo poles?" "I want to buy a batch." "Bamboo poles." Wen Cheng'an thinks for a moment.
"Come with me."
"Okay." After greeting Aunt Zhang and Uncle Wen, Shi Xia follows behind Wen Cheng'an. They arrive at a house and knock on the door. Soon, an elderly woman with white hair opens the door. Grandma Bai, I'm looking for Liao-san.
Sanea.
Wait a moment, he just got back. The old lady turned around and called out. Soon, a thin, dark-skinned man who is not tall came out. Wen Cheng'an, you still remember to come see me? Clearly, Liao-san and Wen Cheng'an knew each other well. After a few casual words, Wen Cheng'an introduced Xia and said, This is my girlfriend, Xia. She wants some bamboo. Can you ask around in the village? Xia didn't object. It was normal to introduce a partner, and they were just covering for each other. Wen Cheng'an suppressed a smile and kept thinking. She didn't deny it.
Bamboo.
Okay, that stuff grows fast. Comrade Sure, how many sticks do you want? Liao-san asked casually. Xia thought carefully and replied, Start with a small amount, maybe a few thousand pieces of various sizes. All right, Liao-san suddenly sensed something was off. His voice dropped a little, sounding sneaky. Several thousand?
Yes.
Xia nodded. Liao-san waved his hand. That's not possible. If you want just a few sticks, that's easy. But so many, that's too much. Large quantities might look like illegal trading. Xia understood Liao-san's concerns and said directly, You introduce me. I'll give you 2 yuan for running errands. You find out the prices, quantities, and sample sizes. Then our village chief will go to negotiate. Village to village, it's not illegal. Liao-san thought for a moment. Okay, I'll ask around now. Haishan Dao. Wen Cheng'an responded, and Liao-san nodded, promising, I'll find out today and tell you once I know. After the agreement, Xia and Wen Cheng'an left. Wen Cheng'an asked, What are you going to do with the bamboo poles? Plant seaweed. Xia had already planned this. Seaweed takes a growing cycle, like kelp, but shorter. She wanted to diversify aquaculture, making it more varied. The islanders were busy and earning money. Under big policies, no one dared to do illegal trading. It was all village to village or village to cooperative transactions. This way, the village would be more harmonious. Wen Cheng'an listened and realized Xia had a clear plan for the future. They headed toward the dock, but halfway, Wen Cheng'an left to handle some matters and Xia went to buy rope. They parted ways. Wen Cheng'an was the last to return, carrying a burlap sack, unsure of what was inside. Everyone boarded the fishing boat. After counting the people, the boat set sail. Wen Cheng'an sat opposite Xia, holding the sack and opening it.
Here's for you.
Wen Cheng'an curled his fingers, his heartbeat pounding like drums in his ears, and stared intently at Xia with wide eyes. Does she like it? In the bag, there was a rubber jumpsuit. Xia saw it openly. Wen Cheng'an, who gave her the gift, held back the urge to ask if she liked it and pretended to be quiet. On the boat, the aunts and uncles saw the rubber suit and started talking happily. This thing is really good. It keeps you dry when you go into the water and keeps you warm. Wen, how much does this cost? Look at Wen and look at my family. He's never given me anything. Same here. Everyone teased and expressed their envy. Xia happily put on the rubber suit, and it fit perfectly. She turned to look at Wen Cheng'an. Thanks, I like it very much. Wen Cheng'an's heart immediately warmed, but he awkwardly said, I just happened to pass by. Xia secretly chuckled, thinking that Wen Cheng'an often happened to pass by. Next time, bring me something else. Xia saw through Wen Cheng'an's stubbornness, but didn't understand the deeper reason. She thought he was simply grateful for her help and revenge. Anyway, she wasn't at all guilty about accepting the gift. Wen Cheng'an stubbornly said, Dream on. But in the moment he turned away, his lips curled up quickly, then pressed down. What should I give next time? After the fishing boat returned, Xia called some islanders and took the ropes she bought to Uncle Chow's house. Uncle Chow saw the ropes and the seaweed seedlings she had given him in the morning. His only thought was, Xia really gets things done. Soon, Uncle Chow called over the skilled women on the island. Each sat on a small stool under the shed, and following Xia's instructions, they carefully threaded the seaweed seedlings into the gaps of the ropes. Seeing everyone working skillfully, Shirxia called a few more people to go out to sea and continue searching for seaweed seedlings. Uncle Chow also explained why they were doing this. Shirxia always says the sea gives us what we need. We won't starve. If we want a better life, we need to change. Others have land to farm, but we have the sea, so we farm the sea. Today, I also had a meeting with the heads of each family. Everyone agreed with Shirxia's idea. The hardest part is getting enough seaweed seedlings, but Shirxia said she'll take care of that. As Uncle Chow spoke, he skillfully inserted the seaweed seedlings into the ropes. Everyone can see this is already halfway done. The rest is just tossing the ropes into the sea. We'll see the harvest in a few months. Thinking about this, Uncle Chow felt hopeful. Even if they couldn't sell the seaweed, they could still eat it themselves. Although seaweed can be gathered, most of it is washed ashore during high tide, so there isn't much. But if the planting is successful, it's a different story. The workers listen as they work and all agree that it makes sense. Shirxia has a really sharp mind. It's because she's educated. I want to send my daughter to school too. I wish we had a primary school on our island. Most of the workers are women. Uncle Chow said he would give them individual work credits, so everyone works hard. They completely forget about the men at home, who are waiting eagerly to feed the family. The men wait and wait, but their wives don't come back, so they have to cook and prepare food themselves. When the wives return, the men complain for a moment, then hear their wives say they earned 3 extra work points tonight, and they shut up. Tonight, every family on Haisen Island is talking about planting seaweed. Some don't believe it, some don't care, and some are hopeful. But these things are no longer Shirxia's concern. At night, she takes a few people out to sea, wearing rubber clothes given by Wen Cheng'an. They go into the water several times, bringing up a few bags of seaweed seedlings. Everyone who goes out with Shirxia is both envious and admiring, because she's so accurate. After collecting most of the seaweed seedlings, Shirxia returns to shore, leaving the rest to Uncle Chow to worry about. She rushes home, checks on the big white dog and Xiaohua, then casually takes off her rubber clothes. Tonight we're having meat. If Shirxia had a tail, it would be wagging now. She can't help but feel happy and excited, taking out the pork she sealed with water magic yesterday. Although she can't use ice powers, she can lower water to nearly 0 temperature. She forms a large water bubble, wrapping the pork inside, creating a temporary mini fridge. When she takes out the pork, it's cool. She plans to cook all 2 jin, about 1 kilogram of pork. The pork is cut into evenly sized, fatty and lean chunks. No need to blanch it. The rich pork fat makes it flavorful and tender. First, she stir-fries the pork to release the fat, then takes it out. In a small pot, she melts sugar into caramel. When the sugar turns brown, she adds the pork, and it sizzles as it's stir-fried to color. Once each piece is evenly colored, she adds green onions and for aroma, then soy sauce, the only seasoning. Finally, she pours in boiling water and stews it. Shirxia nods her head, humming a tune, swinging her spatula, happily entertaining herself as she moves around the kitchen. The clay pot starts to steam. She adds the prepared abalone and potatoes, continuing to stew. While the pot is simmering, she's busy preparing the big lobster. 2 lobsters were pricked in the back by Shirxia with a chopstick and then urinated on. After cleaning them thoroughly, they were steamed directly, preserving their original flavor. Once the lobsters were steamed, Shirxia began preparing a dipping sauce. She added some sour berries, soy sauce, a little vinegar, chili, and minced garlic. In the happy kitchen, Shirxia's good mood filled the air. She couldn't help but think, this is what life is all about. As time went on, the aroma of the meat wafted out freely. Not long after, or maybe quite a while, Shirxia carried a bowl of braised pork to the next room. This time, Aunt Zhang didn't refuse, but she handed Shirxia a bowl of salted duck eggs to take back. Seeing the duck eggs, Shirxia happily asked, "Annie, can you teach me how to make salted duck eggs?"
Sure.
Shirxia then carried another bowl of salted duck eggs to the next room. Tomorrow, the duck eggs will be eaten with porridge. Today we'll have plain rice. Shirxia happily arranged everything for herself, placing the braised pork neatly, keeping the large lobster warm for later as a snack. Her appetite was good. The white rice paired with the reddish-brown braised pork, and with one big bite, Shirxia chewed happily, feeling satisfied and fragrant. She finished the small bowl of braised pork, including the gravy, potatoes, and abalone, all eaten up. Full and happy, Shirxia felt great and started tidying up the yard in one go. The cobblestone path was finished, but the pavilion was not built yet. After planning, she first planted unknown flower seeds along both sides of the cobblestone path, nurturing them with her powers. On the left side of the path, she used short bamboo to build small square plots and planted vegetables inside. On the right side, she built a pavilion and the places where Daba and Xiahua lived. The work on the left side was quickly done, and the framework of the pavilion was also built. It was too dark now, so she decided to finish tomorrow. Shirxia washed her hands, ate the warm lobster, and it was already 9 at night. It was time for her daily training. She put on her rubber suit and went out, just as Wen Cheng'an happened to open the door. They didn't speak, quietly heading to the seaside, first warming up, then entering the water. They swam silently all the way, and when the training was about to end, Shirxia's ears twitched. She grabbed Wen Cheng'an, who was about to leave, and leaned close to his ear. "Someone's coming." Shirxia's warm breath brushed against Wen Cheng'an's neck, making him tense up and his blood rush. Though nervous, he obediently crouched down with Shirxia's guidance, hiding behind a reef. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water was heard as someone emerged from the sea. Wen Cheng'an suppressed his excitement and, almost at the same time as Shirxia, spoke. "Footprints. Traces." The two exchanged a glance, both understanding what the other was thinking. They left traces on the beach, which the others would surely notice. Qin Xia quickly changed her thoughts and called out softly and flirtatiously. "Oh, slow down, you hurt me." Wen Cheng'an's face instantly turned red, and his chest felt hot, but his mind was clear enough to understand Qin Xia's intention. "Don't move, I'll be gentle." His rough, deep voice made Qin Xia raise an eyebrow. "He's pretending well." Wen Cheng'an smiled bitterly. He couldn't pretend at all. After making sounds, the person coming out of the sea immediately lowered himself and looked toward the noise. Brother is so amazing." Qin Xia mimicked very convincingly, while Wen Cheng'an only felt the small space was intensely hot, as if a single breath could turn into flames and burn everything. But then her strange thoughts arose. Qin Xia, does she really understand too much? Before her thoughts could fully develop, she felt a firm pinch on her waist. A rough, muffled groan sounded, fitting the scene perfectly. On the other side, the person listening smirked with mockery. "So they're a little lovers." Honestly, this small island is really a good place for secret meetings. The person quietly walked along the beach, saw the traces left behind, and sneered even more, playing quite wildly. Behind the rocks, Qin Xia occasionally made sounds and pinched Wen Cheng'an a few more times. Although she had no real combat experience, she had seen quite a lot. In the apocalypse, she could tell dirty jokes just as well as men. The question is, her competitive spirit is too strong. Why should women be shy about dirty jokes? She refused to be. A few minutes later, the breathing slowed from rapid to gentle, as if the clouds and rain had paused, followed by the rustling sound of clothes being put on. Actually, it was just 2 pieces of clothing shaking and fluttering. "Let's go back quickly." When Cheng'an responded in a hoarse voice, feeling around the sand on his side, turning his body slightly and busy saying, "You go ahead first, so you won't be discovered." Qin Xia listened and thought this fit the script better. She didn't expect Wen Cheng'an to be so thoughtful. "Okay, I'll go first." Qin Xia got up, turned her back to the person, and quietly entered the sea. Wen Cheng'an sighed bitterly behind the rocks. He didn't have a script, he just didn't want her to discover his little thoughts. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his restless feelings, he finally stood up, turned his back to the person, and left into the sea. The people on the island didn't move. He waited cautiously for over an hour before finally getting up and leaving. In a place where he couldn't see, Qin Xia quietly sneaked back. She swam a little way but was worried, so she waited for Wen Cheng'an. After seeing Wen Cheng'an swim over, she finally felt at ease. Go back first. I'll check on that person. He's sneaky, probably not a good guy. Wen Cheng'an wanted to stay, wanted to say he wouldn't be in the way, but in the end, all his words became, I'll wait for you on the shore. Shore's not safe. You go home. If I go back, I'll signal you. Okay, be careful. Wen Cheng'an knew Xia was strong and aware of his own weakness. After Xia left, Wen Cheng'an clenched his teeth and watched the person go, then turned around and swam back. From now on, as long as he didn't die from exhaustion, he would train to the limit. Wen Cheng'an didn't sleep at all on the way back. He went straight to the yard and did push-ups, sit-ups, horse stance. Basically, he kept training with determination, while waiting for Xia. On the other side, after Xia left Wen Cheng'an, she used her special abilities to quickly return to the small island. She hid in the sea for over half an hour before the man moved. So cautious? It seems he has big plans. Xia smirked. She liked catching big fish. Big fish mean big rewards. From afar, Xia watched the sneaky man check the back of the entire island. About 2 hours later, the man confirmed no one else was on the island and then started his real plan. In a hidden corner, he used a hook to pull up a box. He tied the box with prepared rope and dragged it toward the sea. First, he secured the box, then returned to the island to clean up any traces. After everything was handled, he pulled the box into the sea and swam away. The sea was even more Xia's territory now. The man didn't pull the box far. After about 50 meters, he submerged with the box, fixed it on the seabed, and made sure everything was secure before swimming upward and leaving. Xia didn't rush to check the box. She memorized the location and followed the man. She saw him go ashore and head to a house next to the village office. Based on her memory, Xia knew that was where the ferry staff temporarily stayed. Most ferry staff lived on land, but since the weather at sea was unpredictable, they sometimes stayed on the island in special situations. Xia couldn't see his face clearly and couldn't match him to anyone at the moment, but that was okay. She'd find out at dawn. She returned home, climbed over the wall, and whistled at Wen Cheng'an, who was doing horse stance. Wen Cheng'an's serious face broke into a smile when he saw Xia. He pressed his lips and nodded at her. Xia climbed down, changed out of her wet clothes, rinsed quickly, and took a short nap. As she slept, she vaguely thought, Wen Cheng'an is quite proactive. At around 3 or 4 in the morning, the seaside was already busy. Women with straw hats and water buckets were busy collecting seafood, while strong, dark-skinned men were setting their nets and starting work. Everyone wanted to work more while the sun wasn't too hot. After breakfast, Xia let her big white dog go for a walk, while she went to Uncle Chow's house. Uncle Chow, I'm here. Xia called out and entered the yard. The people inside were still working on seaweed seedlings. Uncle Chow, it's not good to keep the seaweed seedlings at your place all the time. I saw an empty spot near the village office. Maybe we can build a small shed there to grow them better. Today, I'll go get some more seedlings. Once we have enough, we can start planting. Uncle Chow had no experience in growing seaweed, but he listened to Xia talk confidently and agreed. Pretending to check the area, Xia went to the side of the village office. She lowered her head, walking past the man's house from last night. With a squeak, the door opened. Xia jumped back, clutching her chest. Oh, you scared me to death, she said impatiently, giving the person who opened the door a quick look. Hey, be careful. Can't you see? The person opening the door was amused by Xia's attitude. You're blocking my door, and you have the nerve to complain? Xia pointed at the door and snapped, your door? Just call it, see if it answers. The man on the other side was annoyed and speechless. He didn't want to cause trouble, so he waved his hand impatiently. Xia rolled her eyes and said in a moderate voice, living in our village and acting like a village official? She cursed with a bit of acting skill, and the others watched her for a while. Xia then went to an open space, measured the area, and walked away cursing. The ignorant woman. The man looked at her with disdain and stopped paying attention. Later, after telling Uncle Chow about her plans, Shirxia pretended to go seaweed seedling fishing and went back out to sea. This time, she directly found the place where the man had hidden the box last night and dove underwater. Whether it was a person or a ghost, it was obvious once you looked. Under the deep blue sea, it was quiet but not peaceful. Colorful small fish swam around Shirxia, and a playful little octopus clung comfortably to her back, spreading all 8 arms. Using her special powers, Shirxia shimmered in the eyes of marine creatures. She was like a treasure to them. She waved her hand gently, making the friendly fish scatter and swim toward the fixed box on the seabed. Floating in the water, she reached out and touched the box. The box is made of some kind of metal and has a lock on it, sealed tightly. But no matter how tight, the box can't withstand long exposure to seawater, so the other side probably only hid it here temporarily. Although water can't enter for a short time, water vapor definitely can. Shirxia controlled her supernatural power to slip through the lock's opening and closed her eyes to sense. The water vapor was like a hand exploring in the dark, giving her a rough idea of its shape. A button.
A fanshapad disk.
It was probably some kind of machine used for sending information. Shirxia withdrew her supernatural power. Because it's a special era, there are many spies. But she doesn't know if spies are still valuable now. Before the apocalypse, spies were worth 50,000 each. If they are still valuable, she might have found a way to get rich. Shirxia was in a good mood. A clownfish happened to swim in front of her face. She gently tapped with her finger, and the tiny clownfish twisted and turned, adorable. She smiled slightly and returned to the surface. When she surfaced, Shirxia brushed her messy hair back, wiped the seawater off her face. Just as her hand lowered, a wave hit her. Choo-choo. The excited call made Shirxia smile knowingly. She looked up at the large black and white creature rushing over. Hello, we meet again. Shirxia waved her hand. The orca, normally very excited, suddenly stopped, splashing water onto her face. It then turned around, with its back to her. Its silhouette seemed to say, "Come and comfort me." Shirxia brushed her face again, looking at the orca, which was roughly as thick as her arm, secretly glancing back at her repeatedly, full of playful mischief. Its large body didn't notice that its little actions were quite noticeable. Shirxia held back a laugh, pretending to be more upset, and said, "Since you don't want to talk to me, I guess I have to leave." Before she finished, the big orca leaned back and flipped over. Its white, chubby belly was now exposed to Shirxia. Its white lower jaw looked like a fluffy, wagging tail, clearly trying to please her. "My chubby ancestor, you almost crushed me." Shirxia stepped back into the sea, then emerged from another spot, swimming toward the shameless orca and reaching out to touch its willingly offered belly. "You trust me so much." The comfortable supernatural power made the orca even more eager to please, and it performed several jumps and leaps for Shirxia. Shirxia sat on a wooden boat, clapping happily under the dappled sunlight.
Great job.
One more time. From a distance, the orca, hearing the praise, got even more excited. There is a strong spirit of working hard to earn special abilities for comfort. A well-behaved orca swims over to Tixia, asking for a pet. "Are you very obedient?" The orca nods. "Have you hit a ship?" The orca shakes its head repeatedly. Tixia smiles lightly and asks seriously, "Do you want seafood?" The orca neither nods nor shakes its head. After 3 seconds, it dives underwater, almost capsizing the boat Tixia is on, and then swims away. Tixia isn't in a hurry. She simply lies on the boat, basking in the sun, feeling comfortable and closing her eyes. A few minutes later, the wooden boat gently rocks with the waves. Tixia shields her eyes from the sun with her hand and slowly opens her eyes. With a splash, the orca emerges, holding a lively, jumping mackerel in its mouth. "Good job. Put it here," Tixia says, pointing to the back of the boat. The orca gently spits out the fish and shakes its head eagerly, as if asking for praise. "You're amazing." Tixia happily praises and waves at the orca, also using her special ability. I'll give you a name. How about Pang Pang? Pang Pang, Pang Pang, Pang Pang. The orca doesn't know what Pang Pang means, but it knows that when Tixia calls it that, it feels good. So, within a few minutes, the orca has fully adapted to the name Pang Pang. After playing with it for a while longer, Tixia knows she has to leave. Pang Pang is reluctant and dives back into the sea. Tixia walks back, and Pang Pang follows behind, occasionally bringing her a fish, a lobster, and finally a confused little shark, which Tixia releases. Pang Pang, you can't go ahead, Tixia says, stopping it. The orca understands and stops, reluctant but leaning close to her. Go play first. I'll come back this afternoon, she says. After watching Pang Pang swim away, she heads ashore. She carries the freshly gathered seaweed seedlings and goes to Uncle Chow's house. Uncle Chow is preparing to put the seaweed seedlings into the seawater. Tixia simply follows along. All the seedlings are tied to ropes with floats attached. The ropes are fixed at both ends, allowing the seaweed to soak in the water and gradually grow. More and more islanders come to help. Can this really work? Won't the fish eat all the seedlings? I hope so. This is just like farming. The seaweed near the shore has been placed in the water, where there are fewer fish. Tixia also dives into the sea. She makes several dives, using her ability to circle a section of the water, effectively preventing large fish from eating the seaweed seedlings. As long as she is in the water, her ability doesn't drain. During the morning, with everyone's teamwork, the kelp seedlings were partially planted. At the same time, Xia went out to sea again. Officially, she was looking for kelp seedlings and collecting some seaweed spores to grow seaweed. In reality, she had gone to Haiming Island, where the Navy was stationed. On Haiming Island, a lookout soldier was holding binoculars, watching a small, fast-moving duck for a long time. What is that? Could it be an enemy attack? A new type of weapon? It was moving too quickly. At the same time, ships patrolling near Haiming Island also noticed something. Alert! Ahead is a fish pulling a boat? You must be confused from the sun. No fish pulls boats. A teammate on the patrol ship took the binoculars, which had already stunned his friend. What are you looking at? Nothing wrong. Go back and check. They looked at each other, nodded, confirming their mutual confusion, then fell into uncertainty. Using the binoculars again, the object got closer, and it started talking. Hi, I am a fisherman from C3 Island. Here is my introduction letter. It's Fatty. From afar, Xia waved her introduction letter and introduced Fatty. A orca pulling a small wooden boat also nodded happily. The patrol ship on the opposite side was surprised and curious. When the other ship sent a signal to agree to approach, Xia patted the orca's head. The orca obediently bit the rope and pulled the small boat toward the patrol ship. Once close enough, one crew member went to check, while others remained on alert. The introduction letter was fine, the seal was okay, but the orca staring at him, was it really harmless? Xia on the small boat ignored her shocking appearance. After all, her strength was obvious, and she couldn't really stay low profile. After explaining herself, the patrol soldiers understood she was there to find Commander Cheng. A few days ago, they heard that Commander Cheng and his team had fallen into the sea, but were rescued by fishermen, who also encountered the orca. Could it be the one in front of them? Comrade Xia, you can go ashore and register. The patrol soldier finished speaking and looked at the round, adorable orca, which was happily rubbing its head. Is it going ashore? It's a fish. How can it go ashore? Another patrol soldier disdainfully retorted and curiously asked Fatty, is this the one chasing Commander Cheng? You'll have to ask Commander Cheng about that. Xia didn't answer. She patted Fatty's head, then the small boat circled around the patrol ship and arrived at Haiming Island port for inspection and registration. After registering, Xia gently patted the chubby head and said, "Take good care of our boat. I'll come out soon." A killer whale leapt halfway out of the water and nodded happily. The nearby patrol guards glanced curiously, but did not leave their posts. Xia was taken onto the island and waited in a special room. Soon, Commander Cheng ran over.
Shixia,
For a moment, Commander Cheng hesitated, his mind went blank, and he couldn't remember the name. Are those two big cabbages okay? Commander Cheng was genuinely worried, while Shixia was just being straightforward. Aren't they pigheads? Commander Cheng. Shixia smiled and got straight to the point. Commander Cheng, seeming indifferent, frowned more deeply and then took Shixia into the military camp to see the higher-ups. In the office, Shixia sat opposite two people, with Commander Cheng beside her. She repeated the story about meeting the man with the hidden box. Comrade Shixia, what are you doing on the island? Spending time with my partner to exercise. Shixia spoke confidently and added, my partner is Commander Cheng's pighead. Two pairs of eyes immediately looked at Commander Cheng, who looked awkward but had to force a smile and explain the pighead joke. The officer on the other side, Wei, directly glared at Commander Cheng. Such a talented recruit. What are you waiting for? Bring him back quickly. Wei was anxious because he really wanted good soldiers. Li Zhengwei, who had been smiling kindly, also spoke. Isn't this a good opportunity? Commander Cheng is on a recruiting trip and can also check out what Comrade Shixia said. Then Li Zhengwei looked at Shixia and said, Comrade Shixia, this matter is important but not for everyone to know. We will handle it. Just pretend you don't know. Shixia was not a child. Capturing a spy was easy. Destroying an entire spy network was the real challenge. I understand, Li Zhengwei. This time, I won't boast about my achievements. No problem. Just remember, next time I make a contribution, count it for me. Li Zhengwei, did he just mention achievements? And how do you know you'll get another chance? Oh, is there a reward for providing spy clues? Li Zhengwei, who was good at talking, was surprised by how direct Shixia was and responded slowly, yes. Shixia chuckled and asked eagerly how much. It depends on the situation. The reward varies. Got it, got it. Shixia's smile grew more hopeful. The spy fun plan could now be put on the agenda. Shixia's straightforward personality is well liked by Commander Wei. After a few casual chats, they learn that the orca has also arrived and everyone becomes curious to see it. The four of them decide to walk together toward the military camp gate. Before they reach, they see some children running toward the gate, excitedly shouting about the orca. The group quickens their steps. At the port, a group of children sit nearby, watching the chubby whale swim back and forth with admiration and amazement. It's so cute. I wish I could touch it. It's looking at us. Do you think it understands us? Shixia and the others walk over. When the children see the adults, they stand up shyly, clasping their hands behind their backs. Chubby, Shixia calls out. The chubby whale surfaces from the sea, making a happy sound. People nearby are eager to reach out and touch it. There are too many people, so Shixia ignores the eager looks and asks Commander Cheng, Commander Cheng, shall we go now? Yes, let's go. I'll start the boat, he replies. Shixia says, I won't ride your boat. I have my own. That's a wooden boat, and it's not as fast as mine. I'll have someone paddle it. Commander Cheng stops speaking when he sees the orca biting the rope. In his disbelief, the orca turns around while holding the rope, and the wooden boat also changes direction. Actually, I think it's better if I ride with Shixia. It's safer for a lady like you, he says, ignoring the amused looks from others. This is a boat pulled by the orca, and there won't be a second chance. He looks at Shixia expectantly and asks, Shixia, shall we ride together? One person is fine, she replies without hesitation. She pats the orca, sending many powers to it, making the whale excited and ready to spin around. Don't move, Shixia warns, patting the whale. The whale calms down. Captain, I'm not as good at steering the boat as you are. Maybe I should sit instead. Zhang Gotzi starts to speak but is kicked by Commander Cheng. If your skills are bad, then practice more. Zhang Gotzi, trying to get on the boat, looks discouraged. Commander Cheng glares around, and the others who are eager to join also give up. He finally gets on the small wooden boat with a proud, if slightly awkward, smile. Commander Wei and Commissar Li watch enviously. Now that old Cheng is back, he's even more proud. Captain Cheng, hold on tight. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Commander Cheng holds the boat with one hand, smiling proudly at the people on the shore. Sherxia's eyes flash with a smile. She had already given a reminder. She pats the orca's head. Let's go, chubby. Whoosh! The sound of wind tearing through the air, a strong surge of inertia. Having been fed by supernatural powers, the chubby person looked like they had taken a stimulant and rushed out like an arrow. Captain Cheng used his palm to exert force, pulling himself back from a backward, sprawled position. After being pulled back, he looked into Sherxia's innocent yet mischievous eyes. I told you to hold on tight. Captain Cheng's eyes twitched violently. Last time he was sprayed with water, Sherxia also had that expression. Captain Cheng sat upright, cleared his throat, and enjoyed the speed and strength brought by the orca. Suddenly, he thought of something. Comrade Sherxia, can orcas pass through turbulent waters? We're near Qingdao recently. If someone is hiding something on the island, it's probably to avoid Qingdao. That needs to be confirmed. I mean, there's an island on the border where the currents are a bit rough. Our boat can't land there, and people can't swim across. Sherxia understood. If others can't swim across, she definitely can. This is just a lucky break, and she doesn't ask for anything that would be unfair to herself. Captain Cheng, what kind of cuisine do you eat on the island? Captain Cheng was surprised and confused. The topic suddenly changed like a tornado, catching him off guard. But he still answered honestly. Mostly fish, few vegetables, mainly depending on what the land supplies. Sherxia smiled slyly, with a new idea. Our village plans to grow kelp and seaweed. If it works out, would you like to buy some? Would you like to buy some? Captain Cheng was puzzled. How did they get to the point of doing business?
Well,
I need to check with the logistics department. Sherxia wasn't surprised that they couldn't make a deal now. Having an impression is better than having none. This is called advertising. Captain Cheng, if the island you mentioned can't be crossed, just find me for help. And if in the future the island runs out of vegetables or fish, consider our Haisan Island too. I'm not trying to pressure you into landing on the island. It's just that we're actually growing seaweed now. Captain Cheng's mouth twitched wildly. He finally understood. Sherxia's heart is definitely good, patriotic even, but it can be somewhat controlled. She's the kind who won't shoot unless the rabbit appears. Captain Cheng, do you think I'm quite enlightened? Do you think I can be promoted to a young pioneer? Captain Cheng forced a fake smile. He dared not say that he was afraid the rabbit would run away if the eagle flew away. They chatted along the way, and soon arrived near Haisan Island. Sherxia pointed out the hiding spot of the box to Captain Cheng, who remembered it in his mind. They didn't go to look, to avoid alarming the snake. Soon, the orca stopped in shallow water. It twisted quickly, and the rope fell. Sherxia sat opposite Commander Cheng, eager and enthusiastic, saying, Commander Cheng, please don't get up. I'll row the boat. Commander Cheng was speechless, but smiled.
you.
Really should join the army. He was definitely a troublemaker. Commander Cheng quickly took over the rowing, and after they reached the shore, Sherxia took him to Li Dainio's house first. This was the official reason for coming to the 3 islands, just a straightforward visit. News spreads fast, and soon all of Li Dainio's relatives arrived, making it lively, like a wedding procession. If Commander Cheng hadn't refused, they might have carried him inside. Sherxia gave Commander Cheng a helpless look and turned to find Wen Cheng'an. At Wen's house door, she leaned against the door and nodded in approval. Wen Cheng'an, doing push-ups, saw Sherxia and suddenly felt more energetic, even though he was exhausted, and pushed himself to finish. Not bad, not bad. Sherxia clapped enthusiastically, and Wen Cheng'an proudly shook his head. Of course. Wen washed his hands and turned to pick something from a small basket in the corner. Here. Sherxia looked over and saw 3 small fruits. Her mouth started watering unconsciously, recalling the sour taste from last time. Eat first. Can people trust each other a little more?
No.
Sherxia answered quickly and confidently. Wen Cheng'an, I knew it would be like that. I've tried it. Sherxia suspiciously took a fruit, bit a little, and found it slightly sour but with a sweet aftertaste. It was delicious.
Thanks.
Xia took the fruit and told Wen Cheng'an about Commander Cheng's upcoming visit. Don't tell anyone about what happened last night. That person didn't see our faces, so your innocence is still safe, don't worry. After saying this, Xia patted Wen Cheng'an on the shoulder to comfort him. His generous attitude made Wen Cheng'an smile secretly. How impressive was the person he liked. Shouldn't women worry about things like this? No, men's innocence was also important. He realized he needed to correct this wrong way of thinking quickly. Xia had no idea where Wen Cheng'an's thoughts were drifting. After talking to him, she was ready to go back and continue building the pavilion. Wen Cheng'an, with some small ideas, offered to help. Commander Chen will come later. If I help out enthusiastically, I'll make a good impression.
Good idea.
Leave the hardest tasks to you, Wen Cheng'an said playfully, though his steps were quick and movements nimble. They worked together smoothly and were about to put the roof on the pavilion. Commander Chen arrived. Comrade Wen is also here just in time. Commander Chen strode in quickly, followed by Li Daniu. Li Daniu, taller than Commander Chen, forcefully pushed past him to help out. Boss, call me if you need help. Big brother-in-law, I'll support you. Wen Cheng'an, perched on the wall of the grass shelter, was pleased when called big brother-in-law, and he tried to hide his smile. No matter how he looked at Li Daniu, he found him quite likable. Okay, I'll handle this side. You support from below, Wen Cheng'an said. Li Daniu listened and happily let go of Xia. Commander Chen, a step slower, saw both promising young men go to work, so he decided to help too. The group worked well together. When they had a break, Xia took out a few squid, cleaned them, and then lit a fire on a flat stone to grill. The sizzling sound, the heated stone, and the spicy smell drifting around made the grilled squid slightly curl up. After setting up a simple grass-roofed pavilion, Xia called everyone over to eat squid. Wen Cheng'an and Li Daniu had no worries, but Commander Chen politely declined, saying, "We need to follow the rules." "Oh," Xia said, not insisting anymore. Commander Cheng's mouth was watering. He wanted to persuade them again. Xia looked at Li Daniu and Wen Cheng'an. "You two, eat as much as you can while you have the chance." Wen Cheng'an thought to himself, this way of speaking. "Very Xia." Li Daniu said, "Boss, I want to eat more." "This isn't enough." Xia gave him a quick glance. Out of 6 squid, 3 had already gone into his stomach. How can he still complain? Xia leaned on a flat stone, snapped off a piece, and handed it over. She was the first person to food from her own hands. "Here." Xia turned her head. Under the smoke, Wen Cheng'an's rebellious side faded. His long fingers held a wooden stick, flipping the squid without looking away, adding a quiet calmness. It must be an illusion. Xia shook her head, took the squid, and missed the slight smile at Wen Cheng'an's mouth. After eating, Wen Cheng'an and the others prepared to leave by ferry. Wen Cheng'an learned from Xia who the man from last night was, and after crossing the ferry, he told Commander Chen. Commander Chen remembered it deeply and quietly took them back to Haiming Island. That afternoon, Wen Cheng'an and Li Daniu returned and easily passed the medical check and initial political review. The next step was expected to be completed within a few days, after which they would go to serve on Haiming Island. That night, Li Daniu's family brought 2 chickens to Xia's house to thank her. This was the best timing, showing the Li family's attitude. Whether Li Daniu passed or not, they were grateful to Xia. Xia politely declined the gift of 2 chickens and accepted 20 eggs instead. In the evening, Xia and Wen Cheng'an continued their training. After returning home, Wen Cheng'an silently practiced more, while Xia helped him strengthen his body. He quickly became stronger. Over the next few days, Xia collected seaweed seedlings in the morning, went out to sea with the fishing team during the day, with Fat the orca following nearby. Each trip brought back plenty of fish. Xia's status on Haishan Island rose very quickly. 5 days later, early in the morning, the ferry stopped again at Haishan Island. A girl with braids, wearing a floral dress and small shoes, got off the boat. "Smells terrible," The girl covered her nose, looking disgusted as she stepped off the ferry. Seeing the seaweed houses in the distance, her expression grew even more annoyed. She walked along the beach, her heels sinking into the sand, frowning as she stopped a woman. "Hey, where is Shirxia's house?" The woman she stopped was one of the seaweed pickers, respected for never leaving the sea empty-handed. This girl looked like she was looking for trouble.
Who?
Shirxia. Which Shirxia? Shirxia. What Shirxia? Lin Cece was so annoyed by the woman's pretend-to-be-deaf attitude that she puffed up like a frog. "Forget it, I won't ask anymore." Angrily, Lin Cece turned to leave. The woman silently spat and cursed her harshly, then quickly walked away along a shortcut to Shirxia's house to deliver the message. Could someone from Haishan Island, known as Master Shirxia, be bullied by an outsider? What a joke. That's right. Master Shirxia is a new nickname for Shirxia because she collected over 1,000 gene of seaweed seedlings. Plus, she can communicate well with orcas, go fishing with abundant catches, have good relations with the military, and get along with the villagers. Someone like her, only a fool would offend. In just 1 month, Shirxia's status on Haishan Island was as solid as a mountain. Lin Cece, who didn't know the way, was Chun Jiandong's girlfriend and unaware that someone was passing on information. At this moment, she stopped another person to ask about Shirxia's house. "Where is Shirxia's house?" The person she stopped was Accountant Su. Behind his round glasses, a sharp glint flashed, and he showed an honest, simple smile. "You're new here, right? Where are you from?"
Lin Cece impatiently pouted.
"None of your business where I'm from. I'm looking for Shirxia. Do you know where her house is?" "Yes, go east, and the last house is hers." After hearing the answer, Lin Cece didn't even say thank you and turned to leave. Accountant Su shrugged indifferently and headed west. Soon, Accountant Su and another kind woman met outside Shirxia's house. A proud white dog was standing at the door in front of them. "White dog, we're here to see Shirxia," said Accountant Su. The dog looked at him, then barked twice and turned around. A small, colorful chicken jumped out and paused for a moment before walking inside. Accountant Su thought, "Why do I feel like I've been reported?" The woman beside him said, "No wonder she's half a fairy. Even the guardian beast is special." Inside the house, Shirxia was changing clothes when she heard a clear knocking on the door. Without looking, she knew it was the little chicken. "I'll be right there," she said. After dressing, she grabbed a towel to dry her wet hair. Using her special power, she reduced the moisture, leaving her hair half dry. When Shirxia came out, she called out to the white dog, which finally moved aside. "Shirxia, a woman with eyes on her head is here to see you," said Accountant Su. "That woman looks like she's here to cause trouble. I'll call some women over. If she dares to make a scene, we'll deal with her." Shirxia first thanked Accountant Su and Aunt Lotus. Before she could guess who was coming, a sharp, loud scream sounded from afar. Shirxia and the two others looked east at the door. A girl in a floral dress was waving her arms while being chased by several tall white geese. "Help!"
she cried.
"You animals! Go away, go away!" No matter how Lin Cece waved her arms, the geese charged forward bravely and relentlessly. Shirxia looked further and saw that behind the geese was Wen Cheng'an. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she looked at Lin Cece being chased. "It's you two." Lin Cece recognized Aunt Lotus and Accountant Su and immediately turned her eyes sharply toward Shirxia. "You are Shirxia." "No." Shirxia replied quickly and confidently, then asked, "What do you want of Shirxia?" Before Lin Cece could ask anything, she hurriedly hid behind Shirxia. "Don't be afraid, I'll help you," Shirxia said warmly, waving her hand. The geese reluctantly left, looking a bit disappointed. Breathing quickly, Lin Cece looked at Shirxia again. "Thank you, you've helped me all the way. We're all comrades, so of course we help each other. You're looking for Shirxia, right? I'll take you," Shirxia said kindly. "Really?" Lin Cece glared sharply at Accountant Su and Aunt Lotus. Accountant Su and Aunt Lotus. Hee. They ignored Lin Cece and simply walked away. Shixia then acted like a friendly neighbor, warmly welcoming Lin Cece. This comrade, you've run around so much and are all sweaty. Come in and rest for a bit. Later, I will take you to see Leader Shixia. Lin Cece is indeed tired, but she looks unwell and asks, why do you call Shixia leader? Because she is the leader. She leads us in planting seaweed and fishing. A few days ago, she risked her safety to save some soldiers. The military even sent a thank you letter. That thank you letter is displayed on our village's honor wall. Someone with such noble qualities, of course, I call her leader. Shixia babbles on, praising her, and Lin Cece listens with some doubt. How is that possible? If she truly had high morals, she wouldn't falsely accuse the Chen family. Hearing the Chen family name, Shixia's mind starts to think.
Chen family?
Is that the Chen Jindong who broke off his engagement with leader Shi? Shixia hands Lin Cece a glass of water, and Lin Cece drinks it without suspicion. She is truly an innocent girl, with her likes and dislikes written plainly on her face. To put it nicely, she is kind. To say it bluntly, she is naive.
No.
Shixia is just pestering Chen Jindong. He refused her many times. Shixia responds with just the right amount of surprise and rebuttal.
How could that be?
Chen Jindong is cheating you out of money. Everyone in our village knows that. Shixia sits opposite Lin Cece and patiently explains, soon understanding why this girl came. After they poured mud on the Chen family, their reputation plummeted. Miao Guilan was suspended. No one wants a midwife who might be a troublemaker to deliver babies. Chen Xiaodong is a bit better, not suspended, but he must undergo political education. As for why Lin Cece came, it's because Chen Jindong told her that the rumors outside are false, that Shixia's love troubles caused all this. Lin Cece is straightforward. If she likes someone, she truly likes them. She came alone, hoping to stand up for Chen Jindong. After hearing this, Shixia casually pours water for the naive girl, Lin Cece. The police have records of what happened to the Chen family. They wouldn't lie. And you say Chen Jindong saved you?
That
isn't possible, right? Chen Jindong can't even lift a big pile of manure. How could he chase away 4 or 5 people? Honestly, Chen Jindong can't even scare away 4 or 5 geese. Shixia begins to brainwash her with stories about Chen Jindong's past on the island, mostly portraying him as weak. The strong image Lin Cece had of him has now been somewhat diminished. No way. When I opened my eyes, I saw Chen Jindong. Don't think you can say these things just to defend your boss, Shixia. Lin Cece snorted, looking clever and unimpressed, as if saying, don't try to fool me. Shixia earnestly said, actually, to see if he really has the ability, why not find those little troublemakers and have them beat him up? He was able to save you once. The second time, without your interference, it would be even easier, right? Lin Cece stayed silent. Shixia suspiciously asked, are you afraid he can't fight back? Angrily, Lin Cece replied, no. Chen Jindong can definitely win. Lin Cece left, and Shixia saw her off onto the boat. Once on the boat, she was full of memories. How did she go from wanting to confront Shixia to planning to have some troublemakers teach Chen Jindong a lesson? That's not right. I haven't even seen Shixia yet. No, after I finish dealing with this, I will tell her she was wrong. Chen Jindong is really capable. Determined, Lin Cece firmly believed Chen Jindong was the one who saved her. Naturally, he would fight alone against 5 and come out victorious, just like before. Shixia waved her hand from the shore, smiling happily. Wen Cheng'an stepped closer. Did you trick her away? Watch your words. I call it doing good deeds. My mistake. Should I give you a certificate? That's not a bad idea. Shixia stepped forward to leave. Wen Cheng'an followed curiously, asking, why are you so obsessed with certificates? You wouldn't understand my level. Wen Cheng'an was speechless and stopped, watching Shixia's confident back. Actually, he found her quite adorable. They walked back home, one after the other. Just as they reached the door, they saw Captain Chen. You two are finally back. I've been looking for you both. Wen Cheng'an, Congratulations on passing the political review. Report to Haiming Island at 6 tomorrow morning. Yes. Wen Cheng'an responded and secretly glanced at Shirxia. Does she look a little radiant when she smiles? Comrade Shirxia, about the secret stream island I mentioned last time, how confident are you? I don't know. Are you guys going shopping? Captain Chen looked speechless. It's not up to me. Can I introduce something to you? Shirxia giggled. Captain Chen, don't worry. I have a heart as red as the sun. I can do it or not do it, no problem. Whatever difficulties. Stop. I get it. Will you follow us tomorrow? Sure. Shirxia agreed straightforwardly. Captain Chen shook his head helplessly and didn't stay any longer. Wen Cheng'an, see you at the military camp. Commander Chen saluted and turned to leave. For a moment, the entrance was quiet, and Wen Cheng'an felt a deep sense of reluctance. Today is a good day. Everything I hoped for might come true. Cheerful lyrics played, and if the singer had a sense of touch, they would definitely be swaying. Hey, why does your face look so dark? Wen Cheng'an, feeling down, replied, It's from the sun. Oh, no worries. It'll get darker in the future. Wen Cheng'an frowned, looking at Shirxia with no sign of reluctance or sadness, but rather happiness. It felt like a lump of anger was stuck in his chest, hard to swallow or let go. You heartless person, at least he's supposed to be a pretend partner. Can't you pretend a little? Never mind, he decided to be proactive. Within a second, Wen Cheng'an cheered himself up and carefully spoke. Shirxia,
I want to talk to you about something.
he suppressed his frustration and subtly guided Shirxia's thoughts. What is it? Shirxia pushed open the door and entered, with Wen Cheng'an following closely behind, like a well-behaved little husband. Unfortunately, Shirxia didn't notice. Soon, they sat facing each other under the pavilion. Do you still need this shield of mine? Yes, I do. Hearing the answer he wanted, Wen Cheng'an's gloom eased a little. Exactly, I also need it. Someone with a partner should show it, or else outsiders might think we don't get along. Seeing that Shirxia didn't interrupt, he continued. I want to keep my money with you. You can send me some things now and then anything is fine. That way, it can also show that our relationship is solid. Of course, I will also act accordingly. Shirxia didn't see any problem with that, but it's better to clarify some things. Wen Cheng'an, are you really not planning to get married? Wen Cheng'an clenched his fingers on his leg, maintaining a calm expression, very different from his usual carefree attitude. Do you want to get married? He asked back without answering directly. Shirxia shook her head with a pout. I don't want to marry just for love. Wen Cheng'an keenly sensed Shirxia's resistance to marriage and love. Could it be because of Chen Jiandong? No, that's impossible. Thinking that way would be insulting Shirxia. Are there other people or reasons? Now he felt even more upset. Of course, this wasn't the right time to dwell on it. Wen Cheng'an smiled in agreement. Quite coincidentally, I think the same way. Shirxia looked at Wen Cheng'an, unaware of his deeply hidden thoughts. She straightforwardly said, That's good. We'll just be dating for now. If someone pressures us to marry, we'll pretend to be a fake couple. Don't worry, as long as you want a divorce, I can do it anytime. I will also provide you with support money, so you won't be at a disadvantage. After all, you are an honest man who has been with me for a while. Rest assured. Wen Cheng'an, are you talking about me? But even as a pretend couple, we are still a couple. As long as it's Shirxia, I can pretend forever. Wen Cheng'an lowered his head to drink water, his eyes shining with a glint. Then he looked up again with a calm expression. Okay. Once everything was settled, Shirxia picked up his teacup and raised it toward Wen Cheng'an. Here's to our good cooperation. Don't worry, as long as you're with me, I will protect you. Wen Cheng'an's face slightly reddened. He raised his cup and said, From now on, I will rely on you to look after me. Shirxia leaned forward and looked directly at Wen Cheng'an. Wen Cheng'an held back his heartbeat and breath, raised an eyebrow and asked, What? I found you look better. A faint smile appeared in Wen Cheng'an's eyes. He calmly raised his teacup and said, That's because of your good training. Shirxia was surprised for a moment, then burst out laughing. You're right. I really take some credit. The two rarely argued today. They drank tea and chatted happily. Blue sky, white clouds, clear sea, and golden sands. Under the pavilion, the two, feeling the sea breeze, shared thoughts effortlessly, like the best friends. They talked until dinner time. Xia immediately told Auntie and Uncle Wen the good news about joining the army. Auntie Zhang, who was picking up firewood, scattered it all over the ground without realizing it. Really? Did you record it? Yes, I recorded it. He'll report tomorrow. Auntie was so happy she couldn't close her mouth. She clapped her hands on Wen Lao's shoulder enthusiastically. His father got selected. Got selected. I know. I heard it all. Be more careful. When Uncle, carrying a bundle of firewood, smiled at Wen Cheng'an with his eyes squinting, grinning widely, and actively started chatting with Uncle Wang passing by. Old Wang, go online. I'm fine, but Cheng'an is joining the army tomorrow. Third brother just came back. I haven't eaten yet. My Cheng'an is joining the army tomorrow. Your grandson just had his first month, right? My Cheng'an is joining the army tomorrow. When Uncle, who was trying to be serious, kept awkwardly chatting with everyone about the army, no matter what they said. Until no one passed by the door, when Lao still felt it wasn't enough. As he turned around, he started talking to Bai at the door. Bai, my Cheng'an is reporting for duty tomorrow. Little flower, lay eggs well. My Cheng'an is going to join the army. Xia listened with a smile, and Wen Cheng'an looked a bit embarrassed, but didn't step back. Every time when Lao finished showing off, he would straighten his posture and nod politely. Xia secretly chuckled. These two men share a similar shy and reserved charm. Wen Cheng'an is about to join the army tomorrow. Aunt Zhang invites Xia to eat together to celebrate. Okay, I'll go to the beach to catch some things, and we can have a good meal tonight. When it comes to delicious food, Xia's eyes always light up. Great, great, great. Aunt Zhang smiles and agrees, then opens the door and walks inside happily. Wen Cheng'an thinks for a moment, but doesn't follow Xia. Xia, wear your rubber suit. The water is cold at night.
Got it.
Xia has already gone home, quickly puts on her rubber suit, and calls out to Bai. She sets off alone with her goose. Xia is taking a walk. Have you eaten? Bai is so capable, he can even carry a bucket. All the islanders they meet along the way greet her. Xia responds with a bright, polite, and kind smile. Bai, holding the water bucket, wobbles behind her. One person and one goose walk away, while others still praise Xia. They say she's kind, lucky, generous, and has a good heart. Definitely a promising young person. As for those who might think otherwise, their voices are too quiet and get drowned out. Listening to the lively discussions, Xia pats Bai's head and says, "This is respect earned through strength. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter, because she will always be this strong. Let's go, find something tasty." Xia and Bai arrive at the beach. They both go into the sea. Bai waits on the surface with the bucket, while Xia flips into the water. She opens her eyes underwater, moves her hands smoothly, and uses her abilities to catch things. She has a round head, similar to the shape of a Bai's head. She catches a mantis shrimp. Like a giant centipede with many tiny legs, she catches a mantis shrimp. Snap. Her hands are like precise locators, catching each target accurately. In a short time, her net is filled with dozens of shrimps. At this moment, Xia has reached the bottom. The soft, fine sand looks flat, but hides many things underneath. A tiny bump catches her attention. She quickly swims over, claws ready, and grabs swiftly. A soft octopus with suction cups on its tentacles attaches to her wrist and arm. If someone is squeamish about soft-bodied animals, they might go crazy at the sight. Xia forcefully tears the octopus off, quickly shakes it off, and places it in her net. After securing her catch, she continues forward. The small oval-shaped bump and the sandy bottom are the same color. Xiao quietly approached, tilting her head back and quickly out her fork. Thick black ink spread out in the seawater. If she hadn't hidden early, her face might have been completely black. A large inkfish, changing color, was caught by Xiao. Next, She caught a banded shell about the size of a 7-part foot, a conch, a mussel, and a grouper. Soon her net was full. Xiao swam upstream, splashing loudly as she burst out of the sea, her hair arcing in the golden sunset. A white whale pushed hard through the water, swimming toward Xiao. "Good girl. Let's go home." Xiao and the white whale returned to the shore, placing the sea creatures into a bucket. The white whale lowered its head to bite the bucket, but its mouth almost broke. Xiao looked at the white whale's pitiful eyes, smiled, and gave it some special energy, more than usual. After absorbing the energy, the white whale shook itself, looked at Xiao, then at the bucket. Suddenly, it lowered its head and bit the bucket with more force. "Yeah." A sad, pleading cry sounded again. It was heard again. Xiao blinked, feeling speechless and helpless, but she couldn't help but laugh. "White whale." In a second, Xiao stopped smiling and gently tapped the whale's head with. The white whale looked a little wronged, not understanding why. Xiao squatted down, gently stroking its head, adding a bit more tenderness than usual, less fierce. "We must not hurt ourselves." Xiao gestured with her hands and spoke softly, while the white whale's long neck leaned close.
Good boy.
Xiao patted its body along its neck, then stood up. She and the white whale walked side by side, heading home. Far away, Wen Cheng'an saw Xiao, who was carrying a bucket with her left hand and swinging her right hand happily, humming a song, her head bobbing. Beside her was a chubby white whale, looking like its owner, nodding its head along, its plump body swaying left and right. Wen Cheng'an smiled tenderly. Xiao no longer had her usual confident attitude of protecting him. "Wen Cheng'an, hurry up and come here, bring the things." Xiao called out, and Wen Cheng'an ran over. "Do I really need to carry such a small load? It's for your training." "Stop fooling me. Young Master Wen, you're so clever." The two argued playfully, with the white whale occasionally gurgling, seeming to help Xiao argue. The two humans and the whale happily returned to the Wen family, and Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. "Is this Cheng'an made it? He said the seafood is delicious when grilled." At this moment, the yard had a square dining table. On the table were small, clean fish about the size of a palm, clams, razor clams, oysters and sliced potatoes, sweet potatoes, chives, green peppers, and two oddly shaped, slightly crooked eggplants. Next to the table, there were several rectangular stones arranged in a square shape, with some burnt logs in the middle. "Isn't this like an outdoor barbecue grill? I didn't get enough of the squid at noon. Can I borrow your seafood tonight to grill some?" Wen Cheng'an carried a bucket of seafood past Shixia. "Of course." Shixia excitedly jumped up, eager to go home and find some seasonings. Wen Cheng'an smiled lightly, set down the bucket, rolled up his sleeves, and dipped his hands into the cold water to clean the seafood. Soon Shixia sat in the yard of the Wen family with Xiaohua and Debai, with her in the middle, Xiaohua on her left, and Debai on her right. Opposite them was Wen Cheng'an. He skillfully flipped the seafood, sprinkled some of his homemade seasoning, and the unique aroma of the seafood was released. Shixia couldn't help but lean forward. "Wen Cheng'an, your cooking skills are pretty good." Of course. The Chen family didn't give him food, so he had to catch his own seafood to eat. Sometimes he succeeded, sometimes he didn't. Seafood was almost his main food source, so he knew a lot about it. The first shellfish, an oyster, was cooked. Wen Cheng'an handed it to Shixia and warned, "Be careful, it's hot. Smells so good, and you even added minced garlic." The aroma of seafood mixed with garlic filled the air, making everyone's mouth water. After blowing on it a few times, Shixia used chopsticks to break the connection between the oyster and its shell, then took a big breath. Wow, so hot, so delicious. The plump oyster made Shixia sigh happily. Wen Cheng'an looked down and smiled quietly, speeding up his work. Next to them, Wen Laoshi and Aunt Zhang held slices of potatoes, glancing at the big oysters in Shixia's hands. The contrast was quite stark, but in the next second, they exchanged glances, and pink gossip started to rise. Wen Laoshi, "Thanks to my teaching, my son finally got it." Aunt Zhang, "Get lost. Shixia is good enough." If he doesn't show some effort, what if he gets kicked out? Wen Lao, sure. I'll take most of the credit, 9 parts. Aunt Zhang, I think you're shameless to take all 10. They mumbled and chatted, happily munching on potato slices while gossiping about their children. All Xia could hear was, Wen Cheng'an is really good at acting. In the small yard, the sea breeze blew gently and Uncle Wen and Auntie were still whispering to each other. Xia secretly winked at Wen Cheng'an and whispered, Act well, and they will believe it all. Wen Cheng'an paused slightly while roasting skewers, a bright light flashing in his eyes. He continued his movements and said in a voice they could hear, Okay, I can act even better. In other words, I can treat you even better. So well that, in the future, whenever you meet anyone, you'll compare secretly and feel bored. Xia, a straightforward woman, was eating a big squid, completely unaffected by salt or oil. She turned sideways and gave a thumbs up. I believe in you. Keep it up. Wen Cheng'an blinked in cooperation, indicating he understood. He then raised his wrist and handed over a skewer of roasted fish, opening his palm. Xia,
Give me the stick.
Oh, okay. Xia placed the squid skewer in Wen Cheng'an's hand and happily took the roasted fish, eating it with gusto. Wen Cheng'an looked down with a gentle smile and kept roasting, continuously turning the skewers. Next to them, Uncle Wen and Auntie exchanged glances. Uncle Wen asked, Do you think we can eat skewers other than potato chips today? Auntie pinched Uncle Wen's waist. If you don't go roast, how can I eat? Uncle Wen chuckled and stood up, then sat down beside Wen Cheng'an, becoming another barbecue chef. As evening fell, the sky was filled with clouds and sunset glow. In the seaside courtyard, smoke curled up from the cooking. Children playing outside, some barefoot, some with big runny noses, looked around at the Wen family's door with curious eyes. Auntie Zhang carried a plate of cooked clams to the door, giving each child a little. These were cheap and common, not special. Perhaps because Wen Cheng'an seasoned them well, the children ate happily, smiling widely. One child said thank you, and the others followed suit. When the last light disappeared, Xia also couldn't eat anymore. Wen Cheng'an looked at Xia with a funny expression and handed her a sour fruit. It's easy to digest and a bit sour. He had tasted it himself. Xia directly took it, bit into it, nodded, and mumbled, The fruit is good, and today's barbecue is even better. Thanks for your effort, Chef Wen. Wen Cheng'an lowered his rolled-up sleeve and said casually, Thank you for your praise, Xia. I'll roast for you again after I'm on holiday. No need. Just as Xia was about to refuse, Wen Cheng'an said, This time, I didn't prepare everything, so the flavor is average. While biting into the fruit, Xia sat up, still tasting the seafood flavor on her tongue. Does it taste average? Wen Cheng'an playfully acted proud. Of course. I am young Master Wen, and honestly, this flavor doesn't quite match my skill.
But
if you don't want to eat, I don't need to prepare. Stop. Xia quickly stopped him, speaking faster. I mean, you don't need to clean up. I'll do it. She stood up and pretended to be busy cleaning up the barbecue leftovers. Wen Cheng'an, already standing, flashed a smile in his eyes. Thinking about the barbecue was almost like thinking about him, so he wouldn't forget once he went to the military camp. That can't go there. No need to do that. I'll handle it. Wen Cheng'an scolded Xia with a dismissive tone and took over all the chores. Xia pouted. Good, then I won't do it. Xia, you've caught so many things from the sea. Let the two guys clean up. You can't just eat without working, right? Aunt Zhang waved her hand, and Xia blinked nervously. She seemed to have eaten the most, didn't she? After a happy little barbecue, Xia returned to the next-door house with Deepening and Xiaohua. Go play, you two. I need to work. After sending Xiaohua and Deepening away, Xia took a water scoop and drained the remaining water from the water tank, then cleaned the tank thoroughly. She carried the water to the backyard, watering various small vegetables and sending her powers along with it. Baby bok choy can be eaten now. Little oil vegetables are almost ready too. Add some meat and seafood, and we can have a hot pot meal. Xia planned, carrying a bucket of water to the front yard. She poured the remaining water along both sides of the cobblestone path, expecting various flowers to bloom soon. After watering, she swept the yard with a broom. Standing at the door, she could already imagine how the small yard would look in the future. One day, I'll plant some grapevines. Right by the wall, near the pavilion. Xia nodded happily at her mental blueprint, put down the broom, and used a shoulder pole to carry 2 buckets of water to fetch more. There are 2 freshwater wells in the village, one east and one west. Xia often went to the west one. As she pushed open her door, the neighbor's door also opened. Xia turned her head and saw Wen Cheng'an coming out with 2 buckets of water. Coincidentally, together. Sure. Wen Cheng'an moved slowly, squatting stiffly. The 2 headed to the well. Most people had already finished drawing water and were at home preparing meals. The well's opening was about 1.2 or 1.3 meters in diameter, with a roller across the middle, tied with rope, and a wooden bucket hanging below. Wen Cheng'an stepped forward, and Xia asked confusedly, "What are you doing?" "Getting water." "Move aside. I can still do this work. Who do you think you're looking down on?" After saying that, Xia put down the shoulder pole, swung the rope with one hand, and skillfully flipped the wooden bucket, filling it with well water with a splash. Xia didn't need a roller for leverage. With one hand, she lifted the full bucket of water. With a loud splash, she poured the water from the wooden bucket into the water bucket she brought. She repeated this process, filling both of her buckets. Seeing this, Wen Cheng'an muttered softly, "Probably looking down on me." Xia, with her back turned, was amused. She turned around, took Wen Cheng'an's water bucket, and said, "I told you I'd watch out for you. Everyone has their strengths." Wen Cheng'an quickly accepted his role and nodded confidently, "You're right." As for masculinity, it didn't matter. Soon, both shoulder poles were filled with water. The 2 of them carried the buckets back, then went again and again. After repeating this 5 or 6 times, 1 full bucket of water was finally filled. Before going home, Wen Cheng'an called out to Xia, asking, "Tonight?" "Keep going." Xia straightforwardly responded, opened the door, and went inside. Wen Cheng'an smiled slightly, continuing on. Soon it was 9 o'clock at night again. The 2 set out together, swimming to the island to continue training. In the sound of punches and kicks, Xia's appreciative voice could be heard. "Your blocking is very good. You're half a second slow on the counterattack, but not bad." "Not bad, young Master Wen." After 2 hours of training, Wen Cheng'an lay on the beach, with Xia standing beside him. "Go to the army and work hard."
Don't embarrass me.
Wen Cheng'an took a deep breath and said, "Embarrassment is my own weakness. If I perform well, I'll say it's because you taught me well." Xia chuckled brightly after hearing this. "You're smart enough." After resting, they headed back again. This time, Xia used her doubled supernatural power to help Wen Cheng'an recover and strengthen his body. Embarrassed? Not in her presence. The next day, with the first light, Xia's little flower chicken on the high wall let out a loud, piercing crow, determined to be a crowing hen. Inside the house, Xia closed her eyes with a wry smile. This sound was like being stepped on the neck and forcibly eating a pound of sandpaper. It was chilling to hear, but I have to say, the wake-up effect was excellent. The sounds from the next door also proved this. The proud little flower happily jumped down from the wall, right in front of Xia, and clucked as it laid its first egg today. After laying the egg, it proudly lifted its head. "Look, I can both crow and lay eggs." Xia spat out toothpaste foam, bit the toothbrush, and used one hand to pat the little flower's head. Very impressive. Feeling pleased with the praise and reward, the little flower happily shook itself and went to show off to Dubai. Xia smiled knowingly, ignoring the 2 of them. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound. "Boss, I'm leaving now." Li Dania's voice came from outside the door. Xia grabbed a towel, wiped his mouth, and stepped to open the door. "Stop knocking so hard. If you keep it up, I'll just lock the door." Sure enough, the knocking stopped. Xia opened the door and looked up. The first thing he saw was Li Dania's big, bright teeth. Boss, I'm going to join the army. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. And Li Dania's loud voice suddenly softened. I'll look after big sister-in-law for you. Just take care of yourself, Xia said with a disdainful glance. Li Dania chuckled, without caring. Xia didn't dislike the straightforward Li Daniu. In fact, he somewhat missed him. While they were talking, Wen Cheng'an came out from the next room, standing sideways as the morning sun shone on his face. He had very good features, a straight nose, beautiful lips, and deep eyes like the night sky. A faint smile played on his lips, calm, but not sharp. A month of training had made him stronger. Standing quietly at about 1.85 meters tall, he seemed to glow. Boss, I'll stay and watch over things for you. Li Daniu nodded worriedly. Xia rolled his eyes at him, but said nothing. Wen Cheng'an, why are you just standing there? Wen Cheng'an, deliberately posing, suddenly lost his composure, giving off the impression of dressing up just for the blind. I just came out to take a look. I heard you talking, he explained, turning to Li Daniu and asking, are we leaving now?
Yes.
Uncle Chow said he'll take us. No need to wait for the ferry, Li Daniu replied. Wen Cheng'an also knew about this. Last night, Uncle Chow specifically told him that 2 villagers had joined the army, and it was very important. Soon, Uncle Chow and Auntie came out as well. A group of people saw off Wen Cheng'an and Li Daniu. Uncle Chow was very serious about it. He even brought out an old drum from the warehouse that hadn't been used for years and started beating it loudly. Accountant Su handed Xia 2 big red flowers. Xia tilted his head, confused. A happy occasion.
Tie these on them, he said.
Xia let out a small sound and walked toward Wen Cheng'an and Li Daniu in the crowd. Li Daniu smiled foolishly and stepped forward, lowering his head. Boss, tie this on my head. Xia. Feeling speechless, Xia watched Li Daniu get slapped twice by his mother, then put a big red flower around his neck. Next to them, Wen Cheng'an quietly said, I don't want to wear it. It doesn't look good. Hearing this, Xia didn't think much of it. She held the big red flower close to Wen Cheng'an, arms outstretched, and the red string wrapped around his neck. They were a little close, and Wen Cheng'an held his breath. Xia, don't forget our promise, to send me something.
Got it.
Xia quickly wrapped the red string around Wen Cheng'an and tied a knot in front of his chest. All done. Thanks. Wen Cheng'an sincerely said thank you. It's nothing. Xia didn't care and walked to the side. Wen Cheng'an smiled faintly, not feeling disappointed. He knew the journey was long and difficult. Li Daniu, Wen Cheng'an, once you're in the army, you must follow the rules and train well. Cheng'an, you have to be good. Mom and Dad are doing well at home. Don't worry. Listen to the party there. Daniu, listen to your leader. If you don't, I'll send a slap to your unit. After Uncle Chow said a few words, their parents also came forward to remind them. Amid cheers from the islanders, Wen Cheng'an and Li Daniu, wearing big red flowers, boarded the boat. Chao Ping personally steered the boat to send them off. Xia also got on the boat. She promised Captain Chung to go see the hidden current island. Chao Ping went to the front of the diesel engine, started it by hand, and black smoke puffed out. The fishing boat slowly left the dock. The woman on the shore wiped tears away. Her son, whom she just found, was leaving again. But she knew it was for his good. Men should build their careers and support their families. Why are you crying? We're so close. Even if you can't see him, you can send him something. There's nothing to cry about. Aunt Zhang wiped her tears and glanced at Wen Laosher. You finished crying secretly, so stop now. Wen Laosher stiffly turned his head. Aunt Zhang snorted, I know everything. Wen Laosher's finger trembled slightly. Was that his secret stash of 2 cents? The people on the shore dispersed. Some went to work, some went to the sea, others looked after the kelp seedlings. On the other side, Xia sat at the bow of the boat, her right bent and placed near her lips, as a sharp whistle sounded. After a few times, a dark figure approached from afar. Xia smiled as he reached into the water bucket and caught a fat fish, then casually threw it out. Fatty, catch it. With a splash, Fatty leapt from the sea, precisely catching the fish Xia threw. It plopped into the water again. A few minutes later, Fatty emerged from the sea once more, holding a lobster in its mouth. Shirxia leaned on the side of the boat, reached down, and took the lobster.
Good job, Fatty.
Shirxia patted Fatty's head. Happy, Fatty spun around and then dove back into the water. Chao Ping, who was steering the boat, watched enviously every time. He always admired this. Every man by the sea dreams of riding a whale. Shirxia called Fatty over, and Fatty swam happily around the fishing boat. Soon, the boat reached Haiming Island for inspection and docked. Commander Chen was already waiting at the port. He first arranged for Wen Cheng'an and Li Daniu to follow Zhang Gazi. Both of them didn't act overly emotional. They confidently headed toward the military camp. From today, they were official members of the People's Army. Shirxia kept watching them. Wen Cheng'an suddenly looked back, smiled kindly, then turned away. Shirxia showed a faint smile and turned to Commander Chen. Commander Chen, are we leaving now? Yes, we need about 3 hours on our boat. No problem. Shirxia followed Commander Chen onto their boat, which also carried other soldiers. Shirxia walked to the bow without feeling uncomfortable. He whistled again, and Fatty the whale leapt out of the water, continuing to follow the boat. The boat left, heading toward Anliu Island. The white boat, with a hint of blue, bore the large red characters Haiming Island Garrison, giving Shirxia a sense of official patrol. The fast boat sped through the sea, whipping a cool breeze on their faces. Several seagulls flew overhead, calling loudly. On the right side of the boat, Fatty was happily chasing after, jumping in and out of the water, enjoying himself. Commander Chen sat opposite Shirxia, relaxed, and threw a small fish to the seagulls. A gray-bodied, white-winged seagull swooped down, catching the fish precisely in midair, then glided away swiftly, waiting for the next feed. Do you think I can raise a fatty like that? Commander Chen looked longingly at Shirxia, but his eyes showed a hint of fatherly disapproval. Comrade Shirxia, can you sit up straight? Shirxia, leaning on the chair with her legs crossed on the opposite seat, wore a straw hat on her head. Look carefully, there's a rope on the straw hat, tied below her head. This carefree attitude is just as strong as Wen Cheng'an's before. Can I sit upright to speed up the boat?
No.
Am I your soldier?
No.
Shirxia fell silent, deafening in its silence. So, does it matter how she sits? Captain Chung was speechless and helpless, then threw out a fish and asked again.
Can you do it or not?
I don't know, but I know birds like to after eating too much.
Huh.
Captain Chung turned his head, feeling the wet, sticky sensation on his cheek, with a sour smell drifting in the wind. He stiffened his body, put down the small fish, clenched his fist, then relaxed it again. He seriously suspected Shirxia told the bird, but he had no proof. Captain, here's some paper. Zhao Tian handed over the paper and turned around, trying not to laugh. After wiping himself clean and washing, Captain Cheng finally got rid of the unpleasant smell. The rest of the journey was very quiet. Shirxia did whatever she felt comfortable with, and her powers kept strengthening as she focused. After 3 hours and 24 minutes, the boat finally reached the destination. Shirxia woke up precisely, took off her straw hat, casually put it on her head, and silently started putting on a black rubber suit. Captain Chung, who was about to tell her to get ready, silently swallowed his words. Forget everything else, Shirxia was really quick when handling things. Once dressed in the rubber suit, Shirxia looked at the small island surrounded by fog ahead. She extended her powers, following the water flow to gather information. The radar on the boat fails as soon as it reaches the front, and the fog inside is even thicker, making it hard to tell the direction, so the boat can't get close. We also try to go over on foot, but the water flow underneath is strange, with very strong resistance, and it can easily sweep people away. Captain Cheng shared what he knew. Got it, I'll go first. Okay, tie 2 ropes just in case and bring a signal gun too. If it doesn't work, we'll retreat immediately. Shirxia nodded and tied the prepared ropes securely. As long as she could reach safely, The soldiers could follow the ropes, secure themselves, and then go over. Xia was about to enter the water. Wait, aren't you bringing the orca with you? Captain Chen looked at Xia, who was eager to try, with some concern. He was interested in the orca's strength. Xia turned back with a confident smile. Captain Cheng, the orca can't beat me. After saying this simply, Xia jumped, her body flowing like a nimble fish, and dove into the sea. Be careful. Captain Cheng looked out at the sea with worry, feeling very disappointed. It should have been their job, but now a young girl had to do it. This was a failure in their training. The Navy still has a long way to go. Captain Cheng had no idea what Xia was thinking. Once she entered the sea, she activated her special powers. Her abilities blocked the chaotic dark currents around her, helping her stay on a clear path. The island ahead was a mystery, and Xia was very interested. Maybe it was dangerous, but she believed every danger was an opportunity. The excitement of exploring the unknown made Xia's eyes shine brightly. Her legs moved like a flexible fishtail, her hands pushed the water, and her waist and stomach used strength. She swam far out into the sea with agility. If someone saw her, they would notice a small school of fish swirling around her. No matter how close the fish got, they couldn't reach Xia. Underwater, she couldn't feel time passing, but Captain Cheng on the boat kept watching his watch. Seconds ticked by. Their view was blocked, so they couldn't see if Xia had surfaced or where she had swum to. Whoosh. Captain, Comrade Shi is ashore. Zhao Tian pointed at the green smoke grenade in the sky, clenched his fist excitedly, and shouted loudly. Captain Cheng looked up, finally feeling relieved. This was their signal with Xia. Green meant she had safely reached the shore. Next, they would wait for her to send another signal grenade, which meant she had secured the rope, and they could go into the water. Get ready. Go into the water immediately. Yes. Zhao Tian stood straight, saluted, and acted quickly, well trained. The next day, after Xia reached the shore, she looked around the island with joy. Tall, lush trees surrounded her. She immediately saw several coconut trees. There were coconuts on the C3 island too, but they had already been picked by children. Xia took off her plastic suit, tied it with a rope on her back, and held her machete. She looked for a spot to tie the rope and called the others over. The rope was long. Xia pulled it up, tying one end to a rock and the other to a coconut tree. Once tied, she took out a signal gun from her waterproof bag and fired it. When the green smoke from the signal gun exploded, Captain Cheng gave the signal to move. Thud, thud, thud. More than 10 soldiers entered the sea one after another, without hesitation. Captain Cheng was the last to go. They swam along the rope. Xia didn't leave after firing the landing signal. She just sat beside the rope, helping to reinforce it. There are too many hidden currents below. They wouldn't be able to swim through easily like her. As for using special abilities to help them clear the currents, she won't do that, because they can't always bring her along on every mission. To survive, they need to have the skills to live on their own. After Captain Cheng and his team of 12 spent 40 minutes reaching the shore, they saw Xia eating a coconut and waved at them. Hi, are you thirsty? Come, eat a coconut. Everyone on the shore was exhausted, panting heavily as they tried to recover. In the water, if they didn't have that rope, they almost got swept away several times. It was very dangerous, but the person who arrived first took only 10 minutes and was leisurely eating a coconut. Captain Cheng thought to himself for the umpteenth time, why isn't she one of his soldiers? A few minutes later, Captain Cheng and his team prepared to move uphill. Xia, be careful. Xia, be careful. Xia, who was eating the coconut, responded more quickly. She leaned forward at the waist, grabbed her knife behind her back, and turned to slash back, the blade shining fiercely. A sound like a groundhog's cry made her knife stop just a centimeter from the wild man's neck. Xia's eyes held a rare fierce and cold expression, calm as if she wasn't a real person. She stared at the wild man in front of her, who had raised both hands, with white hair and a beard, wearing a grass skirt, ribs clearly visible all over his body, slowly standing up.
Can you talk?
I'm not hungry. Xia frowned. She asked if he was hungry. I ask you, who are you? Why are you here? I have no meat. Xia knitted her brows. She noticed that every time she spoke, the other person's head instinctively tilted to the side. Does he have bad ears? Xia. Captain Cheng ran over. Xia quickly suppressed her fierce look, lowered her knife, took a step back, and handed control over to Captain Cheng. The wild man was quickly surrounded, and Captain Cheng approached to communicate. The result was,
Who are you?
Big brother? Why are you here? I don't. Even Captain Cheng, being slow to notice, eventually realized that the wild man was not normal. In the end, he could only step very close and shout loudly. Finally, the wild man understood.
Name.
I don't know. Go home, go home. Xia watched the lively scene from the side. She understood what was being said, but it seemed the wild man's mind wasn't quite right. Whether he was born a wild man or swept here by the currents, she wasn't sure. Commander Cheng saw that communication was ineffective, so he decided to have someone watch over the wild man. However, the wild man kept pointing in a certain direction, probably indicating where he wanted to go. Let's go then. 3 people per group. Start mapping and clearing the island. Yes. Yes. The soldiers divided into 4 groups, and each went their own way. Commander Cheng and Xia followed the wild man, wanting to see where he was headed. The wild man, excited to have company, walked swiftly and skillfully barefoot along the rocky, branch-filled path, leading them to a cave. Commander Cheng marked the way, and after a nod from Xia, the 2 of them went into the cave with the wild man. At the cave entrance, the wild man rubbed his feet on a grass mat before stepping inside. Home, my home. Xia and Commander Cheng stood at the entrance, looking at the scene inside. They exchanged glances and also rubbed their feet on the ground at the entrance, knowing they couldn't enter without doing so. The cave was about 20 square meters. Inside, there was a stone bed covered neatly with straw, so tidy that no stray grass was visible. To the right of the stone bed, there was a shiny wooden board with stone knives, stone bowls, and stone slabs arranged in a line. On the left side, there was a neat stack of firewood of similar length, with a small triangular branch rack hanging 2 grass skirts. After rubbing their feet, Xia and Commander Cheng saw the wild man smiling happily. He was missing his front teeth, so instead of a grin, he was showing his gums. They entered, and the wild man was very pleased. He took down 2 grass skirts and carefully folded them near the stone bed. Was he packing his belongings? Xia, look. Commander Cheng pointed to the wall next to the firewood pile. Xia moved closer and saw carvings. My boat was capsized by foreigners. I was swept here. I can't get out. I don't remember my name. But I have a home. I have a granddaughter. What is a granddaughter? Remember to go home. Remember, I am a person. I am a person. I want to be clean. I want to go home. Go home. The writing changed from neat to messy, with some carved marks. It seemed the wild man had a head injury and could only remember a few things, which he wrote down to remind himself. Over time, he even forgot what he had written, but he kept carving on stones repeatedly. Go home. Go home. The wild man's belongings were packed. Good, we will take you home. Captain Cheng naturally wanted to take the wild man back for identification. After confirming his identity, they would see if they could help him find his family. The 3 of them left the cave with the wild man and saw him push over a large stone, about half a person high, at the cave entrance. Lock the door. The wild man wanted to lock the door, but Xia was staring at the stone. It was quite big and heavy. Captain Cheng also noticed and became more alert. Enemy traps are everywhere. We can't assume the other side is friendly just because we feel sorry for them. As they walked down, the wild man followed behind Xia. Suddenly, he stopped and put down his grass bag. Xia and Captain Cheng both remained cautious, taking half-defensive stances, watching the wild man. The wild man then climbed up a coconut tree with agility. Here, drink. He tore open the top of a coconut with his hands and handed the coconut meat and juice to Shurxia. Shurxia took it, puzzled but said thank you. Captain Cheng smiled and said, "It looks like he likes you." "Maybe," Shurxia replied, and the three of them left the jungle and reached the shore. The island's map-making team was still working on charting the area. It would take more time. Shurxia grabbed a temporary branch and went into the sea to fish. The wild man saw this and shook his head repeatedly, then snatched the fork from Shurxia. Feeling his strength, Shurxia loosened his grip, curious about what the other person was planning. The wild man took the branch, barefoot, and walked toward the water. He held the branch with one hand, focused, and stayed perfectly still. In the next second, the branch stabbed down quickly, catching a fat, lively fish that was jumping and wriggling.
Ah, fish.
After catching the fish, the wild man found a large leaf, placed the fish on it, then turned and went back into the sea. He repeated this several times, and there were 10 fish on the leaf. He stopped fishing. Next, Shurxia sat on a rock, watching the wild man skillfully gather some grass. He crushed the grass and stuffed it into the fish's belly. He lit a fire and roasted the fish, filling the air with a delicious aroma. The whole process was clean and neat. He washed his hands 13 times just to be sure. He truly made everything visible and trustworthy for eating.
Eat.
The wild man carried the fish on a leaf and handed it to Shurxia. Shurxia thought for a moment, took it, and then turned to Captain Cheng, saying, "I'll eat. You watch." Captain Cheng nodded and said, "Actually, we might not need to eat. The grass could have numbing or other effects." While speaking, Captain Cheng observed the wild man, but he didn't seem to hear and kept urging Shurxia to eat. Shurxia took the grilled fish and said confidently, "It's okay. I've eaten these herbs before.
They won't harm me."
She was about to pick up a piece of fish with her hand, but suddenly the wild man stopped her. "Washington got it. Wash my hands, right?" Shurxia obediently went to the seaside to wash her hands. After washing, "Good girl, here." In her cracked, dark palm was a bright red fruit. The wild man smiled at her with a toothless grin. Those eyes felt strangely familiar. Shurxia took the fruit, and the wild man's smile disappeared from his eyes. He was taking care of her like a little kid. She shook her hand and walked toward the sitting stone. Before she sat down, the wild man placed a new grass mat on the stone and grinned.
"Seat."
"Okay, thank you." Although he couldn't hear, Shurxia still said thank you before sitting down. After sitting, she picked up the grilled fish and ate it bite by bite. It was crispy outside, tender inside, juicy, and had an unknown garlic aroma, probably from those herbs. Delicious. Shurxia showed an exaggerated smile to show her liking, and the wild man understood. "Eat more, eat all." The wild man placed 10 grilled fish in front of Shurxia. Commander Cheng smelled the delicious aroma, looked at Shurxia, mainly to see if she was okay. But the not-so-bright wild man misunderstood. He bared his teeth at Commander Cheng, turned sideways to block between Commander Cheng and Shurxia. "Is he afraid I will steal food?" Shurxia tilted her head and nodded confidently. "You guessed right." Commander Cheng was speechless. He was being guarded by a mentally challenged wild man. The wild man squatting between them glared at Commander Cheng, then turned his head to grin toothlessly at Shurxia. After Shurxia finished one fish, he immediately handed her the second, then the third. Shurxia felt that if Commander Cheng could starve to death, she would be stuffed to death. In the end, she ate 6 fish, waved her hand at the wild man, and rubbed her stomach. The wild man understood and stopped feeding her, instead holding a fish and eating himself. He ate very cleanly, finishing 4 fish before going to wash his hands carefully, as if performing a ritual to remind himself of his humanity. Full and satisfied, Shurxia didn't want to stay in one place. She wanted to explore the small island. Commander Cheng wanted to follow, but Shurxia refused. "I can protect myself." Shurxia patted her waist where her machete was. Commander Cheng hesitated but finally nodded, allowing Shurxia to bring the signal gun. Shurxia stood up, and the wild man immediately followed, walking closely behind her. Let him come with me. I will bring him back. Even if Commander Cheng wanted to say no, it was useless because the wild man didn't listen to him at all. Finally, Xia led the wild man toward the island. Along the way, they gestured and spoke loudly, and it seemed the wild man understood what she wanted to do. Let's go. Let's go. The wild man grabbed Xia's arm and pointed in a direction. Xia didn't resist. She followed his lead and went with him. She wanted to find some food or fruit. Although large items might be hard to carry, finding seeds or similar things was possible. The wild man was very familiar with moving through the jungle among the trees. Soon, they reached a shallow freshwater stream. Xia noticed that the wild man's steps became more cheerful and lively. She quickened her pace, but every 5 or 6 steps, he looked back to see if she was following. As long as he saw her catch up, he continued walking. Soon, Xia saw a vegetable field. No need to guess, just by looking at the neatly measured plots, she knew it was cultivated by the wild man. For some reason, Xia thought of a saying. The farming instinct of the Chinese people truly seems to be innate. No matter where they are or what they forget, it always seems to come out. The wild man waved his arms and jumped around in place, pointing at the vegetable field. Xia suddenly laughed. She cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone and shouted loudly, "Amazing!" The wild man was even happier when he heard her. Xia approached the vegetable field and found water spinach and some other unknown vegetables. Across from her, the wild man went to a rock, knocking and tapping on it. Eventually, he broke off a piece of stone. On the rock, there was a small hole, and inside it, several small bags made of leaves. "Seeds for you." The wild man held the leaf-wrapped seeds carefully and generously handed them to Xia. At that moment, Xia felt a little touched. Hiding them so secretly, it was clear these seeds were very important to him. And just because she said she wanted seeds, he gave her everything without hesitation. "Thank you." Suddenly, the wild man became fierce. After giving her the seeds, he turned around, spreading his arms in a protective stance. Xia quickly put the seeds into her backpack and turned to look at the wild man across from her. A winding snake was approaching, its cold eyes glowing with a chill. Its hard scales scraped the ground, leaves, and twigs, making rustling sounds. "Let's go." The wild man pushed Xia. She clearly saw that his entire back tensed, and there were old scars visible. This person and snake are probably old rivals on the island. The savage pushing Xia ahead, but he knows Xia hasn't left. "Girl, run." That word "girl" makes the savage pause for a moment. A scene flashes in his mind, but he can't hold on to it. In that moment, the big snake, as their old rival, suddenly lunges up and rushes toward the savage. Xia also feels that the word "girl" sounds familiar, but at a critical moment, her thoughts are scattered. The savage yells "run" and charges forward. Xia grabs him with one hand, struggles hard to pull him back, and finally throws him behind her. That strength? Without time to think, Xia kicks up with her left foot, flips her knife, and holds her blade. "Get out of the way." She shouts loudly, kneels, slides on the ground, and raises her knife. The large snake above her pauses slightly when the blade touches its scales, but then its tough skin is torn open with force. No matter how hard, strength wins. The snake struggles and roars, its tail curling to try to wrap around Xia. Behind her, the savage, holding a big stone, rushes over. Xia supports herself with her left hand, uses the force to leap into the air, escaping the snake's tail. At this moment, the savage's stone arrives. He is risking everything, holding the snake's head with one hand and smashing it with a stone in the other, hitting recklessly. "Fight, girl."
D.
Meanwhile, Xia flips over and rides on the snake's body, unable to shake her off no matter how much it swings its tail. She raises her sword and cuts off one of its tails. Xia and the savage work together perfectly, one tail each, dealing the snake its biggest defeat, trying to escape. But unfortunately, Xia doesn't let it go. She aims at the 7-inch spot, strikes with her sword, and blood splashes everywhere. When Commander Cheng and a few soldiers arrive, they see only Shirxia covered in blood and the savage also covered in blood. Of course, nearby lies a dead snake that can't die again. Shirxia looks at Commander Cheng rushing over and grins. Commander Cheng, do you have a dagger? This snake skin is good. I want to peel it off to make clothes. And the snake gall is perfect for brewing wine. It's a pity about the snake meat, though. Bringing it back from the sea might not be safe, but we could try. Shirxia calmly makes arrangements for parts of the enormous snake's body, while the savage chuckles foolishly beside her. Commander Cheng. What should he say? Commander Cheng looks at Shirxia. Only one question in his mind. How did you kill it? The scene in front of us seemed to give the answer, but Commander Cheng felt that asking was pointless. He finally said with a bit of confusion, "Your snake gall wine is ready. Can you give me some? I'll provide the alcohol." Sure. Shirxia readily agreed, and Commander Cheng took out a dagger to hand to Shirxia.
Huh.
The wild man turned sideways, showing his teeth and glaring, fully alert and staring at Commander Cheng. His expression was very much like that of a beast. Commander Cheng immediately understood that the wild man was protecting Shirxia because he held a dagger. Shirxia nodded at the wild man's leg, and the wild man turned around, grinning widely, looking innocent. Does he really look like a bad person? Do you have to be so obvious? I want the dagger, Shirxia signaled, speaking loudly. The wild man hesitated for a moment, then opened his palm toward Commander Cheng. If you can give it, he will pass it to Shirxia. Commander Cheng had no choice but to place the dagger into the wild man's hand. Under his intense gaze, he stepped back, then stepped back again and again. He saw the wild man pass the dagger to Shirxia, smiling foolishly but happily. Are you worried I might steal the snake meat? Captain, I think you can't compete with Comrade Shirxia. Commander Cheng rolled his eyes and looked at Zhao Tian, then at the huge snake carcass. You're right. Why isn't he my soldier? Commander Cheng sighed for perhaps the 100th time. After sighing, he became curious. Why was the wild man so kind to Shirxia? Could it be because Shirxia was a woman? There was no time to ask now. The task was not finished. Commander Cheng led his team to continue their mission, leaving Shirxia and the wild man here to study the dissection. Shirxia was thinking very seriously. Such a big snake was full of treasures. She didn't want to throw anything away, absolutely no waste. While she was lost in her thoughts, the wild man had already cleaned himself in a small stream nearby, making a container from leaves to bring water for Shirxia. Thank you, Shirxia signed. The wild man chuckled. As dusk deepened, Commander Cheng came again. Shirxia needed to leave. Their team would stay on the island longer, but Shirxia did not need to. Let's go now, Commander Cheng. Please help me carry this. Commander Cheng looked at the snake carcass with its tail cut off and asked in surprise, Are you taking it all back? Of course. I wouldn't want to throw it away anywhere. Commander Cheng also didn't want to, but he had to swim from the sea with the bloody meat, which would attract sharks. Too dangerous. Don't worry, Commander Cheng, I will be fine. Shirxia pulled the newly made wooden raft, tied the snake's body with grass ropes, and prepared to pull it. The savage had already slung a rough bark rope over his shoulder, ready to help. Commander Cheng had no choice but to go up and assist. About 7 or 8 people pulled the raft, bringing the snake to the shore. Some of you go back to the boat first. I will paddle over by myself later, and when I arrive, you can help me carry it onto the boat, Shirxia arranged. Commander Cheng frowned. Shirxia, that's too unsafe. Shirxia smiled softly and looked at Commander Cheng, saying, I only say this because I am confident. Her gaze was firm and unarguable, putting Commander Cheng in a difficult position. Suddenly, the savage stepped between them, blocking Commander Cheng's view. Shirxia gave a light smile, patted the savage on the back, who turned around, and she waved her hand. It's okay. The savage grinned widely again. In the end, Commander Cheng agreed. He led a few soldiers back to the boat first. Shirxia watched the time, and when it was right, she and the savage pushed the raft out to the sea. They sat on the raft skillfully. The savage was tense, gripping the raft tightly with both hands. Hold on or you'll fall. Shirxia understood. He was reminding her that if she didn't hold on, she would fall. It seemed the savage had tried many times before, but couldn't break through the turbulent current. Even if he managed to get out in the vast sea, where could he go? Don't worry, I am very capable, Shirxia said calmly. Her steady mood didn't relax the savage. Instead, he became more anxious. But as the raft moved steadily forward, his furrowed brow gradually eased. Not falling? In the next second, he broke into a big smile. Home. Yes, home. Shirxia agreed. The raft quickly emerged from the thick fog in just a few minutes. The deep blue sea made the savage very excited. He placed one hand in the water, feeling the different flow of the ocean. Home. Home. The savage repeated the words over and over, and Shirxia could feel his longing to return home. Perhaps there was someone at home he thought about day and night. Soon, Shirxia and the people on the speedboat worked together to carry the large snake's body onto the boat. Commander Chen finally let out a sigh of relief, glad nothing was wrong. And the raft was soon gone, could it be? After boarding the boat, Shirxia poured a basin of cold water over Commander Chen. Commander Chen, you can't take the small boat over. The savage and I are strong, and with the help of the orca beneath the water, we barely made it. You can't cross. Did Fatty come? Yes. Shirxia lowered her eyes and whistled softly. Fatty swiftly jumped out of the water and then fell back in. Captain Cheng's face showed a hint of disappointment, as expected, but luckily they could now cross using the ropes. Moreover, the turbulent waters here are a good training ground. Captain Cheng's thoughts had already drifted away, so Shirxia didn't bother him. The speedboat was preparing to turn back. Shirxia walked over to the snake's body, cut off a piece of meat, and called Fatty. Fatty, catch this. Fatty leapt up and caught the snake meat, gobbling it down quickly. Shirxia remained sitting at the bow of the boat, while the savage man was taken by Captain Cheng to change into new clothes, finally no longer wearing a grass skirt. The speedboat hummed along, suddenly encountering a fishing boat ahead. Shirxia had sharp eyes and immediately stood up to look at the words on the fishing boat. They were not Chinese characters, but this was Chinese waters. The savage man suddenly let out a beast-like growl, becoming restless and staring intensely at the fishing boat ahead. Zhao Tian, who was steering the boat, also noticed the small fishing boat. He immediately turned on the loudspeaker and shouted, "This is Chinese waters. Please leave immediately. This is Chinese waters. Please leave immediately." From the distant fishing boat, a Southeast Asian man looked at Shirxia and her companion's speedboat. He muttered, "Military boat.
Don't worry about them.
They won't dare to attack us. We're fishermen. If we set this net, I think we'll catch a lot of good stuff." Zhao Tian kept shouting from the speedboat, but the fishing boat showed no intention of turning back. He looked at Captain Cheng, whose eyes now carried a stern military look. This is them trying to pressure us without harming civilians. It's ridiculous. We're protecting our own people, not spying on our territory. Get him. Zhao Tian immediately responded with "kill him" and turned his water cannon to aim at the fishing boat, shouting again, "This is Chinese waters. Leave quickly." The speedboat sped up, and the soldiers on board prepared their weapons, aiming at the illegal fishing boat. Shirxia stood at the bow, one hand behind her back, her gaze cold and fierce. "This is..." The fishing boat finally responded, speaking in bird language. "This is our sea." Shirxia understood and sneered. "Your sea? I'd rather bury it than see it dirty." "Fatty." With a whistle, Fat jumped into action. Shirxia patted its head and pressed her face close, saying, "Down. Bite the net." Fat nodded quickly and dove into the water, disappearing beneath the surface. At the same time, the ship on Shirxia's side called out again. "This is Chinese waters. No intrusion allowed. Leave immediately. This is the final warning." Shirxia looked back at the high-powered water cannon and saw Captain Chen come out with a telescope. "Shirxia, go inside." "Captain Cheng, I will go." They both spoke at the same time and looked at each other. Captain Chung, if you act, there might be trouble. I'm just a fisherman. Fighting is normal. Don't worry, I will win. Xia slightly raised her chin and looked at the illegal fishing boat with a sneer. Crossing the border means paying the crossing fee. That's basic courtesy. After speaking, Xia stepped onto a makeshift wooden raft. The raft stood up, and she raised her hands, tossing it into the sea. In the next moment, Xia plunged into the water with a splash and swam onto the raft. From now on, this raft is her fishing boat, completely separate from the yacht.
Girl.
Girl.
Ouch. Ouch.
A savage man shouted at Xia, holding his head in pain. Captain Chung was momentarily flustered. He trusted Xia, especially since the big snake's body was still lying on the deck. Don't use knives, he shouted anxiously. Fighting is one thing, but injuries are another. Xia waved from the raft, and Captain Chung was about to relax when the savage suddenly struggled with more force.
Splash.
He jumped into the sea. The man struggled in the water for a long time, seeming afraid of the water, but then he swam determinedly toward Xia. Xia turned back, feeling a sudden warmth in her heart. If he really had no family, taking care of him wouldn't be a problem. Judging by his hair and wrinkles, he was probably quite old. Xia paused the raft until the man reached the surface. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The first thing the man said when he surfaced was to show concern for Xia, telling her not to be scared. Xia smiled and nodded. Okay, I'm not afraid. The man grinned again. Xia continued to slide the raft forward. At the same time, the fishing boat across the water stopped and no longer shouted. I knew it, the Chinese soldiers wouldn't hurt civilians. Pull in the net. They had deliberately crossed the border to fish, using illegal nets. While fish resources can be replenished, overfishing without proper management is harmful. Their boat had been fishing in their own waters for a few days with little success, so they decided to come over to China. On the fishing boat, the sound of the bearing starting indicated they were pulling in the net. The harder it was to pull, the more fish they believed they had caught. Although they didn't know exactly what was inside, having more was better than having less. Everyone on the boat was focused on the net, not noticing a wooden raft approaching nearby. As they were pulling back most of the net, it suddenly loosened instead of staying tight. What's going on? Did the net break?
Impossible.
Let's pull it up and see. The net was getting lighter and easier to pull, and soon they hauled it up, with a few fish caught in the mesh. That's all? Looks like the sea goddess isn't watching over you. Xia spoke, and everyone on the boat turned to look at her.
Who are you?
How did you get here? And you're a pretty woman too. About 8 or 9 men on the other side sneered dismissively. Woman? Remember, don't kneel and beg me. Because it won't help. Xia didn't bother with words and immediately started fighting. She blocked and grabbed a wooden stick with one hand, then swung it around to hit the wrist of the attacker behind her. She formed her palm into a claw, striking upward from below, targeting the opponent's throat with force. The spicy pain made the opponent hiss and try to breathe. Xia pressed her knee into his throat, making a cracking sound, and he spat out a bloody tooth. Her quick series of moves made the few men who initially didn't care start rushing at her with sticks. Before she could act, a savage man charged from the side. He was naturally strong, holding 2 men in a bear hug and refusing to let go, no matter how they hit his back. Seeing this, Xia quickly took down the nearby attackers, showing no mercy. Let go, Xia shouted, pulling the savage man away. Go to. One of the men swung his stick toward Xia's face. She caught it with her palm, turned sideways, and trapped his arm under her armpit. It snapped. A painful scream sounded as the man holding the stick clutched his twisted arm and backed away, eyes filled with fear, not daring to come closer. Another man ran even faster, trying to put distance between himself and Xia. Xia looked around with one hand, then laid down, hugging her legs, her head, and her waist. So, whose waters are these anyway? Chinese waters. Chinese waters. The captain quickly answered, seeing Shirxia approaching with a wooden stick, her expression deadly. Don't mess around. Your Chinese fishing boats are in. Shirxia was amused and walked over, stepping on the other's ankle. And then, I'm just an ordinary fisherman, with another fisherman who isn't very smart, being bullied by your 9 fishermen. Can I fight back? The captain on the other boat wanted to say many things, but the increasing pressure on his ankle made him dare not speak.
Can you write?
The captain shook his head. Shirxia shrugged casually and said, That's okay. I can help you write.
Just a little blood is enough.
After saying that, Shirxia pulled over the fishing net, roughly threw the 9 people into it, and tied it up. Under the discipline of sticks, she asked some basic questions. After the introduction, she found paper and pen on the boat and quickly wrote 2 copies. I'll read it to you so you won't say I bullied you because you can't read. Chen Cheng'an, captain of the FLB 5409 fishing boat, along with the following 8 fishermen, crossed the border into Chinese waters to fish. Now admits fault and takes full responsibility. Will bear all the damages caused to Chinese waters. Chen Cheng'an kept making noises and shook his head to show disagreement. Full responsibility, paying money? He didn't agree. While reading, Shirxia didn't look back, casually waved her hand, and the wild man with the stick poked Chen Cheng'an's mouth a few times. She enjoyed the beating, and the fear she had forgotten earlier faded away. Soon, everything was quiet. After finishing, Shirxia stood up, holding a dagger, and said, Lend me some blood. Your mouth isn't fresh. I think it's better to follow the old rules, better to use a fingertip. Chen Cheng'an, you're a devil. Shirxia, the devil, didn't care what the other was thinking inside. She directly drew her knife, cut the other's fingertip, and pressed her fingerprint on the paper. You're robbing. That's illegal and you'll face international law. After Chen Cheng'an was forced to press his fingerprint, he looked at Shirxia and tried to scare her with formal words. Shirxia slowly collected the paper, folded it, and put it away. Snap! She slapped him. How dare you shout at me in my own home? You probably don't know how many people are buried under the sea, do you? And I, a pretty, fair-skinned girl, along with this gray-haired, not-so-smart old man. Robbing you, who would believe it? You're lying. Chen Cheng'an really couldn't find better words, and his words made Shirxia laugh. There's no point in getting angry and furious. What's the use? Accept your loss and pay what you owe. Next time, remember to stay within bounds. Because crossing boundaries comes with a price. Shirxia stood up, looking around with disdain. Her rebellious spirit was just as strong as Wen Cheng'an's. Do you also have opinions? The other men, whose faces were marked by fishing nets, shook their heads repeatedly. No, absolutely not.
Who will they tell?
There was indeed maritime arbitration, but since they crossed the line first, it's normal for fishermen to fight. Most importantly, the woman on the other side was very deceptive. Who would believe she single-handedly fought against so many of them? Besides, they still cared about their reputation. Can you understand human speech now? It's time to settle the compensation. Shirxia didn't bother to check what was on their boat. She searched herself. They didn't want their currency. They found it dirty. Other things. Look around. Shirxia started searching for compensation, while Commander Cheng, on the other side, kept his binoculars close, afraid to put them down. But his view was blocked by the cabin, so he couldn't see what was happening on the deck. The fishing boat on the other side seemed to have stopped fishing. Captain, should we move closer? Wait for the signal. Okay. The speedboat continued drifting, and Shirxia was nearing the end of her search for compensation. They're really very poor, nothing valuable at all. Shirxia came out disappointed from the cabin. Chen Cheng'an, on the ground, was secretly smiling. There was really nothing on the boat. Who would hide valuables on a boat? Do they think they've won a round because I didn't find the compensation? Shirxia approached Chen Cheng'an, squatted down, and showed a gentle, kind smile. You're not young anymore. Why are you still so naive? You don't dare hurt us. If something really happens, it's an international dispute. Chen Cheng'an looked at Shirxia as if he had found a soft spot. Our families are waiting for us. Our whereabouts are known. If something really happens, you can't escape. Xia stood up indifferently. I know. That's why I want compensation. In Jin Kaiwen's confused eyes, Xia moved toward the engine. The old fishing boat's engine wasn't fully covered. Most of it was exposed and needed manual cranking to start. What are you doing? Stop. Jin Kaiwen's face twisted with rage, shouting desperately, trying to stop Xia from dismantling the engine. Xia ignored him completely. You don't know. I originally wanted to buy an engine, but unfortunately, I don't have enough money. Isn't that just perfect? You happen to have one. Xia is very familiar with this old-fashioned machinery and quickly dismantles the engine. Jin Kaiwen and his group shout and yell, but end up getting a few heavy slaps from the wild people. The world becomes quiet again. After removing the engine, Xia kindly points to the sail on the boat and says, You can still use the sailboat to go back. Keep going, try to get home tomorrow. Then Xia kicks a machete toward Jin Kaiwen's side.
You're on your own now.
Xia and the wild man carry the engine past Jin Kaiwen and get back onto the wooden raft tied to the boat, heading home. Jin Kaiwen's eyes bulge with anger, but he can do nothing. Meanwhile, Commander Chen finally sees Xia's figure. He gives an order, and the speedboat heads toward Xia. Waves surge, and the raft wobbles up and down, feeling like it might flip at any moment. But each time it reaches a critical point, it manages to stay steady. The wild man sits alertly behind Xia, with his hands in a semicircle protecting her. His eyes are full of fear, but he is determined to protect Xia. Xia's lips curl into a slight smile. She naturally likes people with simple thoughts. Xia. Commander Chen approaches. Commander Chen, I found an engine in the sea. Xia happily pats the engine, but Commander Cheng's eyes twitch violently. He swears on his decades of military honor that this engine is definitely not something she found. You're so lucky. Don't worry, whatever you find in the sea belongs to you. Commander Cheng thinks one thing, but says another. And as for this engine, no matter who asks, it must be said to be found. Together, they manage to get the engine onto the speedboat. Xia and the wild man also board, with the raft tied behind. Their boat approaches the fishing boat that is fishing beyond the boundary. The two boats are not far apart, and Xia can clearly see them pulling up their nets. Xia's gaze meets Jin Kaiwen's. She confidently gives a thumbs up and then slowly lowers her hand. Though childish, it's quite irritating. Just as Xia is about to leave, the horn on the yacht sounds again. Please leave Chinese waters immediately. Please leave Chinese waters immediately. Jin Kaiwen is so angry he grits his teeth, furious but helpless. They can only manually raise the sails, and the fishing boat slowly starts to move away from Chinese waters. Xia and her group watch the fishing boat leave Chinese waters before turning back. It's already getting dark. Somewhere on the sea, the wind has started to. With wind, there are waves. The speedboat moved up and down, riding the waves quickly to reach Haiming Island before the wind got stronger. Xia secretly used her powers to help, and finally arrived at Haiming Island when she was almost overwhelmed. The wild man was to be kept behind for questioning about his identity. In the end, Commander Chen was punched. The naturally strong wild man became angry and started to struggle, but Commander Chen couldn't hold on. The wild man made a sad, whimpering sound, staring at Xia with clear meaning. Xia exchanged a look with the bruised Commander Chen. Maybe I should take him back first?
All right.
Xia took the wild man back with her. The wild man was happy for a second, then put on a cheap grin. Commander Chen arranged a boat to take Xia and the wild man back to Haisen Island. It took less than 40 minutes, which was very close. Xia and the wild man disembarked. The wild man suddenly fell silent and walked ahead of Xia. Hey, how did you know to go this way? Xia followed and reached her home door. Suddenly, Uncle Wen opened the door next door. Xia is back, Uncle Shi? Xia looked sharply at Uncle Wen. What do you call him? Do you know him? Uncle Wen hesitated, walking toward the wild man to look more closely, since Uncle Shi hadn't been back for over 10 years. Whimper whimper. Uncle Wen's cheeks were gently held and slightly squeezed by a big, strong hand. This familiar action made Uncle Wen's eyes suddenly light up. He looked at Xia, then at the face partially hidden by a beard.
Uncle Shi always pinches me like that.
And his eyes looked the same. Uncle Wen was more excited than Xia. He tried to call out, "Uncle Shi, is that you?" Xia froze in place. Uncle Shi? He was the grandfather of the original owner. The man who went out to sea more than 10 years ago and never returned. The one who was very strong in her memories, able to lift her high and catch her again. If Uncle Wen was telling the truth, everything made sense. He was stranded on Anliu Island, injured, reminded himself to have a granddaughter, and decided to go home. When he saw Xia for the first time, he was very kind to her. Xia looked up at Uncle Wen, who was crying. It seemed they shared a deep bond. "Uncle Shi, you finally decided to come back and see us. Did you receive the paper money I burned for you all these years?" Xia staggered, almost overwhelmed by those words. After all this, Uncle Wen thought the person in front of him was a ghost? What's wrong? What's wrong? Hearing the noise, Aunt Zhang also came out, her gaze falling on Uncle Wen, who was crying loudly. "What is going on here? Wife, look, Uncle Shi has come to see us." Xia was speechless and wanted to tell them that the person in front of them was alive. "Uncle Shi? Uncle Shi, you finally came back to see us. I make you rice cakes every year. Afraid you might forget the way home." Aunt Zhang's nose twitched, and she started crying with Uncle Wen. Xia looked. Aunt Zhang's nose twitched, and she started crying with Uncle Wen. Xia looked up at the sky in silence. At this moment, she suddenly remembered Wen Cheng'an, who shared a strange understanding with her. "Auntie, Uncle Wen, he's alive, he's not dead. Don't cry anymore." Xia finally spoke. Uncle Wen and Auntie Zhang choked on their tears, looking confused. "Not dead? Seems a bit warm?" They both reached out to touch the stranger's arm. Surprisingly, the usually fierce stranger didn't attack. He was very quiet, always frowning, as if trying. "You two are really brave. Thinking he's a ghost and not being afraid. What's there to be You two are really brave. Thinking he's a ghost and not being afraid. What's there to be afraid of? That's Uncle Shi. Yes, even a ghost drifting at sea misses home." Xia paused and then smiled. "Yes, the ghost you fear is someone others think about day and night." "Xia, how did you find Uncle Shi?"
What's going on?
"We thought Uncle Shi had long been." They looked at Xia eagerly. She waved her hand and took the three of them home. At Xia's house, since the stranger came in, he kept stopping to look at everything. After stop, "No need to think.
Sit down, okay?
Xia comforted him, and gradually, "No need to think.
Sit down, okay?"
Xia comforted him, and gradually he calmed down. Uncle Wen looked on with a pained expression. "Stop looking. Go home and find your shaving knife, shave your beard, and cut your hair." Yes, I'll go right now." Uncle Wen hurried back to the next room, and Aunt Zhang went to light the fire and boil water. Half an hour later, the stranger showed a face that wasn't too bad. Although older, rougher, and darker, his features were very defined and resembled Xia by about 50%. "It's really Uncle Shi. It's really Uncle Shi." Xia looked at this face. "It's really Uncle Shi. It's really Uncle Shi." Xia looked at this face, which was a bit familiar in her memory, and suddenly smiled. Fate is truly interesting. Next, Xia told the story of meeting her grandfather on Anliu Island and her deductions. "I think Grandpa, he went fishing far away, met a foreign fishing boat, and there was a conflict. He was caught in the currents of Anliu Island. Yes, Uncle Shi is strong and brave. He always goes the farthest when sailing and catches the best fish." Uncle Wen added, and Xia nodded as she continued speaking. His head must have been hurt, so that was over 10 years ago. Uncle Wen and his wife felt sad hearing this, and Uncle Wen even hugged Grandpa Shi. "Uncle Shi, you don't need to do anything in the future. I'll take care of you. Uncle Shi." Uncle Wen kept talking, and his wife said beside him, when Uncle Wen was a kid, he followed Uncle Shi everywhere. He admired Uncle Shi the most. Xia nodded. Xia, why isn't Uncle Shi saying anything? Uncle Wen finally realized something was wrong. Xia remembered. He has a bad ear, so he needs to hear loudly to listen. Uncle Wen instinctively looked at Grandpa Shi's ear.
It's okay.
From now on, I will be Uncle Shi's ears. Grandpa Shi looked at Uncle Wen and then at Xia, who was signaling him not to move. He had been patient, but when he saw Uncle Wen crying and blowing his nose, he pushed him away and got up in annoyance. Uncle Wen sat on the ground, confused, and looked up. I forgot to say, Grandpa is very clean now. He can't stand any dirt. Uncle Wen felt a bit sad and confused. Am I dirty? It's not that you're dirty, it's about hygiene. Don't overthink, Uncle Wen. Uncle Wen got up from the ground and looked at Xia softly, saying, I wasn't thinking much before. Xia clicked her tongue and chuckled. But after she explained how serious Grandpa Shi's cleanliness obsession is now, Uncle Wen and his wife felt even more sympathy. Grandpa is 62 years old and has endured many hardships over the years. After finishing the family introductions, Uncle Wen rolled up his sleeves and started working. He cleaned the room that used to be his father's, now a storage room. Grandpa Shi saw Uncle Wen cleaning and his obsession with cleanliness kicked in. He grabbed the broom and cloth and started working himself. His wife wanted to help but was pushed away by Grandpa Shi, who disliked her interference. Holding the cloth, she looked at Xia and asked, Does Uncle Shi dislike that I didn't do a good job? It's okay. In his eyes, none of us are clean. His wife felt this sounded a bit awkward. She shook off her thoughts and asked Xia, When Uncle Shi left you only? Yes, I have a vague memory but not clear. Blood ties are so magical. After so many years, Uncle Shi doesn't know who you are, but he treats you well and protects you whenever he sees you. Xia smiled softly. Yes, it's very magical. After finishing the cleaning, Uncle Wen was also asked to leave, leaving only Grandpa Shi working alone. It's not that he doesn't want to help, he's simply being ignored. After tidying up the house, Grandpa Shi wanted to clean other areas, but was stopped by Xia. Go to sleep. Grandpa Shi pursed his lips, but after exchanging a determined look with Xia, he smiled broadly. Go to sleep. Yes, sleep. After making sure Grandpa Shi was settled, Auntie and Uncle Wen also went back home. As they lay down, they felt vaguely like they had forgotten something. Far away at the military camp, Wen Cheng'an thought, Everyone must miss me a lot, right? On Wen Cheng'an's first day at the camp, he and Li Daniu were assigned to Captain Cheng's team. After collecting their daily supplies and settling into their dorms, they began regular training and lessons. Wen Cheng'an also took some time to think about home and Xia. But he guessed Xia probably had no time to think about him. Could Xia see the note he left at this moment? Everyone, get ready, start running. With sharp commands, Wen Cheng'an focused on training, putting aside his thoughts. He heard that once promoted to squad leader, there would be regular days off. He must work hard. Otherwise, Xia's pretend partner might forget about him someday. With the goal of getting promoted and having days off, Wen Cheng'an trained diligently. Meanwhile, Xia finished settling her grandpa and then went to wash up and prepare for bed. It had been a tiring day. In her room, Xia looked at the cloth pouch on her desk. It was a gift from Wen Cheng'an. She got up and opened it. Inside was a stack of money wrapped in cloth. She counted it. There were 200 yuan. That much? Xia pursed her lips but didn't mind much. Wen Cheng'an had money. He returned the 1,200 yuan he had taken from the Chen family. He had no good reason to refuse, so he just accepted it. But he used that money to maintain their pretend relationship with Xia. Xia put the money aside and took out a note tucked inside, unfolding it. Comrade Xia, I haven't finished learning to write. The writing was neat and careful, like a child's cautious attempt at writing. Xia looked at the note, and below a line of words was a lively little cartoon face, looking sad, with the words, "Can't read, so pitiful." Xia burst out laughing. Well, the drawing is really good. Since teaching Wen Cheng'an to read, she had realized that he was truly clever. The words only need to be taught once. The next day, when she reviews, Wen Cheng'an will never forget. It's all Chen family's fault for delaying you. Otherwise, you might have. Still better to join the army. Going to college currently has no future. Shirxia puts away the note and money, still not feeling sleepy. She simply takes out a notebook, writes, and draws with a pen. She writes for nearly 2 hours, then uses her special ability to relax her neck, yawns, and goes to sleep. While Shirxia is asleep, a lonely fishing boat moves slowly toward the shore. Jean Kaiwan, along the way, mostly curses and complains helplessly. I don't believe it anymore. I always meet you. When I go back, I'll fix the boat. I want to go to the Chinese waters. What can you do? I just want to catch your fish. Old 5, go back and make the net smaller. The next morning, Shirxia wakes up to the chirping of the little flower. She quickly gets dressed and rushes out, only to see Grandpa Shir holding little flower's neck, both looking at her with grievance. Grandpa Shir, it's noisy. Little flower, save the chicken. Shirxia helplessly steps forward, rescues the chicken, and patiently explains to Grandpa Shir. After exhausting her voice and strength, Grandpa Shir finally understands that little flower can crow and is part of the family. Ga, Big White, holding a small fish in its beak, puffs up and puts it in front of Grandpa Shir. A big goose, looking a bit smug.
Good.
Grandpa Shir accepts it. Shirxia smiles helplessly. She puts down the frightened little flower in her arms and, for the first time, doesn't offer her own eggs in front of everyone. Shirxia pats it with her special ability, and little flower walks around Grandpa Shir. Big White immediately makes a few mean giggles. Shirxia has a premonition that life will be lively in the future. Let's go catch some sea creatures. She wakes up a bit early, wanting to find something fresh to eat. Grandpa Shir grins and quickly grabs the bucket, following behind Shirxia. Big White sways and follows Grandpa Shir. Shirxia glances at them. Is this clinging to a new supporter? The two of them and the goose walk out the door, but not far before they meet villagers. The villagers look at Grandpa Shir with surprise. Shir Qingnian, is that Shirxia's grandpa? Isn't he dead? What's going on? In a short time, most of the villagers gather around, with Shirxia and Grandpa Shir in the middle. Grandpa Shir, like a protective mother hen, glares fiercely. Uncle Chow squeezes out of the crowd, looks at Shirxia, then at Grandpa Shir. Shirxia, is this your grandpa? Yes, I retrieved it from the Undercurrent Island. Shirxia explained again, and everyone listened with amazement. Such good luck. Just being alive is enough. Just being alive is enough. Shirxia finally has family now. Everyone chattered excitedly. After responding a few times, Shirxia said, we're going to gather seafood. Yes, I need to go too. Wait for me. The islanders dispersed. News of Grandpa Shir being alive spread quickly, like wings, becoming the main topic of the day. Shirxia took Grandpa Shir and Big White towards a less crowded, rocky area. On the rocks, there were many blue-mouthed shells, attached to the rocks with one side facing outward. These are called blue mussels, also known as sea holly in some places. They are abundant. Once found, there's a large patch. However, the blue mussels in front are still small and not worth eating yet. Shirxia moved forward and found a patch of mature blue mussels in the crevices of the rocks. Grandpa here. Grandpa Shir saw Shirxia waving, trying to take off his uncomfortable shoes, but Shirxia stopped him. Keep them on. Grandpa Shir made a displeased sound in his throat, but didn't dare to take off his shoes.
Pull this out.
Shirxia secretly smiled. Her old grandpa was quite cute. She pointed to a large blue mussel, pulled one off first, shook it, and put it in a bucket. Grandpa Shir understood and used both hands to pull off one after another. Seeing this, Shirxia let him pick mussels here and went ahead to look around. As she walked, she found something good. Fascia shell. A small cluster of shells resembling Buddhist hand flowers grew together, and pulling one with one hand would bring out a bunch. Fascia shells, scientifically called gooseneck barnacles, are often found on seaside cliffs. They are also called dog claw snails, named for their resemblance to a dog's paw. The meat is firm and chewy, and simple boiling makes them ready to eat. Shirxia used a dagger to pluck bunches of fascia shells and toss them into the bucket. Occasionally, she also found redcapped hiding in the crevices of the rocks and caught them as well. Love hiding in rock crevices. Their claws are strong, so tools are best for catching them. Gathering seafood is very fun, because you never know what you might find in different places. The joy of discovering the unknown makes Shirxia feel very happy in the morning. As the tide rose, Shirxia called Grandpa Shir to go home. The grandfather and granddaughter each carried a bucket mostly filled with their catch, heading back to their house. Shirxia, is this the wild man from yesterday? Commander Chen looked at the wild man from yesterday and then at Shirxia. Are you two a bit alike? Shirxia let out a sound, pushed open the door, and casually said, "This is my grandfather." Commander Chen. Whose grandfather? How did he suddenly become a grandfather overnight? After hearing Shirxia's story, Commander Chen finally closed his mouth. Such a coincidence? It's really a coincidence. The villagers all know him, and here's a photo. Shirxia took out a black and white photo she found this morning. Commander Chen held up the photo, looking at the wild man. No, Grandpa Shir, from left to right and right to left. Ugly. Grandpa Shir, unwilling, pushed away Commander Chen. Ugly? That's you. You said you were ugly. Commander Chen smiled as he spoke, but Grandpa Shir didn't react at all and just walked away. Hey, his ears aren't good. Commander Chen felt awkward and stayed in place. He had forgotten. Since Grandpa Shir's identity was confirmed, he decided to leave. Shirxia saw Commander Chen out and gave a small fox-like smile at the door. Don't ask me. I really don't care about logistics. Commander Chen waved his hand, thinking to himself, next time, I should come less often. If I come again, Grandpa Shir might pluck all my hair off. I just want to ask, tomorrow, when our fishing boat goes out to sea, do you want fish? Fish? Commander Chen scratched his head. I really can't decide. All right, when will the rewards and certificates for the Undercurrent Island be distributed? Shirxia asked sincerely. Commander Chen awkwardly replied, I don't know either. But I can push for it. Okay. Remember to deliver them openly. No need to be too discreet. Got it. I'll deliver them with drums and gongs. I think that works. Shirxia happily agreed, waved goodbye, and said, bye.
Bang. The door closed.
Commander Chen opened and closed his mouth several times, finally smiling helplessly and walking away. After Commander Chen left, Shirxia prepared breakfast. She poured sea clams and Buddha's hand shells into a wooden basin, added seawater, and started cleaning. She scrubbed one shell and threw it into a nearby wooden bucket. After a few clinks, Grandpa Shir chased her away. She held her wet hands and watched Grandpa Shir sit on a small stool, first taking back the 2 clean shells, then washing them again. Then Grandpa Shir used a homemade wooden brush and started scrubbing. Shirxia looked at the time and then at Grandpa Shir, who was diligently cleaning. Probably can eat them before they start to smell bad. Forget it, let him do it. People with cleanliness obsessions feel uncomfortable both mentally and physically when they see something dirty. Shirxia decided to steam taro and prepare steamed shellfish and clam soup. It would be great if she had a block of tofu. Thinking of this, Shirxia took 2 cents and a big bowl and went out. She remembered there was a tofu shop in the village where people traded things for small amounts of tofu. When Debai saw Shirxia go out, he wagged his tail and followed happily. Shirxia, seeing this, simply hung a small bamboo basket around Debai's neck, placed the bowl inside, and also put the money inside. Debai, remember the way well. From now on, you'll be in charge of buying tofu.
Woof.
Debai responded, though she wasn't sure if he understood. Shirxia led Debai through the village, smiling and greeting everyone along the way. She was very popular. Uncle Chung, Shirxia called at the gate, waiting until someone came out of the house before entering the yard. Shirxia is here. Have you eaten? Want to join me? Food is ready at home. Uncle Chung, did you make tofu today? Yes, I did. I'll get some for you. How many pieces do you want? Just one piece is enough. Shirxia took out her bowl. Uncle Chung took it and put 2 pieces of tofu inside. Take it and eat. It's free. Then I don't want it, Shirxia said, setting the bowl down. Uncle Chung couldn't push it away, so he finally took a dime. The tofu pieces were large, and Shirxia didn't want Debai to carry them, but Debai was reluctant at first. In the end, the tofu was placed in the basket around Debai's neck. You're still a competitive goose. Debai didn't respond with a honk, using all his strength to keep his neck steady. When the person and the goose returned home, Debai's neck stopped moving. Shirxia laughed loudly, Xiaohua giggled, and Debai sat sadly next to Grandpa Shirxia. By then, Grandpa had finished cleaning. The shells looked so shiny they seemed to reflect light. Shirxia thought, now I can really the shells hard. She washed her hands, cut a piece of tofu into small chunks, and prepared to cook it with the clams later. She placed the shellfish, shrimp, and oysters on the steaming rack of the big pot, all cooked together. A small pot on the side stove was used for soup. Once both pots were in use, Shirxia went to the backyard to pick some bok choy. Grandpa, wash it. Shirxia handed the bok choy to Grandpa, who had been following her. He nodded happily and took the vegetables. He was happy to help the girl with chores. Soon, the grandfather and granddaughter had breakfast. Under the pavilion, there was a simple stone table and stone stools, all found and lightly polished by Shirxia, completely natural and eco-friendly, and importantly free. Tofu and clam soup, with bok choy, steamed taro, steamed seafood, and a dish of soy sauce. This is breakfast for 2 people. Shirxia picks up her bowl and says to Grandpa Shir, take your bowl. Eat. Grandpa Shir understands and picks up his bowl, using chopsticks to pick the biggest crab, then hands it to Shirxia with a big grin and no teeth showing. Good, you eat. Shirxia gestures, and the 2 start eating. Grandpa and granddaughter both eat a lot, finishing everything without leftovers. After breakfast, Grandpa naturally takes over washing the dishes, but he is heavy-handed and accidentally breaks a bowl, standing there awkwardly. It's okay, are you hurt? Shirxia walks over, takes Grandpa's rough hand, looks him over, and pats his wrist. It's fine, take your time. I have money. If it breaks, we'll buy a new one. Shirxia says confidently. Grandpa can't hear her clearly, but he is very perceptive of her mood. He knows Shirxia isn't angry. His familiar, toothless smile appears again. Next, Grandpa washes the dishes carefully, avoiding breaking anything. Shirxia encourages him just in time, making Grandpa even happier. After breakfast, Shirxia tidies up and takes Grandpa out to buy clothes, shoes, socks, and daily necessities. They take a ferry, and after 3 hours, they finally reach land. There are many people, and Grandpa feels nervous, following Shirxia closely without daring to make a mistake. It's okay, follow me. Shirxia holds Grandpa's hand, and they walk into the supply store. Before coming, Shirxia exchanged some tickets with the village chief, which helped her buy 2 pairs of shoes and some fabric for clothes for Grandpa. But she didn't have industrial tickets for things like teacups and towels. So, Shirxia simply took Grandpa to find the bald man who sold seafood last time. When the bald man opened the door and saw Shirxia, he looked behind her with visible regret. Wen Cheng'an didn't come? No. Do you need to see him? I do have something, but most people can't handle it. Can you pass a message? There's some underwater work. Hearing this, Shirxia immediately said, sorry, but you're going to be disappointed. Wen Cheng'an has joined the army and can't come out. But I can introduce you to someone even better at underwater work. Shirxia was not bothered by the other's dismissiveness. She spoke again, saying, I can really introduce someone to you. You didn't even ask, and you're just acting as the middleman? The bald man suddenly looked up at Shirxia, a bit cautious, and asked, how, brother, if you're just asking questions on purpose, I think your role as a middleman isn't very good, Shirxia said easily. Her relaxed attitude made the bald man finally take a good look at the young girl in front of him. Do you really know someone? Of course. All right, then introduce me. I'll pay you a commission. Shirxia smiled a little and asked, How much is the commission? And how much can the worker get? The bald man simply invited Xia and Grandpa Shi to come inside to talk.
Xia didn't hesitate and went in.
After closing the door behind them, the bald man asked curiously, "Aren't you worried I might do something?" "No need to worry. You can do whatever you want. If I'm not capable, that's my problem," Xia replied casually, showing a calm and confident attitude that made the bald man respect her more. "Young girl, you're quite brave. Sit here," the bald man said, inviting them to sit down and start talking. There's a family whose son fell into a nearby county's lake. The lake is deep with lots of mud. Usually people can't retrieve the body easily. So they want someone good at swimming to go down and fish out the body. If they succeed, they'll pay this much, he said, holding up 5 fingers, mouthing the number. 500. I don't need much. I just want 50 as a fee for the information. The rest you can split. Of course. Only if the person you introduce is really capable, Xia nodded in understanding. This job is quite dangerous. Even if you take 50, the rest goes to others. In our line of work, you need to know people and not be too ruthless. Being too harsh can make the road narrower, the bald man added, warning Xia not to be too cruel. Seeing Xia nod, he thought she understood and asked again, "When can you come?" "They're quite anxious over there."
"Right now."
"I'll take 450, Xia said.
"What?"
The bald man suddenly stood up. Before he could move, Grandpa Shi's iron-like hand grabbed his neck.
"Sit down."
The bald man looked shocked. The other's speed was fast, and his strength was so great that he couldn't breathe. "Grandpa, let go. Let go. We're doing this to make money, to buy a hot water bottle, towels, and a teapot," the bald man said. "Bald man, you're the first person to call me bald brother right in front of me." Grandpa Shi released his grip and pointed at the bald man, saying, "He scared you. I know he's wrong. You sit down now." Xia pressed her grandfather's hand and looked at her bald older brother, who was covering his neck, saying, "Sorry, my grandfather is more protective of me. Just now, I didn't explain clearly. I was introducing myself, so I think 450 shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Yourself?" The bald man was surprised again. Xia pointed to herself and said, "I am Wen Cheng'an's master, diving for more than 15 minutes. The room was quiet for over a minute. The bald man finally spoke to confirm. "Are you serious?" "Very serious. Just prepare the money." The bald man was skeptical, but even if there was only a half chance it was true. He quickly took out an industrial voucher and handed it to Xia.
"Take it first.
Whether things work out or not, I consider you my friend." "Thanks." Xia took it. She wasn't very touched. This was an early investment driven by interests. She left with her grandfather to buy some things, planning to come back later. The bald man needed to contact that family first. The grandfather and granddaughter returned to the supply and marketing cooperative again, buying a teapot, a thermos, water cups, and a few bowls and plates. Xia also bought some snacks to give both of them a treat. After buying everything, they left. "Grandpa, let's go eat." Xia spoke. Even though her grandfather couldn't hear her, he knew he was following her. They arrived at a state-run restaurant. Xia took out food stamps and meat coupons, ordering a serving of dompa pork, a plate of twice-cooked pork, and a dish of minced tofu with meat.
"We should eat more meat."
"Eating seafood all the time isn't good. If we can go far out to sea this time. Catching some salmon would be great. Those fish are quite fatty." Xia was thinking to herself until the waiter loudly called out impatiently, "Dompa pork." "Who's dompa pork?"
"Meaning."
Xia raised her hand and went to pick up the dishes. Soon, all 3 dishes arrived. Xia and her grandfather each had 2 large bowls of steaming rice, ready to enjoy a hearty meal. This was Xia's life principle. The grandfather and granddaughter ate deliciously but politely. The 4 pieces of dompa pork, about the size of a fist, each person had 2. The aroma was tempting, fatty but not greasy, lean but not dry. Delicious. The twice-cooked pork was fragrant and crispy, paired with the refreshing garlic sprouts. A bite of rice, a bite of meat, super appetizing. One bowl of rice was quickly finished. Shirxia went to buy 2 more large bowls, but the waiter reminded her, "No wasting food."
Don't worry, this might not be enough.
Shirxia carried the rice back, each holding a large bowl, continuing to eat. The minced tofu mixed with rice, and after one bite, both of them smiled with satisfaction. They even used the leftover soup from the last dish to mix with a third bowl of rice. The plates and bowls after they finished eating were so clean that there was no need to wash them. The waiter looked at them and muttered, "They really finished everything. There are 2 in this family, how can they afford it?" Shirxia and Grandpa Shir left the state-run restaurant happily and cheerfully, planning to find Brother Bald. Coincidentally, they ran into the scumbag. Shirxia. His sharp, angry shout made Shirxia stop and turn around. "Oh, isn't that Uncle Niu Bianchen? Really, I haven't finished preparing my gift yet when I meet him now." Shirxia teased him playfully, causing Chen Xiaodong's face to darken suddenly. Because of Shirxia and his group causing trouble, Chen Xiaodong now wished he could hide his face when going out. Everyone who looked at him seemed to be mocking him. Chen Xiaodong suppressed his anger and sneered. "Shirxia, a petty person only causes trouble out of ignorance. I will show you what it means to be superior." He whispered a threat, and Shirxia pointed his thumb at his little finger, revealing a small part of it. "Who knows who is the real little one?" You're shameless." Shirxia snapped back. "I don't want it, take it all. Anyway, you need to be thick-skinned. Otherwise, how could someone do things like finding a partner or hurting children?" Shirxia calmly pushed Chen Xiaodong aside. "Good dog, get out of the way." Chen Xiaodong turned his back to Shirxia, clenched his fists, and was so angry he didn't even want to eat. "I'll kill you." Grandpa Shir glared at Chen Xiaodong and said fiercely, scaring Chen Xiaodong into stumbling back, feeling like the old man really wanted to hurt him. Chen Xiaodong stared at Shirxia's back, secretly making a decision. Meanwhile, Shirxia didn't ignore Chen Xiaodong's hatred but wasn't afraid either. She took Grandpa Shir to find Brother Bald first. Brother Bald said the people there were anxious, so he took Shirxia directly. Soon, Shirxia arrived at an address that looked somewhat familiar. It was no coincidence. Just when she planned to deal with Chen Xiaodong, heaven sent her the tools. The house in front of her was the home of Chen Xiaodong's top boss, a big figure in the education department. Before Shirxia planned to sneak into Chen's family, she checked out their network of connections. Chen Xiaodong's biggest contacts were in the education system, his deputy was his uncle, and the person in front of her was the official boss. "Shirxia, this is it. Bald head, I'll give you 100 for the information." Bald head. "Because I will soon let you down." Before Bald head could say, "What the heck?" Shirxia pushed the door open and went inside. "Wait, what do you mean? Hold on." Tua Head Brother's heart was pounding. He clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, catching up with Shirxia. "Grandma, I am here to help your grandson get home." Shirxia's words made the old lady waiting in the yard tear up. The old lady tremblingly reached out to Shirxia. Shirxia stepped forward to support her and nodded reassuringly. "Don't worry, I will definitely bring him back." The old lady's nose felt sore. She was the first person to say she would bring her grandson home. The others either couldn't help or said the body was too heavy. Every time she heard this, her heart felt like ants were biting. Losing a loved one is so painful it's hard to speak. Okay. The old lady patted Shirxia's hand and pulled her into the house. "Child, you're young. It's not good for a girl to go into the water. If you have difficulties, tell me. Don't try to do everything alone." The old lady was truly kind. She had spent her life teaching and nurturing, with kindness, righteousness, wisdom, and trust deep in her bones. "Grandma, thank you for your kindness, but I need money. I have the ability to earn it, so don't worry." Good.
Just do your best."
The old lady had already lost hope. Just thinking about her grandson under the cold lake water and in the mud made her too worried to sleep. Shirxia and the old lady went into the house together. The bald man behind them was stunned and admired her. Soon, Madame Chu, waiting inside, stood at the door and looked at Shirxia. The bald man had already said she was a girl, but he didn't expect her to be even younger than he thought. He didn't judge by appearance. Many fisher girls were very capable. Please come in. The woman at the door wore a simple qipao and looked tired. Her hair was neatly combed, but she wore no jewelry. Thank you. That's my grandfather. He hurt his head, so I need to take him. Of course. The woman at the door moved aside. Xia waved to her grandfather, who immediately came over and obediently followed her. Everyone sat inside. The hostess poured tea for each person and briefly explained the situation. Comrade Shi, my mother and I share the same idea. You don't need to force yourself. We don't want to risk innocent lives to get my brother Zhongyuan's body. And the body is very heavy. Are you sure you can pull it out?
Madame Ke, don't worry.
I am very good at swimming. As for strength, Xia stood up and walked to the Chu family's dining table, made of solid marble. She held both corners of the table and used her strength. The table lifted up. Madame Chu looked surprised, then showed admiration and hope. Maybe this time it really can work. Bald Brother had his mouth slightly open, with a small stream of tea flowing down. No wonder people aren't afraid to enter his yard. Perhaps he should be the one feeling scared. Bald Brother quickly wiped the tea from his mouth secretly, feeling pleased that his investment was right. He's quite capable. As a middleman, he needs to be someone who can handle things well for the higher-ups. Xia calmly placed her hand on the table, perfectly aligned with her previous position, showing her confidence and control. She nodded slightly to Madame Chu, modest and unassuming. Her calmness was different from her previous boldness. Madame Chu smiled happily and didn't say more. She could see that although Xia was young, she was very determined. Sure enough, Xia spoke. Madame Chu, I don't want money. I want to change the terms of the deal. Xia's words startled Bald Brother, who almost tried to stop her with wide eyes. Comrade Shi, we won't do anything illegal or against the law. Madame Chu gently but firmly placed her right hand on her left wrist, clearly stating her bottom line and principles. Xia smiled calmly and said, Don't worry, I won't do anything illegal either. They looked at each other for a moment, and Madame Chu smiled softly. My husband will be back soon.
When Cao es mention, Cao di meditan.
Receiving a call from his wife, Mr. Chu drove to the door. Before the driver could open the door, he got out himself. Madam, did you really find someone? Mr. Chu, with black hair mixed with gray, strode in quickly. His eager voice soon became calm as he looked at the people inside. He hurried over to Grandpa Shi, ready to shake hands. Thank you, wrong. Grandpa Shi dodged and looked at Mr. Chu's hand with disdain. Madame Chu stood up and spoke.
Wrong?
Mr. Chu looked at the unfamiliar person, Xia, since he knew Bald Brother. Don't worry, Comrade Shi is very capable. Madame Chu's words dispelled Mr. Chu's doubts, and he turned to Xia. Thank you, Comrade Shi. Don't thank me yet. I have conditions and want to talk to you about them. Xia's straightforwardness made Mr. Chu momentarily stunned. Then he quickly reacted. Let's talk in the study.
Okay.
Xia stood up, walked to Grandpa Shi's side, loudly saying, Wait for me. She pointed upstairs and said, Come down later. Wait for me. Grandpa Shi nodded. Xia explained to others, My grandpa has bad hearing. Everyone nodded understandingly, exchanged polite words, and Xia followed Mr. Chu upstairs. The bald man sat on the sofa, holding his trembling legs with both hands, trying to reassure himself. It's okay, small matter. Since ancient times, capable people are always unique. Don't worry, it's fine, it's fine. Meanwhile, Xia arrived at Chu Leader's study with no unnecessary words. Chu Leader, I want Chen Xiaodong to lose his job. Chen Xiaodong? Chu Leader actually knew this person. He had caused a big fuss recently, and he wanted to fire him, but Chen's family protected him. Are you the young girl who led that day? Yes, it was me.
I didn't perform well that day.
Chu Leader's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile. How are you sure I will help you? I'm not sure, but Chen Xiaodong's reputation is definitely not clean. Pulling out the radish will bring out the mud. He's gone, and those protecting him won't have a good time either. This matter will boost your reputation and hit your opponent. I can also help you bring Comrade Chu Zhongyuan home, 3 birds with 1 stone. Chu leader looked at Shixia steadily and suddenly smiled. Young people are impressive. Thank you for the compliment. The two reached an agreement. What to do next was Chu leader's business. Shixia wouldn't participate. It's an exchange of benefits, getting what she wanted. After leaving the building with Chu leader, Shixia prepared to leave immediately. However, she didn't take the car assigned by Chu leader's organization but instead drove another small car from the Chu family. Shixia glanced around, suppressing her thoughts. The Chu family was very wealthy and dangerous. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, and then the group started dividing who would go where. Shixia and Grandpa sure couldn't be separated. Chu leader drove, with 2 seats left in the car. The bald man looked unnecessary. As a perceptive middleman, he immediately spoke. I'll ride my bike. This thing can't sit. I get carsick. In front of the Chu family house. Grandpa, you sit here. I'll sit in the back. Shixia patted the passenger seat and pointed to the back seat. Grandpa sure was tense and nervous. It's okay, it's just a land boat, Shixia explained. Grandpa sure relaxed a little and tentatively sat down. Shixia smiled affectionately, watched Grandpa sure sit properly, gently closed the door, and, in his puzzled gaze, she opened the back door and sat behind him. Seeing this, Grandpa sure's relaxed smile appeared. Mrs. Chu and the elderly lady also sat in the back, with Chu leader driving. Shixia rolled down the window. The bald man spoke first. I'll take the small road. It's much faster. After saying that, he waved his hand, kicked off, and mounted his bicycle, riding away. The car also started moving. The journey was quiet. Mrs. Chu and the elderly woman had no desire to talk. As they got closer, they held hands, sharing a bitter smile through tears. They have returned again. This is the 5th time. The Chu family has 3 children. Chu Zhongyuan is the youngest and the best behaved. After college, he became a teacher. While taking the children out for a trip, he sacrificed himself to save a child and now sleeps forever at the bottom of the lake. We've arrived. Chu's father's voice became much deeper. At this moment, he was just a father. With a loud bang, Shixia opened the door and got out, first calling for Grandpa Sure to come down. When everyone was out, a sharp ringing sound sounded. The bald brother, panting and sweating, rushed down a hillside. The car shook violently, and the tires slightly deformed from the high-speed impact. With a clattering sound, the bicycle stopped. The bald brother, gasping and sweating, couldn't say a word. Shixia nodded to the bald brother, stretched her arms and legs in place, tied her hair, and said to everyone, "Wait for me." Shixia entered the lake. The water rose from her ankles to her waist, then from her waist to her head. She skillfully dove into the water and disappeared. On the shore, Grandpa Sure pursed his lips, frowned, and stared at the lake's surface. The bald brother was not idle either. He went nearby and soon pulled over a small bamboo raft. Chu's father hurried to help, and Grandpa Sure ran a few steps over, grabbing the bamboo raft with one hand and walking away. The bald brother and Chu's father were empty-handed, bending at the waist, then looked up at Grandpa Sure. So, this is a family of deep learning.
I'm amazing.
The bald brother chuckled secretly, feeling proud. He had just poked into a powerful person's territory. Grandpa Sure rowed the bamboo raft to the middle of the lake, waiting patiently. The people on the shore remained silent, waiting. The only person unfamiliar with Shixia, the bald brother, strangely felt confident. This time, it would work. At this moment, underwater, Shixia had already found Chu Zhongyuan. But she didn't surface immediately. She silently calculated the time. After about 15 minutes, she floated to the surface. She's out. Comrade Sure, come up slowly to regain your strength.
Girl.
Grandpa Sure paddled the bamboo raft over. Shixia smiled at Grandpa Sure, resting her arm on the raft, and waved to the people on the shore.
I'm fine.
I'll go down again soon. Hearing this, the people on the shore nodded in acknowledgement. No one believed Shirxia could pull him up on her first try, but she managed to stay underwater for 15 minutes, giving them great hope. Bald Brother couldn't hide his smile. Amazing. I'm really impressive. Shirxia pretended to rest for a moment, then dived back into the water. After going down, she swam to Chu Zhongyuan's body, using her water abilities to clear his nose, mouth, and face of mud. When Shirxia came back up the second time, it was still her alone. She rested again, then dove again. This repeated twice more, and each time, Shirxia's face grew paler, all caused by her own use of her powers. Often, things that are too easy to fix are not good. The Chu family on the shore grew more anxious because, in the past, 3 dives was the limit, and each time, the time was shorter. Madame Chu hesitated, wanting to call out to stop, but she couldn't speak. She chuckled at herself. She was still selfish. With a splash, Shirxia dove again, this time determined to bring Chu Zhongyuan back. 10 minutes passed, then 15, but Shirxia still hadn't surfaced. The Chu family members stood by the lake, water just inches away. It's okay, it will be fine. The old lady started praying and calling on gods. If Shirxia was in trouble, she would feel uneasy. 16 minutes passed. Madame Chu tightly held Mr. Chu's hand, her nails leaving marks on his skin, but no one paid attention. Bald Brother had a strange idea. He thought this time there might be a reward. 17 minutes passed. The toes of the Chu family members were wet, but no one cared. Suddenly, a splash of water burst out loudly, startling everyone. Grandpa Shir was the first to rush over. In the water, Shirxia faced the Chu family on the shore, raising one hand slightly, while her third hand floated above the lake. Found her. Madame Chu rushed into the lake, her voice seemingly strangled by unseen hands, unable to make a sound. Qianru. Mr. Chu followed closely, supporting Madame Chu and pulling her back. Don't worry, we still need to bring Zhongyuan home. Home. Madame Chu, using the force, got up and waited on the shore. The calmest person in the family was actually the old lady. With her silver hair, she watched Shirxia, filled with silent love unique to China. Her Zhongyuan was coming home. In the lake, with Grandpa Shir's help, Shirxia placed Chu Zhongyuan on a bamboo raft. Grandpa Shir rode the water, while Shirxia pushed the raft through the water. The raft was too small, so she didn't get on. Bald Brother immediately dove into the water, holding a large cloth, raised above the water, not getting wet. Comrade Shir, wrap yourself up. Big Brother Bald, keep the details in mind. Next time, our cooperation will definitely work. Shirxia, no wonder you can handle things for those above. Your judgment is impressive.
Great.
Big Brother Bald's actions also motivated Madame Chu. She prepared some dry clothes for Shirxia. I'll go get the clothes. Madame Chu went to the car to fetch the clothes, and Shirxia finally reached the shore. She wrapped Big Brother Bald with a piece of cloth and thanked him. Forget about the cloth money. Are you looking down on Big Brother Bald? Shirxia looked at Big Brother Bald, who was touching his bald head, and straightforwardly said, I'll take it. Thanks, Big Brother Bald.
Ah.
The girl is so straightforward. Big Brother Bald was very happy. He understood this was a sign that Shirxia agreed and that future cooperation was possible. Girl, you go rest. The rest is up to the future. Big Brother Bald stepped into the water and, together with Grandpa Shir, pulled the bamboo raft with the body of Chu Zhongyuan lying on it. He showed no disgust and even bowed to Chu Zhongyuan first, saying sorry, showing the respect he owed. The Chu family members also came over, looking at the white Chu Zhongyuan. Overcome with grief, all words turned into 6 words. Zhongyuan, we are going home. Shirxia changed into dry clothes, and Big Brother Bald arranged for a truck to take Chu Zhongyuan back home. Shirxia didn't participate in what happened afterward. Before leaving, the 3 members of the Chu family expressed their thanks. Comrade Shir, I will do my best. Okay. Shirxia responded. Then Madame Chu took her hand again. Comrade Shir, these are some leftover scraps of cloth from our family. Don't dislike them. Madame Chu placed a bag of cloth weighing about 10 pounds in front of Shixia. Seeing the fine quality of the cloth inside, it was clear this was a special gift, not leftover fabric. Thank you, Madame Chu. I like it very much. Shixia's straightforwardness made Madame Chu happy. It was easy to get along with someone like her. All right, let me say a few words to Shixia. After teasing a bit, the old lady pulled Shixia aside. Here. The feel of the paper made Shixia instinctively refuse. I can't. Shixia looked down. It wasn't money, but a voucher, still a meat coupon. The old lady pushed Shixia's hand and said, I've lived through hard times. The thing people want most is meat. Take it. Little girl, you're so thin you should eat more meat. Shixia grinned. I really crave this meat. Shixia accepted the meat coupon, called Grandpa Shi to leave, and Big Brother Bald reminded her, Girl, wait for me.
Okay.
Shixia and Grandpa Shi went ahead, waiting outside for Bald Head Brother. Soon, Bald Head Brother came out, and the three of them stood in a corner to split the money. Xujia gave 300 more. Total is 800 yuan. I'll take 50 and the rest is yours. Shixia took the money, pulled out 200, and handed it to Bald Head Brother. It was supposed to be 100 for you, but since they gave 300 extra, we split it equally. So, 250 each. Bald Head Brother and Shixia looked at each other. Bald Head Brother. She called me 250? Shixia, that was really unexpected this time. They looked at each other again, and suddenly smiled. All right, girl, you're straightforward. I'll take it. Bald Head Brother happily accepted the 250. Money is money. Shixia, not one to fuss, said directly, Bald Head Brother, if you need anything in the future, as long as it's not illegal or against the rules, just find me. High Sand Island, Shixia.
Great.
With a girl like you saying that, I feel assured. They agreed to part ways. Hearing that Shixia wanted to buy meat, Bald Head Brother, who was busy with work, said, There's no meat now. If you trust me, I'll go to the slaughterhouse tomorrow and pick out the best. Then I'll have the fairy bring it to you. How about that? Can it really be like that? Shixia was quite surprised. Bald Head Brother showed a proud little smile and said, Of course. I may not have many skills, but I know a lot of people. Thanks in advance. Here's the money and the ticket, one for each. Hee, I just like doing business with girls like you. Bald Head Brother happily took the money and ticket. Shixia and Grandpa Shi left. The ferry had already passed the scheduled time, but sometimes local boats still came by. Shixia wanted to look around and see if she could meet anyone. Just as they reached the ferry dock and hadn't started searching, someone called her name. Shixia, Comrade Shixia. She looked toward the voice and saw Zhang Gotzi, the soldier she pulled out of the sea. She walked over and greeted Zhang Gotzi, who was loading vegetables and grains onto the boat. Hello, Comrade Zhang. Hello, Comrade Shixia. Are you returning to High Sen Island?
Yes.
Board the boat. Both of them were quick and efficient. Shixia called Grandpa Shi onto the boat and chatted briefly with Zhang Gotzi.
Today was their supply day.
Shixia didn't ask too many questions or wander around. She and Grandpa Shi sat quietly on the deck. The supply ship stopped briefly at High San Island. Shixia and Grandpa Shi got off with their purchased goods and thanked the crew. The supply ship quickly left. Walking along the road, they saw many people wearing headscarves and carrying buckets heading toward the sea. Are they going to do, Shixia? Hurry up. The tide is going out. Go dig for sandworms. Sandworms? They look like worms, about finger-thick, soft, and legless. Here they come. Shixia quickly hands everything to Grandpa. Go home, get a bucket and shovel, and meet me at the beach. Shixia gestures and Grandpa nods. They quickly part ways. Shixia catches up with Aunt Zhang, who's waiting for her. You came back just in time. The tide is going out. Today, there should be plenty of sandworms. Once dried, they sell for over 50 cents a pound. Really that expensive? Yes. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't be in such a rush. Aunt Zhang and Shixia walked to the beach together. Sure enough, nearly half the villagers are already there. Each person has a patch, using shovels and small spades to dig, bend down, turn over the sand, and look for worms. The feeling of everyone rushing to dig is exciting, and Shixia starts to feel a bit anxious too. Let's hurry. Shixia pulls Aunt Zhang toward a quiet spot. Auntie, you dig here. Okay, I'll do that. Aunt Zhang picks up her shovel and gently flips the soft sand. She taps lightly, and the sand spreads apart. A sandworm's head is sticking out and wiggling. Wow, there really are worms. Aunt Zhang scoops away the sand carefully, pulling out a worm gently. Too hard might break it. It's about 20 centimeters long, as thick as a finger, with no clear head or tail. At first, it feels soft and hard at the same time because the worm is nervous. After a little while, it becomes soft. Aunt Zhang throws the worm into a nearby bucket and keeps digging. She digs again, but this time the worm isn't fully pulled out. Only its head shows. Aunt Zhang grabs it, loosens her grip, and slowly pulls it out once the worm isn't so tense. This one's really long. Aunt Zhang smiles happily, tossing the worm into the bucket. They keep digging. With a good understanding, they keep pulling out one worm after another. Soon, Grandpa and Uncle Wen arrive, each carrying a bucket, followed by Dabai. The four split up, each person digging in their own patch. The tide has made the normally narrow beach stretch hundreds of meters, even up to 1,000 meters in some places. The flat seabed makes beachcombing very fun. As it gets dark and the sea level rises, the people start to retreat with the water. The holes they've dug fill back in as the tide comes and goes. Everyone is happy with their harvest. This is the gift of the sea. Some families have collected 2 or 3 buckets, others half a bucket. Once dried, a pound or 2 can sell for about $1. Because of summer's presence, Wen's family often has a richer harvest. Auntie and Uncle Wen dug up 2.5 buckets, while Summer, Grandpa Sure, and Big White, who learned to dig sandworms, together dug 3 buckets. Everyone carried the buckets home happily. These are great for making soup, Auntie said. Summer thought for a moment and said, let's make some soup and send some to Wen Cheng'an.
To who?
Auntie asked casually, then realized and clicked her tongue. They had been busy these days and hadn't thought about Wen Cheng'an. Yes, send some to Cheng'an. He's tired from training. The sunset lit up the way home, and the group returned happily. Back home, Summer and Grandpa Sure worked together. She cooked, and he cleaned the sandworms. Grandpa Sure held a thin wooden stick and pushed it over the head of a sandworm. The inside of the worm turned outward, then was rinsed in seawater to remove mud. Cleaning each sandworm by hand was quite troublesome. Summer's knife clattered as she prepared spicy pepper potato slices today. Their main food was steamed buns bought from a state-run restaurant. Summer, Annie called from behind the wall. Summer went out and saw Annie holding half a winter melon. Here, make some sandworm soup. Summer stepped onto a stone under the wall and caught the heavy winter melon. Quite heavy. Of course, it's the only thing that grows here. Other vegetables are all yellow and withered. Summer carried the winter melon down, and Auntie also went down from the wall. She could still hear Uncle Wen saying, "Be careful. Don't bother me. I've already come down." The old couple often argued playfully, and Summer smiled as she listened. This was the life she wanted: 3 meals a day, family, friends, and Big White and Little Flower. Summer carried the winter melon into the house, washed it, and cut it into pieces. In a hot pan with cold oil, she added a little lard, which released a rich aroma, sprinkled chopped green onions, and stir-fried a few times before adding the winter melon pieces. She added water and brought it to a boil. Once the winter melon was soft, she added the cleaned sandworms. After 2 minutes, it was ready to eat. "Grandpa, let's eat first." Summer carried the sandworm soup to the pavilion, set it down, blew on her fingers, then went back to get vegetables and buns. Grandpa also washed his hands and placed the cleaned sandworms in a basket to dry. Soon, the grandfather and granddaughter sat facing each other. Summer scooped soup with a spoon. "Wait, it's hot." Summer stopped Grandpa from drinking right away, waiting until it was just right, then nodded. The turtle soup turned out milky white and very fresh. The turtle meat was crispy, chewy, and had a nice texture, but it wasn't hard to chew. The main thing was how delicious the soup was. A big steamed bun, spicy potato slices, and turtle soup made for a satisfying meal. After eating, Grandpa Sure went to wash the dishes, and Big White followed him happily, which was quite funny. As for Little Flower, it was scared by Grandpa Sure. That was the day it laid its only egg. After a good meal, Xia sat on a small bamboo stool, gently stroking Little Flower's fur. Its fur was shiny and looked very tasty. Do we have enough eggs now? Xia was always eager to make something to eat whenever she had free time. She stood up and checked the basket of eggs, which had about 50 eggs. Let's eat some marinated eggs. Perfect for tomorrow, when I see Wen Cheng'an. I'll sell him a marinated egg for 4 cents. Not expensive, right? She decided to make them right away. She searched the house for various seasonings, adding some she bought today, and prepared to make the eggs. The marinating process began. When the eggs were almost ready, Grandpa Sure, Big White, and Little Flower all gathered behind her, their eyes full of anticipation. Almost done, just a little longer. Xia used a spoon to take out a marinated egg with A and handed it to Grandpa Sure. Take your time, it's hot. I'm taking a few next door. Xia packed 6 marinated eggs and a few cloth pieces into a bowl and went next door. Auntie, I marinated some eggs. Wanna try? Oh, I smelled the aroma long ago. Annie took the eggs and saw the cloth in Xia's hand, asking, Are you making clothes for Uncle Sure? Yes, I still need Auntie's help. I don't want to rely on you. Annie took the cloth, went inside to get some thread and string, measured Uncle Sure's size, and after a few moments, she returned. I'll finish making it in the next couple of days, so Uncle Sure has something to change into. Auntie, what are you going to do with the leftover fabric pieces? Got it, you don't need to worry. Andy took charge of everything and pushed Xia out. Hurry back home. Okay. Xia returned home, continued soaking the remaining eggs, and planned to eat a few for breakfast tomorrow, with the rest to take away. The next morning, Little Flower quietly jumped onto the wall, looked around, and saw that Grandpa Sure was nowhere in sight, so it started to sing. Good morning, Little Flower. Xia yawned and stretched lazily as she came out. What should I eat for breakfast, Xia? Auntie Zhang came back onto the wall, carrying a basin. Aren't you going to see? Don't cook for yourself. I steamed some taro. Auntie, you're so kind. That's right. Xia balanced on the wall, took the taro, and started chatting with Aunt Zhang across the wall. As they talked, each person had a taro, eating and chatting at the same time. Grandpa Sure came out and didn't understand, but he didn't ask and simply joined in. On both sides of the wall between the Sure and Wen families, 3 heads appeared. Old Wen came out and saw 3 people across the wall, munching on taro. Old Wen asked, Is he not joining in because he's shy? To fit in, a 4th person appeared by the wall. Someone walking outside looked over. Soon after, rumors spread that the Sure and Wen families would tear down the wall and become one family, with details and evidence. After a simple breakfast by the wall, Xia took the prepared items and headed to the harbor. The village's woodcutter checked the weather. The forecast predicted good weather for the next 2 or 3 days, so today they planned to go fishing far out at sea. Not long after Xia arrived, the fishing boat prepared to set sail. Xia even carried the engine she rescued from an outsider's fishing boat as a backup. Uncle Chow leaned to the side, wiped the engine with his sleeve, and took a quick look. It was okay. The engine was pretty clean, despite the crooked writing on it. Xia and Uncle Chow exchanged a knowing glance, and the fishing boat set off. Xia stayed at the bow, and Grandpa Sure followed along. The fishing boat stopped at Ming Island. Xia got off, carried a bundle to the door, and said she wanted to see Wen Cheng'an. But Wen Cheng'an was training and couldn't come out easily, so Xia didn't insist, and simply left the bundle there. Give this to Wen Cheng'an from Xia. After leaving this message, Xia returned to the fishing boat and went out to sea to fish. Wen Cheng'an, finished with training, sat on the ground covered in mud, biting on a dog tail grass, hands behind his head, legs crossed. Wen Cheng'an, you did great. Holding your breath for 12 minutes. How did you do it? Any tips? Wen Cheng'an took the grass out of his mouth, looking mischievous, and said, "It's a gift from my parents."
Ha!
You little rascal. Everyone laughed and played around, talking about women. Wen Cheng'an, do you have a girlfriend? Yes. Wen Cheng'an sat up suddenly, loudly, raising one hand. I have a girlfriend. Wow, you're impressive. Is she pretty? Of course. Wen Cheng'an showed off with a smug look, but everyone teased him, saying he was useless. When mentioning his girlfriend, he smiled awkwardly.
Bah!
You guys don't understand. Wen Cheng'an waved his hand and was about to stand up when someone called him. Wen Cheng'an, your package is here. Is that your package? Wen Cheng'an's eyes suddenly lit up. He waved his hand and shouted, Coming.
Coming.
Does this kid still have energy to run? He's faster than someone running 5 kilometers. Who do you think sent him that package? Maybe not sent. His family lives on Haishan Island just ahead. It turns out, men can be quite chatty and gossipy when they gossip. Even more curious comrades directly followed Wen Cheng'an, eager to join the fun. At the door, Wen Cheng'an took the package, signed for it, then hugged it and grinned foolishly. Open it and let us see. The curious comrades came closer and one with a good nose sniffed and said, It smells like eggs.
Step back, step back.
If you don't move, I can't hit him. Wen Cheng'an waved his hand, pointing at the package. Hello, Commander. With a shout of hello, Commander, everyone instinctively turned and stood at attention.
Ha ha ha.
Then came Wen Cheng'an's wild laughter as he ran off with the package.
Wow.
This kid is so sneaky. Brothers, chase after him. A group started chasing and blocking him. When they finally caught up, Wen Cheng'an was already back at the dorm. What are you running for? I was just going back to my dorm. Come on, dried shrimp from home. Wen Cheng'an held a small bag of dried shrimp, sharing it with those chasing him. Each took 2 or 3, and the small bag quickly ran out. Tastes good, chewy. Yeah, a little sweet. Give me some more. Wen Cheng'an pushed away the heads that leaned in to grab.
Get lost.
My girlfriend sent this to me. Just giving you a taste is enough. Wen Cheng'an protected his food, but as a result, a group of hungry wolves scrambled to it. Of course, everyone was just joking around. They ate a little, mostly leaving it for Wen Cheng'an. But Wen Cheng'an's next antics made his comrades regret it. They shouldn't have left this kid anything. My girlfriend gave me marinated eggs. They're so delicious. My girlfriend also sent me sandworms, so I can add them to the soup for the kitchen staff. You're lucky to have such a good girl. My girlfriend is really kind. She knows I can't read, so she wrote me a book to learn characters. Wen Cheng'an kept showing off, and everyone couldn't stand it anymore. Someone even asked Li Daniu, do you know Wen Cheng'an's girlfriend? Yes. That's my boss. Li Daniu smiled foolishly and pulled the person asking. My boss is amazing. My boss can raise killer whales. My boss is also very skilled at going out to fish. Everyone in the dormitory was staring and asking questions. I told you not to ask. I told you not to ask. Originally, there was only one object display, but now there's also Boss Yao. The key is, these two, one shameless and the other stubborn, can't be stopped from talking. Far on the fishing boat, Xia didn't know that although she hadn't appeared yet, her reputation was already spreading far and wide. At this moment, the fishing boat had been sailing for over 6 hours. Finally, at Xia's command, they started lowering the nets. After more than an hour, Xia called to pull up the nets. The thick ropes pulled the fishing net out of the sea bit by bit, lifted by a manual roller. The large net bundle formed a ball, heavy and dense. Release. Xia stood on the deck and shouted, and the heavy fishing net spread open. Golden pomfret. All golden pomfret. We've found a fish school.
Great.
These dried can last a long time when preserved. The supply and marketing cooperative loves these dried, thornless fish. Golden pomfret, from the perch family, each weighing between 5 to 10 kilograms, with small mouths, slightly inclined, capable of retracting their upper jaw bones. Their heads and bodies are oval-shaped, flat, twice as long as their height, tender meat, and no small spines. They're perfect for drying and export. The first catch boosted everyone's spirits, sorting, classifying, and storing the fish. Xia also smiled happily, commanding the boat to keep moving forward. In the afternoon, the fishing boat caught another net, again full of golden pomfret. The fishermen on board admired Xia deeply. According to their words, she was chosen by the sea goddess herself. 2 nets of fish, several thousand kilograms of golden pomfret. But the fishing wasn't over. They planned to catch octopus at night. Octopuses are attracted to light and like to gather in groups, swimming about 30 meters below the surface. At night, a row of sticks was inserted around the boat, with torches lit at the front ends. Flames burned brightly, illuminating the sea surface. The fishermen held their breath, waiting for Xia's command to lower the nets and catch the octopus directly.
Drop.
With another shout, the fishermen threw the nets without hesitation. The heavy sinker pulled the net downward, spreading it as it sank. When it touched the octopus swarm, the net would tangle into a ball, trapping the octopus inside.
Pull up.
Xia, holding a torch, shouted to lift the net. The fishermen used both hands to pull, their faces happy with the heavy load. The joy of a good harvest was very real at this moment. Next, they moved to different spots and lowered the nets again, catching 4 nets of octopus in total. The fish hold on the boat was full. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the sunrise over the sea signaled the return of the fishing boats. Xia was still sitting at the bow of the boat, squinting slightly, feeling a bit sleepy. Choo-choo. Xia opened her eyes quickly and leaned over the side of the boat. Fatty, you came along.
What?
Fatty was twisting in the water, moving up and down. Is there a big fish? Fatty nodded. Wait for me. Xia stood up directly, put on her waterproof suit, and grabbed her spear and large net. Brother Chao Ping, I'll go into the water for a bit. You can leave first. Fatty can take me, and I'll catch up with you soon. Chao Ping, who was steering, looked at Fatty swimming around in the sea and nodded. Be careful. We'll go slowly. Okay. Xia agreed, then jumped off the bow. Fatty excitedly swam over to her. Xia rode on Fatty's back, waved to Chao Ping, and with a splash, they disappeared into the sea. That's amazing! Chao Ping sighed in admiration and continued steering, though a little slower. Xia, already in the sea, held onto Fatty's fin and let the water wash over her as she descended. After a few minutes downward, Fatty slowed down and hid in a deep, dark place. Xia understood that a school of fish was coming. She used her special ability and saw the fish school.
Tuna. Great.
Xia held her spear, sensing the water flow. When the tuna appeared, she and Fatty moved at the same time. Fatty opened his cute face and bit sharply at a tuna. Xia raised her spear, aimed at a fish, and quickly caught it, stuffing it into her pocket despite its struggles, then stabbed at another. Luckily, she was quick, and with her ability's help, she successfully caught 3 tuna. Her net was already half full. Xia patted Fatty to thank him, prepared to retract her ability.
Huh, what's that?
Xia's ability detected a metallic object. She couldn't see it clearly, but knew where it was. She patted Fatty and pointed toward the deeper seabed. The 2 of them, 1 person and 1 whale, worked together again and dove underwater. When Xia's feet touched the bottom, she followed her ability's guidance and found something on the seabed. She floated over and went to pick it up. It was very heavy. A flat, round shape, about the size of a pot lid, black in color. Xia pulled with all her strength, stirring up mud and seawater into her eyes. She grabbed the object, pushed off the seabed, and started to rise. Fatty swam underneath the black object to help lift it. With their combined effort, they brought the object to the surface. Wow, Pang Pang, you're amazing! Xia patted Pang Pang, sending her special energy to help locate the direction, then chased after the fishing boat. With her energy assistance, Pong Pong's speed was very fast, and in just over half an hour, She caught up with a slow-moving fishing boat. Shirxia is back. Where is she? Over there, flying in the sky. The people on the boat pointed at the swiftly swimming orca. The boat stopped to wait for Shirxia. As Shirxia approached, she called out to the people on the boat, "Help me out." At this moment, everyone noticed she was holding something. What's that? It's so heavy. Who cares what it is? Just get it on board first. Everyone pulled and tugged until they finally managed to drag the black, flat, round metal object onto the boat. Shirxia also climbed aboard, her strength nearly spent. Brother Chao Ping, mark our coordinates.
Huh.
Okay, let me see. Although the boat didn't have a very precise radar system, they could still make simple markings. They used nearby islands as references and measured how far they traveled. This was their way of navigating at sea.
Got it, Shirxia.
Yes, let's head to Hyaming Island. Okay. Chao Ping restarted the engine and set sail. The people on the boat gathered around the black object, guessing what it was. Maybe it's something hidden by Shaori. The south isn't a good place either. They keep crossing the border to come here. Just see what they're doing. No need to hesitate. Don't give them face. They talked and cursed their common enemies, heading toward Hyaming Island. Before disembarking, Shirxia looked at everyone carefully and said, "Don't tell anyone what happened today. Wait for the military statement. Not even your families understand?" The fisherman nodded, indicating they understood. Shirxia then got off the boat. She was a regular visitor, so the check was quick. "I need to see Commander Cheng. It's urgent. Please wait a moment, comrade." A soldier made a call to relay the message. When Commander Cheng, who was training, heard that Shirxia needed to see him urgently, he hurried out. "Shirxia, what's the urgent matter?" "Commander Cheng, I caught a whole boat of fish. Do you want some?" "Just that? Is it urgent?" "Of course. If the fish die, they're worthless." Shirxia spoke naturally and eagerly invited Commander Cheng to look at the fish. "I already said this isn't my responsibility. I don't think it's useful to look." Commander Cheng looked down, noticing Shirxia tugging at his sleeve. He pulled at it but couldn't tear it free. He tugged again, and with a ripping sound, his shirt tore. Shirxia and Commander Cheng looked at each other. "Commander Cheng, just take a look." "All right, I'll see." Otherwise, he was afraid his long sleeves would turn into a vest when he went back. Commander Cheng reluctantly followed Shirxia onto the fishing boat, casually glancing at the fish hold, then suddenly sharpening his gaze. Shirxia stood beside him quietly and whispered, caught from the sea floor, "Commander Cheng, want some fish?" Immediately, Commander Cheng understood Shirxia's hidden meaning. Buy the fish to take home, hide something inside the fish, and no one will know. Handling some matters discreetly is more effective than making a big fuss. "Very good. These fish are fresh." Commander Cheng cooperated by beginning to look over the catch, nodding and saying, "All right, wait a moment, I'll ask for instructions." "Okay." Soon after, the logistics officer arrived. He looked at the fish, saw they were fresh, and waved his hand, buying them all. Half of the golden pomfret and squid caught on the boat were bought away. At the port, the cargo was being unloaded. Commander Cheng and Old Du from the logistics department exchanged a knowing look. "Shirxia, you need to sign here, and then take the money."
Got it.
Shirxia followed Commander Cheng into the office again, where Wei, the head officer, and Commissar Li were already waiting. "Comrade Shirxia, where did you catch these?" "The location is roughly marked. I've written it down for you." Commissar Li immediately took out paper and a pen and handed them to Shirxia. She drew a simple diagram. "Our fishing boat passed by Sanjiu Island at 20 kilometers per hour, took 18 minutes. I was behind at a speed of about 40 kilometers per hour, chasing for around 34 minutes. Thank you, Comrade Shirxia." Shirxia put down her pen and said, "It's a small matter. I don't know what it is exactly, but I guess there's more underneath. Just need to say if you need help." Commissar Li and Wei, the head officer, expressed their thanks again. Shirxia took the approval slip and, led by Commander Cheng, went to collect the money. The items were handed over, and the fish catch from the fishing boat was sold. They easily returned home. When the fishing boat reached the coast of Haishan Island, Many islanders came to help, but the fish hold was nearly empty. That's just half. Our harvest was really good this time. Yes, Shirxia sold the fish to the military stationed on Haiming Island. We brought the money directly back. With this explanation, everyone understood. They looked at Shirxia as if she were a treasure. Shirxia disembarked, ready to go home, and decided not to participate in the remaining work. It was before 9 a.m., and the ferry had just arrived at Haishan Island. 4 men, full of energy, disembarked and asked everyone they saw, "Where is Shirxia's home?" All the people on the dock looked at those 4 men. Shirxia was among them. "Stand behind me. Stand behind us too, and don't speak." 2 ants blocked Shirxia, and the villagers in front of them moved in unison, fully covering her. Village Chief Chao and Accountant Su happily stepped forward. "Comrade, I am Chowda, the village chief of Haishan Island. What do you want with Shirxia?" "Of course, we have our reasons." Their tone was unfriendly. Accountant Su took out a few cigarettes from his pocket and offered them, lowering his stance. "Dear leaders, our village chief just wants to know what's going on. We will cooperate for sure." The 4 people didn't take the cigarettes, but replied instead. "Someone reported that Shirxia was involved in illegal trading. We're taking her back for investigation." Chief Chao and Accountant Su felt a jolt in their hearts. This was a serious accusation. Is this a misunderstanding? Shirxia is just a young girl. She wouldn't do such things exactly. She's taking care of her disabled grandfather. They're living a hard life. She's honest and obedient. Maybe there's a mistake. Chief Chao and Accountant Su spoke sincerely, and the villagers around also chimed in. With their support, Shirxia's gentle, filial, and honest image was established. The 4 people opposite looked annoyed. Of course, they thought, she's the one being falsely accused. All because she offended someone. Shut up. Whether she's guilty or not, we'll find out after the investigation. Stop talking. Where is Shirxia? Where is Shirxia? Shirxia hasn't come back from sea yet. Yeah, she left early in the morning on the boat. No one knows where she went fishing. Chief Chao and Accountant Su each spoke hesitantly. Su, thinking of others, looked at Chao and said, "Village chief, why don't we lend them the boat? Let them look for her themselves. They seem pretty anxious." Chief Chao nodded exaggeratedly, looking concerned at the 4 people. "I think that's good. The sea can be dangerous. Bring some water and dry food. If they get lost, they can last a few more days." Exactly. Usually no one dies easily. Yeah, and those who do die don't come back. The villagers kept persuading, and the 4 people opposite frowned at their words. "Who are you cursing? What are you saying? We're just trying to help you. You misunderstood. Go away. Acting like we're fools." Exactly. She's not done with her work yet. The villagers gathered and headed toward the beach. Shirxia was surrounded by them, a slight smile on her lips. She wasn't planning to go out now. She wasn't stupid. She knew it was a trap, but still wanted to go in. She decided to delay a bit. In the blink of an eye, most of the people on the dock had left, and the rest secretly blocked her view. Uncle Chao and Accountant Su kept arguing back and forth, talking nonstop, making all 4 people dizzy. "Stop talking. Take us to Shirxia's house. You should have told us earlier. I want to warn you, Shirxia's grandpa isn't very smart, so be careful." Uncle Chao reminded them as he led the way, but the 4 behind him paid no attention. What's there to fear about an old man? Meanwhile, after Shirxia saw the 4 leave, she thanked the islanders. "Thank you, everyone, uncles and aunts. I'm a young girl. I won't cause trouble. But these people don't seem trustworthy, so I'll hide first." "Yes, Shirxia, just find a small island to hide on. I'll go ashore and find out what's going on. Don't rush back."
Gao Ping advis.
Shirxia agreed, and, under the watch of the islanders, she dove into the sea. She whistled, and Fatty, White appeared. 1 person and 1 whale quickly disappeared from sight. Shirxia didn't hide. She wanted to go to land and find out the truth. It's probably safe to guess that 90% of this was caused by the Chen family. While Shirxia was swimming, Uncle Chow and the 4 people arrived at Shirxia's house. This is Shirxia's home. The people and animals here can be a bit fierce. Move aside. One person impatiently pushed Uncle Chow away. Uncle Chow stepped back several steps and was helped by Accountant Sue. Suddenly, there was a loud banging on the door. Gag, 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 ah, gag, gag. Uncle Chow turned his head and muttered quietly, "Debai swears a lot." Accountant Sue nodded and said, learning new words again. They exchanged a knowing look and took 3 more steps back. With a creak, the door opened. Shirxia. A huge white figure lunged from the wall, biting down someone's nose. The man being bitten tried to grab Debai's neck, but a small flower chicken suddenly swooped in from the air, heading straight for his eye. He forgot everything else and shouted loudly, "Help quickly!" It helped. The 3 behind hurried forward, but the small flower chicken was surprisingly agile, flying around wildly, making it impossible to catch. Just as someone tried to grab the big goose, Debai released its bite and snapped at the hand reaching for it. A piercing scream echoed. The 4 people started working together to catch the big goose. Debai dodged nimbly, flapping its wings, biting whenever it had the chance, while the small flower chicken kept attacking from the air. 1 chicken and 1 goose kept the 4 people running in circles, with no way to catch them.
"I'll fight you."
One person ignored everyone and ran straight at Big White, trying to use their weight to push him down. "Big White, come back!" Grandpa sure shouted. Big White ran away. Grandpa sure swung his hand and slapped the man rushing over. The man spun 3 times and looked like there were birds chirping around his head. "Catch the thief. Catch the goose thief." Grandpa sure remembered Uncle Wen's words and shouted loudly. Next door, Uncle Wen and his wife appeared just in time. "Where is the thief? I'll beat you to death." His wife brought a big broom, ready to hit, not asking questions, just hitting whatever she saw. "What are you doing? Get away." The man waved his hand, and Uncle Wen raised a shovel and hit him. "Stealing is wrong, and you still act innocent." Uncle Chow and Accountant Sue arrived late, looking tired, trying to calm everyone with gentle words. "Stop fighting. It's all a misunderstanding." "Yes, a misunderstanding." "Stop fighting. Don't get so worked up over the goose and chickens." "I told you, her family's animals protect their home." Uncle Chow and Accountant Sue were so angry they almost lost their temper. Fine, fine, fine." Village head Chow, acting as the peacemaker, stepped forward with a thick skin and said, "No need to praise us. It's what we should do." Then he pretended to criticize them a little, but Grandpa sure looked like he didn't understand or just didn't hear. The 4 people suppressed their frustration and went into the yard to find Shirxia. They wanted to search around, but because Grandpa sure was watching them, they didn't dare do anything. Village head, when will Shirxia be back? How would I know? No one's on a boat exactly on time.
"All right."
You don't know, huh? Then we're not leaving today. I don't believe we won't see her. Uncle Chow said indifferently, "Fine, if you want to wait, then wait. By the way, are you going to eat here?" "Of course, just something simple." One person, standing tall and proud, waved his hand as if offering a gift to Uncle Chow. "No problem. Can you give us some ration tickets?" Uncle Chow opened his hands, looking at the 4 people who hadn't moved. "Aren't you not wanting to give?"
"Who dares say that?"
Even teachers know not to take a penny from the common people when they go out to eat.
"Fine."
Haishan Island, I'll remember that. Uncle Chow pursed his lips. If they remembered, so be it. If he had the ability, he could wipe out everyone on that island. The 4 people angrily took out their ration tickets and sat at Shirxia's house door, refusing to move. Today, they were determined to wait for Shirxia. Meanwhile, Shirxia, riding her chubby, super-fast and telepathically aided pet, sped towards the land. At 11 a.m., Shirxia arrived at the land port and landed in a remote area. She was wearing a hastily grabbed burlap sack and went to find Brother Baldy. Seeing Shirxia covered in seawater and wearing the sack, Brother Baldy immediately realized something was wrong.
"Uri, come in."
He stepped aside, allowing Shirxia to enter, and carefully closed the door behind her. Half an hour later, Shirxia changed into new clothes and sat across from Brother Baldy. Girl, I just checked. It was the Chen family who did this. They caught a kid named Liao San. Liao San is a loyal kid, but he has a big weakness. He's very filial. If I'm right, someone probably has his grandma hostage to threaten him. Shirxia nodded repeatedly while drinking tea instead of alcohol with Brother Baldy. Thanks, Brother Baldy. I already called you girl, so it's fine to be informal. They clinked cups and set them down. Brother Baldy, can you deliver a message to Liao San? Yes, I can. Thanks. Please tell him that his grandma was saved by Shirxia.
Got it.
After they agreed, Shirxia left, and Brother Baldy also started to act. Shirxia headed straight to Liao San's house. It wasn't surprising to find Liao San since the Chen family probably started from Wen Cheng'an. Thinking as she approached Liao San's house, she prepared to climb over the wall. Suddenly, a loud noise made her quicken her pace.
Who's there? Grandma Liao.
Shirxia raised her hands and looked at Grandma Liao, who was holding a dirt gun, and then at the man on the ground foaming at the mouth. It seemed she didn't need to rescue him after all. Is it you? I know you. Grandma Liao put down the dirt gun, kicked the man on the ground, and asked Shirxia, Can you tie people up? Skilled worker. Shirxia bent down, grabbing the man's ankle with one hand, dragging him from the middle of the yard, and found some rope to tie him up tightly from head to toe. Grandma Liao nodded as she watched. Nice skills. Thanks for the compliment. The two exchanged smiles. Grandma Liao invited Shirxia inside. Inside, Grandma Liao took a cup of tea from the table. I'll get you a new one. This one doesn't taste good. Shirxia's eyes twitched. If it was that bad, she had already knocked down a man weighing over 100 jin. Soon, Grandma Liao brought out a fresh cup of tea, but Shirxia still didn't drink. Are you afraid?
Yes.
Shirxia's honesty made Grandma Liao's wrinkled face look more lively. Be careful. Otherwise, you'll end up like that fool outside. I only know how to threaten my grandson, but I haven't asked around. I am an old militia captain. As a militia captain, my family has been gathering herbs for generations. I remember how many Japanese soldiers I defeated back in the day. The old lady loves to talk about the past, and often reminisces for a long time. Oh, I'm too old now, not very useful anymore. Now I need medicine to help me recover from injuries. After expressing her feelings, the old lady looked at Shirxia and asked, What's your name?
I'm Shirxia.
Liao San asked me to find a bamboo pole. Chen's family found out and forced Liao San to change his statement, claiming I was secretly trading with him and involved in illegal dealings. Grandma Liao frowned and slapped her palm on the table. They should have knocked them all out with a single dose of medicine. Are you here to save me, Grandma? Yes, I am. Though I haven't been able to do much yet. Forget about those things. Do you have a plan?
Yes.
Shirxia confidently replied, and Grandma Liao smiled. I'll cooperate with you. First, Shirxia moved Grandma Liao to hide her from the Chen family. She took Grandma Liao to the Chu family. After hearing Shirxia's story, Mrs. Chu immediately called the leader back without hesitation. Then Shirxia and the leader talked for a long time in the study. After they finished, Shirxia went to Grandma Liao. Grandma Liao, you can stay here peacefully. Just testify tomorrow.
Don't worry.
I fooled many Japanese soldiers with my acting back in the day. You're amazing. Shirxia left the Chu family and returned to Haisan Island. That night, she didn't go home but went to the small island where she trained with Wen Cheng'an. She found a random spot to rest for the night. Using the sky as her blanket and the ground as her bed, she watched the stars and listened to the waves. It was a bit cold, but very relaxing and sleep-inducing. At the same time, Captain Chung led the best swimmers on a mission. Wen Cheng'an and Li Daniu were also part of the team. Li Daniu was a good swimmer, though not quite as skilled as Wen Cheng'an, but still quite capable compared to others. Once the ships reached the designated sea area, they changed into diving suits, dispersed, and started searching and retrieving. Wen Cheng'an didn't need a diving suit and dove directly into the water. He was very fast, plunging down swiftly and moving agilely underwater. Beforehand, Captain Chung had told them what to look for. Wen Cheng'an searched purposefully. He was eager to find the target, to make a contribution, get promoted, and take a break. Thanks to his years of living by the sea, Wen Cheng'an was actually the first to find the target. He untied the rope around his waist, wrapped it a few times to secure it, and then started swimming back up. Captain Cheng, waiting on the boat, watched as soldiers emerged from the water and reported. Report, Captain. No success. Report to the camp leader, nothing.
Splash.
When Cheng'an surfaced quickly and loudly called out, Report to the camp leader, we've located the target. Got it, did you find them? Commander Cheng looked at Wen Cheng'an with surprise. Wen Cheng'an nodded, holding up the rope. Good. Let's go diving to retrieve them. A few other soldiers, after resting, also dove underwater. The four of them worked together to bring the target up. Seeing this, Commander Cheng only said, It still has to be Xia. The recovery continued, but after Wen Cheng'an found one thing, there was no further progress. Commander Cheng had to lead the team back to report the process and results. In the office, Chief, I think we can ask Comrade Xia for help. Just. Yes, what do you mean? Our last reward hasn't been given out yet. We can't let her work for nothing. Commander Cheng finished and thought, if I don't bring some rabbit with me, I'm worried Laoying might have an opinion. Then bring her along. Commander Cheng took a stamped commendation letter, a proud banner, and some prize money, and set out. This time, he walked with confidence. Finally, he felt more confident when facing Xia. At the same time, Xia returned to Ha San Island at dawn. The islanders saw her and quietly came to report. They didn't leave yesterday. They're staying at the village office, saying they'll wait for you. Quick, you should leave. We'll cover for you. Xia shook her wet hair and said, No more hiding. I'll go with them.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
Uncle Chow, I need to go home and change my clothes first. Xia confidently walked back home. The village women, anxious and unsure what to do, finally went to see the village chief. Uncle Chow asked after hearing. Xia said she's fine? Yes, village chief. Please think of a way quickly. Exactly. If we don't rescue Xia, the sea goddess will be angry. Uncle Chow wasn't as anxious as yesterday. You don't understand. When Xia says she's fine, she really is. This girl is surprisingly capable. Why are you all staring at me? Fine, if there's really a problem, I'll take the men and break her out of jail. Is that okay? After much persuasion, Uncle Chow finally convinced the group of older women who believed in half immortal to leave. You all still don't understand Xia. It's still me who understands best. Although Uncle Chow wasn't worried, he kept paying attention to what was happening in the village. Soon, the four of them finished eating and sneaked over to Shi's house, only to see Xia eating dinner. Xia? Hello, big brothers. Have you eaten? Want to join us? During the warm and hospitable summer, the four people across from her looked stunned. Comrade Xia, someone has reported you for speculation and profiteering. Please come with us for an investigation. Xia continued eating calmly and slowly. Show us your ID to prove your identity. The four looked at the stern Yi and the two big white and small flowers watching them. Showing their IDs was also an option. After verifying their IDs, Xia put down her bowl and chopsticks.
Let's go then.
Without hesitation, Xia followed the four to the port. Xia, where are you going? Commander Cheng, holding a banner, approached. Commander Cheng carried the banner and looked at Xia and the four people behind her. These people couldn't compare to the big snake. Xia, I'm here representing the army to give you this banner, thanking you for your help. You're a good comrade. Commander Cheng handed over the banner, and Xia politely accepted it. Commander Cheng, you're too kind. We are all one family, military and civilians. Any fisherman would do the same. Comrade Shi, you are modest. No one else would risk their safety to chase away illegal fishing boats and help us find islands. It's what I should do. Comrade Shi, here is your commendation letter. Xia and Commander Cheng exchanged greetings for 5 minutes. The four people who came to arrest Xia looked at each other nervously. Did anyone say Xia was connected to the military? She's just a poor orphan girl with no money or influence. Could an orphan girl really deserve the military to send such a grand banner? They had a bad feeling about this. Comrade Xia, what are you doing here? They said someone reported me, for speculation. I didn't do such things, but as a good comrade, I am willing to cooperate with the investigation. I believe the party and government will find out the truth and clear my name. I won't be falsely accused of being a good person.
Xia is right.
I'll go with you to see who is slandering a good comrade. The four felt a jolt in their hearts, an even stronger premonition. It seemed they had hit a hard wall. Commander Chen was going, and the four couldn't stop him. Soon, the four, Xia, Uncle Chow, and Accountant Su all boarded the military ship. The four were surrounded. In that moment, they felt they might be the ones in trouble. The ship set sail, and Xia, separated from the others, was explaining what had happened to Commander Cheng. This Chen family really isn't a good bunch. During Wen Cheng'an's political review, we encountered the Chen family. They spoke badly of Wen Cheng'an at the time, but our investigators didn't believe everything they said. Instead, they visited several households to gather information. Xia turned his head. Is there more to this? Of course. The facts show that even if you don't talk about it, the Chen family's nonsense can't be hidden. Neighbors all say Wen Cheng'an is a good kid. The Chen family would scold or hit him. At first, neighbors tried to advise them, but the Chen family was petty and kept looking for chances to get back at him. When Wen Cheng'an was about 7 or 8, he personally went to a neighbor's house to thank them for their help, not wanting to cause trouble for others. Commander Cheng sighed as he spoke, showing some sympathy for Wen Cheng'an. Those neighbors said that after that, Wen Cheng'an seemed to change completely. He became prickly and fought with the Chen family every day. He didn't eat at home but looked for food outside. He appeared stern to neighbors, but often secretly sent them fish. Commander Cheng's voice drifted in and out, and Xia seemed to see a small, stubborn boy struggling in the sea. Despite his hardships, he still cared about those who had helped him. The boat slowly docked, and everyone disembarked. One of the four wanted to leave first, but Commander Cheng stopped him. Let's go together. The man smiled bitterly and nodded, sweating nervously, and followed behind. They soon arrived at a quiet 2-story courtyard in the center of town. It looked wealthy at a glance. Xia was taken inside, with Commander Cheng and others following. Why are you so late? The Chen family has been pressing us. A person inside asked impatiently, only to be met with several glaring eyes. What was going on? Why were military personnel here? A few minutes later, the leader of the office came out to speak with Commander Cheng. Commander Cheng, local matters are hard to interfere with. Who said I want to interfere? Xia is my niece. Isn't it okay for me to come see her? Besides, our unit appreciates good comrades, and now they've been taken away.
I need to know why.
The office leader was speechless. What a strange niece. Fine, you can look, he said. They had solid evidence anyway. Soon, Liao San was brought out to confront Xia. Comrade Liao San, please tell us how you and Comrade Xia got involved in this scheme. This question was strange. How did they get involved in a scheme? The charge was made first. Liao San trembled as he looked up. What scheme? I would never do such a thing. The young leader sitting in the middle stared wide-eyed at Liao San and said, Comrade Liao San, please tell the truth. Someone at home is waiting for you to return. This blatant threat was understood by everyone present. Liao San looked up, glanced at Xia, then at the young leader in the middle. Last night, he received news that his grandmother had been rescued by Xia. Liao San and Xia exchanged glances. Xia showed no emotion, silently calculating the time. It was almost time. Grandson, my grandson, Liao grandma arrived. Liao San's eyes lit up as he looked toward the door. Grandma. Liao grandma hammered on the door and shouted, Sana, Sana. Liao San called out grandma 5 times, then turned to look at the young leader whose face had changed dramatically. Comrade Xia is here representing Haishan Island to buy bamboo poles. I only helped introduce him. We haven't engaged in any shady deals. I've said this many times. From start to finish, we haven't exchanged any money or tickets. There's no illegal activity. After Liao San finished speaking, Uncle Chow, the village head, suddenly stood up. Is that all? You're arresting Xia just for this? What are you doing? I am the village head. You didn't ask me, and you're arresting a young girl. What is this about? Chow village chief suddenly challenged, questioning. Assistant accountant Su took out prepared documents. We on Haishan Island plan to grow kelp and seaweed. This project has been reported to the commune, and it's supported. The official stamp is on the documents. Su, holding the stamped papers, started crying. Our island is suffering. We have no land, rely on fishing every day. We finally came up with the idea to grow seaweed and kelp. Why is that considered illegal activity? You are bullying us hardworking folks. Bullying us. Su and Chow village chief hugged their heads and cried sincerely, moving the crowd outside, who had been attracted by Grandma Liao. The young leader in the middle was sweating profusely. It was supposed to be about returning a favor to the Chen family, but how did it come to this? Bang, 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 open the door. Why are you closing the door in broad daylight? Someone else arrived. The door was opened, and Director Ma from the commune came. Su and Chow, seeing him, rushed forward like family. Director Ma, you're here. Please help us. You two grown men, get up. Aren't you ashamed? Chow village chief wiped his tears and, feeling defeated, said, Shame is better than losing our lives. Our good comrades have all been wrongfully accused. Director Ma's eyes hurt from the glare. These two big men are embarrassing, but what they said was true. Yesterday, Chao Ping from Ha Sandao came to see him, saying someone was stopping them from planting kelp and seaweed. How could this happen? The projects for planting kelp and seaweed reported by Ha Sandao were considered very beneficial for the people by the commune. They planned to try it out on Ha Sandao first. If successful, the lives of the island residents would be more secure. They are very poor by the sea. The seaside commune is even poorer. Every time they go to the city for meetings, their performance is always at the bottom. They really want to develop, but someone is sabotaging their efforts. Who can tolerate this? All right, stop crying. I'm here now. Director Ma approached a young leader sitting in the middle and took out some documents professionally. Director Su, this is our commune's next batch of documents about kelp planting. Ha Sandao is the first trial site. The procedures are illegal. I don't understand where it's considered speculation or profiteering. Please give us some guidance.
No.
Director Su tried to stay calm. It was originally Chen's plan to retaliate, and it was better to handle this quietly. Now, with the commune and the military involved, more people might come later. Such a lively scene. Leader Chu and his team entered from outside. Director Su's head buzzed. Why are more people coming?
Could it be?
He secretly looked at the calm Xia and swallowed hard. Who exactly is she? Director Ma is also here. Leader Chu. Director Ma didn't know Leader Chu would come, but once he spoke, he understood they shared the same goal. Although he didn't know why, an alliance was enough. He had thought that being a commune director was not enough, but now he felt overqualified. Leader Chu also looked at Director Su in the middle, waved his hand, and the police officers in uniform stepped forward. What is this? What's going on? Comrade Su, Comrade Chen Xiaodong is suspected of corruption and abuse of power. He has been arrested, and he has implicated you as his accomplice. Please come with us.
I'm innocent.
It wasn't me. Chen Xiaodong made me do it. No matter how Director Su shouted, he was taken away. As for Xia and Liao San's involvement in profiteering, it was naturally a misunderstanding, and everyone was released on the spot. Xia stood up without any interaction with Leader Chu. Leader Chu did not speak with Xia in front of everyone and left with his people. Xia stood up to thank Director Ma. Director Ma nodded in response, but he felt his role wasn't very important. Anyway, the matter was settled. Director Ma reminded Uncle Chow and Accountant Su to take their responsibilities seriously in raising seaweed and kelp. They first praised Xia, and Director Ma looked at her with more respect and importance. After some polite chatting, Director Ma left. Liao Sen approached Shixia and apologized.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, Shixia waved her hand, showing she didn't mind. She really didn't mind. Liao Sen was a good grandson, but definitely not a good partner. Knowing this, she wouldn't work with him again in the future. As for harsh words, there was no need to say them now that they had no more contact. Liao San probably understood Shixia's meaning. There are large bamboo forests in Lituan. Shixia nodded, and Liao Sen helped Grandma Liao to leave. Shixia, we're going back to the army first. Commander Chen was about to leave, but suddenly turned back after a few steps. No, I need to talk to you. Shixia nodded, indicating she understood. Commander Chen, it will be foggy tonight, not suitable for going to sea. Also, the humidity is high these days, and it might rain. When the weather clears, I will go.
Then?
Commander Chen rubbed his fingers, feeling a bit damp. Though unsure when asking for help, she had to listen. All right, I'll go back first. Please take Uncle Chow and Uncle Sue with you. I'll take the ferry back in the afternoon. I have some things to do. Commander Chen agreed. After a few words of instructions to Uncle Chow and Uncle Sue, they left together. After everyone had gone, Shixia hummed a little tune and left. She came here, but she couldn't bear to see the tragedy at the Chen family and feel good about returning. Her biggest flaw was her heart. Shixia slipped to the Chen family's door. At this moment, the door was a mess. Chen Shuyuan sat on the ground crying loudly, while Chen Jiandong stood nearby with a dark face. Chen Xiaodong and Miao Guilan had been taken away. The house's wall paint had been scraped off all around. Neighbors and passers-by pointed and whispered, but no one helped, showing how unpopular the Chen family's actions were. So, maintaining good relationships in daily life was very important. Shixia watched for a while, feeling in a good mood, planning to buy some things to take back to the island. Before she left, she saw Chen Jiandong with a serious face, kicking Chen Shuyuan. Why are you crying? Shut up. Chen Shuyuan was not afraid of Chen Jiandong at all, and immediately lunged at him. Get lost. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my family wouldn't be like this. Chen Jiandong was bitten painfully and desperately pushed away Chen Shuyuan. The two brothers quickly started fighting. Chen Shuyuan was defeated, and Chen Jiandong narrowly won. After kicking Chen Shuyuan fiercely, Chen Jiandong strode away. Shixia thought for a moment and decided to follow. Someone as selfish as Chen Jiandong only seeks revenge when angry. Shixia kept a distance and followed as Chen Jiandong walked angrily toward the hospital. He stopped outside, tidied his clothes and hair. Shixia hid behind a tree, watching. The hospital? She remembered Lin Cece was at the hospital. Sure enough, soon Lin Cece came out, probably finished her shift.
Lin Cece.
When Lin Cece saw Chen Jiandong, she frowned and ignored him, walking straight past. It seemed Lin Cece had arranged for someone to beat up Chen Jiandong, realizing he was no longer her savior.
Lin Cece.
Chen Jiandong stubbornly followed, whispering, Don't you want to know who saved you?
I saw it.
Chen Jiandong. You're shameless. I'm like this.
Do you want to know or not?
I'll exchange a piece of information for money. What do you say? Lin Cece glared angrily at Chen Jiandong, but her insistence on her savior made her nod. Chen Jiandong looked sinister, pointing somewhere. Not here, over there. Lin Cece had no choice but to follow Chen Jiandong. Shixia shook her head behind the tree. Foolish girl. Shixia stepped forward to catch up. Chen Jiandong and Lin Cece reached a deserted corner. Lin Cece, does anyone say you're very silly?
Huh.
What are you doing, Chen Jiandong? Chen Jiandong covered Lin Cece's mouth as tears streamed down her face because he was tearing at her clothes. Go to. Shixia kicked fiercely, sending Chen Jiandong flying away. She looked at Lin Cece with disappointment. What are you standing there for? Come and fight with us. Shixia shouted, and Lin Cece also erupted with her own strength. Go to. You scoundrel, I'll kick you to death. Kick you to death.
Kick you to death.
Lin Cece struggled with all her might to kick Chen Jiandong, who was controlled by Shixia. Shixia smiled slightly, exerting a little more force, and Chen Jiandong, overwhelmed, shifted about 30 degrees. Kick you to death. Once again, a gatekeeper from the Qing dynasty had been replaced. Lin Cixi paused briefly, then suddenly kicked with more strength. Kick you to death. Bang, bang, bang. She lost count of how many kicks she delivered. Anyway, Lin Cixi was already leaning on her hips, gasping for breath and exhausted. Go find a rope, then call the police. Okay. Lin Cixi turned and ran away. Shi Xia pushed Chen Jiandong, causing him to stumble, then stepped on his face, smiling like a villain. Shi Xia, what are you calling your grandma for? Chen Jiandong, seeing you live poorly, I can finally sleep well now. You. Boo-hoo-hoo. Shi Xia used her strength. Chen Jiandong looked at her with anger, but couldn't say a word. His heart was hurt. Why was Shi Xia so strong? He even wondered if Shi Xia was the one who first put the bag over his head. Rope. Lin Cixi returned. Shi Xia quickly tied Chen Jiandong up with the rope, then looked at Lin Cixi and said, he tried to act like a hooligan. I stepped in to help. You're safe, and this weak chicken got a good beating. Is there a problem? Lin Cixi shook her head. Then let's go. Shi Xia grabbed the rope. As for Chen Jiandong, his entire bottom was scraping the ground, with sharp little stones poking him repeatedly. He kept shouting in pain. It was definitely eye-catching to see two young girls dragging a grown man. What's going on? Is everything okay?
Someone asked.
Shi Xia loudly answered, this man tried to act like a hooligan, but he was too weak and got beaten up by us. Hooligan? He deserves it. I think it was too light a punishment. Serves him right. He can't keep his hands in check. There were no vegetables or eggs, but enough saliva to make him feel sick. Chen Jiandong, passing by, already felt disgusted with himself. They arrived at the police station. Shi Xia accompanied Lin Cixi inside to report the incident. The police officer looked at the somewhat pitiful hooligan with a hint of sympathy. No, he was a servant of the people. How could he sympathize with a criminal? Please sit down, comrades. What are your names? I'm Lin Cixi. I am Shi Xia. Lin Cixi suddenly turned her head, eyes wide with surprise. You're Shi Xia?
Yes.
You said you're not Shi Xia? Shi Xia looked innocent and confused. Really? Maybe I recently changed my name. You are so good at fighting. Can you teach me? This time, Shi Xia was stunned. She didn't see this twist coming. Sure, but it costs money. Oh, then maybe another time. Lin Cixi sat down regretfully. Her little savings were running low. Thinking of this, Lin Cixi's sharp little eyes darted angrily at Chen Jiandong. Comrade police, this Chen Jiandong pretended to be my savior. We were together for a while, and during that time, he scammed me out of 368 yuan. Just a few days ago, I officially ended our relationship. Yet, he harbored ill intentions and blocked my way today. Thanks to Comrade Shi Xia's brave act, I escaped harm. Shi Xia nodded repeatedly, showing understanding. Yes, her thinking was clear. Besides being love-struck, Lin Cixi was brave and decisive. She was a good girl. The police officer took notes and asked Shi Xia again. Their stories matched. As for Chen Jiandong, witnesses saw him at the scene with the two girls, and it was known that he and Lin Cixi had been dating and had recently broken up. He was seen looking for Lin Cixi today with solid evidence. In this era, harassing others was a serious crime. Chen Jiandong was taken away, and he didn't even get a chance to curse. Lin Cixi let out a breath and proudly looked at Shi Xia. Don't think I forgive you just because you helped me.
Oh.
Shi Xia nodded and left. Lin Cixi stomped her foot, angry, and hurried after him.
Stop.
I, Lin Cixi, am clear about my likes and dislikes. You helped me this time, so I must treat you to a meal. Shi Xia stopped, looking a bit embarrassed. Don't refuse.
Fine. Okay.
Shi Xia reluctantly followed Lin Cixi. Lin Cixi's lips curled slightly, but then pressed down her pride, acting like a spoiled princess as she slowed her steps. I need to go home and change clothes. This is so disgusting.
All right.
So, Xia followed Lin Sisi to her home. Her home was in a residential area under the dehydrated vegetable factory. Lin Sisi was very familiar with the security guard and greeted passers-by, who looked at her with kindness mixed with respect. It seemed her family held a high position. Most of the dehydrated vegetable factory's business was with the military and research institutes. They rarely took outside orders, so their status was stable. Soon, they arrived in front of a private courtyard. Lin Sisi unlocked the door with her key. They entered the yard, and Lin Sisi continued to open the door and went inside first.
Come in.
Xia followed her in and was invited to sit on a wooden sofa. Drink some water first. I'll go change clothes.
Okay.
Xia picked up the glass of water and watched Lin Sisi go into the bedroom. She took 3 sips, just as there was a knock on the door. A fashionable woman with curly hair, wearing a fitted dress and carrying a stylish embroidered bag, entered.
Who are you?
Lin Sisi brought me here. She is changing clothes. The woman, hearing that I am her daughter's friend, shows a kind smile. Hello, Mom. Lin Sisi comes out, and after calling her mom, she starts crying loudly. What's wrong, Sisi? The woman gently walks over, worried. Lin Sisi rushes into her arms, hugging her waist, hiding her face in her chest, and crying freely. It's clear she's been loved and cared for since she was young. Mom, today I almost got bullied. What happened? The woman's tone becomes serious. Lin Sisi explains what happened, tears in her eyes. Hearing this, the woman feels worried and can't imagine what would have happened if she hadn't met Xia. Her daughter might have been hurt by Chen Jiandong's insults. Comrade Xia, thank you. Thank you so much. The woman sincerely thanks her. Xia stands up. I will step in if anyone tries to hurt you. Thank you. The woman thanks her again. Lin Sisi wipes her eyes shyly and stubbornly says, I just got a little confused. I understand. Xia honestly responds, I know, making Lin Sisi's soft face puff up with annoyance. Her mother laughs, then suddenly suggests, you all shouldn't go out to eat. Just eat here. I'll cook for you. Lin Sisi gets excited and says to Xia, you're lucky. My grandpa used to be a royal chef, and my mom is an amazing cook. Initially wanting to refuse, Xia smiles at Lin Sisi's mother for the first time.
Thank you, ma'am.